Chapter 884. A barrier. Li Qian's countenance was notably grim. However, Cheng Yukun understood the reason behind it. After all, the Li clan had faced a significant calamity, and they had remained silent. Yet, the enemy was exceedingly formidable, leaving him with no recourse. Cheng Yukun naturally empathized with this sentiment. Had he been in Li Qian's position, he too would have felt indignation. Observing Li Qian's silence, Cheng Yukun suddenly knelt, beseeching the clan leader for forgiveness. Esteemed leader, we only learned of the events in the Li clan later. I trust you understand our plight. Our own clan has been left in disarray due to the havoc wrought by Tang Yu. We have been preoccupied with mending the Cheng clan, resulting in our inability to extend assistance to the Li clan. I implore you to forgive us. This justification had been meticulously crafted during his journey. Whether Li Qian believed it was of little concern to him, he found no fault in his excuse. The primary issue was the Li clan's grievous state, having suffered significant losses, including the death of an ancestor. For this reason, Cheng Yukun felt a sense of elation, even contemplating the prospect of the Li clan's annihilation, which would elevate the Cheng clan to the position of second in this star domain. Their strength would undoubtedly undergo a dramatic transformation. Li Qian chuckled softly. Cheng brother, why would I hold you accountable? I fully comprehend the myriad challenges faced by the Cheng clan. In fact, I worry for your safety. That woman is exceedingly terrifying. Should the affairs of the Li clan cause you any harm, I would feel deeply remorseful. Cheng brother, what are you doing? Please rise. We address each other as brothers, and such formalities are unnecessary. Cheng Yukun, apprehensively, rose to his feet. At Li Qian's gesture, he cautiously took a seat. After a brief silence, Cheng Yukun remarked, I never imagined that such a terrifying presence could exist in Fire Phoenix City. I wonder what the leader's next steps will be. He hastily closed his mouth upon noticing Li Qian's displeasure. To Li Qian, Cheng Yukun's words sounded somewhat sarcastic. What next steps indeed? If they were to provoke Fire Phoenix City, that woman would likely obliterate the Li clan with a mere gesture. Cheng Yukun's words were not malicious. He sought to inquire about the Li clan's future plans, which did not seem unreasonable. Li Qian snorted. This is a matter pertaining solely to the Li clan, so there is no need for Cheng brother to concern yourself. As for Fire Phoenix City, he cast a half-smile in Cheng Yukun's direction. It is already a stroke of fortune that our Li clan can exist in this star domain. As for other considerations, we dare not even entertain such thoughts. However, I am aware of your ambitions, Cheng brother. If you wish to confront Fire Phoenix City, that is your prerogative. Yet, our Li clan has already sustained grievous injuries. We may not be able to assist you further. Nonetheless, I shall cheer for you in spirit. Cheng Yukun's smile faltered, and he inwardly cursed. What was this? Given the current state of the Li clan, if they were to solely rely on the Cheng clan, they would be unable to contend with Fire Phoenix City, let alone that formidable woman. It seemed as though they were being led to their own destruction. The patriarch chuckled, asserting that our Cheng clan is solitary and weak, always following the Li clan's lead. As for other matters, I dare not dwell on them, as long as we can advance and retreat alongside the Li clan, one day contributing our humble strength to them, we shall be content. Cheng Yukun stated. Regardless of the truth of this sentiment, it was at least pleasing to the ear. Li Qian subtly nodded. Brother Cheng, you are being overly modest. We are brothers. Why should we merely follow the Li clan's lead? Together, we shall uplift our respective families, securing a brighter future for our descendants. Indeed, the patriarch speaks wisely, Cheng Yukun replied. The two then delved into discussions concerning the other star domains, which had been overrun by the terrifying presence of the celestial demons. In this regard, their anger towards the chaotic clan reignited. They believed that the celestial demons had originally been provoked by the chaotic clan eons ago, although they had never truly encountered the celestial demons. Some elders in their clan had participated in the battles against them in the past. Their recollections still carried a palpable fear of the celestial demons. One could only imagine the terror they instilled. Should they indeed wreak havoc across the heavens, it would pose a grave concern. To be precise, they had already begun their turmoil. News had reached them that the demon king, accompanied by his subordinates, had returned from beyond the realms. It could be said that this star domain had entirely fallen under the dominion of the celestial demons. From the patriarch's perspective, how should they respond if the demons were to invade this star domain? Cheng Yukun suddenly inquired. Li Qian smiled faintly. Though our various factions may have their grievances, in the face of such a formidable enemy, we should set aside personal vendettas and unite to resist. Cheng Yukun's gaze flickered momentarily, After a brief contemplation, he chuckled softly. The patriarch speaks the truth. In this star domain, the power of the Fire Phoenix City is most formidable should danger arise. They are unlikely to remain indifferent. Indeed, I believe Fire Phoenix City will not neglect the lives of the beings in this star domain, Li Qian affirmed. Yet, he pondered inwardly, considering that the emissaries from the Heavenly Gate had been thoroughly intimidated by that woman. He needed to find an opportunity to report this to the Heavenly Gate. After all, it was she who had instigated it. If the Heavenly Gate possessed the capability, they could seek vengeance upon that woman. In the land of the chaotic clan, Tang Yu traversed the star domain, encountering only a few scattered individuals. Compared to the prosperity of other star domains, this place resembled a desolate wasteland. Ah, young man, I have discovered something intriguing. The lecherous old man suddenly appeared beside him, speaking in a mysterious tone. What is it? Tang Yu inquired casually. Come, follow me. The old man tugged at Tang Yu's sleeve and led him away. However, upon seeing the old man's grimy hands and dirt-laden nails, Tang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. They halted by the riverbank. Tang Yu regarded the lecherous old man with skepticism. The old man grinned with satisfaction. Here, the spiritual energy is depleted. The surrounding trees have withered. Yet some tenacious weeds continue to grow. Isn't it peculiar that such a lake has formed here? Furthermore, you should perceive the essence of magic. Ah, Tang Yu murmured softly, indeed sensing something peculiar. This was originally a stagnant body of water, which, by all accounts, should have long since dried up. At this moment, there existed a forbidden technique. A barrier. The lake's water appeared merely as an illusion, seemingly concealing something beneath its surface. Moreover, the surroundings were imbued with a magical barrier. Glancing at the lecherous old man, who bore several lumps on his head, Tang Yu met his gaze, prompting the old man to awkwardly smile, revealing his embarrassment. Chapter 885. Breaking the taboo. Tang Yu's mind began to clarify. If there were indeed valuable treasures, this old man would certainly keep them to himself, seizing them at the first opportunity. No wonder it was said that this place harbored something strange. It turned out he could not enter. I estimate there are treasures within. Let us agree on a 50-50 split, the lecherous old man declared. Without knowing what lay beneath, he was already fixated on the treasures, even preemptively arranging the division. Sensing the magical barrier, it was evident that this was likely something sealed by the Chaos Clan. Perhaps, as the old man suggested, it could indeed be a relic of the ancient Chaos Clan. Yet, Tang Yu felt a twinge of complexity. Tian Tsung belonged to the Chaos Clan, and so did the Weak Water. If Weak Water were to learn that he had uncovered the secrets of their chaos lineage, would she not strike him down with a single blow? Although Tang Yu had grown immensely powerful, he was no match for her. The memory of her casually slaying someone of equal or even greater prowess from across the boundless star domains painted a daunting picture of her unfathomable might. I wonder if that fool has tested it. At this thought, a flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. He recalled certain events from the past, still imbued with warmth. The journey through the years had taken root in his mind like seeds, ultimately blossoming into a flower named memory, ever blooming, never withering. As he continued onward through time, the foliage of this memory would flourish, becoming ever denser. Yet, perhaps some petals of this memory would eventually wither with the passage of time. However, their past bloom in his memory remained a cherished truth. Hey, kid, what are you laughing about? You look rather lewd. Are you thinking about women? The lecherous old man thumped his chest and said, Once we acquire the treasures here, I'll take you on a grand adventure. Rest assured, this time, it will be my treat. Tang Yu quickly snapped back to reality, casting his gaze upon the lake before him. The magical prohibitions surrounding it were formidable, yet he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to breach them. Still, he found himself wavering. It was possible that this place concealed some secrets of the Chaos Clan. Or perhaps it could reveal past events that might vindicate the Chaos Clan, proving they were not the sinners of this realm. Sensing Tang Yu's hesitation, the lecherous old man continued to tempt him with enticing words. With the intention of seeking treasures, he spoke with a veneer of righteousness. Taking a couple of steps forward, Tang Yu unleashed a powerful punch, causing the surface of the lake to concave dramatically, yet not a single droplet of water dispersed. Instead, a small vortex formed precisely where Tang Yu struck. This vortex devoured all of his magical energy, rendering it invisible. Tang Yu paused momentarily, while the lecherous old man gasped in surprise. You cannot break through here either? This punch was merely a test of the spell's barrier. Tang Yu possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to breach this barrier, yet he harbored no desire to obliterate it. Thus, he aimed to create a small opening. A notion began to take shape in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he struck out again, this punch as gentle as a soft breeze. Devoid of any detectable magical aura, the gentle wind swept across the lake's surface, causing the water to ripple subtly. One vortex after another emerged, seemingly consuming Tang Yu's magical energy simultaneously. Suddenly, a droplet of water levitated upwards, and at that moment, one of the vortices abruptly froze in place. Before Tang Yu could utter a warning, the lecherous old man had already leapt into the still vortex. This caused Tang Yu to momentarily halt his breath, and he too plunged headlong into the tranquil whirlpool. As Tang Yu and his companions entered, the vortices on the lake's surface began to swirl once more, gradually returning to a state of calm, as if nothing had ever transpired. The cavern was shrouded in profound darkness, devoid of any light. However, for Tang Yu, everything around him remained vividly clear. Amidst the haze, a figure materialized, a man's silhouette, enveloped in an aura of boundless chaos, rendering his true form indistinguishable. Yet, Tang Yu felt an unsettling familiarity. It seemed to resemble the man he had once encountered, who had severed time with a blade, and the same figure he glimpsed within an ice coffin in the land of the fallen heavens. Upon closer inspection, that silhouette vanished without a trace. Was it merely an illusion? Tang Yu found himself perplexed. How could this man's apparition appear here? Or had he mistaken it? From ahead, the old man's irritable voice broke the silence. Why is there nothing here? Tang Yu advanced, glancing back to see the indistinct figure re-emerge. He paused. As the man appeared to smile at him, though his features remained obscured, the sensation felt remarkably authentic. Once again, the apparition dissipated. Regaining his composure, Tang Yu pressed forward. Not far ahead, the old man stood waiting, seemingly apprehensive, choosing not to venture deeper, as accompanying Tang Yu provided him a sense of security. Why not seek the treasures? Tang Yu smirked, his tone laced with mockery. The old man retorted, I was waiting for you. I've said it before, we split 50-50. If I find something and you suspect I've hidden it, it would tarnish my reputation. I have lived a life of integrity. Such a stain is unacceptable. Do you even have a reputation? Tang Yu scoffed, recalling how close he had come to being sold to a male establishment upon entering the myriad realms. As Tang Yu engaged in a fierce battle with the Cheng clan, he managed to capture numerous individuals, selling them all to the male establishment. Not long ago, members of the Li Qian sect remarked that this old fellow had even sold the wife of their sect leader into a brothel. I had always believed my resilience was remarkable until I encountered your esteemed self, which made me realize how youthful I still am. With a serious expression, Tang Yu clasped his hands in respect towards the lecherous old man. The old man chuckled, brimming with self-satisfaction, and replied, Oh, come now, you are not lacking in merit. With a bit of effort, I am confident that, given your innate talent, your fortitude will soon rival mine. I can already perceive your potential at its peak. With a sigh, Tang Yu continued his way deeper inside. It resembled a profound cavern. However, the fact that the Chaos Clan employed such measures to seal this place indicated that it was far from simple. Indeed, I find you to be quite admirable. The lecherous old man continued. But do not lose heart, young man. Persevere, and you will inevitably catch up to me. Tang Yu halted, gazing at the wall before him. A colossal mural adorned the surface, resembling a grinding wheel. Although merely carved, it emanated a faint yet terrifying aura, as if the very essence of dread seeped through the wall, yearning to break free. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Tang Yu withdrew his gaze and pressed onward. The cavern stretched endlessly, shrouded in darkness. The lecherous old man muttered curses under his breath. What in the world is this? Where does this lead? And why does it seem so interminable? On the adjacent wall, a series of murals emerged, depicting ferocious beasts with terrifying visages that instilled a sense of dread. There were also peculiar human figures, upright in posture, yet possessing fangs reminiscent of wild animals. Tang Yu cast a sweeping glance ahead, where a faint light began to penetrate the gloom. He quickened his pace, moving forward, and the lecherous old man followed suit. They emerged from the cavern into a mountainous expanse, where an imposing palace stood amidst the peaks, now devoid of life. Dust cloaked the palace, and weeds had overtaken many areas. Is this truly the ancestral land of the Chaos Clan? Pondered the lecherous old man. If so, Why did they not enter here initially? Tang Yu sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The lecherous old man wasted no time in rushing inside. Upon pushing the door open, a cloud of dust billowed forth, causing him to take a step back in dismay. The grand hall was shrouded in dust, yet various teacups, chairs, and even the cushions remained intact. In a daze, it was as if one could still envision someone having once sat there, sipping tea leisurely. Within the grand hall, there resided a portrait of Tian Song. This indicates the esteemed status he held among the Chaos clan during that era. Tang Yu stepped forward, taking a closer look at the image of Tian Song. At that moment, Tian Song appeared to be in his prime, resembling a man in his early 20s. With flowing black hair, starry eyes, and a face chiseled like a sculptor's masterpiece. Although merely a painting, one could vaguely sense the indomitable spirit and unparalleled elegance he possessed at that time. Suddenly, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the eyes of Tian Song within the painting. It seemed as if countless stars revolved within those depths, akin to an endless surge of chaotic energy. Tang Yu's entire soul was enveloped in a profound sensation, his vision compelled to dance along with the strokes of the painting, each line morphing into an enigmatic trace of the Tao. Within his spirit, a figure emerged. He was strikingly handsome, unmatched in his prowess, effortlessly unraveling various intricate spells, each movement imbued with the essence of the Tao. He stood alone amidst the eons, his fists capable of splitting the heavens and shattering the earth. Each punch he delivered resonated with the clash of the Tao, while boundless chaotic energy surged forth, seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of the universe. This was the Tian Song of yore, an invincible and majestic figure, unparalleled in existence. The painting encapsulated the insights he had gleaned from his path to understanding the Tao, along with the techniques cultivated by the Chaos clan. For Tang Yu, these revelations proved immensely beneficial. His spells progressed further, yet his realm remained unbroken. With a hum, the painting soared into the air, flames igniting around it, until it ultimately disintegrated into a handful of ashes. However, the figure depicted within the painting emerged as if made of flesh and blood. Tang Yu held his breath, staring in disbelief at the suddenly materialized Tian Song before him. This Tian Song, still in his prime, appeared entirely different from the weathered visage he had glimpsed through the endless rivers of time. With hands clasped behind his back, he walked lightly, his footsteps barely audible. Turning his head towards Tang Yu, a smile graced his lips. "You have arrived." Tang Yu's heart raced as he gazed at Tian Song. He understood that this was not the true Tian Song, but merely a remnant of his consciousness, concealed within the painting from ages past. This fragment of consciousness could not endure indefinitely. It would soon dissipate into nothingness. "Did you know I would come?" Tang Yu asked in astonishment. "I did," Tian Song replied with a gentle smile. "But I am not him. Does it truly matter whether you are him or not? Does his fragmentation redefine your essence?" Tang Yu countered. "Who was the original Tian Song?" Tian Song spoke calmly. "At this moment, you, are you not?" He gazed at Tang Yu. "If you have found a glimmer of hope, that is sufficient. Perhaps this lifetime can indeed alter everything." Tang Yu, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly are you trying to convey? What terrifying existence lies beyond the heavens that renders you all so powerless?" "A cycle of eternal epochs," Tian Song replied. "In due course, you shall understand. For now, your priority is to grow stronger." He suddenly let out a light chuckle. "Where the essence lies, I cannot perceive. Yet I am certain it still exists. This fragment of divine thought cannot endure for long. I must exert the last remnants of my power." He cast a profound gaze at Tang Yu, and his figure vanished before him, darting towards the boundless realms beyond the heavens. It was as if the fabric of space had ruptured, creating a formidable chasm. Tang Yu beheld a woman clad in white, standing resolutely upon the river of time. Before her were four terrifyingly powerful entities. He also saw the woman in red, known as Xiaoling, locked in a fierce battle against a dread presence in a shadowy abyss. Blades of light surged forth, their might expanding. The woman in red wielded a crescent moon blade, her body stained with blood, her complexion unusually pale, clearly bearing injuries. A roar echoed as the formidable adversary brandished a long spear. The red-clad warrior was forced to retreat, ultimately resulting in her corporeal form exploding, yet the blade in her grasp pierced through the body of the menacing entity. In an instant, their forms reconstituted, re-engaging in combat. Tang Yu's eyes blazed crimson. He leapt into the spatial breach, yet an invisible force repelled him. Boom! The power of his fist surged forth, imbued with overwhelming might. As chaotic energies spread and fragments of time splintered around him, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Despite the immense distance, Tang Yu could still sense that inexorable power. Even the residual waves were potent enough to shatter his physical form. The divine thought of Tian Song manifested, raising his fist to strike forward. The woman in red was momentarily stunned, gazing at that figure. He remained as he was in the past, unmatched and formidable, his punch reverberating across the heavens. Ultimately, the divine thought of Tian Song shattered the terrifying presence before him, while his own form began to fade. In his final moment, he turned back and offered a smile to the woman in red, his figure dissipating into the ether. Simultaneously, the rift in space closed once more, leaving Tang Yu unable to witness the events beyond the heavens. He vowed to press onward, determined to fight alongside Shaolin Chapter 887, Blood Pool. Even a mere fragment of divine thought from Tian Song, lingering here, was unwilling to squander a single ounce of power, unleashing its final vestiges alongside a formidable presence. Yet Tang Yu understood that even more terrifying entities lurked beyond. Perhaps these were merely lowly minions. Otherwise, they would not be so desperately awaiting their own ascension. The lecherous old man approached. "What are you gazing at, lad?" He continued. "I scoured the place and found nothing of value, just some scrap metal." He produced a bag, spilling forth a clatter of weapons that rang out. Tang Yu remained silent, his mood burdened with heaviness. After surveying the palace, he used his magical prowess to lay a barrier upon it, ensuring it remained forever in its original state. "What's the matter with you, lad?" the lecherous old man inquired. "These things aren't worth much anyway. I can forego taking them." As Tang Yu spoke, he gazed towards the palace's rear mountains, inexplicably sensing a potent scent of blood wafting from behind them. He proceeded towards the mountains, extending his consciousness to survey the area. Behind a certain section of the mountain wall, he detected something unusual, as if another realm lay hidden. Could it be yet another barrier? Upon reaching the wall, Tang Yu delivered a powerful punch, shattering it effortlessly. Instantly, a strong wave of the metallic scent of blood surged forth. Within, he discovered a pool entirely filled with blood, pulsating with an almost imperceptible energy. The blood within the pool continuously transformed, ultimately resembling the intricate network of human veins. The lecherous old man was momentarily taken aback. What in the world is this? Not only him, but even Tang Yu felt a profound shock. Such an abundance of blood seemed to represent a convergence of various species. Yet, one could sense the immense, terrifying power contained within the blood pool. Every drop of blood exuded a formidable force, undoubtedly sourced from formidable beings of diverse origins. A mist began to swirl within the blood pool. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, only a single drop of purest blood remained. This drop seemed capable of transcending time itself. Suddenly, the blood drops scattered once more, reforming the pool. "Drop your essence into the pool," echoed a cold voice in his ear, that of the woman in red. He quickly glanced around. From the boundless expanse of the cosmos, her voice resonated. Tang Yu hesitated and conjured a drop of his essence blood, which he then let fall into the pool. "What are you doing, boy? This pool is too strange. It sends chills down my spine. We should leave this place." The lecherous old man furtively scanned the surroundings, gripped by fear, accurately sensing the malevolence of the area. As Tang Yu's blood mingled with the pool, a layer of hazy mist enveloped it, rising like steam. Simultaneously, he felt his own vitality surging uncontrollably towards the pool. His body visibly withered, resembling that of a skeleton. "Good heavens!" the old man exclaimed, jumping back in shock. Staring at Tang Yu in disbelief, Tang Yu struggled to regain control over his essence blood, but it was futile. With a sudden crash, he plunged headfirst into the blood pool. Instantly, the boundless, potent magic within the pool caused his physical form to shatter, and he experienced a searing agony that spread through his very soul. "Boy, you take care of yourself. During festivals, I will burn paper for you." The old man stuttered, hastily retreating. This place was too terrifying. He could not remain any longer. Tang Yu's entire spirit felt as if it were being scorched, engulfed in unbearable pain, teetering on the brink of collapse. The blood coalesced into the form of the human body's meridians, slowly assembling into a shape that resembled Tang Yu himself. Then, his corporeal form shattered once more. Repeated reorganizations, followed by successive fractures, Even Tang Yu had lost count of how many times this had occurred. The agony of his spirit intensified, as if the terrifying power emanating from the blood pool continuously merged with his very soul, threatening to consume it entirely. Tang Yu clung desperately to the remnants of his clarity. Was he destined to perish here? Was Xiaoling intent on ending his life? This was utterly inconceivable. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and gradually, the pain began to dissipate. The unique meridians that coalesced within the blood pool grew increasingly distinct, slowly forming the most perfect battle body. Its physique radiated brilliance. Tang Yu lay supine in the blood pool, which was steadily diminishing. In but a moment, only a third of it remained. The essence contained within the pool continuously infused into his body. Simultaneously, countless indistinct traces of the Tao intertwined to create an enigmatic tableau. With his eyes closed, Tang Yu reclined in the blood pool, absorbing various insights. Eventually, the blood pool vanished entirely, and the boundless essence within it merged into Tang Yu's being. His physical form underwent a profound transformation. With sheer physical strength alone, he could easily crush a great sage, and even confront those of the chaotic realm. After a considerable time, Tang Yu opened his eyes, which sparkled like stars. He stood naked in the pool, momentarily stunned. To his astonishment, a woman lay within the pool, equally unclothed. What was going on? Tang Yu was bewildered. He could not have failed to sense such a living presence. The woman's eyes were closed, her skin glistening like jade, perfection personified. After a fleeting glance, Tang Yu hastily averted his gaze. It seemed evident that this woman was also of the chaotic lineage. Otherwise, she could not have entered this place. She appeared to be undergoing some transformation within the blood pool. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Tang Yu realized that he had absorbed most of the endless essence. The woman slowly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion flickering across her expression. She sat up in the blood pool, gazing at Tang Yu, her clarity gradually returning. Who are you? She sat up, completely bare. Despite his curiosity, Tang Yu dared not look, sensing the formidable strength emanating from her. What if she struck him down in an instant? I am Tang Yu, he replied. You must be of the chaotic lineage, right? By the way, do you know Xiaoling, or rather, Ruoling? Only then did the woman notice her own state, a light veil draping over her form. Yet confusion still lingered in her eyes. Ruoling? I do not know her. And what of Tian Song? Tang Yu continued his inquiries. The woman shook her head. I do not know him either. Are you not of the chaotic lineage? Tang Yu asked, astonished. How could one of that lineage not know of Tian Song? Yet if she were not of the chaotic lineage, how had she entered this place? Chapter 888. The Fall of the Human King. The woman appeared somewhat disoriented. And after a moment, she asked, what year is it today? This caught Tang Yu off guard, as he too was uncertain. The passage of time across the realms left him perplexed. Tang Yu shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. He turned his gaze towards the woman, inquiring, You have been in slumber for an eternity, have you not? The blood pool before them brimmed with boundless essence, seemingly facilitating a transformation for the woman. Yet, unexpectedly, he had absorbed a significant portion of it himself. I have forgotten, she murmured softly, her delicate brows knitting slightly. What a marvel, he thought. This woman must have been a formidable being from an age long past. Although she sat in serene stillness, Tang Yu could sense an almost imperceptible, terrifying aura emanating from her. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a slight bow, stating, If the esteemed elder has no further matters, this junior shall take his leave. The benefits he had reaped were monumental, affecting a profound transformation within him. He had comprehended the arcane techniques practiced by the Chaos Clan, having assimilated a substantial portion of the boundless essence contained within the blood pool. With the robustness of his physique, even those of the Chaos realm would likely find it insurmountable to breach his defenses. Though his realm remained at the pinnacle of the saint of the great Tao, his cultivation had grown increasingly formidable. With his current prowess, he could contend with those of the Chaos realm, perhaps even turning the tide against them. Esteemed elder? The woman retorted coldly, Am I truly so ancient? As she spoke, she delicately brushed her fingers across her face, producing a copper mirror to examine her reflection. Regardless of age, every woman cherishes her beauty. Old. She appeared no older than a youthful maiden of 18 or 19. With elegantly arched brows, a delicate nose, and rosy lips, her smile bore a hint of playful charm, presenting an ethereal visage. Not old at all, Tang Yu hastily reassured her. Rising from the pool, the woman began to walk slowly outward. As she beheld the ravaged surroundings, saturated with an air of desolation, her steps faltered. The Chaos Clan has perished, Tang Yu remarked. Discerning her origins, she was undoubtedly of the Chaos Clan, having likely slumbered for countless ages. The woman maintained a tranquil demeanor, continuing her forward march. Ultimately, she leapt from the lake encased in the barrier, surveying her surroundings with a wistful sigh, remaining silent. Tang Yu opened his mouth, intending to bid her farewell. Is there anything that truly endures through the ages? Life and death, flourishing and withering, all that exists is but a cycle, the woman spoke softly, her voice imbued with a profound sense of melancholy. Her gaze shifted toward the horizon, as if piercing through the heavens to glimpse the boundless realms beyond. Years ago, in silence, I was meant to have perished, yet I find my soul revived here today. I have returned. This declaration reverberated across the heavens, echoing in the ears of all who heard it. An overwhelming aura of the great Tao coiled around the woman, as the might of heaven and earth resonated, seemingly trembling in fear of her presence. In the vastness beyond, two figures abruptly opened their eyes, glancing in her direction. She is not dead. The voice dripped with palpable apprehension. In an unknown star domain, a smile graced the face of the woman in red. Simultaneously, a woman clad in white nearby involuntarily turned to cast a glance. A hearty laughter resonated through the air as a robust figure brandished a colossal hammer, charging forward into battle. Yet, amidst the fray, he emitted a sound of deep satisfaction, laughing heartily. The heavens trembled. All eyes turned towards this starry realm, as a single utterance reverberated across the cosmos, unleashing an inexhaustible aura of might. It was the human sovereign. Impossible. She had long vanished into the mists of time. How could she suddenly reappear? Indeed, it was the human sovereign, Li Qian. Tears of joy streamed down the faces of many. The human sovereign, the last of her kind. She had been lost to the ages. Some claimed she had perished in distant realms, while others insisted she was valiantly combating formidable foes beyond the void, safeguarding all of creation. At that moment, everyone sensed her overwhelming presence, and they flocked towards this celestial domain. Countless individuals descended, gazing upon the woman, and suddenly, they knelt. We pay our respects to the human sovereign. The human sovereign. The people of the cosmos cried out in unison, their voices resonating throughout the heavens. Observing the throng kneeling before her, Tang Yu felt an urge to wave his hand and utter, "Rise, my lords." However, had he actually spoken those words, he would likely have faced a tumultuous response from the crowd. He turned to the woman beside him, the human sovereign, Li Qian. Having spent considerable time in this realm, Tang Yu had gained some understanding of its history. The 8 sovereigns of the cosmos had once seen the rise of 8 generations of human sovereigns, and Li Qian was the 8th, the final one. She had long since faded into obscurity, with most believing her to have perished. Yet, unexpectedly, she had undergone transformation within the blood pool of the Chaos Clan. Tang Yu speculated that she had sustained grave injuries and had been rescued by the Chaos Clan, subsequently placed within the blood pool. Indeed, this seemed plausible. Although she had been absent for eons, her reemergence at this moment still sent shockwaves through the cosmos, as if all of creation remained subservient to her will. A figure materialized, a man of even greater beauty than the woman, a hint of devilish charm gracing his lips. He stood poised in midair, casting a knowing smile in their direction. As the crowd gazed upon her, Li Qian softly spoke, "You may rise." The crowd gradually stood, their eyes fixed upon her, some trembling with excitement. The recent incursions by terrifying entities such as the celestial demons had instilled fear in many hearts. Yet now, with the return of the human sovereign, they believed she would undoubtedly protect the cosmos from their tyranny. Li Qian, the handsome man, called softly from a distance. She glanced at him and inquired, "Who are you?" "Meng Wuyo," he replied. "My father is Shou Su." Surprised, Li Qian remarked, "I cannot believe you have returned." Meng Wuyo chuckled. "When we were banished to the endless void, we vowed that one day we would return." After a brief pause, he continued, "Many years ago, when I was still quite weak, I had the fortune to witness the unparalleled prowess of the king of men in battles beyond our realm. My father once yearned for a confrontation with you, but alas, that was not to be. After that fateful clash, you were presumed to have perished in the endless void." Dream Wuyo sighed and added, "And my father and others also fell at the hands of that woman." He gazed intently at Li Qian, saying, "I never imagined that you." who have disappeared for countless ages, would reappear. How intriguing indeed. Chapter 889. Encountering the supreme Lao Jun, Luo Qingyan regarded him with a calm demeanor, her expression indifferent. Under her gaze, Dream Wuyo felt an inexplicable irritation, as if he were merely an ant in her eyes. Yet, he was acutely aware that he might not be a match for this woman. Years prior, he had witnessed her terrifying power firsthand. Dream Wuyo inquired, "What lies beyond the endless realm?" Luo Qingyan offered no response, instead turning her attention to the people before her. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "You may disperse. We pledge our lives to follow the King of Men." "We vow to follow the King of Men," the crowd collectively proclaimed, kneeling once more in reverence. This was no longer the age of endless years. Luo Qingyan sighed softly. Generation after generation, there will always be those who rise to bear the banner of the heavens. She gazed into the distance, reflecting on the tranquility of the current world of the heavens, a peace that had been won through the blood of many. The crowd lifted their heads to look at her. Yet, Luo Qingyan shook her head, the aura of the path beneath her feet swirling, weaving a route adorned with petals. She cast a glance at Tang Yu and led him along this petal-strewn path, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Tang Yu, perplexed, wondered about the meaning behind this woman's actions. They halted in a star domain, a place he did not recognize. "Where's this?" Tang Yu asked. "Do you have a purpose for bringing me here? If not, I shall take my leave." Luo Qingyan replied, "I sense two familiar auras emanating from you." In response to Tang Yu's bewildered expression, she waved her hand, and a broken blade materialized in her grasp, while imperial fire flickered to life, resting in her palm. Observing the broken blade and imperial fire, a flicker of melancholy crossed Luo Qingyan's eyes. Could these two artifacts belong to her? Yet, Tang Yu distinctly recalled a man wielding the imperial fire in battle. How could they have come to be in her possession? Luo Qingyan questioned, puzzled. Tang Yu pondered for a moment before recounting how he came to possess the broken blade and imperial fire, including the tale of the drop of blood sealed within the blade. The blade still bore remnants of its past. Utilizing various treasures, Tang Yu had managed to repair it to some extent. Otherwise, it would have appeared as if it might shatter at any moment. Nevertheless, the numerous scars on the blade conveyed an impression of imminent fracture. A drop of blood? Luo Qingyan furrowed her brows slightly, examining the fractures on the blade. She returned it to Tang Yu with a wave of her hand, stating, "It is fortunate that it is broken. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, you would be unable to wield it." "Senior, do you know the origins of this blade?" Tang Yu inquired. He had always harbored a profound curiosity about this knife. Once wielded by an ancient sage, Luo Qingyan remarked, "This imperial flame is indeed remarkable, yet alas, the world has changed." As she wandered through the boundless expanse of this star realm, her pace was leisurely, occasionally pausing at certain spots, reminiscent of places once familiar to her. Seemingly lost in wistful recollection, Tang Yu silently followed in her wake. Upon reflection, he realized that being beside Luo Qingyan wasn't a misfortune, after all. She was a monarch among mortals. Under her influence, he felt he could traverse the cosmos with ease. This thought invigorated him. After a considerable interval, Luo Qingyan glanced back at Tang Yu, only to vanish without a trace. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Where was this? He felt disoriented, uncertain of how far he had strayed from the original star domain. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, reasoning that it mattered little where he was. With a flicker of his consciousness, he extended his senses into the distance, where a familiar aura beckoned. To his astonishment, after several confirmations, he realized it was indeed the essence of the Grand Supreme Elder. At this moment, the Grand Supreme Elder was engaged in fierce combat with two adversaries. His demeanor was calm, yet it was evident he struggled against the onslaught of his opponents. Suddenly, a formidable force surged forth, and a punch from another dimension struck, obliterating the two assailants in its wake. The Grand Supreme Elder, incredulous, beheld the sudden appearance of Tang Yu, exclaiming, "You, Tang Sanzang." He had long anticipated that Tang Sanzang would not perish in the collapsing world of the heavenly Tao. He must have traversed the myriad realms. Tang Yu offered a faint smile. It has been a while. A reunion of old acquaintances. The complexities of their shared history within the realm of the heavenly Tao enveloped him. "I never expected to see you here," the Grand Supreme Elder remarked. "You have grown immensely stronger." He had ascended to the ranks of the heavenly Tao saints. Initially, he felt a sense of pride, but soon realized that in the vastness of the myriad realms, he was inconsequential. Just moments ago, he had barely managed to defend against two opponents, while Tang Sanzang had effortlessly shattered them with a single punch. The Grand Supreme Elder understood that the gap between him and Tang Sanzang had widened considerably, and not by a trivial margin. The path of cultivation grew increasingly arduous, with every advancement akin to scaling a mountain. Nearby, the two adversaries fell to the ground. The grudges and grievances of the heavenly Tao world had become irrelevant. What mattered most was that he and the Grand Supreme Elder bore no absolute enmity towards one another. What of Hong Jun and the others? Tang Yu inquired. The Grand Supreme Elder replied, I do not know. After entering the myriad realms, I departed and began wandering, seeking enlightenment. Pausing, he turned to Tang Yu and asked, what is your current realm? He could no longer discern Tang Sanzang's level, as the disparity was too vast. I can battle chaos, Tang Yu replied languidly. The Grand Supreme Elder was taken aback, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile, a frog in a well. Upon breaching its confines, gazes upon a broader world, only to realize its own insignificance. He sighed, reflecting on the countless times he had yearned to take that final step. Now that he had achieved it, he found himself nostalgic for the days spent at the bottom of the well. Tang Yu smiled gently. Only by breaking free can one behold a broader world and thus progress. In the realm of the heavenly Tao, the sages are invincible. Yet in this vast expanse of myriad heavens, sages abound, unveiling even greater horizons and longer journeys ahead. What you truly yearn for is not the world of the well, but the invincible version of yourself in that realm, he remarked with a smile. You may indeed be correct, the Supreme Old Lord conceded. You have already surpassed me to a point beyond my reach. He continued, even if Hong Jun makes strides, I believe he will still fall short in comparison to you. In merely a few decades, Tang Sanzang had reached this pinnacle, shattering the constraints of the heavenly Tao and entering the myriad heavens. Yet he continued to evolve and grow stronger. While the Supreme Old Lord might perceive him as formidable, Tang Yu understood that he still had a long way to go. With each advancement, he felt increasingly insignificant. In chapter 890, the familiar aura, particularly for those at their level. Every step forward was akin to scaling a mountain. Although the spiritual energy in the myriad heavens was far more abundant than that of the heavenly Tao, they seemed to have reached their individual plateaus. Especially for Tang Yu, the souls of myriad beings within him constrained his path, rendering any breakthrough exceedingly arduous. If possible, Tang Yu wished to reflect them in the chaotic star domain. However, that realm lay in ruins, scarred and bereft. Even the spiritual energy was pitifully weak. Thus, this posed a challenge. The Supreme Old Lord regarded Tang Yu with a complex expression. In the realm of the heavenly Tao, sages are indeed invincible, yet upon arriving here, it appears we have merely taken our first steps. Tang Yu replied with a calm smile. It is precisely this realization that fuels my desire to advance. The pursuit of cultivation, driven by the thirst for strength, is not unlike the desperation of beggars seeking their next meal. Everything is born of desire. The path is desire. And even the need for sustenance is desire. Yet, once a beggar's hunger is satiated, he yearns for wealth, and when he possesses a small fortune, his aspirations grow ever higher. Ascending mountain after mountain in pursuit of one's desires is both motivation and a form of exhausting obsession. Tang Yu's voice carried a hint of weariness. I once believed that even in the myriad heavens, I would be invincible. However, upon witnessing the might of the weak water and certain individuals, I realized my own frailty, just as you said, merely at the beginning of my journey. Yet it is precisely because of these challenges that I am inspired to strengthen myself further. The Supreme Old Lord remained silent for a long time, wishing to counter his words. How could the ethereal, transcendent path be compared to the relentless desires of mortals? Yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Tang Yu glanced at the Supreme Old Lord and said, I must take my leave. He turned and walked away, waving farewell over his shoulder. The Supreme Laojun opened his mouth, seemingly about to utter something. Tang Yu stepped forward, as if he had disrupted the very fabric of space. With the weight of time descending upon him, in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. After a considerable time, the Supreme Laojun murmured, How can the Tao be compared to desire? With that, he departed from the scene. Tang Yu surveyed his surroundings, bewildered, as he had no notion of where Luo Qingyan had brought him. Within his celestial realm, several elders of the Li tribe remained imprisoned, and he intended to barter with them for treasures to mend the fractured blade. Suddenly, a white silhouette appeared silently beside him, startling Tang Yu. "You didn't leave?" he asked. Luo Qingyan shook her head. "I ventured to some former places, yet I could not find any remnants of the past, nor do I know where to go." There was a hint of solitude in her voice. She gazed at Tang Yu and remarked, "You are quite peculiar. The causal ties surrounding you are immense, instilling a sense of dread within me, and I find you utterly opaque. Is it perhaps due to your connection with the celestial fragment?" Tang Yu pondered. "Yet, why did you also exude an aura that feels so familiar? Initially, I believed it was because of the broken blade and the imperial fire. But even after I removed those, I still sensed that familiar essence." Luo Qingyan spoke, her expression somewhat complex. This left Tang Yu thoroughly perplexed. He chuckled. "Perhaps it is because I have been in contact with the broken blade for an extended period, unconsciously absorbing some of its essence, leading you to perceive it as familiar." Luo Qingyan furrowed her delicate brows, observing him in silence. At that moment, figures appeared in the sky once more. They all knelt upon the ground, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the human king." Many were renowned forces from this star domain. At that moment, they all submitted beneath Luo Qingyan's feet. The authority of the human king loomed large. Although Luo Qingyan had vanished for countless ages, her might still resonated, continuing to influence the realms, compelling them to willingly submit. In the past, the existence of the human king ensured a harmonious era across the realms. How could such numerous factions have emerged? It was only after the human king's disappearance that divisions began to surface. Moreover, with the invasion of the celestial demons, various terrifying entities incessantly infiltrated the realms. Initially, some had harbored concerns, but with Luo Qingyan's return, they found solace. "Rise," Luo Qingyan spoke softly. "Endless ages have passed. The realms are at peace." After a pause, she continued, "This is something I had not anticipated, but I believe they must be safeguarding us." The Chaos Clan. Tang Yu speculated that they likely referred to the Chaos Clan, especially since even Luo Qingyan had been in slumber within their domain. This suggested that she had indeed been wounded and was subsequently rescued by members of the Chaos Clan. Tang Yu felt his conjecture was near the mark. Below, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Luo Qingyan continued, "Endless ages have elapsed. Now the realms are at peace, and the various forces have taken shape. The absence of the human king is now of little consequence." She cast a fleeting glance at Tang Yu before turning on her heel and departing. "Human king, human king." The crowd called in unison behind her. However, Tang Yu pursued Luo Qingyan, for he had certain inquiries he wished to pose, particularly regarding the Chaos Clan. Yet, this woman seemed unaware of Xiao Ling or Tian Tsang. Perhaps she had already succumbed to slumber prior to their emergence. Otherwise, anyone with even a modicum of understanding about the Chaos Clan would surely be acquainted with Tian Tsang. "Are you not of the Chaos Clan?" Tang Yu inquired. Luo Qingyan nodded slightly. "Many years ago, I suffered grave injuries, and at that time, they rescued me." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Do not be deceived by my seemingly unparalleled origin. My powers have yet to be fully restored. So, when you mentioned they were safeguarding the myriad realms, you were indeed referring to the Chaos Clan?" Tang Yu replied, "I have only recently entered the myriad realms and possess but a rudimentary understanding of certain matters. During the tumultuous times of the myriad realms, 8 kings emerged, all of them human kings. At that time, it appeared that the Chaos Clan had retreated from the world, as no records pertaining to them could be found, or perhaps such records were deliberately erased." After a brief pause, Tang Yu continued, "However, I surmise that the emergence of the Chaos Clan must have occurred after your slumber, which is why they have become widely known." Luo Qingyan responded, "I cannot ascertain the specifics of what you speak, but initially, the Chaos Clan indeed refrained from engaging with the world. They have always had formidable beings guarding them. And throughout history, every human king has visited the Chaos Clan, including myself. In fact, I once engaged in profound discussions with the former leader of the Chaos Clan, unraveling astonishing secrets and tracing paths walked by our predecessors." Chapter 891. Is the Great Tao also a piece on the chessboard? I believe it is these secrets that prompted the emergence of the Chaos Clan, Luo Qingyan murmured softly. "What secrets?" Tang Yu pressed. Luo Qingyan did not respond directly but continued, "In those days, I was proud and arrogant, convinced of my unparalleled strength, yet I never anticipated." She shook her head, leaving her words unspoken. It was evident that she had faced formidable adversaries, resulting in her grievous injuries. after which she was rescued by the Chaos Clan. Soon thereafter, the Chaos Clan emerged, commencing their protection of the myriad realms. What of the Great Tao? Why does it not intervene? The Great Tao, unlike the heavenly Tao which exists as an indistinct consciousness, operates under a self-sustaining principle. The Great Tao possesses absolute awareness and can even manifest itself. Tang Yu had comprehended this long ago. So what of the Great Tao? He queried. If the myriad realms truly face adversaries, why does the Great Tao not act? Li Qian glanced at him, her tone measured. What if the Great Tao were to shatter? Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. The myriad realms would be obliterated. In truth, it is merely a pitiable puppet, perhaps even unaware of its own plight, Li Qian remarked. Tang Yu felt a profound tremor within. The heavenly Tao was birthed from Pangu's separation of heaven and earth within the primordial void. Ultimately, it was forged from the waters of weakness. At that time, he had even pondered whether the exalted Great Tao was also a creation of a being of unparalleled might. Could it truly be that such a terrifying existence looms above the ages, gazing coldly upon all of humanity? The cycles of destruction and rebirth lie within its mere thought. It is eternal, immortal. If this is indeed the case, how fearsome it must be. Li Qian, silent in her musings, advanced forward. The wind lifted her pure white garments, and the moonlight scattered, draping the surroundings in solitude, as she resembled a solitary snow lotus. What formidable adversaries does Xiaoling and her companions face beyond their realm? At this moment, Tang Yu felt an inner tumult. A myriad of questions surfaced, yet answers eluded him. The news of Li Qian's return spread throughout the star domain. The leaders of various sects, along with individuals of high authority, wore complex expressions. After all, she is the monarch of humanity. Their ancestors had once fought alongside her in battles. Now, with her return, it seemed effortless for her to reclaim dominion over the heavens. Yet, some had grown accustomed to their positions of power and were reluctant to submit to the monarch. Nevertheless, she is the monarch, possessing undeniable merit over all realms, which left them in a state of conflicting emotions. To some, the monarch's return was indeed a positive development. The heavens had fractured, rife with countless factions and hidden agendas. Especially now, with relentless threats and turmoil engulfing the realms, would it not be better to unify against the common enemy? For many, there was a growing hope that the monarch could once again unite the heavens, bringing an end to the intricate power struggles. The monarch had vanished for countless years, presumed dead, yet here she was, returning unexpectedly. A sigh escaped someone's lips. In the boundless expanse beyond the realms, a weary figure clad in red bore stains of blood. She gazed longingly towards the distant heavens. You have finally returned. The embodiment of hope, the monarch's resurgence. Could it alter the predetermined fate? Her voice carried a hint of bitterness as she rose, wielding a crescent moon blade, striding into the distance. Soon after, the clash of battle erupted once more. The woman in red wielded her broken blade, fiercely engaging in combat, while the heavens appeared peaceful and prosperous. Who realized that beyond the endless starry void, someone was fighting valiantly to protect them? Li Qian. A colossal black figure materialized, shrouded in thick, dark mist. Even if you have returned, what of it? My concern lies with that individual. Will he one day return as well? A familiar aura brushed against him, yet it felt elusive. Must he disturb the slumber of the ancestor to ascertain the truth? The shadow spoke heavily, then shook his head. Merely a few self-important pawns, hardly worth fearing. Utterly unnecessary for the ancestor to intervene. He glanced into the distance, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Though you are strong, to the ancestor, you remain insignificant. Should I truly return in my corporeal form, I could easily eradicate you. Yet the shadow's voice faltered. He is the most terrifying of all. The shadow gradually faded away. In the endless distance, a woman clad in white glanced back towards this place. She wielded a sword as elegant as autumn waters, gently swinging it, and from afar, an ominous aura approached. It spread throughout the distant star domain, as if the entire expanse were collapsing. Following this, a feral roar reverberated through the air. In an instant, several figures soared towards her. With a fierce cry, there were no superfluous words exchanged. The white-clad woman brandished her long sword, engaging them in battle at once. For the past few days, Tang Yu had been closely following Li Qian. He even began to inquire about certain spells, particularly those practiced by the chaotic clan. He could distinctly sense the formidable nature of their techniques, yet they felt fundamentally at odds with his own cultivation. He pondered how to improve and integrate them with his existing spells. Luo Qingyan generously offered her guidance to Tang Yu. In truth, given Tang Yu's current level, even the most powerful spells would only marginally enhance his cultivation. They would not suffice to transcend his existing realm. It seemed inevitable that he would need to reflect the souls of all beings within him. Ultimately, under Tang Yu's subtle prompting, they returned once more to the ancestral grounds of the chaotic clan, for only this star domain was suitable for the reflection of all souls. Why is the spiritual energy here so weak? Tang Yu inquired. Luo Qingyan cast a glance at him and replied, "You know full well why, so why ask?" After a pause, she continued, "Are you wondering if I can remedy the spiritual energy issue here?" Tang Yu managed an awkward smile and nodded, "Yes." Looking around, Luo Qingyan explained, "This place has endured numerous battles. This star domain has been significantly ravaged, and it has been displaced from its original position, drifting away from the realms of the heavens. Thus, its spiritual energy has naturally diminished. As for restoring the spiritual energy here, that is quite simple. We merely need to relocate this star domain back to its original place, and the energy will naturally become abundant again." Chapter 892. Encountering enemies again. Tang Yu grinned, contemplating the relocation of this star domain. However, he realized he was incapable of achieving it. Luo Qingyan smiled faintly, her figure soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, she arrived outside the star domain, gently pushing with both hands. The entire cosmos seemed to tremble slightly. With a thunderous roar, even Tang Yu felt the overwhelming force ripple through the surroundings. Luo Qingyan appeared beside him, and Tang Yu stared at her in astonishment. "You just mentioned that this isn't even your full strength?" The fact that she had effortlessly returned the star domain was astonishing. Even more terrifying was the revelation that this was not her complete power. Gradually, the spiritual energy around them began to replenish. Tang Yu could distinctly feel the change. Simultaneously, those who had previously inhabited this star domain sensed the shift as well. "The source awakens. My power has not yet fully recovered," Luo Qingyan stated calmly. Tang Yu inhaled sharply, asking, "What realm are you in?" Falling lightly, Qing Smoke wore a faint smile, remaining silent. The spiritual energy of this realm began to flourish. If this star domain were to be transformed, restoring the shattered places thoroughly and reflecting the souls of the myriad beings within, it would indeed be the finest choice. However, given the severe fractures within this star domain, the restoration would not be a task accomplished overnight. Glancing at Qing Smoke, Tang Yu ultimately chose not to speak further, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he was rather thin-skinned. In recent days, Tang Yu had traversed this star domain and discovered the extent of its devastation was far more severe than he had anticipated. One could say that another great battle would certainly lead to the domain's complete collapse. The gravestones, however, were ensnared by the power of the weak water, rendering them impervious to the domain's disintegration, unless someone were truly stronger than the weak water. Yet, in Tang Yu's view, there seemed to be few in this vast universe who could surpass it. As for Qing Smoke, she had departed the previous day, and Tang Yu did not inquire about her whereabouts. With the tremors of the star domain, many individuals began to flock here, eager to uncover its mysteries. Yet, upon witnessing the gravestones of the Chaos Clan, they were momentarily taken aback. The Chaos Clan, branded as the ancient sinners of the heavens. Who would dare erect a monument for them? Did this individual not fear becoming a pariah among the heavens? Humph, the Chaos Clan, with their deep-seated sins. How dare anyone recklessly raise a monument? Let me destroy it. One elder scoffed, striking the graveyard with a mighty fist. Yet, the graveyard remained unscathed. Tang Yu chuckled coldly to himself. This was the magical barrier established by the weak water. Not only could he alone not destroy it, but even if they all joined forces, they would be incapable of breaching it. The elder was taken aback. "Cursed be it, there is indeed a magical barrier," he declared. "Let us strike together and annihilate this place. The remnants of chaos deserve no mercy." Although he was fully aware that their combined efforts would not suffice to breach the barrier, at that moment, Tang Yu stepped forward. He did not wish for these individuals to disturb the resting place of the lost predecessors. "It's you, Tang Yu." Someone recognized him, for his deeds within this star domain had spread throughout the heavens, especially after Li Qian, fearing retribution from the heavenly gate, had shifted the blame for all the deceased upon Tang Yu and the weak water. If they could utilize the heavenly gate to eliminate Tang Yu, it would be a boon. As for the elder from their clan, Li Qian no longer cared, for they were mortal enemies. And it was utterly impossible for Tang Yu to absolve the elder from the backlash of their karma, a mere fantasy, in a realm where that elder had lived long enough. Li Qian's projections and images of Tang Yu had made their way to the heavenly gate. The entire heavenly gate was incensed, issuing a decree to hunt down Tang Yu. Little did they expect to encounter him here, and unbeknownst to them, they had heard rumors of another elder who had also perished at Tang Yu's hands. This revelation further fueled the wrath of the heavenly gate. Tang Yu was momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated that anyone in this star domain would recognize him. In the realm of the abyss, a lone figure stood defiantly against the Li clan, rendering the Cheng clan a mere subject of ridicule. A middle-aged man stepped forward, declaring, "You have mercilessly slaughtered my comrades from the Yutian gate. Yet I never anticipated encountering you here." With that, he let out a cold laugh. Most onlookers were unfamiliar with the name Tang Yu, but as an adversary of the Yutian gate, he was naturally regarded as their enemy. Some individuals from the Yutian gate had ventured through the recording stone to the abyss, gathering intelligence. This reconnaissance revealed Tang Yu's audacious defiance against the entire Li clan, reducing the Cheng clan to a laughingstock. Through the accounts of a few, the gathered crowd began to comprehend the deeds of the man before them. It seemed he could no longer survive in his previous domain, prompting his arrival here for refuge. After all, this realm was on the verge of becoming a desolate wasteland. Many who arrived were either fleeing from danger or preparing to end their lives in obscurity. However, the observers noted a peculiar phenomenon. Despite the realm's impending demise, a palpable vitality permeated the surroundings. Even the spiritual energy began to slowly reassemble. The mention of the Yutian gate startled Tang Yu momentarily. He couldn't shake the feeling of ill fortune, having encountered members of the Yutian gate once more. "You dare to erect a monument for the Chaos clan? Are you not aware they are ancient criminals of the heavens?" The man continued, placing the blame squarely upon Tang Yu. "You have slaughtered my kin from the Yutian gate. Perhaps they had their faults, and I might overlook them. But you have allied yourself with the Chaos clan. Are you not one of their remnants?" He stepped forward, an indistinct aura radiating from him. Meanwhile, the crowd fixated their gaze upon Tang Yu, evidently preparing to unite against him, casting him as a public enemy of the celestial realms. With a furrowed brow, Tang Yu contemplated his predicament. Kill him. Capture him. He must be a remnant of the Chaos clan, and perhaps he holds knowledge of the whereabouts of others like him. The atmosphere thickened with murderous intent, palpable as if it were a tangible force, a torrent of power intertwining like a celestial net, converging upon him. With a thunderous roar, Tang Yu brandished his broken blade, cleaving downward. The entire star realm seemed to tremble in response. His battle spirit soared as he carved through the throng. Amidst the chaos, the imperial flame flickered into existence, its flames quivering as though they might extinguish at any moment. Yet, as the imperial flame dispersed, cries of despair erupted from the crowd, leaving no trace of their very souls unscathed. The imperial flame hovered above Tang Yu's head, a thin veil of fire enveloping him, rendering him a figure of blazing inferno. Within his eyes mirrored the flickering flames, blood splattering forth, only to be instantaneously consumed by the imperial flame. In this moment, with the imperial flame above him and the broken blade in hand, Tang Yu embodied an unparalleled might, instilling a chilling dread among those who fought against him. A curious sensation coursed through him. At this moment, it was not he who wielded the broken blade, but rather the blade that commanded him. With an array of exquisite sword techniques, it wreaked havoc upon the multitude. "Kill him, slay him. I refuse to believe that we, a legion, cannot bring him down. He must be vanquished." A voice roared in fury, particularly among the members of the Yutian Gate, who had grown increasingly frenzied. They had initially believed that with such numbers, they could subdue Tang Yu. The primary concern was the sinister blade in his grasp. The stone sent by the Li clan made it abundantly clear to all that this was no ordinary weapon. Even the leader of the Yutian Gate felt a stirring desire for it, specifically instructing his followers to ensure the blade was retrieved. Boom! An endless array of blade light tore asunder the heavens and earth. Chaos ensued around them. In the midst of the crowd's terror, the broken blade vanished, as Tang Yu unleashed a torrent of fists, spiraling into a frenzy. In the haze, two figures once again emerged. One figure wielded the broken blade, while the other bore the emperor's fire upon his head. Meanwhile, Tang Yu's true self engaged in the fray with nothing but his fists. His strikes were unparalleled, causing the very fabric of space to collapse, with fragments of time scattering around him. The essence of law permeated the air. Various spells were wielded to their utmost potential by Tang Yu, transforming seamlessly, akin to the graceful movement of antelope horns. Boom! An endless thunderstorm rained down from the sky, obliterating several individuals on the spot, while Tang Yu's true form vanished from sight. The other two manifestations of Tang Yu continued their relentless assault. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, only to give way to brilliant sunlight. Drip, drip, drip. A fine rain began to fall, which swiftly transformed into a blanket of pristine snow. The onlookers stood in astonishment, witnessing the dramatic shifts in weather. Who was he? How could he command the very elements? Within the realm of the heavenly Tao, Tang Yu had long mastered the manipulation of weather. Even those of quasi-saintly cultivation could influence the climate. Yet, in this realm of myriad heavens, such feats proved elusive. The constraining force of the great Tao was incomparable to that of the heavenly Tao. This was the first instance of merging one's celestial phenomena with the principles of the great Tao to control the weather's fluctuations. At this moment, Tang Yu seemed to embody the very essence of the great Tao, his heart and mind in a state of pure clarity. Amidst the fog, Tang Yu's figure materialized high above the heavens. Half of him basked in sunlight, while the other half remained shrouded in dark clouds. Snowflakes danced down, mingling with the gentle rain. Tang Yu stood aloft, resembling a deity surveying all creation. Yet, under the dual embrace of sunlight and clouds, his presence appeared oddly surreal. The union of man and heaven, a true synergy of the two. Someone gasped in disbelief. But even with such unity, is it truly possible to achieve this? What on earth is happening? Boom. The endless dark clouds thickened. Behind the clouds, the ominous rumble of thunder rolled. The crowd felt as if the thunder resounded within their very souls, instilling a profound sense of dread. Buzzing, the sun, suspended in the sky, seemed to crack open in an instant, unleashing a multitude of radiant beams. As Tang Yu unleashed his punch, it seemed as if the forces of nature converged once more, coalescing into a blazing sphere of light. Thunder roared, reverberating through the air, as dark clouds billowed like a colossal dragon encircling him. With each strike, the black dragon howled, its claws poised to ensnare the onlookers. "Run, run! Li Qian, you scoundrel, have deceived us!" shouted some members of the Yutian Gate, their voices laced with fury. Li Qian had informed them that Tang Yu was merely a figure of the Tao Saint's cultivation level. Yet, they felt undeniably duped. Was this truly the might of a Tao Saint? It was evident that he possessed the power of someone from the chaos realm. Fear gripped their hearts as they began to flee in all directions. However, the two manifestations of Tang Yu, empowered by the one Qi transforming three purities, swiftly pursued them. The overwhelming force shook the heavens and earth, as if the very fabric of space had been torn asunder. Simultaneously, Tang Yu emerged from that enigmatic sensation. Despite the presence of two embodiments of himself, a few still managed to escape. The star domain fell into an utter silence. The remaining two Tang Yus gradually vanished. Casting a glance around, Tang Yu let out a cold laugh. If one wishes to take a life, one must be prepared to lose their own. Observing the blood-soaked ground, he waved his hand, and a gust of sand swept through, concealing all traces of the carnage. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply. Not far away stood a woman clad in purple garments, her face veiled, the fabric billowing gently in the wind. Her eyes, akin to autumn waters, were visible. Yet Tang Yu's cultivation level rendered him unable to discern her true visage, obscured by a veil of mist. If her power did not surpass his own, then it was likely she bore a treasure that concealed her identity. Otherwise, at this distance, he would undoubtedly have recognized her features. Moreover, it was evident that this woman had lingered here for quite some time, provided she had not unleashed any aura to betray her presence. Should there have been any fluctuation of magical energy, Tang Yu would have sensed her existence in an instant. As he scrutinized her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Have we met before? The feeling was intense. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was certain he had never encountered her. This peculiarity intrigued him. The woman chuckled lightly. "Young master, your prowess is truly awe-inspiring. Having vanquished hundreds in a single battle, your name resounding across the heavens. I bear no ill will, I merely pass through. As for your assertion of familiarity, with your might, I would indeed wish we had met before. Alas, this is our first encounter." Tang Yu furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He had encountered many individuals across the realms, and if he had truly met such a woman, he would not have forgotten her. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of familiarity. Young master, you will likely find yourself in constant trouble from now on. The woman spoke softly. Those who recently fled will soon divulge the actions of the young master. They hail from various factions and will spread rumors, declaring the young master a remnant of the chaotic clan, attempting to eradicate him. Regardless of the truth, it seems he has already been rendered defenseless against their accusations. The question of whether these tombstones were erected by the young master has become insignificant. Their fervent proclamations, while driven by a desire for vengeance, are predominantly fueled by a quest for righteousness, aimed at eliminating the young master as a vestige of the chaotic lineage. She chuckled lightly and continued, "Of course, such matters require no elaboration from me. I trust the young master comprehends this well." Chapter 894. Renowned throughout the heavens, Tang Yu was acutely aware of her words. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the unfairness of his fate. Why was he beset by such misfortune? It was likely that he would soon find himself pursued once more, potentially becoming a pariah among the realms. He regarded the woman before him with a faint smile. "You speak truthfully. What more is there?" He felt an increasing familiarity with her. At that moment, Tang Yu pondered her intentions. As for her cultivation, he could not discern it, yet he doubted she surpassed him, suspecting she concealed her true aura through some artifact. The woman spoke softly again. "There is little more for me to say. It seems inevitable that the young master will be pursued as a pariah among the heavens. The chaotic clan is formidable, and the young master has already been branded with that label, making it exceedingly difficult to shed." She paused before continuing. "Though the young master possesses formidable strength and may evade some pursuers, the heavens are rife with hidden talents and even unknown ancient beings. Against them, the odds appear grim. However, I recently heard of the young master's close ties with the human king. If the human king were to intervene, this matter could naturally resolve itself. Although the heavens are no longer under the human king's dominion, his influence remains." Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I am not well acquainted with the human king. We merely crossed paths briefly." This woman seemed to know him quite well. However, at that time, he had been accompanied by Luo Qingyan, and many had witnessed their encounter. Thus, her knowledge of such events did not seem surprising. The woman chuckled lightly. "I see. I had assumed the young master was well acquainted with the human king." Tang Yu scrutinized her intently. "Why do you regard me so?" she inquired softly. "Have I said something amiss?" For reasons he could not fathom, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable wariness towards this woman. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, seemed to penetrate his very soul. "So, if those pursuing me arrive, or if ancient beings are drawn out, my demise appears inevitable," he remarked, shrugging with an air of indifference. "With the might of the noble sun, as long as no ancient monsters emerge, I believe no one can rival him." The woman said softly, "I hope those ancient beings do not appear. Otherwise, I fear I shall meet my doom." Tang Yu lamented, his expression tinged with concern. The woman turned to him and remarked, "Why must the noble sun feign such a pitiful demeanor before me?" She chuckled lightly. "I have merely come to remind you, with no malicious intent. There is no need for you to be overly wary or to test me with your words." Tang Yu's expression shifted, and he spoke earnestly. "Ah, I see. My lady, if that is the case, then I shall take my leave, for I suspect that soon I will be pursued, and it would be wise for me to flee." The woman was taken aback, unable to fathom Tang Yu's abrupt words. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed, vanishing from her sight in an instant. After a brief pause, she chuckled again. Truly, an intriguing individual. Behind her, the space quivered, and a figure materialized. Respectfully addressing her, "My lady." The sudden return of the human king seems to have caused a stir within the Chaos clan. It appears someone has meddled to awaken her. Is it not a blessing that the human king's revival disrupts the heavens? The woman mused softly. Could it be that the legendary great calamity will descend upon this era? After a moment's silence, she continued, "For now, let us refrain from taking any action. As for the other factions, let them create their own chaos." With that, her figure vanished from the spot. Tang Yu was lost in thought, trying to recall where he had encountered that woman, but her presence eluded him. Despite a sense of familiarity, he did not venture far, instead arriving at another part of this star domain, preparing to commence the restoration of the realm. Although the spiritual energy in this domain was abundant and slowly mending itself, Complete restoration would undoubtedly take many years. Tang Yu yearned to reflect the souls of all beings here. Only thus could his path advance further. Otherwise, the souls would suppress his journey, making further progress exceedingly arduous. The entire cosmos trembled. Several members of the Heavenly Gate returned in haste, reporting the events as they unfolded. It was not only that Tang Yu was already their enemy, but he had also slain many of their sect members. The Heavenly Gate would certainly not let him escape. He had audaciously erected a monument for the Chaos Clan, and it was not impossible that he was a remnant of their lineage. A pursuit order was swiftly issued, explicitly stating that this individual was likely a descendant of the Chaos Clan and had dared to honor them with a monument. The ancient sinner of the Chaos Clan must be eradicated. It was the duty of all in the cosmos. In an instant, the news spread throughout the heavens. Everyone believed Tang Yu to be a remnant of the Chaos Clan. United in their resolve, they sought to slay him and thoroughly eliminate the remnants of the chaos. Some audacious individuals even dared to defile the tombstones of the Chaos Clan. However, protected by the formidable powers of the weak water, they were utterly incapable of succeeding. Ultimately, the focus of the crowd shifted primarily to the pursuit of Tang Yu. The reflection stone illuminated Tang Yu's figure, leaving an indelible impression across the heavens that lingered for an extended time. Unfazed by the external pursuit, Tang Yu remained devoted to mending the star domain. Naturally, several waves of intruders had come, yet Tang Yu had concealed himself, wishing to avoid any disturbances as he repaired the area. It was likely they had come to believe he had departed, which was the most favorable outcome, allowing him to concentrate on his task. Otherwise, it would likely signal the commencement of relentless hunting. Regarding those who hunted him, Tang Yu felt no fear, even if he could not best them. Fleeing would not pose a challenge. His primary concern was whether he might inadvertently lure out some ancient, reclusive monsters. Nevertheless, he was not entirely idle. He often acted swiftly, resolving matters decisively and seizing their magical artifacts to mend the fractures in his broken blade. With continuous restoration, the cracks in the blade gradually diminished, leaving only two remaining. Gazing at the neatly fractured edge, he pondered what kind of entity could sever such a weapon. If he could find its other half and restore it, the blade would undoubtedly become even more fearsome, potentially capable of slaying those in the chaos realm with a single stroke. Chapter 895. The desire to reiterate. Tang Yu stored the broken blade away and continued his restoration of the star domain. Although he had temporarily hidden away without being detected, Tang Yu understood that such a reprieve could not last long. After all, he had become the public enemy of the entire cosmos. It was indeed a profound injustice. Shortly after entering the realms, he found himself being hunted, and upon arriving in this star domain, he had hoped for a few days of tranquility. Yet, the pursuit resumed almost immediately, which felt exceedingly unfair. Perhaps, he mused, he could simply retaliate, striking terror into the hearts of all and deterring any further attempts on his life. Otherwise, he might reflect the suffering of all beings, drawing them into the fray. But how could he kill? If an ancient monster truly emerged, he doubted he would stand a chance. At that moment, he longed deeply for Xiaoling. Had she been with him, they could have obliterated the formidable factions that opposed him, silencing any who dared to challenge him. Yet now, such thoughts were mere fantasies, fraught with difficulty. Indeed, 2 days later, Tang Yu was discovered. He fought fiercely, distancing himself from the star domain of the Chaos Clan. Just as he had made some progress in his repairs, he found himself reluctant to shatter them once more. The pursuit was incessant, with the entire cosmos hunting him down. Even with Tang Yu's formidable cultivation, the strain was beginning to take its toll. Though his magical power was boundless and ever-replenishing, the fatigue of his spirit was inevitable. As he faced the onslaught of his pursuers, Tang Yu carved a bloody path through the chaos, fleeing swiftly into the distance. How infuriating it was! Why were they so powerful? Wasn't he just a Dao Saint? Yet, he seemed hardly inferior to those in the chaos realm. He is indeed a sage of the highest order, yet his strength is remarkably formidable. Within the realm of chaos, it seems no one can rival him. The attempts to vanquish him have proven futile, and I refuse to believe that despite our numbers, we cannot bring him down. The crowd surged after Tang Yu once more. He deftly maneuvered through the laws of space, shaking off several pursuers, only to be met by another wave of attackers. After all, across the vast expanse of the realms, Tang Yu's visage is well known. The image stone had captured his likeness and projected it throughout the heavens for days. Yet, There were those who looked upon him with envy and admiration. Achieving such fame is a feat few can accomplish. However, this kind of notoriety is one they would prefer to avoid, for in their eyes, such a renowned figure cannot possibly survive for long. Some even began to wager on how many days Tang Yu might endure. Beneath the silver moon tree, a radiant light flickered. A figure clad in purple stood beneath the tree, her face veiled, resembling an ethereal fairy, standing resolutely. The sect leader remarked that Tang Yu had slain thousands and fled to the Isle of the Fallen Sky. Reports indicated that the Yutian Gate was preparing to dispatch some elders, apparently in pursuit of the blade he possesses. I see, she responded after a moment's pause. If someone from the realm of chaos intervenes, they might be able to halt him. The attendant appeared slightly bewildered. Mistress, I do not comprehend. You need not understand, she said softly. The attendant dared not speak further, bowed respectfully, and hurriedly withdrew. The purple figure stood beneath the silver moon tree, as if merging with the very fabric of the universe. A formidable alliance of powerful forces across the realms had formed, intent on hunting down Tang Yu. Without this unified front, they risked being defeated individually by him. They all proclaimed that Tang Yu was a remnant of the chaotic lineage, acting out of a sense of righteousness. Such an alliance had not been seen in many years, a coalition formed solely to pursue one individual. Yet, Tang Yu's name had resounded throughout the realms, striking like thunder. In the city of Fire Phoenix, Feng Xinyan was naturally aware of such news. Cradling a small fox, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. The connection between Tang Yu and that woman was profound. However, the fact that he was being pursued so relentlessly indicated that the woman in red was certainly not by his side. Otherwise, the entire realm would not dare to chase him. City Lord, we have received word that Tang Yu is being hunted in the Wushu Starfield. Nearing the Isle of the Fallen Sky, an attendant reported. Feng Xinyan nodded, acknowledging the information. The attendant bowed slightly and withdrew. Moments later, Feng Xinyan appeared within a nearby cave dwelling. Yin'er pays her respects to the esteemed elders. The four elders regarded her with kind smiles. Yin'er, what is the matter? After a brief pause, Feng Xinyan spoke. I wonder if the esteemed elders still remember Tang Yu? Of course, one elder replied. Not long ago. You mentioned that he seemed to have a close relationship with her. Now, he is being pursued throughout the heavens. Rumors abound in the outside world regarding his affiliation with the Chaos Clan, prompting Yin'er to seek counsel from several elders to ascertain whether he truly belongs to our lineage. Even if he does not, the bond between him and her is extraordinary. Should we not extend our assistance from Fire Phoenix City? Feng Xinyan inquired. The elders exchanged glances. And one spoke. Yin'er, what is your assessment of his cultivation? Feng Xinyan pondered carefully, remarkably strong. No one can rival him as long as the Chaos Realm does not emerge. Our concealment here is precarious. Although many suspect our identity as members of the Chaos Clan, Fire Phoenix City is our sanctuary. Particularly after the last incident, where the woman in white instilled fear across the realms, we remain relatively safe for now. If we act recklessly and aid Tang Yu, we risk exposing ourselves and becoming enemies of the heavens. Moreover, as you have noted, as long as the chaos does not manifest, he is unmatched. Yet, whether he is truly of the Chaos Clan remains uncertain. However, his connection with her is profound, suggesting that even if he is not one of us, he must have significant ties to our lineage. In due time, we may offer assistance, but we must strive to remain concealed. Feng Xinyan concluded, I understand. She then exited the chamber. Upon returning to the palace, she picked up a communication stone and seemed to convey a message. The Li clan. Li Qian chuckled inwardly. The entire realm is currently hunting Tang Yu. He could hardly believe that Tang Yu might escape under such circumstances. As for the elder within their clan, the backlash of fate has intensified. Once resembling a mere skeleton, he now appeared even more ghostly. If this continues, it won't be long before he is utterly finished. The force of the backlash incessantly infiltrated his soul. Li Qian indeed sent some elixirs to nurture the soul. However, they proved utterly ineffective. The other two elders sighed heavily. They never anticipated that a trivial divination could lead to the demise of the skeletal elder. Originally, the four elders had been choked to death by the weak water. And now the skeletal elder was on the brink of demise as well. It was essentially a foregone conclusion. The skeletal elder forced a bitter smile. I have overestimated my capabilities. After a pause, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. If it is to be so, then let me uncover his true identity and the source of the formidable fate that envelopes him. Otherwise, I shall die with lingering regrets. Chapter 896. A new divination. The skeletal elder's intentions were clear. Since he was destined to perish, he resolved to conduct one last divination on Tang Yu, eager to discover his origins and the immense fate he bore. The other two elders understood his intentions. You must not. At the very least, there is still hope for your salvation. If you attempt another divination, you may very well perish on the spot. One of our brothers has already met his end. You cannot follow suit. Hold on. Hold on. What a farce. The backlash of fate is severe. Unless I can immediately locate Tang Yu to alleviate this backlash, it is impossible. However, given the deep-seated enmity between Tang Yu and the Li clan, such a resolution is utterly unattainable. Moreover, the task of locating Tang Yu had proven to be far from an easy endeavor. The skeletal elder had resigned himself to defeat, yet before succumbing entirely, he yearned to uncover the origins of Tang Yu. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to rest in peace. The backlash of power was beyond his control, incessantly consuming his very soul. The elder sighed, reflecting on his misguided assumptions regarding the celestial mechanisms. I once believed I could interpret the heavenly secrets. But now I realize I was merely peering from the depths of a well. The celestial order and the great laws of the universe are not for us to recklessly decipher. Having arrived at this juncture, I can only blame myself. The other two elders opened their mouths, seemingly eager to contribute further. Yet, the skeletal elder continued, the turmoil across the heavens is on the verge of erupting. Inform Li Qian to refrain from meddling in external affairs. If we safeguard our Li clan's territory, we may ensure the continuation of our lineage. His words bore the weight of a final testament, evoking profound sorrow in the hearts of the other two elders. In retrospect, had Li Qian initially acted with restraint and not aspired to dominate this star domain, such chaos might have been averted, and even the previous elder might still be alive. Alas, there are no what-ifs in fate. Yet, Li Qian remained preoccupied with some scheme, seemingly indifferent to the lives of the elders. A terrifying aura of karmic energy began to emanate from the skeletal elder, enveloping him in a thin veil of dark mist. As his figure began to swirl, he suddenly widened his eyes, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. The sky darkened ominously, and thunderclaps resounded. The ground beneath the elders was instantly obliterated by divine lightning. The entire Li clan was thrown into a state of alarm, bewildered by the calamity that had befallen them. Li Qian hastened toward the scene. The skeletal elder exuded wisps of green smoke, his eyes frozen in terror, as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. What has happened to you? The other elders exclaimed, alarmed and concerned. Yet, the skeletal elder remained still, finally blinking after a prolonged silence, uttering fragmented words. He does not belong to the shattered heavens. The illusory realms of eternity, 9 drops of blood. Following a thunderous crash, the skeletal elder vanished into thin air. The once overcast sky suddenly brightened. However, the members of the Li clan were left speechless, mourning the loss of yet another elder. Moments later, Li Qian regained his composure and knelt upon the ground. The remaining 2 elders sighed deeply. Once they were 4, and now only 2 remained. On Burial Sky Island, a pervasive stench of blood lingered in the air. Days of relentless battle had rendered Tang Yu's spirit utterly exhausted. Leaning against a large stone, he felt the sharp pangs of fatigue coursing through him. 3 great sages had been summoned, alongside hundreds of others, surrounding him in a fierce onslaught. Ultimately, the 3 great saints of the Tao met their demise at his hands, while he eliminated a considerable number of others, with only a few managing to escape. This was Tang Yu. For any other great saint of the Tao would have perished in that very moment. Of course, this was primarily due to his possession of the imperial fire and the severed blade. Although he had nearly annihilated them, Tang Yu sustained some injuries, which were inconsequential to him. What weighed heavily upon him was the exhaustion of his spirit, leaving him utterly fatigued. These past days had not afforded him a single moment of respite, as waves of pursuers continued to assail him. Sensing several presences approaching from a distance, Tang Yu rose and made his way towards the horizon. Concealed in the high heavens, an observer gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "He single-handedly dispatched them. This young man is truly remarkable." Subsequently, he retrieved a communication stone, saying, "Palace Master, Tang Yu is besieged on Burial Sky Island. With his own strength, he has killed 3 individuals of the Tao realm and has slain over 100 others. He is currently fleeing eastward." After a considerable time, a woman's voice emanated from the stone, responding, I understand. On the edge of life and death, I shall assist him. She stored the stone away and proceeded toward Tang Yu's location. As he departed, another figure emerged nearby. Who was this person? What were their intentions? They seemed to harbor no ill will towards Tang Yu. After contemplation, they reported to Feng Xinyan, receiving instructions to continue following him discreetly, without revealing their identity. Undoubtedly, they were to assist Tang Yu when necessary. The heavens trembled once more. Such a multitude had failed to slay Tang Yu, allowing him to eliminate all those who had sought his life. His cultivation was redefined, as some speculated that he had likely reached the chaotic realm. Otherwise, how could he have slain 3 great saints of the Tao? Such feats were deemed impossible. The Killing Feather Alliance was indeed established temporarily by the myriad heavens to pursue Tang Yu. Anyone who sought to hunt him down was considered a member of this alliance, united against a common foe. However, fear began to grip their hearts. Some individuals even fled, for they suspected that the one who would ultimately perish would not be Tang Yu, but rather themselves. Moreover, why pursue Tang Yu at all? Though the various forces of the heavens had promised substantial rewards for his capture, the prerequisite was survival. Once dead, no benefits would be reaped. It seemed that without the emergence of the chaotic realm, no one could match him. The leader of the Yutian Gate murmured, then chuckled lightly. This is indeed amusing. Recall those we sent out. As for the others of the myriad heavens, they may act as they wish, although the pursuit order remains in effect. Understood, came the reply. Other factions were also contemplating similar strategies. Unless a powerful being from the chaotic realm was deployed, the assassination of Tang Yu appeared increasingly unrealistic, as countless lives seemed destined for demise. Chapter 897, The Killing Feather Alliance. Thus, the various forces of the heavens began to withdraw their personnel. As for the other individuals from the myriad realms, or the various factions pursuing Tang Yu, their affairs are of no concern to him. Some even contemplate leveraging Tang Yu's prowess to eliminate a greater number of adversaries, which would undoubtedly serve their interests. Remarkably, this individual stands defiantly against the entirety of the heavens, thriving against all odds. I hold him in high regard. If given the chance, I would wish to acknowledge him as my elder brother. The crowd gasped in astonishment, with many asserting that Tang Yu is indeed extraordinary, single-handedly opposing the celestial realms. And despite multiple assaults, he continues to prevail. Such a figure is unparalleled throughout the heavens. Who else can be deemed the public enemy of the celestial realms, pursued relentlessly, yet still remain alive? However, some are aware that these pursuits are mere trifles, as the elders of several factions have yet to intervene. Moreover, certain factions have covertly withdrawn their members, evidently intending to utilize Tang Yu to deliver a crushing blow to their rivals. Though Tang Yu currently basks in glory, this situation cannot persist indefinitely. Inevitably, some faction elders, or even reclusive ancient beings, will take action. After all, he bears the stigma of being a remnant of the chaotic lineage. There are those who assert that Tang Yu hails from the outside world, having inadvertently entered the celestial realms. Regardless of the narrative, his survival seems impossible. The chaotic lineage is a perennial scourge of the celestial realms. If he indeed originates from outside, does that not amount to an affront to the dignity of the entire celestial order? Thus, his demise is assured. It is merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, even amidst such grim prospects, there are still those who admire this formidable figure, an undeniable powerhouse, standing against the celestial realms alone. Hong Jun, along with the likes of Jie and Zhuan Ti, have naturally caught wind of this news. They may not recognize that this Tang Yu is the same as Tang Song, but when the image stone illuminated Tang Yu's visage for several days, they realized that this was indeed the legendary figure who once roamed the heavenly Tao world as the third brother. Yet, even now, he remains formidable. Even upon entering the celestial realms, he does not relent. One wonders what actions he undertook to provoke such relentless pursuit from all of heaven. However, Zhuan Ti and Jie found a certain satisfaction in this predicament. During their time in the heavenly Tao world, Tang Yu had not refrained from bullying the two of them, often appearing in the purple cloud palace to vent his frustrations on them. Even Hong Jun harbored a sense of schadenfreude, having been oppressed by Tang Yu on numerous occasions, particularly in the early days when he would frequently instigate conflict, only to leave with spoils from the purple cloud palace. Why does Tang Sun continue to stir unrest even upon entering the celestial realms? Is this not still a domain within the heavenly Tao world, a place he deems his own to dominate? He must be rather self-assured in his arrogance. Now, he finds himself pursued by the entirety of the celestial realms. Xu Ti sighed, though his tone betrayed a hint of delight in Tang Yu's misfortune. Jie remarked, in the realm of the heavenly Tao, he believed himself invincible, inevitably leading to some arrogance. Arriving in these celestial realms without a sense of humility, it is only fitting that he faces such tribulation. In the distance, a procession of figures materialized, unmistakably members of the Killing Feather Alliance. They had evidently discovered Tang Yu's whereabouts, lurking near the picturesque Loxia Bend. Whispers suggested that Tang Yu had sustained injuries, and seizing the opportunity to extinguish his life was an opportunity they would not let slip by. Xu Ti blinked, inquiring, "Are you members of the Killing Feather Alliance?" The group turned their attention towards the three of them. Xu Ti hastily clarified, "To be frank, we too are in search of Tang Yu." Given their lack of pressing matters, accompanying this entourage to gauge Tang Sanzang's capabilities seemed a prudent decision. Among this assembly were two great saints. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such formidable figures against a single Tang Sanzang? Meanwhile, Hong Jun was lost in contemplation. The fact that Tang Sanzang had survived relentless pursuits for days served as a testament to his strength, likely matching his own prowess. This party, with its two eminent great saints and numerous other saints, would pose a formidable challenge, one that even Hong Jun felt would leave him with no option but to flee. The reason behind the relentless pursuit of Tang Sanzang remained a mystery. What heinous acts had he committed to warrant such a coalition against him? "Oh, I see," one of the great saints remarked. "You too wish to eliminate Tang Yu? If so, let us join forces. To be candid, these individuals also harbor intentions of slaying him." A glance was exchanged between a great saint and Hong Jun, who had heard whispers of how three great saints had previously fallen to Tang Yu's blade. Their confidence in capturing him had waned. Though rumors of Tang Yu's injuries circulated, the uncertainty of his recovery loomed large. With the addition of another great saint to their ranks, a renewed sense of confidence surged within them. If Tang Yu was indeed wounded, they might possess the strength to vanquish him. Hong Jun furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to join them. Through subtle probing, he gleaned insights into Tang Sanzang's actions. He had already dispatched numerous beings across the realms, incurring losses for various factions. As for the notion that Tang Yu belonged to the Chaos Clan, Hong Jun dismissed it, for they were all inhabitants of the heavenly Tao world. At Loxia Bend, indeed, Tang Yu lay in wait, nursing his injuries. Not long ago, he had encountered a group and had managed to escape after a fierce confrontation. Nonetheless, such injuries did little to diminish his combat prowess. Given a brief respite, he could swiftly recuperate, thanks to his remarkable regenerative abilities inherent to his primordial body, coupled with his formidable magical prowess. However, the relentless pursuit was becoming untenable. Tang Yu understood that he could not alter his fate. The numerous lives he had taken had branded him a pariah across the realms. Everyone sought to eliminate him, to eradicate him for good. Even those with established sects and considerable influence had fallen to his blade. Thus, he found himself irrevocably at odds with the entirety of the realms. Yet, he pondered whether it might be wise to flee to another star domain, for even the territories of the Chaos Clan had ceased to feel secure. Since they suspected him to be a member of the Chaos Clan, it was possible that someone was already waiting for him elsewhere. Unless he eliminated everyone in the Chaos Star domain, he would not be safe. However, the majority of the inhabitants in that realm were frail, elderly, or even refugees seeking solace in their twilight years, along with many ordinary individuals devoid of cultivation. Yet, any one of them could be a disguised observer gathering intelligence on him. Thus, Tang Yu deemed it unsafe to return to the Chaos Star domain. Especially after having recently repaired some areas, he did not wish to risk further destruction due to another conflict. It seemed as if there was no refuge for him within the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 898. The Inhabitants of the Chaos Realm. Nonetheless, the series of battles had brought some advantages to Tang Yu. His mastery of various spells had been continuously refined, approaching an extraordinary level of proficiency. He even modified the techniques originally practiced by the Chaos Clan, adapting them to better suit his own cultivation. Still, he found himself in deep contemplation. His spells were fundamentally rooted in the 9 transformations of profound arts, the very techniques practiced by the great Pangu. Over time, he had strengthened and reformed these arts, gaining insights into the 3 aspects of heaven, earth, and humanity, along with the 9-character fist. It could be said that he had strayed significantly from the core of the 9 transformations, especially after integrating various spells from the Chaos clan. If he could unify all the spells, he would be able to forge a path that belonged solely to him. However, his methods might not be suitable for others' cultivation, as they were predicated on the 3 aspects of heaven, earth, and humanity. Once the souls of all beings were reflected, he would undoubtedly need to elevate their overall strength. Otherwise, survival in the cosmos would be exceedingly difficult, given their inherent weakness. Tang Yu had begun to consider their welfare. Suddenly, Tang Yu rose, having sensed approaching presences not far away. Yet, he chose not to flee, for their numbers were few and easily manageable. Dozens of individuals descended. He glanced at the blood-soaked ground and the corpses scattered about. "You should surrender. There's no escape," one of them taunted. Before the words were fully uttered, a brilliant flash of blade light sliced through the air, cleaving that individual in two. The others stood in shock. They were somewhat aware of Tang Yu's formidable reputation, the infamous demon king renowned throughout the realms. They had come, having heard whispers of his injury, hoping to seize a moment of advantage. Yet, Tang Yu's demeanor betrayed no signs of being wounded, which instilled fear in them, prompting some to retreat discreetly. At that moment, Tang Yu, wielding a broken blade, charged forward like a tiger among sheep, engaging in ferocious combat. In mere moments, all the assailants were dispatched, and he departed the scene, sensing yet another unfamiliar presence approaching. As a new group appeared, it was none other than the team led by Hong Jun. Someone among them meticulously surveyed the area and declared, "Pursue. He hasn't gone far." Indeed, the presence of Tang Yu was palpable, yet Hong Jun felt a certain unfamiliarity, as if it were Tang Yu, yet at the same time, it seemed to lack the essence of his being. Unbeknownst to them, during the ordeal in the blood pool, Tang Yu underwent a profound transformation from within. Not only did his corporeal form regain its formidable strength, but his very essence and soul were also refined, leading to a natural alteration in his aura. How infuriating! Had he not sustained injuries? How could he possibly have slain so many? He must be pursued. He cannot have escaped far. Zhu and Ti and Jiayin drew in sharp breaths. Could Tang Sanzang truly be so fearsome? Each individual lying on the ground appeared as formidable as they, some even surpassing them in strength. Yet, it was Tang Sanzang who had decimated so many and managed to elude capture. Even Hong Jun felt a weight in his heart. He had once believed himself to be far superior to Tang Sanzang, yet now his confidence wavered. He followed the throng in pursuit once more. Tang Yu, harnessing the laws of time, had vanished without a trace. However, he was acutely aware that no matter where he hid, he could not remain concealed for long. For the entirety of the multiverse was hunting him. Some clans and sects were beginning to stir restlessly, for Tang Yu was a terrifying force. They had intended to use his hand to weaken other factions, but if Tang Yu were to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly become a calamity. He was merely a great Tao saint, yet he posed such a threat. Should he ascend further, his power would be unimaginable. Thus, many sought to extinguish him in his cradle. Have you heard? A being of the chaos realm has emerged. It was anticipated that someone of such caliber would surface. Yet the timing was unexpected. Primarily, Tang Yu's overwhelming strength had begun to sow seeds of fear among certain individuals. Whether remnants of the Chaos clan or those of foreign origin, none could allow him to survive. Even if he were to perish, he would have ample pride, standing alone against the entire multiverse. To those observing, the emergence of a being from the Chaos realm signified that Tang Yu had no chance whatsoever. This being from Chaos was assuredly one from the Yutian sect. They prepared to strike Tang Yu down directly and reclaim the enigmatic blade he wielded, a weapon rumored to be a royal artifact. In the event that Tang Yu were to suddenly achieve a breakthrough, eliminating him would become a far more complex endeavor. Thus, it was deemed prudent to eliminate him once and for all. Tang Yu himself had lost track of where he had fled, finding himself in an endless mountain range. He sat down, suppressing all traces of his aura. If only he could enjoy a few days of tranquility. Yet, this notion seemed rather unrealistic. No sooner had he settled than he rose once more, instinctively on guard as he regarded the approaching figure. The person before him appeared to be around 40, with a shock of white hair and a ruddy complexion. He regarded Tang Yu with a calm demeanor, devoid of any detectable fluctuations of magical energy. Yet, a hint of danger stirred within Tang Yu, a being from the Chaos realm. Although he had long anticipated the emergence of formidable opponents, even ancient monsters, he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Tang Yu. The name escaped his lips softly, yet it resonated in Tang Yu's ears like thunder. Everything around him faded into oblivion, as if the entire universe had been reduced to just himself and this man. The figure regarded Tang Yu from a lofty, godlike position, exuding an aura that severed Tang Yu from the world, ensconcing him in the presence of this individual. Had it been anyone else, the mere force of those two words, coupled with the overwhelming aura surrounding them, might have compelled them to kneel in submission. Yet, before Tang Yu stood a being of unparalleled strength. Setting aside the fact that Tang Yu possessed the dance of laws, he was also fortified by the formidable celestial phenomena. In terms of spatial power alone, none could surpass his celestial manifestations. Tang Yu offered a faint smile as familiar surroundings reemerged. A flicker of astonishment appeared in the man's eyes. "Are you here to kill me, senior?" Tang Yu inquired directly. Yutian Gate. Wan Lu fixed his gaze upon him and spoke. "Indeed. You have managed to break free from my inherent might. Tang Yu, you are as fearsome as the tales suggest. Yet, alas, a rare genius such as yourself is destined to fall today." Chapter 899, Battle Against the Chaos Realm. This was clearly an underestimation of Tang Yu. Perceived as a mere soft target, though he was in the Chaos Realm, Tang Yu felt no fear, and an urge to engage in battle stirred within him. "Do you truly believe my demise is inevitable?" He replied with a serene smile. "Do you think there is still a chance in my hands?" Wan Lu declared. "Opportunities are not granted by others. They are seized for oneself." Tang Yu summoned a broken blade, his aura subtly expanding. Wan Lu observed with a faint smile, "Indeed. But it is still far from sufficient." As he stepped forward, the atmosphere thickened, seemingly sealing off this realm. Yet Tang Yu remained steadfast, like an unyielding mountain, impervious to the tempest around him. Is this the might of the Chaos Realm? Tang Yu awaited the perfect moment to strike. The surrounding energy enveloped him. To act, he must first shatter this oppressive presence. If Wan Lu moved at that moment, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage, especially since Wan Lu held a higher realm, compelling Tang Yu to remain cautious. Is this the overwhelming force of the Chaos Realm? Indeed, it is formidable, Tang Yu mused, though the pressure he felt was not as daunting as it appeared. Despite the Chaos Realm's strength, he was not to be underestimated. He hadn't unleashed his full power yet, and was deliberately concealing his capabilities. Though the Chaos Realm was fearsome, towering over him in rank, Tang Yu silently assessed his own strength in comparison, concluding that if Wan Lu did not hide his own power, he would not be significantly stronger than Tang Yu. Moreover, he possessed various trump cards that, if wielded wisely, could lead to Wan Lu's downfall. "You appear as a sage of the great Tao. Yet your cultivation far exceeds that of an ordinary sage, making such a genius exceedingly rare," Wan Lu remarked. Just then, as Wan Lu began to speak, a ripple of tension surged through the surroundings. Tang Yu brandished his broken blade, which radiated an endless brilliance, as if attempting to tear the very heavens apart. Wan Lu was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for Tang Yu's audacious and direct assault. His expression turned cold, and with a dismissive snort, he raised his hand, effortlessly grasping the immense blade of light, which began to shrink until it transformed back into the broken sword. Meanwhile, Tang Yu's hand remained firmly gripping the hilt. An impressive strike, yet regrettably lacking in strength, Wan Lu remarked with a light chuckle, just as he noticed a peculiar smile flit across Tang Yu's face. Suddenly, two additional figures of Tang Yu materialized beside him. One of them ignited with imperial flames, bursting forth in an instant with an overwhelming blaze. Wan Lu retreated swiftly, but despite his efforts, the imperial fire still scorched his arm. In a desperate move, he broke his own arm, allowing it to regenerate as he coldly regarded Tang Yu. "Not bad, but do you truly believe this will harm me?" The two illusory forms of Tang Yu vanished, leaving the original standing a short distance away. "I initially thought this sword was your only treasure, yet I did not anticipate you wielding imperial fire," Wan Lu stated. "Legend has it that imperial fire is the flame spewed forth by the ancient golden crow and the phoenix of Qian, reborn through nirvana. I had always assumed it was mere myth, yet here it is, undeniably real. But with your cultivation, how did you come to possess imperial fire? And how can you possibly control it?" Without uttering a word, Tang Yu charged forward once more. His entire being surged with magical energy, coursing through his veins like tumultuous ocean waves. The broken blade emitted a soft hum, seemingly infused with excitement. With a thunderous clash, Tang Yu was propelled backward by the sheer force of a basic magical confrontation. Wan Lu involuntarily took 2 steps back, astonishment evident in his eyes. Despite their difference in realms, Tang Yu's strike had forced him to retreat. A golden radiance enveloped Tang Yu, and a fierce battle spirit emanated from him, transforming him into a veritable embodiment of a raging war deity. Utilizing the principles of warfare, Tang Yu unleashed the Bing Fist from the 9-character fist technique. The surrounding space began to collapse, as if all existence was being consumed by this punch, with an illusion of countless Tang Yes striking simultaneously. Wan Lu maintained his composure. Extending his palm as if to encompass all, Tang Yu stood suspended in midair, executing successive transformations of the 9-character fist. It is Tang Yu. He is engaged in battle. Heavenly realms. A being from the chaos realm has indeed emerged. It's over. This time, Tang Yu is surely doomed. A crowd swiftly gathered in the vicinity, including members of Hong Jun's team. It is Wan Lu, the elder of the Yutian Gate. I did not expect him to intervene. It seems Tang Yu's demise is inevitable. Not necessarily. He still continues to wield his magic. Some individuals inhaled sharply, astonished that Tang Yu had endured for so long against a master of the chaos realm and was still fighting fiercely. Hong Jun, Jiayin, and Zhuan Ti gazed intently toward the battlefield. The 3 individuals bore expressions of complexity. Indeed, it was Tang Sanzang. It was unexpected that he possessed such formidable strength and had stirred such great turmoil across the realms. Master, do you believe Tang Sanzang has a chance of victory? Cunny inquired. Hong Jun shook his head, stating no. Once chaos is unleashed, he has no chance whatsoever. Have you not observed that Tang Sanzang has been incessantly attacking with his own magical power? He dares not cease. Should he pause, it would present Wan Lu with an opportunity, leading to his utter defeat. Yet, even so, Wan Lu is steadily advancing, rendering his defeat inevitable. If he fails, destruction awaits him. You are correct, Master. Tang Sanzang has been relentlessly assaulting with his own magical might, yet he cannot maintain this for long, Jiejing remarked. He glanced around at the others. Tang Yu appeared momentarily lost in thought. In that fleeting instant, Wan Lu had already appeared before him, his palm piercing through Tang Yu's chest. Is he dead? Has Tang Yu truly perished? The onlookers were taken aback. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, a blade of light cleaving through the air. Even with Wan Lu's chaotic form, he was still cleaved by the severing blade. Immediately thereafter, imperial fire cascaded down, enveloping Wan Lu entirely. However, Wan Lu sensed danger and instinctively retaliated. Tang Yu did not evade. He endured the strike, determined to inflict severe damage upon Wan Lu. The impact sent Tang Yu flying. Meanwhile, shrouded in imperial fire, Wan Lu resembled a being of flames. More alarmingly, the imperial fire began to seep through the wound created by the severing blade, spreading within his body, while an unusual force surged into his spirit from the injury. With a resounding explosion, Wan Lu forcibly shattered his own physical form. Yet the strange force from the severing blade continued to infiltrate his spirit. Tang Yu's body exhibited faint cracks, yet he managed to smile, and in an instant, his form was restored to its original state. Filled with fervor, he charged forward wildly. The sudden turn of events astonished those around him. Tang Yu had, astonishingly, gravely wounded a being of chaos. A glimmer of realization flickered in Hong Jun's eyes as he remarked, "So that is it." Chapter 9. Tang Yu's deception. Hong Jun comprehended the situation. The reason Tang Yu engaged in such reckless attacks was to create the illusion of preventing Wan Lu from catching his breath. For if Wan Lu were granted a moment to react, his defeat would be assured. Yet, all of this was merely a facade orchestrated by Tang Yu. From the outset, during the technique of transforming into the 3 pure ones, he had already devised a battle strategy. It appeared as though 2 Tang Yes had vanished, resembling the offshoots of the 3 pure ones, but in reality, his true self had also disappeared. The entity that battled Wan Lu from beginning to end was merely a single avatar. This technique, though slightly weaker than the true form, was still formidable enough to elude Wan Lu's perception. He remained oblivious to the fact that he was contending with Tang Yu's avatar. Meanwhile, Tang Yu relentlessly attacked with the 9-character fist, while the severing blade had quietly transferred into the hands of his true self. Even the fleeting moment of distraction was a deliberate ploy on his part, allowing Wan Lu to penetrate his defenses. In a swift retaliation, he wielded his broken blade with the ferocity of thunder, inflicting grave wounds upon his adversary, followed by the scattering of imperial flames that further exacerbated Wan Lu's injuries. It can be asserted that each move was meticulously orchestrated by Tang Yu, a strategy that even Hong Jun found somewhat shameful. In the face of a Chaos Realm opponent, he maintained an unwavering composure, calculating everything in an instant to create the most advantageous battlefield for himself. Jane and Juanti stood in astonishment. Had he truly injured a master of the Chaos Realm? Unbelievable. Was Tang Sanzang truly this formidable? The two exchanged glances towards Hong Jun, suspecting that Tang Sanzang might even surpass him in strength. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, all utterly flabbergasted. Yet, some felt a sense of relief that a master of the Chaos Realm had intervened. Otherwise, they would have merely been fodder for Tang Yu. Although Tang Yu had severely wounded a master of the Chaos Realm, it was evident that he too had sustained significant injuries. Some even ventured a bolder conjecture, that if Tang Yu could indeed triumph and slay Wan Lu, he would undoubtedly emerge gravely wounded as well. At that moment, they would spring forth to eliminate Tang Yu. Even the broken blade and imperial flames could potentially become theirs, and the mere thought of this stirred excitement within certain individuals. The two hidden figures gasped in surprise. They believed Tang Yu had no chance against a master of the Chaos Realm. They were even covertly preparing to rescue Tang Yu. However, they never anticipated that this young man would, at the level of the Great Tao, inflict harm upon a powerful chaos adversary. Had they been in Wan Lu's position, they too would have found themselves severely injured at Tang Yu's hands, for he had been calculating every step from the very beginning. Though he had grievously wounded Wan Lu, he too had sustained injuries. How could he possibly contend with Wan Lu in such a state? I never thought I would be injured by your hand. Wan Lu spoke calmly, the peculiar power emanating from the broken blade still lingering, seemingly reaching for his soul. However, he temporarily suppressed this strange force, intending to return to his sect and devise a plan. What manner of blade possessed such terrifying power? No wonder it was coveted by the sect leader. Tang Yu, under the impact of Wan Lu's strike, appeared weak and unsteady, teetering as if he might collapse. The Chaos Realm is nothing extraordinary, Tang Yu scoffed. Wan Lu retorted. That was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. Otherwise, could you have harmed me? Despite his words, one could not help but admire Tang Yu's intellect. It had all been a ruse from the outset, leading to his thunderous strike. Those who are self-righteous often seek excuses for themselves. Tang Yu smiled, raising the broken blade in his hand. Wan Lu snorted, unleashing a palm strike that warped the very fabric of space. As if the might of disparate realms were converging upon him, the broken blade vanished once more into Tang Yu's grasp, who began to dance with it. The power of the laws emanated from him, expanding wildly in all directions. The dance of the laws. Tang Yu's figure became blurred, as if he were dancing through different currents of time, transforming into 9 distinct images of himself. Each manifestation wielded a different aspect of the laws. Boom. A formidable force surged outward from the two figures at the center. The dance of the laws. Someone gasped in astonishment. They were no strangers to the power of the laws. Even those who had ascended to the level of great saints had, to some extent, grasped certain laws. However, witnessing multiple laws converging upon a single individual was unprecedented. Hong Jun's gaze deepened, his eyes fixated intensely on Tang Yu, unblinking. The two mysterious figures lurking in the shadows shared the same intrigue. They wished to see what other cards this young man held, waiting for the moment Tang Yu could no longer endure before intervening to rescue him. Boom. Boundless power of the laws surged forth from the various Tang Yus. Subsequently, the 9 figures each threw a punch, simultaneously executing different moves from the 9-character fist. Boom. Tang Yu fell from the dance of the laws, while Wan Lu was sent flying several dozen meters away. If in the beginning, injuring Wan Lu appeared to some as a stroke of luck for Tang Yu, this time he had truly wounded Wan Lu through sheer strength. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Yu surged forward with astonishing speed. He unleashed a punch, devoid of any magical energy, relying solely on the raw power of his physique. Wan Lu's face turned pale with alarm as he prepared to defend himself. How could Tang Yu's physical strength be so terrifying? This was inconceivable. His physical might actually suppress Wan Lu. The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. They had long known of Tang Yu's formidable nature, yet they never imagined he could contend with someone from the chaotic realm and even hold the upper hand. Boom. His fist struck with unrivaled might, each punch accompanied by the sound of collapsing space. At that moment, Tang Yu resembled an invincible god of war. Boom. His fist penetrated Wan Lu's chest, while Wan Lu's palm passed through his own. In that instant, both their bodies shattered simultaneously. A dazzling blade of light re-emerged before the crowd. Another Tang Yu appeared, wielding a broken blade aimed at Wan Lu's soul for a lethal strike. Wan Lu's soul darted away rapidly, yet he was still caught in the blade's wake. The terrifying force that had been suppressed earlier erupted once more. Even more alarming was that this time, the broken blade carried a new power, merging with the previously invasive, enigmatic force that surged toward his soul. Employing the same tactic again, he played his cards deceitfully. How despicable! How could this be deemed despicable? It was strength, it was strategy. Wan Lu was struck with fear, realizing that if he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly be no match for Tang Yu. Chapter 901. Slaying the Chaotic Strongman. Wan Lu was already filled with dread. He knew that continuing the battle would lead to his defeat against Tang Yu. What is truly terrifying is the force within his soul, inflicting upon him a pain akin to being torn apart. The only solution lies in returning to the sect to find a remedy. Although it appears he has severely injured Tang Yu, in reality, such an injury pales in comparison to his own wounds. Thus, how can one continue to fight? Preserving one's life is paramount. Realizing this, his first instinct is to flee. However, Tang Yu is not inclined to let him escape. Where do you think you're going? He steps into the realm of temporal laws and pursues him towards Wan Lu. The onlookers are left in a state of disbelief, utterly astonished. Tang Yu is actually chasing after someone of the Chaos realm. They exchange glances, and soon, they too begin to give chase. Those lurking in the shadows take a moment to regain their composure and use a communication stone to report, "Master, this young man defies common logic. He has defeated Wan Lu despite being in the Dao realm and is now pursuing him." After a brief pause, he continues, "Do not be deceived by his Dao status. I suspect even those in the Chaos realm may not stand a chance against him." "What did you say?" comes the incredulous reply through the stone. "He defeated Wan Lu and is now after him." The messenger succinctly relays the situation. After a considerable time, a voice emerges from the stone, "Understood. Continue to follow discreetly. If he encounters life-threatening peril, assist him." With that, he pockets the communication stone and heads in the direction of Tang Yu. Another individual is also reporting to Feng Xinyan. The heavens tremble once more. Tang Yu has indeed triumphed over Wan Lu in the Dao realm and continues his relentless pursuit. The spectators are left slack-jawed. In their view, a Chaos realm expert's intervention would surely mean Tang Yu's demise. Yet, unexpectedly, he has ventured forth to vanquish a powerful opponent from the Chaos realm. Many members of the Killing Feather Alliance had conspired to hunt down Tang Yu, but with this revelation, they have scattered like leaves in the wind, retreating to their respective homes, each seeking solace. Living to see another day is far better than the alternative. "Damn it," curses the leader of the Li Qian sect, promptly dispatching another elder of the Chaos realm to assist Wan Lu. Otherwise, Wan Lu may very well perish at Tang Yu's hands. Wan Lu has attempted to flee towards the Li Qian sect multiple times, yet Tang Yu has consistently thwarted his efforts, forcing him back. Reluctantly, Wan Lu is left with no choice but to escape into the distance. The peculiar force emanating from the severed blade continues to loom ominously over his soul, causing his escape to grow increasingly sluggish. Nevertheless, Tang Yu remains steadfastly in pursuit, maintaining a distance that is neither too close nor too far. Logically, given that Tang Yu wields multiple laws of power and is pursuing a severely wounded Wan Lu, he should have closed the gap by now. Yet, for some reason, the distance remains constant. Whenever Wan Lu attempts to head towards the Li Qian sect, Tang Yu blocks his path with his blade. "Tang Yu, just wait." Wan Lu curses under his breath as he accelerates his flight. He is determined to return to the sect once he has recuperated. He vows to personally exact revenge on Tang Yu for the humiliation he has suffered. "I will be waiting. You now resemble a stray dog. Yet you still expect me to wait?" Tang Yu scoffed disdainfully, his speed suddenly accelerating as he harnessed the laws of time, arriving in an instant to strike down once more. However, this blow seemed to veer off course. Nevertheless, Tang Yu continued to wield his blade, each time narrowly evaded by Wan Lu. Yet, Wan Lu was not unscathed. Particularly the bizarre force that tormented his soul felt akin to being torn asunder. In this life and death moment, however, he exhibited an admirable fortitude, seemingly impervious to pain, his sole focus on survival. After so many years, he too harbored a fear of death. Only by living could one confront adversity. Buzz! Tang Yu swung his blade again. After this strike, he sheathed his broken sword, casting a half-smile at Wan Lu. With this final blow, a myriad of indistinct blade energies materialized around them. Wan Lu widened his eyes, helplessly observing as the web of blades descended upon him. Moments later, he sighed softly, gazing calmly at Tang Yu. Each time you wield your sword, it appears as if you aim to slay me. Yet, more significantly, you have concealed the blade's momentum in midair, and with your last strike, you have drawn forth the surrounding energies, culminating in a cacophony of blades converging upon me. Pausing, he continued, in truth, you could have pursued me from the very beginning, couldn't you? The reason you have chosen to exhaust me is to allow that malevolent power of your sword to gradually erode my soul. Only in this manner could you hope to slay me. Tang Yu smiled non-committally. You are indeed correct. A peculiar smile flickered across Wan Lu's face. I should not have been so presumptuous. Had I struck you directly, perhaps this fate would have been avoided. He regarded Tang Yu. From the outset of our confrontation, you have been constraining me. It appeared I had the upper hand. Yet all was orchestrated by your design, deliberately engaging in reckless attacks to lead me to believe you feared me, depriving me of any chance to catch my breath. In truth, it was all intentional, including guiding me here, allowing the power of the broken sword to seep into my soul, only for you to ultimately deliver the fatal blow. Tang Yu regarded him earnestly. You are mistaken. Even had you acted decisively from the start, you would not have been able to kill me. I possess an absolute capability to contend with you. Even if I were not your match, should I wish to depart, you could not impede me. Furthermore, do you believe my trump cards are limited to these? Huh. Tang Yu shook his head, chuckling softly. Yet, had you attacked me directly from the beginning, even if I could have slain you, I would likely have sustained grave injuries myself, and at that time, I would not have been able to destroy your chaotic soul. Thus, the outcome then would have been my grievous injuries and your escape, rather than the situation we face now. He looked at Wan Lu. Alas, there are no what-ifs now. Wan Lu grimaced, his soul gradually dissipating. After years of dominance, it was likely that even he could not have anticipated meeting his demise at the hands of someone beneath his realm, Tang Yu. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, imbued with a formidable force. He glared furiously at Tang Yu. Undoubtedly, he was yet another elder of the Li Qian sect, hastening towards the scene with utmost urgency. Yet he could not have anticipated that he would arrive too late, only to discover that Tang Yu had slain a formidable expert of the Chaos realm. Tang Yu regarded him with a serene expression, which momentarily startled the newcomer, prompting him to reflect and cautiously inquire, Are you aware of my arrival? Is this why you resorted to murder? If so, does it not imply that you deliberately awaited me, perhaps even to eliminate me? The death of Wan Lu compelled him to be on guard. Despite Tang Yu's mere attainment of the Great Tao, one should not underestimate his formidable power. Tang Yu slightly nodded, responding, Indeed, I was certain that the Li Qian sect would dispatch someone, and I sensed your aura as well. Chapter 902. The second battle. Tang Yu continued to strike at him with words, making his intentions unmistakable. He was aware of their impending arrival and had detected his presence, which was precisely why he had killed Wan Lu and awaited him here, prepared to take his life. Instantly, the man's countenance turned grave, and a flicker of trepidation stirred within him. Although Tang Yu had only achieved the Great Tao, his slaying of Wan Lu rendered any assumption of his capabilities as merely limited to that realm utterly unfounded. Taking a deep breath, the newcomer endeavored to suppress his growing fear. Should he succumb to terror, there would be no need to engage in combat with Tang Yu. He would have already lost. Do you truly believe that by vanquishing a Chaos Realm individual, you have become invincible? The newcomer retorted, I must concede your strength, but you merely triumphed through cunning strategy. If it comes to genuine combat, I doubt you possess the strength to slay someone of the Chaos Realm. Tang Yu flashed a smile, revealing his pearly whites. Then why not give it a try? He recognized that this old fellow had already begun to experience fear. Thus, he decided to deliver another blow. You are correct. My initial victory over Wan Lu was indeed achieved through cunning. However, can we not acknowledge the undeniable power I possess? Pausing, he continued. Since you are aware that I initially outmaneuvered Wan Lu, why would it not be the case that I am now strategizing against you? The newcomer was taken aback, his vigilance heightening. This young man was no simple adversary. He possessed considerable cunning and combat experience, often engaging in psychological warfare. Realizing that Tang Yu had sensed his presence and had taken down Wan Lu at this juncture, he wondered if it was yet another ploy. What now? Are you too afraid to strike? Tang Yu remarked nonchalantly, resting his broken blade upon his shoulder. He had sustained some injuries during his battle with Wan Lu, yet he was rapidly recovering. Moreover, it was evident that the elder before him was grappling with fear. At this moment, should they engage in a fierce confrontation, relying solely on magical prowess? Tang Yu held absolute confidence in his ability to bring him down. Since evading pursuit was not an option, he resolved to eliminate some powerful entities to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. Should he succeed in dispatching this old immortal, it would likely grant him a reprieve for a time. As for the so-called Killing Feather Alliance, it would likely crumble without any effort on his part. The mere mention of that name irked Tang Yu, who had coined it, devoid of any artistic merit. The man regarded Tang Yu with a face full of suspicion, instinctively conjuring a protective barrier of magical energy around himself. His apprehension stemmed from the fear that Tang Yu might suddenly reappear and deliver a stealthy strike. He was acutely aware that Tang Yu's avatar wielded powers akin to his true self, leaving him wary of an unexpected attack. Though fear had begun to take root in his heart, retreating was not an option. The throngs of spectators had gathered unnoticed, and to leave now would tarnish the reputation of the Li Qian sect. Thus, he resolved to confront Tang Yu, regardless of the consequences. It was Liang Zhuang, another formidable expert from the Li Qian sect, who stood ready for battle. The demise of Wan Lu at Tang Yu's hands had sent a shiver through the crowd, especially among the members of the Killing Feather Alliance. They exchanged glances, realizing that if Tang Yu could vanquish a Chaos Realm Master, their chances of defeating him were negligible. It would be akin to offering themselves up as mere fodder. Not far off, Hong Jun and his companions observed the unfolding scene with a tangle of emotions. The strength of Tang Sanzong surpassed all expectations. Initially, Hong Jun believed that his own ascension had put him at a considerable distance from Tang Sanzong. Yet he soon realized that it was not he but Tang Yu who had created that gap. While others might be oblivious to Tang Sanzong's profound reserves, Hong Jun was not. He understood that Tang Sanzong still had trump cards yet to be revealed. His three manifestations had yet to make an appearance. Otherwise, Hong Jun suspected he could withstand the might of a Chaos Realm Master based solely on his own capabilities, a feat he deemed unattainable. A heavy sigh escaped Hong Jun's lips. Both Jie and Zhuan Ti were equally perplexed. Upon entering the myriad realms, they had anticipated a return to their former glory as saints, only to discover that saints were plentiful in this realm. This was not the grand world of the Tao where they could act with impunity. Here, they had to tread carefully. Consequently, they hesitated to stray far from Hong Jun, aware that a sudden attack could spell their doom. Staying close to him provided a semblance of safety, for he was no longer of the same realm as they were. Though we share the same realm as great Tao saints, the disparity in combat prowess has widened. He can defy the odds and slay those in the Chaos realm. A feat I cannot claim, Hong Jun admitted. As the crowd continued to swell, discussions buzzed around them, undoubtedly centered on Tang Yu's slaying of Wan Lu. Despite the emergence of another Chaos Realm Master from the Li Qian sect, many believed he would not pose a threat to Tang Yu. Yet, some harbored doubts, positing that while Tang Yu had indeed killed Wan Lu, he must have sustained considerable injuries. Given the presence of another Chaos Realm expert, they surmised that Tang Yu would struggle to prevail. Furthermore, during his confrontation with Wan Lu, Tang Yu had calculated each step meticulously, catching Wan Lu off guard. Now, weakened, and with Liang Zhuang prepared for his approach, the consensus among most was that Tang Yu would find himself in dire straits. Yet, only Hong Jun truly understood the depths of Tang Yu's strength. Though one might assert that Tang Sanzang orchestrated the demise of Wan Lu, it is merely a fraction of his true prowess, for he possesses an undeniable trump card. Liang Zhuang and the others observed Tang Yu with a vigilant gaze. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion. Tang Yu was deliberately feigning indifference, engaging in a facade of bravado, while in reality, he had sustained injuries. Anyone would surmise that with the cultivation of the great Tao, slaying a chaotic powerhouse would surely leave him with some wounds. Upon this realization, Liang Zhuang felt a sense of relief wash over him. This fellow's bluster was indeed formidable. He nearly fell prey to it. Had it not been for his own sagacity, any other individual might have succumbed to fear, hesitating to act recklessly. Tang Yu, cease your posturing, Liang Zhuang said with a faint smile, his expression imbued with the wisdom of one who has already seen through the ruse. In truth, you are injured and merely putting on a show of bravado. Alas, I have long since discerned your tricks. With that, Liang Zhuang erupted into laughter, declaring, prepare to meet your end. At these words, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not been posturing at all. While he had indeed suffered some injuries in his battle with Wan Lu, they were trivial, especially after such a protracted period. His wounds had long since healed. Tang Yu regarded Liang Zhuang with an expression of bewilderment, akin to that of a fool. "Come at me with your life," Liang Zhuang bellowed, his figure flickering, elusive as a specter, as he launched a powerful punch directly at Tang Yu. Despite his assumptions that Tang Yu was indeed injured, he remained cautious, unleashing his full strength from the outset. Chapter 903. My true power. As shadows flickered, the laws of space manifested, as if stepping into a different realm of time and space. Observing Tang Yu evade his blows only reinforced Liang Zhuang's belief that Tang Yu was indeed wounded. He unleashed a series of relentless strikes, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Yet, Tang Yu stood above the laws, appearing impervious to his overwhelming might. The onlookers watched with bated breath, many believing that Tang Yu was cornered and that the time for the banquet had come. Only Hong Jun furrowed his brow. While it seemed Tang Yu was evading, he understood all too well that under the immense power of the chaotic powerhouse, he could not evade indefinitely. Thus, once Tang Yu fell from the laws of space, it would be the moment to strike. Hong Jun reflected on Tang Yu's various spells, contemplating how he might retaliate. Suddenly, Tang Yu plummeted from the laws. Liang Zhuang laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Tang Yu, your demise is nigh." The crowd sighed, believing that once Tang Yu fell from the laws, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Yet, even in death, he would have much to take pride in, having defied the odds to slay a being of the chaotic realm with his mastery of the great Tao. It was certain that his remarkable feat would be immortalized in the annals of the heavens. With a calm countenance, Tang Yu surveyed the onlookers, finally allowing his gaze to linger meaningfully on Hong Jun. He erupted into a grandiose laughter, proclaiming, "Since it has come to this, allow me to unveil my true strength." Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth, radiating a terrifying might from Tang Yu at its epicenter, spreading wildly in all directions. He had long concealed his true strength. Was this the extent of his original power? The crowd was astonished. All along, he had been shrouding his complete capabilities. Yet even so, he had slain the Chaos Realm's Wan Lu. Moreover, this overwhelming presence suggested that Tang Yu bore no wounds at all. This indicated that he had defeated Wan Lu without sustaining any injuries himself. An endless force emanated from Tang Yu, with a blazing brilliance in his hands, resembling a scorching sun cradled within. A hint of black light seeped through the radiant sun, as if cleaving the very star in twain. Ultimately, all illumination vanished, leaving behind only a severed blade suspended in the air. Liang Zhuang inexplicably felt a wave of dread. Boom! The blade's radiance descended. A colossal beam of light rent the heavens asunder, the river of time swirling as if transcending the past and future. Boom! In an instant, Wan Lu's body was shattered, and his remaining spirit fled without a backward glance, hastily retreating into the distance. This was an absolute clash of magical prowess. Even so, Tang Yu had obliterated Liang Zhuang's physical form, inflicting harm upon his very soul. The onlookers fell into a hushed silence, their astonishment directed entirely at Tang Yu. Initially, if his slaying of Wan Lu was attributed to cunning, then this moment revealed his undeniable true strength. In the realm of the great Tao, he had triumphed over a formidable chaos expert. Tang Yu's aura wavered slightly. This strike had transcended his inherent limits. This outcome was, in fact, anticipated. From the outset, he had sought to undermine Liang Zhuang with words, instilling an involuntary fear within him. Liang Zhuang, believing himself to be merely feigning strength, assumed he must have sustained injuries. However, Tang Yu remained unscathed, which only deepened Liang Zhuang's terror. His mindset fluctuated, and it was already commendable for him to exert 80% of his own strength. Thus, he unleashed his might, shattering Liang Zhuang's physical form solely through magical power. It was not merely his own magical energy at play, but rather the terrifying sharpness of the severed blade. Furthermore, after being wounded by it, an unusual force would incessantly seep into the depths of his soul. Even if Liang Zhuang sought to eliminate this peculiar energy, returning to his peak would not be an easy feat in the span of a single day. Tang Yu had vanquished 2 Chaos Realm individuals. The onlookers felt as though they were in a dream, the reality becoming increasingly surreal. It seemed that, since time immemorial, there had never been such a reversal of power dynamics, with one being slain and another fleeing. It was likely that after this day, Tang Yu's name would resonate throughout the heavens. Of course, his name had already circulated widely due to the celestial bounty. Yet this time, it was undoubtedly his might that reverberated like thunder in the ears of all present. What realm did he truly inhabit? Some questioned in astonishment. Was he truly merely at the great Tao level? Yet how could he slay a chaos realm expert? The crowd fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, someone finally spoke. He is of the great Tao, but his strength is terrifying. The evidence shows that even those of the chaos realm are no match for him. Some individuals gradually retreated, turning to flee, fearing for their lives as they could be slain by Tang Yu. Such terrifying figures pleaded with him not to end their existence, for they were certain their fates would be sealed otherwise. The hidden observers gasped in astonishment. This young man was formidable beyond measure. The palace master had mentioned that if a chaos realm expert intervened, he would be tasked with restraining them. Yet Tang Yu resolved the situation single-handedly, without any assistance. The old man blinked, pondering whether the palace master was acquainted with him, as it seemed few could match such a distinguished figure worthy of her. Nonetheless, this young man was indeed impressive. With his current prowess being so extraordinary, should he break through further, he might dominate the vast realms. The old man began to concern himself with the palace master's marital prospects, finding satisfaction in the sight of Tang Yu. Compared to the other prodigies across the realms, he appeared unparalleled. Such youth coupled with the status of a great sage and extraordinary battle prowess capable of slaying chaos beings was remarkable. The old man's gaze softened further as he took out a communication stone to report the news. After a lengthy wait, he finally heard a voice from the other side. This is truly unexpected. I believe there is no longer a need to protect this young man. Chaos does not seem to be his match. In the vast realms, few possess the strength of the primordial beings, and they rarely make their presence known. The old man continued his report, reflecting on Tang Yu's formidable power and handsome demeanor. Tang Yu glanced around, prompting the crowd to instinctively step back. At that moment, he stood alone, surveying the surrounding experts, none of whom dared to approach or speak, including several great sages who fell silent. With a hearty laugh, Tang Yu inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to kill me?" The response was immediate. "Kill you? Please, do not jest. You have just dispatched a chaos expert and incapacitated another. To kill you would be akin to committing suicide." Some began to stir restlessly, stealthily retreating, preparing to escape. Whoever dares to move will meet their end. Tang Yu's booming laughter froze everyone in place, rendering them immobile. As his gaze swept over the crowd, each face betrayed a smile of obsequiousness. Yet, his next command nearly left them speechless. "Produce your treasures." Chapter 904. Instilling fear among the crowd was astonished, their disbelief palpable, questioning whether they had misheard. Just moments ago, Tang Yu had been a force of unmatched ferocity. With this proclamation, the entire aura of the powerful figures was shattered. Yet, Tang Yu remained indifferent to any notions of decorum. The remnants of his broken blade had yet to be fully mended. He could hardly resort to pillaging again. Such actions were not in line with his principles. However, he felt no obligation to extend courtesy to those surrounding him. After all, they were all here to hunt him down. The fact that he did not retaliate was already a display of great mercy on his part. His inherent kindness, perhaps, was a remnant of his time as a wandering monk. Unbeknownst to him, this benevolence had seeped into his very essence. However, to let them go so easily was out of the question. Life was not something that could be bought with money. "What are you staring at? Did you not hear what I said?" Tang Yu bellowed, his aura surging once more, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Some exchanged glances and promptly tossed several bags of holding his way. Upon inspection, Tang Yu found them filled with treasures. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "You may leave now." The individuals, as if granted a reprieve from death, bowed respectfully to him and fled. The notion of pursuing him was now absurd. From this day forward, anyone who dared to send them after Tang Yu would meet their demise. With a leader emerging, the subsequent events unfolded with greater simplicity. Bags of holding continued to be tossed his way. Hong Jun, Jia Yin, and Zhuan Ti could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. In the realm of the heavenly Tao, he had indeed always been so shameless. Yet, it was surprising that even upon entering the myriad realms, he still had not altered his shameless nature. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had dissipated, leaving only the three of them gazing at Tang Yu with complex expressions. With a chuckle, Tang Yu greeted them warmly, "Little Hong, Little Yin, Little Zhuan. It has been a while." Instantly, their faces transformed, reflecting a myriad of emotions. Tang Yu's expression grew conflicted, with a heavy sigh. As if he had made a monumental decision, he said, "Considering we all hail from the heavenly Tao world, I shall refrain from robbing you." His countenance bore a sorrowful weight, as if he longed to disregard their shared origins and commit some unspeakable act, but his inherent goodness compelled him to endure. "You truly surprise me, Tang Yu," Hong Jun remarked with a sigh. Tang Yu smiled. "How have you all been? Has anyone bullied you in the myriad realms?" "I am faring well here. Should anyone mistreat you, just mention my name." "Are you hoping for our demise to be expedited?" They retorted. "What do you mean by faring well in the myriad realms? You are clearly a pariah." However, it was believed that after this battle, anyone contemplating the pursuit of Tang Yu would think twice. "No need to thank me. After all, we are compatriots from the heavenly Tao world," Tang Yu proclaimed gallantly. Jie and Zhuan Ti's mouths twitched slightly. Had they not been outmatched, they might have taken action, especially at the informal titles he had used, Little Yin, Little Zhuan. "What sort of names were those?" "Humph, quite good," Zhuan Ti huffed. Tang Yu clicked his tongue in dismay, shaking his head as he lamented. "Why are you all behaving this way? One would expect compatriots to shed tears upon reunion. Yet, I sense that you wish to stab me in the back. Is it truly the case that compatriots stab each other in the back? Who would dare stab you now?" Hong Jun replied. Tang Yu nodded, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. "You are right. It has always been I who have dealt blows to others, though it has been quite some time since I last did so." Observing the playful smile gracing his face, it was evident to all that his words carried a certain meaning. This fellow remained unabashedly shameless. "This is the realm of Zhu, not the world of the heavenly Tao we once traversed. Must you not exercise a modicum of restraint?" Hong Jun, out of goodwill, offered a gentle reminder. "Restraint is not an option for someone like me. The moment I make my appearance, it is akin to a brilliant star piercing the night. I instantly capture the gaze of all." Tang Yu sighed. In truth, he longed for discretion, yet certain individuals rendered such desires futile, for reasons unknown. He found himself relentlessly pursued. He had always been in a position of defense. Initially, he had intended to remain low-key, believing that to be the true path. "Since you refuse to allow me to remain inconspicuous, then I shall resort to slaughter." This time, he had slain a being of chaotic origin and vanquished another. "Let us see who dares to pursue me henceforth." Upon hearing such audacious remarks, Hong Jun was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape as he pondered for some time before finally asking, "Why have you progressed so rapidly?" In the realm of the heavenly Tao, it was clear that Tang Yu had not yet fully stepped into that final threshold. He had not yet ascended to the status of a great sage, yet now he had not only achieved that rank, but possessed formidable combat prowess. "Surely, it must be a matter of character," Tang Yu replied earnestly, gazing at Hong Jun. "You are aware that sometimes a person of good character is favored by the heavens. Such matters cannot be envied." Hong Jun paused, realizing that continuing this conversation with Tang Yu might lead to exasperation. "The profundities of character are not something I shall elaborate on with you. After all, explaining what you lack would be futile." Tang Yu shook his head, a half-smile gracing his lips as he rested the broken blade upon his shoulder. "You are not here to kill me, are you? If so, it is unfortunate. Such aspirations are noble in thought, but harsh in reality." He waved goodbye to the three of them. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yu vanished from the spot. Hong Jun and the others inhaled deeply, nearly compelled to confront Tang Yu in a life-or-death struggle, primarily due to the provocation of his words. Soon, news of Tang Yu's slaying of Wan Lu spread throughout the multiverse, causing a ripple of shock to resonate across the realms. As for the so-called Killing Feather Alliance, it had quietly disbanded. What need was there for slaughter? Is it not better to simply survive? With Tang Yu's current strength, even beings of chaotic origins were no match for him. To think they could eliminate him was sheer folly. The leader of the Yutian Gate wore a countenance of utmost displeasure. Wan Lu had been slain by Tang Yu, and Liang Zhuang had also suffered severe injuries. Even more alarming was the ominous and bizarre force lingering within Liang Zhuang's soul, which remained unresolved. This amounted to a loss of two formidable experts of chaotic origin for the Yutian Gate. Despite their formidable strength and deep-rooted foundation, such a loss was hard to bear. "Cursed be it," Ning Fengyu muttered under his breath. The onlookers exchanged glances, and one individual stood to address the leader. "Master, we believe it prudent to temporarily set aside matters concerning Tang Yu. With his formidable cultivation, it is likely that even two individuals of the chaos realm would find themselves unable to encircle him. At present, the most pressing concern is undoubtedly the issue of the celestial demons. Chapter 905, A Dream Across the Heavens? The entire realm has grown increasingly anxious regarding the threat posed by the celestial demons. Although they currently remain dormant in their respective star domains, the potential for sudden chaos looms ominously. Who can predict when they might erupt and wreak havoc across the cosmos? Some sects have even set aside their grievances temporarily, seeking to unite against the celestial demons. However, the Li Qian sect has yet to express its stance. The leaders of various factions who have sought an audience have been dismissed without consideration. Those within the Li Qian sect are acutely aware that their leader has alternative plans in mind, perhaps aiming to weaken other forces through the terrifying celestial demons. Nevertheless, this approach would equally leave them vulnerable to the demons. Thus, it appears that the most prudent course of action is for multiple factions to temporarily ally in order to fend off external threats, rather than wasting time on Tang Yu, whose strength is overwhelmingly formidable. Initially, they believed that dealing with Tang Yu would be a simple task, but they have come to realize how gravely mistaken they were. What they once perceived as a mere rabbit has revealed itself to be a ferocious tiger. Ning Fengyu, seemingly lost in contemplation, remained silent. The assembly below was equally hushed. The elder who had previously spoken continued. Moreover, retaining Tang Yu may not be disadvantageous. His immense power, if harnessed appropriately, could indeed serve as an asset to us, especially in light of the terrifying celestial demons. Ning Fengyu's gaze narrowed slightly, and after a moment, he smiled lightly. That is a valid point. He paused, then added, "It is time we meet with representatives from the other factions." For Tang Yu, the past few days had been remarkably tranquil. Indeed, the attempts to hunt him down had diminished significantly. Some individuals, upon realizing he was Tang Yu, fled at the mere sight of him, which left him somewhat vexed. Was he truly that fearsome? Nevertheless, his notorious reputation had spread throughout the realms. This was precisely the outcome Tang Yu desired. If he could not command respect from all, he would settle for instilling fear. Primarily, he intended to soon project the souls of all living beings, which, due to his fearsome renown, would likely deter others from crossing him. At worst, he could devise a plan to step out and accomplish something grand, ensuring they understood he was not to be trifled with. During these days, he returned to the Chaos Star Domain, mending this segment of the cosmos. The inhabitants of the Star Domain, upon recognizing him as Tang Yu, discreetly departed, fearful of incurring the wrath of this harbinger of doom. This was largely due to the increasingly exaggerated rumors circulating in the outside world, portraying him as a merciless killer. Some even claimed that he devoured humans, painting him as a veritable demon of unspeakable evil. Yet, there were those who admired him, a formidable figure who single-handedly resisted the heavens, instilling terror in the hearts of many. Tang Yu once again approached the stone, where a drop of enchanting and mysterious blood flowed within, barely visible. On the stone, a formation swirled, seemingly sealing this drop of blood. Yet, he sensed that the seal would not last much longer, and soon this drop of blood would break free. If his intuition served him correctly, this drop of blood was of the same essence as the one sealed with the broken blade. Whose blood could this be, emanating such a formidable and terrifying aura? The formation revolved, akin to countless indistinct celestial bodies suddenly flickering before his eyes. A figure emerged, enveloped in a powerful chaotic aura that concealed his true appearance, yet it was vaguely discernible that it was a male form. Although merely a silhouette, it exuded an unparalleled and majestic presence. Tang Yu felt as though his soul had merged into this realm, overwhelmed by astonishment. He was uncertain whether he had integrated into the formation or into the drop of blood itself. "Where's this place?" Tang Yu inquired, gazing at the figure. The man's form appeared hazy, like a wisp of mist, seemingly dissipating with a mere breath of wind. A dream, a faint voice emerged from the man. Tang Yu paused, asking, "Whose dream, yours or mine?" Could it be that he had been drawn into this place, merging into a dream? "What is a dream?" the man suddenly questioned. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu responded, "What one contemplates by day, one may dream of at night. Occasionally, one can grasp the rhythms of the universe." He continued, "When the patterns of the universe intersect with one's own essence, a point is generated, allowing one to perceive future events. I have long understood this. Dreams are not merely whimsical. At times, they can penetrate the laws of the universe. Thus, When one arrives at a certain place or encounters something, it may feel familiar, as if it had been witnessed in a dream. This is the self's consciousness merging with the laws of the universe, manifesting a glimpse of the future. However, it is challenging for ordinary individuals to fully comprehend these patterns. Then, what is the nature of dreams? The man probed further. Naturally, they are false. Tang Yu replied without hesitation. The man regarded him with a penetrating gaze, saying, "If you remain perpetually immersed in a dream, occasionally awakening only to return to slumber and resume the dream's continuity, then reality becomes false, and the dream becomes truth." Tang Yu furrowed his brow, questioning, "What exactly are you implying?" Countless bubbles materialized around them, within which figures manifested. Among these bubbles, a larger one enveloped all the smaller ones, where people were busily engaged. Some were common folk, others, dignitaries. "What is this?" Tang Yu inquired. "Do you believe their lives to be real or not? Does this world exist because of them? Or do they exist because of the world?" The man continued. Tang Yu, though perplexed, asserted, "Of course, they exist in reality." After a pause, he added, "The cycles of individual life and death do not alter this world. It is indeed because of the world's existence that they exist." Suddenly, a bubble before him shattered, vanishing without a trace, while the surrounding bubbles continued to exist. "He has departed, and the world that belonged to him has ceased to exist." The man spoke, "Yet the world continues to endure, though he is no longer a part of it, and all that was his has vanished." This statement left Tang Yu feeling increasingly bewildered. Illusion and reality. How can one discern? How can you be certain that the world you inhabit is not merely a dream woven by another? The man remarked, "Perhaps the world exists because of you. How can you ascertain that everything around you is genuine? Perhaps when you are no longer present, the world that belongs to you will also fade away. So, what is real and what is not?" "I believe it to be real," replied Tang Yu. "That which can be seen, touched, and felt must surely be real." The man shook his head. "One can feel all of that even within a dream. There is merit in your argument." Tang Yu gazed at the bubbles surrounding him, once again engulfed in confusion. The man continued, "If I were to tell you that everything in the heavens is manifested and reflected through the dreams of others, would you believe me?" Chapter 906, The Body of Three Lives? Tang Yu was struck dumb, filled with astonishment, and remained silent for a considerable time. How could this be? If all heavens are the result of others' dreams, does that not imply that everything is an illusion? Yet, that cannot be entirely accurate. It may not be false. As the man had just stated, if one is immersed in a dream for an extended period, then everything within that dream becomes real. How can this be possible? Tang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. The man cast a glance at him. What is true and what is false? What is real and what is illusory? How can one determine? The distinction between truth and falsehood, reality and illusion, must be sought by you. Tang Yu looked at him and asked, "Who are you? And what do you mean by saying all this?" "One day, you will come to understand everything." The man replied with a hint of melancholy in his voice. "The body of three lives that you possess will eventually return in its entirety, and at that time, you shall surely battle beyond the realms, overturning the cosmos and reversing the forces of yin and yang. That which has perished, that which has withered, will one day return and bloom anew." Buzz. In an instant, Tang Yu's spirit returned to his body. He stood there, still dazed, before the stone. It felt as if he had merely dreamt. A low hum echoed. The enormous stone began to rotate as the formation activated. Fragments started to fall from the stone. Boom. In an instant, the stone shattered, and the formation vanished at that moment. The drop of crimson, enchanting blood sealed within the stone, suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Tang Yu remained silent, lost in thought. What did the man's words truly signify? Was the heavens merely an illusion? If it is a dream, then whose dream is it? Could it be true, as he suggested, that one has been immersed in a dream, where the lines between dream and reality blur, leading to the conclusion that everything in the dream is real, while reality is the illusion? And what does the body of three lives mean? He had always known that he was one of the fragmented souls of Tian-tsang. The reason behind Tian-tsang's actions had eluded him. Yet, he speculated that Tian-tsang sought to advance further along his original path, hence the division of himself. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. Three lives. He came from the future. He is the future. Tian-tsang represents the present. In the depths of his confusion, Tang Yu pondered the identity of the original past, or perhaps the essence of the primordial heavens. He sensed, inexplicably, that someone was orchestrating a grand design, one that might hold profound connections to his own existence. After a considerable time, Tang Yu managed to regain his composure, regardless of the circumstances. The immediate priority was to restore this star domain and reflect the souls of all beings within it. The essence of his focus lay in enhancing his own power, for only with absolute strength could he confront any challenge that may arise. With this thought, Tang Yu busied himself once more with the restoration of the star domain. Suddenly, a lewd voice cut through the air. "Ah, you little rascal, I found you here." An old man, grinning with yellowed teeth and a piece of leafy vegetable caught between them, appeared in a rather disheveled state. Almost immediately, several powerful auras emerged, all glaring angrily at the old man. It was unclear what misdeeds he had committed to provoke such ire. The lewd old man took a step back, pointing at Tang Yu. "Do you know who he is?" "This is Tang Yu, the one currently in the limelight. He is my good brother. Do you still wish to harm an old man like me?" "Huh, you ought to ask my brother if he consents." All eyes turned towards Tang Yu. Renowned across the realms, not long ago he had been the target of many, each eager to eliminate him. Yet, after he had single-handedly vanquished 2 chaotic beings in a single day, who would dare pursue him now? One of the men clasped his hands in respect towards Tang Yu. "Respected elder, we mean no offense. However, this man holds a deep-seated grudge against my sect." He cast a venomous glance at the lewd old man and added, "I hope you will not interfere in this matter. Our Li Qian palace will offer substantial gratitude." Tang Yu shrugged, stepping aside nonchalantly. "What are you doing, little brother? Have you forgotten our escapades?" The lewd old man grasped Tang Yu's arm in desperation. "We have shared such moments. You cannot turn a blind eye." The expressions of the onlookers shifted. Given Tang Yu's formidable cultivation, did he truly have the need for such indulgences? Moreover, his reputation had spread far and wide, attracting countless admirers. Some sects even sought to woo him, offering their fair maidens should he desire. Contemplating this, the elders began to deliberate. They had not anticipated that Tang Yu was of such character. If they reported back to their sect leader, perhaps sacrificing a maiden would be a small price to pay in exchange for enlisting such a powerful ally. Tang Yu's expression turned notably vivid, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he regarded the lewd old man. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist. "Ah!" with an exclamation. The lewd old man was sent hurtling away. Tang Yu declared, "You may pursue him." The group bowed to Tang Yu and hastened after the direction in which the lewd old man had flown, each of them possessing strength that was not inferior to that of the old man himself. However, in Tang Yu's eyes, that lecherous old man was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the old man returned, looking disheveled, clutching a jug of fine wine. After taking a sip, he remarked, "You, my friend, have no sense of decorum." Approaching Tang Yu with excitement, he continued, "When you fell into that blood pool, I thought you had perished. I had no intention of fleeing. During this time, your exploits have been quite impressive, even slaying beings from the chaos realm. TSK. Who could we possibly fear in the future? We could stride across the realms with confidence." The old man rambled on, "Surely, there will be a place for both of us in the grand tapestry of the multiverse." Tang Yu chose to ignore him, focusing instead on mending the star domain with his own magical prowess. He meticulously restored many areas to resemble the heavenly Tao world from his memory, including the ancestral grounds of the Chaos Clan and the gravestones therein. Outside the boundaries of the magical restrictions laid by the weak water, he added another layer of enchantment. As for the misdeeds committed by the old man, he could hardly summon the interest to inquire. It was evident they were likely unsavory. The old man muttered a few more words, but seeing that Tang Yu was unresponsive, he sulked and took to drinking in silence. At that moment, Tang Yu glanced to his side, where a woman approached. It was the very Chaos Clan maiden he had once rescued. She bore several wounds, her aura in disarray, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Her expression toward Tang Yu was complex, as recent rumors had circulated throughout the realms speculating that he might be a remnant of the Chaos Clan. Thus, she appeared somewhat bewildered, seeking confirmation. "How did you come to be here?" she inquired. Chapter 907. This boy is an enigma surveying her surroundings. She noted that many areas of the star domain had been restored, and she could feel the abundant spiritual energy in the air. This left her momentarily stunned. "Did you do this?" Tang Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "You are injured?" The woman was in a state of utter chaos, her very soul bearing a scar. She was riddled with wounds, her white attire stained crimson with blood, her delicate brows knitted together, displaying a hint of resilient defiance, while she clutched a piece of red silk. "It's nothing," she said after a brief pause. "Are you of the Chaos Clan?" Tang Yu shook his head. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. "Oh." After a moment's pause, she continued, "Then how did you come to be here? Still engaged in the restoration of this star domain?" What could Tang Yu possibly say in response? After pondering for a moment, he replied, "This star domain is of great significance to me. As for your ancestral grounds, rest assured, I shall not trespass. If I do, it will only be to pay my respects, so you need not worry." Casting a glance at the gravestones, the woman was suddenly overcome with tears. She took a faltering step forward and knelt down, saying, "Ancestral spirits, father, mother, elder sister, Cheng has returned." For so long, she had been evading pursuers, living in hiding, and it had been many years since she last set foot on her ancestral star. Now, she had returned, confronted by these familiar gravestones. Years of suppressed anguish and emotion seemed to surge uncontrollably within her. She knelt upon the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks as she wept bitterly. Tang Yu took a few steps to the side, distancing himself slightly from the scene. After a considerable time, the woman approached him, her countenance still tinged with sorrow. She looked at Tang Yu and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." This elicited an awkward smile from Tang Yu. Clearly, she believed he was the one who had erected the tombstone for the Chaos Clan. However, it was a notion anyone might entertain. After all, various factions had exploited this to craft their narratives, claiming he had erected a monument for the Chaos Clan, likely due to its remnants. It was precisely this misconception that had led to his relentless persecution, resulting in a significant upheaval in his life. Even the fissures on his broken blade had been meticulously mended. "It's nothing," Tang Yu replied. "Actually, I wasn't the one who set this up. You need not thank me." The woman stared at him in astonishment. "Then who was it?" "It must have been others from the Chaos Clan," Tang Yu responded. "A woman named Ruoshui. She should also belong to your clan." The woman's expression turned bewildered, as if she had no knowledge of this individual. Tang Yu casually inquired, "Tian Song is from your clan, right?" "Indeed, he is the most exceptional genius of our Chaos Clan," she replied. "Had he remained, our clan would not have fallen to such depths." A faint, bitter smile graced her lips. "Why did he leave?" Tang Yu asked. "I do not know. I was quite young at that time," she pondered briefly. "Most of the powerful members of our Chaos Clan had already departed, and no one knew where they had gone. Soon after, terrifying entities invaded the realms, and it was said that we Chaos Clan had attracted these horrors, thus becoming the scapegoats of the realms, leading to our clan's demise." Her voice was calm, yet Tang Yu could still discern the underlying bitterness. It seemed that something monumental had transpired back then, prompting Tian Song to lead the formidable members of the Chaos Clan into battle. The absence of these powerful figures likely contributed to the clan's tragic fate. As for the remaining strong warriors, apart from Tian Song and Ruoshui and a few others, they had probably perished in the outer domains. Much like the woman in red, who was currently battling formidable foes beyond, safeguarding the realms. Yet, they were branded as villains, a notion that struck Tang Yu as absurd. Most people were unable to distinguish right from wrong, often judging the truth based solely on hearsay. The power of public opinion was truly fearsome, when everyone condemned you. Even strangers would join in the vitriol. In truth, many were likely unfamiliar with you or the circumstances surrounding the events. Nevertheless, they would echo the disparagement of others. Much like a dog that barks in response to the calls of its peers. Not far away, a lecherous old man remarked, "This lad certainly enjoys his fair share of fortune." He stroked his face, which resembled a wrinkled orange peel, lamenting, "Why does no one take a liking to this old man? I do consider myself rather handsome." As he spoke, he picked at his teeth with his fingers, dislodging a strand of meat from between them before tossing it into his mouth. Although his voice was soft, Tang Yu still heard him and shot him a glare. "Looking at you? You must be blind if you think someone would be interested." The woman showed no urgency to leave, primarily because Tang Yu had mentioned, albeit casually, that he would be remaining in this star domain for a while. Given Tang Yu's formidable reputation, it was likely that many would hesitate to pursue her here. Thus, the woman stayed temporarily to tend to her wounds. During this time, a few pursuers did arrive, but they were swiftly dealt with by Tang Yu. The woman increasingly felt a sense of trepidation. She had naturally heard the rumors of Tang Yu's extraordinary feats, defeating 2 beings of the chaotic realm in a single day. However, Hearsay is merely hearsay. It wasn't until now that she truly grasped Tang Yu's terrifying capabilities. Though he too belonged to the realm of the Great Path, those in the same realm had no chance to retaliate. Why is your combat prowess so formidable? She finally posed the question that had lingered for days. In response, Tang Yu shrugged, I cannot say. After a brief pause, he continued, yet, great strength is not always a blessing. It makes breakthroughs more arduous than for others. Kid, that is a wise observation, the lecherous old man remarked, taking a swig from his gourd and letting out a belch. One's power surpassing their original realm is not necessarily advantageous. The path to breakthrough becomes more challenging. Of course, if you do manage to break through, your strength will undoubtedly increase again. He scrutinized Tang Yu closely, saying, given your peculiarities, I suspect that upon reaching the chaotic realm, you will be able to contend with the primordial realm. Tang Yu smiled, but chose not to elaborate. In truth, he still held an absolute trump card that had yet to be revealed. Especially after battling two beings of the chaotic realm, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. He had yet to face anyone from the primordial realm, but he felt confident that, at his current level, evading confrontation would not pose a problem. However, possessing such formidable power was not without its drawbacks. At the very least, at his level, he could slay those of the chaotic realm, Meng Qingqing asserted. The lecherous old man concurred, you make a valid point, but this lad is indeed an anomaly. While there may be disparities in strength among those of the same realm, someone who transcends an entire level is truly exceptional. Chapter 908. Fearful yet unfazed, this notion was indeed astonishing. Despite sharing the same personal realm, the disparity in their magical prowess was palpable. Yet, for someone like Tang Yu to engage in combat with those a realm above him, even vanquishing them, was a display of power that bordered on the absurd. Tang Yu could only offer a bitter smile, at a loss for how to explain it. His path was one that genuinely embraced the way of all beings and the will of heaven. Perhaps it was precisely this that rendered him so formidable. Of course, the primary reasons might also lie in the triadic essence of heaven, earth, and humanity. Do not look at me, Tang Yu said. Perhaps it is my cultivation method. My path is different. With that, he moved aside to continue his efforts in mending the star domain. The lecherous old man and Meng Qingqing occasionally lent a hand. Here, for Meng Qingqing, this ancestral star holds profound significance. If it could be fully restored, it would indeed be the most desirable outcome. Meanwhile, the lecherous old man finds himself without purpose, primarily fearing pursuit should he venture beyond this star domain. Thus, he has decided to remain in the company of Tang Yu for the time being, as it seems the safest option. At Yuqian Gate, Ning Fengyu and representatives from various factions engage in discussions, undoubtedly centered around the threat posed by the celestial demon. For now, the celestial demon lurks within that star domain, refraining from wreaking havoc across the heavens. However, it remains a ticking time bomb, and the fear of its sudden madness looms large. Should they be caught off guard, it may be too late for a hasty response. Therefore, preparations must be made in advance. Consequently, past grievances are momentarily set aside in the pursuit of unity. Yet, the question arises as to who shall assume leadership in this coalition of multiple factions. Some propose that with the return of the human king, he should naturally take the helm. However, the human king has been absent for countless ages, and his sudden reappearance with aspirations to regain control over the heavens breeds dissent among some. Most importantly, his whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus, each faction expresses its thoughts regarding the leadership issue. Ning Fengyu merely smiles faintly, refraining from any definitive stance. Observing the ensuing argument below, he waits for an opportune moment to offer soothing words. It is unprecedented for our factions to gather in this star domain, a phenomenon unseen for many years. Yet, the threat of the celestial demon is grave, necessitating a united front against external foes. Fei Zhenqing, the lord of Li Qian Palace, states, I find no personal significance in selecting a leader among us. However, this individual must possess absolute authority and the ability to command respect. In this regard, I humbly concede that I am not suited for the role. Only the human king can fulfill this. He pauses before continuing. Moreover, the celestial demon is dreadfully powerful and merciless. If it truly descends upon the heavens, I believe that we may not withstand its onslaught unless we amalgamate the strengths of the surrounding star domains. Yet, each faction is formidable in its own right. Therefore, it seems that none are adequately qualified to be the ultimate commander. Only the human king possesses the capacity to ensure the submission of all to his will. After this declaration, beseeching sips his tea, and a profound silence envelopes the assembly. Some attendees nod in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. It appears that the inhabitants of this star domain are indeed ill-equipped to confront the terrifying might of the celestial demon alone, unless they unite with the forces from external star domains. Setting aside the complexities of such a coalition, even a successful alliance may struggle to compel compliance from the diverse factions present. Thus, the consensus emerges that only the human king can galvanize the heavens. Should he step forward, unity among all realms would be assured. Some believe that if the heavens could once again be united, it would not be unwelcome. In a time rife with chaos and contention among various factions, a return to unity would dissolve past grievances, allowing them to stand together against external threats. Would that not be a beautiful outcome? However, some individuals hold a contrasting perspective. After much effort, they have ascended to a position of leadership, establishing a faction of notable repute among the myriad realms. To submit entirely under the authority of the King of Men would not only jeopardize their hard-won status, but also obliterate the forces they have painstakingly cultivated. Thus, a faction continues to oppose this notion, asserting that they are sufficiently capable of dealing with mere celestial demons, and that the intervention of the King of Men is unwarranted. Consequently, a heated debate ensued among those with differing opinions. Tang Yu smiled faintly and remarked, "What is all this bickering for? I perceive that our temporary alliance is merely to confront the celestial demons, who currently exhibit no signs of aggression. Therefore, there is no necessity for us to forge any deliberate union at this moment." After a brief pause, he continued, "What I propose is that we each attend to our own affairs. Should the celestial demons indeed stir, we can unite and jointly resist their advance. What does this imply? For the time being, it remains as it always has been. They merely prepare to confront the celestial demons in the future, collaborating when the time necessitates." Thus, after much deliberation, they reached a rather solitary conclusion. However, for some, this arrangement was not entirely unsatisfactory. After all, they still retained their positions of authority. Joining forces only in times of peril is a strategy that holds merit. Yet, the reason for the celestial demons' continued retreat into their original star domain remains an enigma to them. Not only do they find it perplexing, but even some of the celestial demons themselves are bewildered. Were it not for the relentless suppression exerted by Meng Wuya, it is likely that some celestial demons would have ventured forth, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. A flute materialized in Meng Wuya's hand, and he began to play it gently. The melody was enchanting, evoking images of blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies. However, the tune soon shifted to a rapid, urgent tempo, imbued with an essence of relentless slaughter. The flowers surrounding them transformed into warriors, engaging in fierce combat. The music abruptly ceased, and all returned to its original state. Not far away, a group of celestial demons stood once more. "My king, why do we not advance? Is it true that we remain confined within this star domain?" The eyes of the celestial demons glinted with a bloodthirsty hue. "I have long forgotten the taste of blood." The flute was stowed away. His hands, whiter than those of a woman, were strikingly beautiful, yet they emanated a powerful aura tinged with profound loneliness. "Luo Qingyan has returned," Meng Wuya spoke softly. "Are you wary of her, my king?" Meng Wuya shook his head. "While I do harbor some trepidation towards her, as she was once the king of men, I sense that she has not yet fully regained her former might, and thus I fear her not." After a brief pause, he continued, "We have returned from the endless void beyond for what purpose? Is it not to live anew within these myriad realms and upon this land? Yet, we have returned, and our desires have been fulfilled, have they not?" He chuckled lightly. "Yet, the people of the myriad realms perceive us as grotesque and malevolent." Chapter 909. Arrival of the King of Celestial Demons. The celestial demons below remained silent. Dreamless pointed toward the heavens, saying, "There is still that, once we return, it will naturally regard us with caution. However, I am curious to see how it intends to orchestrate its plans this time." He scoffed. "Many years ago, we were driven into the endless void, and the Chaos Clan vanished. All entities that posed a threat to it have been eradicated. In this era, the Chaos Clan no longer exists. I wonder how it will hinder us now. Yet, the sudden return of the human king compelled me to remain vigilant. Perhaps it was indeed a contingency of its design. Thus, I shall observe what it ultimately seeks to achieve." Dreamless smiled faintly. his jade flute twirling in his hand as the wind swept through, caressing his hair and gliding over his exquisite visage, rendering him akin to an ethereal beauty. Perhaps it was due to his former ugliness that he now manifested such splendor. Even some women, upon seeing him, would feel an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Although I currently wish to refrain from action, there are others who are clearly restless. Dreamless smile widened as he referred to those terrifying presences previously suppressed in the return ruins. Despite their temporary allegiance to him due to his return, these formidable beings were of little consequence to him. I understand, my king, one of the celestial demons remarked. Dreamless nodded before vanishing from sight, gazing toward the boundless heavens. With a wistful sigh, he mused, this realm of the heavens is truly beautiful. After countless years accompanied only by darkness in the endless void, even sharing sustenance with companions. This beauty is what I once longed for. Yet, why does it evoke a sense of distaste? Have I grown so accustomed to darkness that I now disdain the light? In the Chaos Star Domain, many of the shattered areas had been restored under Tang Yu's diligent efforts. More so, he had transformed them to resemble the celestial world from his memories. He believed that once the sentient beings were reflected upon, they might feel joy akin to that of the celestial realm. Suddenly, Tang Yu found himself missing them. Wukong, Beiji, Wujing, and the mother of Mount Li. What are you thinking so deeply about? Dream Qingqing inquired, puzzled. This fellow had unexpectedly begun to smile. Tang Yu chuckled. I was reminiscing about some amusing past events. It's nothing significant. Dream Qingqing teased. Thinking of your beloved? Tang Yu neither confirmed nor denied it. I suspect he must have recalled something rather unsavory. The lecherous old man interjected. A few days ago, I sneaked out of this star domain and was beset by a group of people, nearly meeting my end on the spot. Fortunately, I managed to return. Upon seeing me, those individuals all retreated in unison. After all, Tang Yu's reputation was formidable enough to instill fear in many. However, some did not leave and lingered just outside the star domain, seemingly waiting for the lecherous old man to venture out for another round of ambush. Yet, the old man had an exceptional talent for evasion. Filled with curiosity towards the lecherous old man, Tang Yu sensed that despite the man's mere status as a sage, his overall prowess was difficult to gauge. Otherwise, given his dubious character, he ought to have met an early demise. The man had sold the wife of the leader of the Yu sect into a brothel and had similarly exploited numerous holy maidens and sons from various sections. The women were sold into brothels, while the men were peddled into male establishments. Thus, Tang Yu concluded that this old fellow was certainly not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he should have long since been eliminated, yet he remained alive and well, perpetually with a shifty gaze. Be quiet, Tang Yu remarked. By the way, why don't you go outside? Would it be too much to ask you to keep your distance? The lecherous old man fell silent. The moment he ventured outside, he would be pursued by enemies, leaving him too fearful to step out. I am too lazy to move. This place is a treasure trove of feng shui. I find it quite conducive for my cultivation, the old man retorted, somewhat defiantly. Meng Qingqing chuckled. Grandfather, you are clearly afraid of being hunted down. You little girl. The old man shook his head and asserted, do those worthless beings truly believe they can slay me? I have merely sheathed my blade for many years and wish to avoid further bloodshed. Otherwise, the entire realm would be at my mercy with a single strike. His eyes sparkled mischievously, and he seemed to be boasting. In my prime, I was invincible, traversing the myriad heavens. Yet, due to the overwhelming solitude and lack of worthy opponents, I was forced to retreat into seclusion and wander the realms. You are still too young to comprehend the brilliance of my past. Invincible, yet lonely as snow. Naturally, his words were dismissed as mere folly. Meng Qingqing secretly rolled her eyes and remarked, Grandfather, you are boasting again. A subtle yet palpable aura began to emanate, causing several individuals to pause in astonishment. Suddenly, as if the fabric of time and space had been torn asunder, a man materialized. He was even more beautiful than a woman, holding a jade flute, with a faint smile gracing his lips. Instantly, the lecherous old man shuddered and scurried behind Tang Yu, while Meng Qingqing's expression shifted markedly. Dream Wuyo, the king of demons. You are Tang Yu, are you not? Dream Wuyo spoke softly, his tone warm and devoid of hostility, as if greeting an old friend. In years past, my demon army breached the portals of the myriad heavens, only to be repelled by your singular efforts, correct? Indeed, Tang Yu replied, standing resolutely in the high heavens. Yet, an imperceptible wave of power emanated from Dream Wuyo, sending shivers down Tang Yu's spine. He had only felt such a formidable presence from the crimson-clad woman and Ruoshui. The lecherous old man's eyes darted around nervously, seemingly ready to flee at any moment. After a pause, Tang Yu smiled. To have caught the attention of the illustrious king of demons, it seems my life has not been in vain. Without delving into the past, even in the present moment, the deeds you have accomplished across the realms have likely made your name widely known. It is only natural that I am aware of your name, having known it earlier than most. Dream Wuya smiled faintly, stating that he had never truly paid it much mind. It was the same then as it is now. Surely, with your prowess, you would not regard someone as inconsequential as myself. Tang Yu chuckled softly, asking if Dream Wuya had not come for him. Dream Wuya gently shook his head, playing with the jade flute in his hand. He replied that he had merely come to observe a few individuals from the past, though they were long gone. As for you, I did not anticipate finding you here. He gazed at Tang Yu, continuing, yet, I must admit, I am indeed curious about you. Chapter 910. A spell after all, you single-handedly vanquished a team of my celestial demons, which piques my curiosity, especially considering you were merely at the level of a heavenly Tao saint at that time. I had not expected you to unleash such terrifying power back then. Dream Wuya smiled lightly, mentioning that he had recently heard more rumors about Tang Yu across the realms, which only heightened his curiosity. Tang Yu pondered the intent behind his visit, yet he felt no sense of impending danger. If such a person were to make a move, Tang Yu believed he would be crushed in an instant. Dream Wuya's realm far surpassed Tang Yu's current capabilities. Perhaps he possessed formidable power, capable of battling across realms, but the disparity between them was too vast. In Tang Yu's view, aside from a select few like Weak Water and Xiaoling, none could rival him. Dream Wuya stood silently high in the sky, yet the aura surrounding him exuded an invisible pressure. This sensation was something he had only experienced with Weak Water. Certainly, the woman in red possessed a similar aura, though she kept it restrained. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu spoke. Many years ago, a celestial demon invaded the heavenly portals, and I indeed repelled them. Has your visit come as an act of vengeance for them? Dream Wuya twirled the jade flute in his hand, responding nonchalantly, a group of worthless beings. Their demise is inconsequential to me. If they lack strength, their deaths are their own fault. He turned his gaze to Tang Yu, stating, what truly intrigues me is you. Pausing briefly, he continued, for some reason, I sense a familiar essence about you. Tiansong. Tang Yu was part of the fracture of Tiansong. Although his fundamental essence had altered, the original imprint remained within his soul, particularly during the struggle against the great Tao. The fragment of soul that had once been submerged in the depths of his spirit merged with his own, making that familiar spiritual essence even more pronounced, though most would be unable to perceive it. Of course, others did not possess the same level of cultivation as Dream Wuya. Perhaps we were fated in a past life, Tang Yu chuckled, well aware that he had once struck down celestial demons and driven them into the endless void, possibly alongside figures like Tiansong. If he were to discover that he is a part of the Tiansong division, he might even contemplate ending his own life. Individuals like you and me, do we still believe in past lives and the present? Meng Waya descended gracefully from the sky, a subtle smile gracing his face as if he were gazing upon a familiar old friend. The lecherous old man instantly became tense, his eyes darting about. Suddenly, he exclaimed, clutching his stomach, and scurried away, lamenting a potential ailment from something he had eaten. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. That old fellow. Tang Yu cursed inwardly. Meng Qingqing's complexion paled slightly as she struggled to maintain her composure amidst her fear. She could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from Meng Waya. Yet, Hong Ling inexplicably appeared in her hand, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. Tang Yu felt a surge of emotion, realizing that, even in such dire circumstances, someone stood by his side. You evoke a peculiar sensation within me, rendering you inscrutable, Meng Waya remarked to Tang Yu, his tone nonchalant. Initially, I was filled with curiosity about you, but now you have piqued my interest even further. Tang Yu replied with a faint smile, however, I remain oblivious to your true intentions. What do you think I intend to do? Meng Waya retorted, kill you? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu shook his head and responded, no, for someone of your caliber, if you truly wish to end my life, you would not engage in such trivial conversation. Meng Waya laughed heartily. Indeed, my curiosity towards you is genuine, devoid of malice. You are intriguing. The few I cannot fathom are undoubtedly formidable, some even surpassing me. Yet you are the sole individual weaker than I, yet still inscrutable, which only heightens my interest. Pausing, he continued, as for killing you, I have stated, you do not occupy my thoughts, now or in the future. Regarding the deaths of my subordinates, the so-called heavenly demons you have slain, their fates are of no concern to me. He then walked towards the ancestral tombstone of the Chaos clan. The barrier initially set by the weak water vanished without a trace under the radiance emitted by the jade flute in his hand. Suddenly, Meng Qingqing stepped forward. Blocking his path, what do you intend to do? This is the ancestral land of my clan. I harbor no ill intentions. Merely here to pay respects to some old acquaintances, Meng Huaya replied calmly, toying with the jade flute. Tang Yu swiftly pulled Meng Qingqing aside. What he says is true. Please proceed. With his formidable strength, if he wished to act, they would be utterly powerless to stop him. Moreover, Tang Yu sensed no hostility emanating from him. In his youth, he had witnessed Meng Huaya wielding a long spear, a figure of unparalleled prowess on the battlefield. Approaching a particular tombstone, he gazed at the name inscribed upon it, Ao Wen Tian. Dreamless sighed with a sense of nostalgia and remarked, during that battle, I witnessed him single-handedly traverse through my demonic army, with many of my ancestors perishing at his hands. Yet, what left the most profound impression on me was that formidable woman from the past, whose strength appeared invincible in my eyes at the time. She slaughtered my father and several of my brothers, but alas, she vanished without a trace thereafter. At this juncture, Dreamless turned his gaze toward the distant void and inquired, Am I not speaking the truth? A low hum of acknowledgement echoed in response. The figure of weak water emerged, enveloped in an aura of formidable and terrifying power. She could naturally sense the disruption of the barrier she had set in place. Dreamless regarded her with a slight furrow of his brow, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of exploration. So it is, you are not her, yet you embody her essence as well. How intriguing. After a brief pause, he continued, Years ago, I heard whispers of an unusual spell capable of splitting one's self. Unfortunately, only remnants of it remain. If I am not mistaken, you must have comprehended that spell, which explains your current state. Weak Water, with a seemingly casual glance at Tang Yu, replied, Regrettably, my understanding, or perhaps her understanding, is limited to this. However, another has embarked upon a different path, and I believe he is the one who truly grasped and completed the fragments of that spell. Chapter 911. What spell is it? Tang Yu felt his heart race. Weak Water's glance was laden with significance. If he was correct, that individual must be Tian Tsang. Over the years, Tang Yu had also been delving into the realm of soul division. However, the self-splitting of one's soul would merely render one into two distinct fools. Initially, Tang Yu suspected that the integration of the great Tao into his soul had compensated for that fragment of his soul, allowing him to function as a normal person. Yet, he later discovered that while the great Tao had merged with his soul, the original soul's incompleteness could not be rectified. At a certain moment when the system departed from his being and returned to the great Tao, the spirit that had long slumbered deep within his soul awakened and fused into his essence. Nonetheless, even with this, the division of the soul remained irreparable, and thus he would still be a fool. Furthermore, Tian Tsang's condition was peculiar. He perpetually drifted through the river of time in a daze, yet at times, he exhibited clarity. For instance, during the moment he struck down the demons and fell into slumber, Tian Tsang's sudden return indicated he was undoubtedly lucid then. This enigma had always perplexed Tang Yu. How had Tian Tsang managed to reach such a state? Now, he seemed to grasp a semblance of understanding. It must be that Tian Tsang had mastered the spell they spoke of. But what of Weak Water? Contemplating this, Tang Yu turned his gaze toward her, pondering whether she too was a product of self-division. Dreamless smiled faintly. The you of yesteryears pales in comparison to your current strength. I dare say the spell has also been fragmented. Indeed, thus I assert that my comprehension is limited to this. Weak Water nodded slightly, casting a glance at Tang Yu, and with a voice tinged with disdain remarked, From the very beginning of the schism, I possessed an unwavering sense of self. She is me, and I am her. Yet I am not her, for to me, she is merely a person consumed by her own arrogance. Were it not for her hubris, the Chaos clan would not have suffered so. Meng Wuya chuckled lightly, gesturing upwards. In the end, you and your predecessors were defeated by it. I have long believed that after languishing in the endless void for so many years, The cost we have paid was sufficient. Yet I did not anticipate that your sacrifices were even greater, to the point where your kin no longer exists. How fascinating. Weak water snorted. In this life, I shall not succumb to him. You merely wish to exploit us to deplete its very essence, allowing us to wreak havoc across these realms. Meng Wuya twirled the jade flute in his hands, the wind occasionally sweeping through the holes, producing a crystalline melody. You and your former self are truly no different. She's nothing but a self-righteous individual, Weak water replied coldly. To guard the realms yet be unable to protect those dear to you is both laughable and tragic. She fixed him with a frosty gaze. What is your intention here? Do you wish to avenge your forebears? An intangible aura began to emanate from Meng Wuya. I have always thought that at this stage, I should be able to defeat her. Yet upon seeing you, I realize I am still not her match. For her division does not encompass her full power. A subtle sigh escaped his lips. Even if I were to face you, it would merely result in mutual destruction. Wouldn't it? Weak water huffed, remaining silent. Thus, engaging you in battle holds no interest for me, Meng Wuya said with a nonchalant smile. After a brief pause, he inquired, what of her? Where has she gone? Weak water furrowed her brow, only to hear Meng Wuya continue. To the endless void, perhaps? Huh. Though we have been driven to the infinite expanse over the years, I have come to understand certain truths. What truths? Weak water asked. This realm is not as simplistic as it seems, Meng Wuya replied. At the very least, there exist even more terrifying entities beyond it. Perhaps not just one, but a multitude. Initially, when I sensed none of your presence, I assumed that in that battle, both you and my predecessors had perished. Yet your living form proves otherwise, indicating that she must also be alive. However, this realm has been devoid of any essence. Had it not been for deliberate concealment, she must be within the endless void. Meng Wuya chuckled softly. Abandoned by this realm, your kin extinguished, and even the heavens deeming you sinners. Yet you still guard this realm. How intriguing your so-called emotions are, leaving me perplexed. There is indeed a difference between humans and beasts, Weak water replied coolly. Meng Wuya's gaze sharpened. An invisible pressure radiating forth, yet Weak water stood undaunted before him. Under this oppressive force, Tang Yu felt his blood surging restlessly. Suddenly, an intangible force shielded him, while Weak water involuntarily took a step back. In summary, the two individuals are evenly matched. The essence of Weak water serves to protect Tang Yu and Meng Qingqing. Without this force, it is certain that Tang Yu would sustain injuries under such oppressive pressure, and Meng Qingqing might even vanish without a trace. Thus, while the confrontation appears intangible, Weak water has indeed found itself at a disadvantage, as their magical powers are nearly equal. Such formidable strength is something Tang Yu will undoubtedly possess one day. Dream Wuyo chuckled and remarked, what defines a beast? What defines a human? Be it beast or human, they are merely labels. And if you are not a beast, how can you comprehend that a beast's emotions are inferior to those of a human? At least from my perspective, I see that you beasts lack the emotions of humanity. Weak water retorted, your words displease me. Dream Wuyo continued, unfortunately, I cannot kill you. Nor can you kill me. You are not of my kind. How can you claim we lack our own emotions? However, I must admit, some of your human emotions do amuse me. Weak water scoffed. Without engaging in battle, how can you assert that I cannot kill you? In the past, she was able to slay your ancestors, and I too can bring you down. Dream Wuyo laughed lightly. Regrettably, you are not the peak of her. You lack the standing to make such claims. The atmosphere suddenly intensified, and Weak water gazed at Dream Wuyo, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Tang Yu hurriedly pulled Meng Qingqing back for several thousand meters. The invisible pressure spread forth. Weak water's expression turned icy, while Dream Wuyo maintained a smile. Twirling a jade flute in hand, the frozen space ruptured, creating an opening. Dream Wuyo's figure melded into it and vanished, saying, we shall inevitably clash, but not now. I am disinterested in these trivial matters at this moment. Weak water's aura abruptly retracted, and with a wave of her hand, the gravestone area reappeared, encased in a barrier. Wait, Tang Yu called out urgently as he saw Weak water attempting to leave. What exactly is that spell you mentioned? At this moment, Tang Yu was filled with an insatiable desire to witness the spell they spoke of. Chapter 912. The commencement of celestial turmoil. Weak water regarded him with a cryptic smile. You wish to see it? Without hesitation, Tang Yu nodded and said, if I am not mistaken, the person you refer to is Tian Tsang. You both perceived the remnants of this spell simultaneously, yet failed to forge your distinct paths, which is akin to another form of metamorphosis. He harbored another question, one regarding the possibility that weak water herself might be a split entity. In fact, they seemed to share a common plight, with the only distinction being that weak water possessed a complete consciousness post-split. However, Tian appeared not to have achieved this, as he often wandered aimlessly through the river of time, having split off to another realm. Determining who among them had a higher understanding of the spell was complex. Yet, based on weak water's earlier remarks, it seemed that Tian's comprehension was more refined. This only deepened Tang Yu's confusion. Despite weak water's absolute and coherent consciousness following her division, he began to harbor doubts about the identity of the one she had split from. Nonetheless, he found it hard to believe. If this were indeed the case, would it not imply that each of them possesses a complete consciousness? Yet, how is the fragmentation of their souls reconciled? This fragmentation extends even to their own spells. In contrast, Tian appears even more formidable. He has managed to retain his spells intact, diligently cultivating and transforming himself alongside his other self. Thus, it seems that Tian embodies a greater perfection. However, the flaw lies in his perpetual lack of self-awareness, rendering him a mere shadow adrift in the river of time. Weak water smiled faintly. Why should I show you? Damn it, Tang Yu muttered under his breath. Some answers must be sought by oneself, Weak water remarked nonchalantly, her gaze turning towards Meng Qingqing. Meng Qingqing, in turn, was observing her. This individual seemed somewhat familiar, yet entirely unrecognizable. It was evident to her that Weak Water was also one of their Chaos clan, a person of significance. Are you one of our Chaos clan? Meng Qingqing inquired. Weak Water regarded her, a gentle smile gracing her lips, before her figure vanished without a trace. At that moment, Tang Yu felt inexplicably vexed, plagued by numerous unanswered questions. Yet, he was left to seek the answers alone. What a fruitless endeavor. Suddenly, Tang Yu erupted in frustration, not even knowing who he was cursing. Beside him, Meng Qingqing stared at him in astonishment and after a while asked, Tang Yu, are you all right? I'm fine. Tang Yu replied. Several ominous presences approached. Ahead lay a lecherous old man, desperately fleeing, pursued by a dozen individuals intent on his demise. Even so, the old man occasionally turned back, shouting curses at his pursuers. He then cried out in desperation, "Help me, kid, please." Tang Yu paused, his earlier gloom lifting slightly upon seeing the group. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly dashed forward to deliver a flurry of blows. Meng Qingqing could only watch, her eyes twitching. Seizing the opportunity, the lecherous old man joined in, albeit with particularly dubious movements that disregarded gender distinctions, causing Tang Yu to involuntarily gasp. Regardless of whether they were male or female, it seemed they had all lost their identities. Kid, I wasn't trying to flee. I was merely feeling unwell and thought I'd step outside for a breath of fresh air. I didn't expect to encounter such a merry band of pursuers. The lecherous old man explained to Tang Yu. Yet, Tang Yu didn't spare him a glance. Meng Qingqing scornfully remarked, "Old man, you are quite lacking in decorum," punctuating her words with a huff. As for those who had pursued the old man, they were now thoroughly incapacitated, a fate brought upon them by the old man's treachery. In comparison to the lecherous old man, Tang Yu considered himself exceptionally benevolent and kind-hearted. One by one, the assailants clutched their wounds, fleeing in agony, their hatred for the old man intensifying. Oblivious to the chaos unfolding beyond the realms, Tang Yu remained focused on mending the starry domains. Yet, the entire universe was descending into turmoil, with terrifying entities infiltrating many star realms. These are the terrors that were originally suppressed by the town of Guishu. Yet, the celestial demon army remains unmoved, still lingering in that particular star domain. Nevertheless, the terrifying existence has instilled a profound fear throughout the myriad realms. Various sects ponder how to respond, while some lone cultivators contemplate fleeing to other star domains. Unfortunately, many who attempt to escape encounter these horrors along the way, meeting their demise in an instant, either crushed or consumed. The entire celestial realm has descended into utter chaos at this moment, with wails of anguish emanating from different star domains. Elders of certain sects, along with reclusive ancient beings, have begun to emerge in succession to resist these terrifying entities. They are not merely one but a group of fearsome beings, each possessing formidable powers. There are always those fiery souls who seek to protect the celestial realms or defend their own sects, yet the ultimate outcome is a bloodbath across the heavens. Suffering. Lamentation. The taste of spilled blood is exquisitely rich. In bygone days, the existence of the Chaos clan offered protection here, resisting us and suppressing us. Now, with the Chaos clan's demise, this celestial realm shall become our feast of blood. A monstrous figure grins wickedly, with long fangs and viscous green saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. It charges into a star domain like a tiger among sheep, shattering all in its path and devouring several. Some cry out in desperation, praying for salvation, unaware that prayer is the most futile of endeavors. Yet, in this moment of life and death, it is the only recourse left to them. The Qingshuang courtyard has been annihilated, and not a single soul remains in the Wanzhou palace. Ningfengyu, listening to reports from below, furrows his brow. Multiple forces in their star domain have already perished. These terrifying beings are exceedingly cruel. At this rate, it won't be long before the Yutian sect faces the same fate. However, Ningfengyu harbors no concern. For having traversed this star domain for many years, they are not without their defenses. They possess their own absolute trump cards. Yet, witnessing the unrestrained rampage of these horrors raises questions. Now, their terrifying presence is seen throughout the celestial realms. Perhaps the elders of this star domain could be mobilized to eradicate them. But what if that action draws even more horrors? Even their ancestors might find it difficult to cope. In a domain not yet completely ravaged by chaos, should it reach the Yutian sect, it may be too late to respond. Outside a certain star domain, Luo Qingyan walks steadily, encountering some terrifying entities along the way, which she effortlessly obliterates. She raises her head to gaze into the vast expanse of the starry sky. Is it 300 years? The last 300 years? Chapter 913. The elder of heavenly mechanisms Luo Qingyan appears to be in deep contemplation, and after a long while, she lets out a serene sigh. She steps forward, crossing several star domains in the blink of an eye. It seems she is in search of familiar places from the past. However, with the passage of time, the celestial realms have undergone significant transformations. Ultimately, she pauses in a gorge. Within the gorge, beneath the lush canopy of verdant trees, where blossoms burst forth in vibrant hues and butterflies flit gracefully, lies a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Luo Qingyan, poised to step into this enchanting realm, suddenly sensed a nauseating aura creeping up from behind. With a dismissive huff, she did not glance back, but instead, with a swift motion, unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, two figures nearby were reduced to nothingness, dissipating into the ether. With purposeful strides, Luo Qingyan ventured into the gorge. The space around her shifted, as if she had crossed into an entirely different dimension. The once flourishing landscape of greenery and floral beauty had transformed into a desolate wasteland. The elder of heavenly mechanisms, Luo Qingyan remarked, her tone laced with surprise. I did not anticipate encountering you here. Had I not felt your presence, I would have presumed you perished many years ago. Her voice carried a tinge of nostalgia. It is astonishing that, after endless years, a familiar face remains. A tempest of yellow sand swirled around her, coalescing into a formidable vortex. Within this whirlwind, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow emerged, though his gaze bore a chilling demeanor. Luo Qingyan, the elder of heavenly mechanisms, spoke. Years ago, I divined your fate, foreseeing an inescapable calamity, yet also a glimmer of survival. You have indeed evaded death. As for being an old acquaintance, I do not consider you one. The elder regarded her intently. If I had truly perished in the annals of time, it would have tarnished the reputation of the elder of heavenly mechanisms. My resurrection against the odds serves as testament to my esteemed title. Luo Qingyan replied softly. I seek your counsel regarding certain matters. Is it necessary for you to present yourself in this form? It became evident that the figure manifested within the vortex was merely an avatar of the elder. To enter my valley of heavenly mechanisms. I care not who you claim to be, but you are undoubtedly aware of the rules, the elder stated. No sooner had he spoken than his avatar vanished, and the yellow sands surged ominously. From all directions, east, south, west, and north, terrifying forces converged. Thunder, floods, raging fires, and swirling sands. Luo Qingyan smiled faintly. Your heavenly mechanisms array has indeed improved. With a delicate step, she disrupted the flow of time, shattering the surrounding space. The thunder, floods, and other calamities were absorbed into disparate realms. She soon found herself before a stone dwelling. "Will you not emerge?" she called out. Moments later, a voice resonated from within the stone structure. "I see now. The merging of countless bloodlines has rejuvenated your essence and allowed your spirit to coalesce. However, the balance of yin and yang determines your revival." As these words were spoken, a formidable force radiated from the stone house, and a muffled grunt escaped the elder's lips. "Damn it, who is he? How could he inflict even a slight backlash upon me?" The elder grumbled, underscoring the formidable nature of his character. It was known that previously, even Tang Yu could not withstand the repercussions of his own karmic ties. Yet the elder had managed to endure it, seemingly unscathed. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Luo Qingyan's eyes. From within the stone house, the elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow emerged. Looking towards Luo Qingyan, he inquired, "Who is that person? Why does he possess such formidable causal power?" He hesitated to delve further into the divination. The momentary backlash he experienced was indeed formidable. Had it been another, they might have perished on the spot. "His name is Tang Yu," Luo Qingyan replied. "As for who he truly is or what his origins are, I cannot say." After a brief pause, she continued, "There are 3 questions to be asked here. I do not wish to interfere in your causal entanglements. What business do the cataclysms of the heavens have with me?" The elder of heavenly secrets snorted, much like the Chaos clan, who defended the heavens, but at what cost? Their kin annihilated, burdened with eternal infamy. They became the pariahs of this realm. What you choose to do is your own affair." Luo Qingyan smiled faintly. "Only 3 questions. What if I choose not to answer?" "Then I shall obliterate your heavenly secrets valley," the elder retorted. "You threaten me, old man." "It is not a threat, but a statement of fact. I am aware that this place is the heart of your heavenly secrets formation. Your years of toil are merely to seek greater insights into the mysteries of the heavens and to find your path forward." The surrounding formations pulsed with power. Their might intensified, yet even so, this place could not contain her, nor inflict any harm upon her. "On the contrary, should I destroy this place, your years of effort would be rendered futile," Luo Qingyan remarked softly. The elder's expression turned cold. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Speak then. What are your 3 questions?" "When will the calamity of the heavenly demon come to an end?" Luo Qingyan asked. The elder closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, suddenly opened them, a flicker of anguish crossing his face. "It will end when the time is right." With a knowing glance, Luo Qingyan continued, "Have you suffered backlash again? Very well. I shall consider that your answer to the first question. The second question, will those who have perished, who have withered, ever return?" The elder cursed under his breath. "Damn it, what sort of questions are these? Time and again, you subject me to backlash. Such terrifying force would have surely led to the demise of anyone else." He glanced aside, where a flower was taking root beneath a rock, gradually pushing through the stone to bloom into a radiant blossom. Following his gaze, Luo Qingyan's expression shifted to one of understanding. Just as she was about to speak, the rock seemingly succumbed to immense pressure and fell, crushing the flower to pieces. This left Luo Qingyan perplexed. "I have already answered your second question," the elder declared. Luo Qingyan scrutinized the shattered flower. Although it lay in ruins, its roots remained intact, seemingly awaiting a spring rain to take root and sprout anew. After a lengthy silence, she sighed. "Is it truly impossible for them to return?" Steeling herself, she pressed on. "Is there a possibility to alter the course of this life, or is the outcome predetermined?" "I do not know." The elder of heavenly secrets spoke without a trace of hesitation. "Such inquiries need not be posed, for I have long contemplated them. Initially, all seemed void. Yet many years ago, a flicker of hope appeared amidst the abyss. As for the essence of this hope, I remain oblivious. And it is not a matter that preoccupies my thoughts." In chapter 914, The Onslaught of Monsters, the elder's countenance was devoid of warmth as he declared, "Even amid myriad cycles of reincarnation and the cataclysms of the heavens, as long as I draw breath, all is well. The rest is but a fleeting illusion, ephemeral as a mirage." He turned his gaze towards Luo Qingyan, his words laden with significance. "When one's cultivation reaches such heights, what is there left to relinquish? The myriad desires and emotions of the mortal realm are the most unreliable of attachments. Those who claim to safeguard this realm of the heavens merely bask in the accolades of others, ensnared by their own delusions." After a brief pause, Luo Qingyan responded, I have never pondered such matters. I merely exist and must engage in some endeavor to live in seclusion like you. Observing the demise of the heavens and the dissolution of all is beyond my capabilities. She continued, moreover, when all collapses and the heavens dissolve, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? This lifetime differs from the previous cycles. I trust you need no further elaboration. There remain but 300 years. Luo Qingyan asserted. No one can completely evade fate. The question is whether he still lives. If he breathes, perhaps there still lingers a glimmer of hope for the heavens. He has ventured too far. I can no longer delineate his fate, nor can I sense even a trace of his essence. Furthermore, many years ago, he left behind his soul's flame, embarking alone into the vast unknown, and that flame has long since extinguished. The elder remarked, so, must we dwell on his life or death? Surely, he has perished in the endless expanse. Those like him cannot alter the inevitable conclusion. Do you truly believe otherwise? Such thoughts are but fanciful dreams. The elder continued, you speak the truth. Perhaps there will come a day when I too cannot escape the final obliteration. Yet, I have embraced the transient nature of existence, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless souls, and I have found peace in this acceptance. You, however, remain self-assured, seeking to rewrite what has been ordained. Such ambition is indeed laughable. For the sake of the heavens, what sacrifices have you made, and what have you ultimately gained? The elder scoffed. In my eyes, you are not but a gathering of antiquated minds. The denizens of the heavens are even more ungrateful, having betrayed their own kind on numerous occasions. What purpose do the heavens serve in such a context? A faint smile of bitterness graced Luo Qingyan's lips. Perhaps the heavens harbor those who fear death, yet they also encompass valiant souls. It is precisely for this reason that the realm has repeatedly risen against adversity to endure. Countless predecessors and sages, some long forgotten by us, left no final names to remember them, erasing their legacies in the river of time. Their bodies, blood, and valor scattered across the boundless void. They never sought to be immortalized by the living. Yet, through their relentless battles, they paved the way for the present stability of our realm. And we shall continue to embody this indomitable spirit. As the gentle mist enveloped the air, she spoke with a tranquil voice. Sometimes, certain matters lack absolute significance. Yet there must always be those willing to act, don't you think? She gazed into the distance, contemplating the mortal realm. Behold, not far away, a nation is embroiled in conflict. Do the actions of these soldiers carry any meaning? In this moment, they seem devoid of purpose. But for the sake of future generations and those dear to them, perhaps they hold significance. This war, from our perspective, resembles mere playful banter. With a mere gesture, we could shatter the cosmos, yet we remain but insignificant ants. Nevertheless, their spirit commands my respect. The elder of destiny snorted. Mortals live but a fleeting century, yet they fail to grasp the essence of love. We stand atop the infinite ages. How could they possibly be our equals? The vast expanse of time is indeed a sorrowful plight. Having witnessed the transformations of the world, one grows increasingly aware of their own insignificance. Though their lives span merely a century, they suffer under the weight of their emotions and desires, ultimately vanishing into the annals of time, thus concluding their lament. Luo Qingyan remarked, at times, I find myself envying the fleeting lives of mortals. You too have experienced the trials of humanity. Your envy is not for them, but rather a longing for your former self, the elder of destiny replied. Perhaps, Luo Qingyan chuckled softly before shaking her head with a smile. Who would have thought that after all these endless years, I would become so sentimental? She turned to the elder and asked, do you still believe you can evade your fate this time? Ponder it well. If you continue to isolate yourself from the world, the only outcome awaiting you is oblivion. Do you not face the same fate? At the very least, striving for something may indeed grant a glimmer of hope for all beings, Luo Qingyan stated calmly. Did you not just mention that the original outcome was but a void? Yet, with the light of dawn breaking through the emptiness, hope seems to emerge. The elder of destiny fell into contemplation. Perhaps this flicker of hope could indeed alter the course of everything. As she turned to leave, Luo Qingyan stepped out, finding herself beyond the canyon. The elder remained motionless for an extended period. Could there truly be a shred of hope? He murmured, and what of that young man? Why does he carry such immense karmic power? The past was a blank slate, the present shrouded in confusion, while the future loomed as an abyss. He felt as though he existed without a past, present, or future, yet he was undeniably alive. He seemed to transcend this ancient history, yet was intricately woven into the fabric of all things. After a long while, the elder rose. It seems I must venture forth to discover who he truly is. He gazed into the distance, reflecting, it has been ages since I last roamed. I wonder what the realms beyond are like now. In the chaotic star domain, restoration was gradually taking place. As for the happenings beyond the realms, Tang Yu remained utterly indifferent. They could create as much chaos as they wished, as long as it did not encroach upon his domain. Alas, his ideals were noble, yet reality proved to be quite harsh. A foul stench wafted through the air with overwhelming force. This odor caused both the lecherous old man and Meng Qingqing to retreat several steps, while Tang Yu frowned involuntarily. To my surprise, there exists yet another creature that tantalizes my senses. A monstrous being materialized, adorned with black and white wings radiating the essence of yin and yang. Its skin was wrinkled, its hair a dismal gray, crowned with two bovine horns upon its brow. Its mouth was filled with grotesque tusks, from which drool dripped, exuding a putrid aroma. You are quite the woman. I shall have you. It snarled at Meng Qingqing with a sinister grin. Chapter 915. The battle against a terrifying existence. Instantly, Meng Qingqing felt a surge of anxiety. The lecherous old man, his eyes darting about, finally managed to grimace and utter, "Kid, can you handle it?" The monster emitted a shrill, mocking laugh. "Kill me? You old fool truly has a wild imagination. Kid, you're rather impressive, tender and succulent." Its gaze fixated on Tang Yu as if he were a delectable morsel. At present, Tang Yu could not discern the creature's true strength, but the overwhelming presence surrounding them suggested it was at least his equal. However, he relished the challenge posed by such formidable adversaries. If he were to falter, he could always flee. These entities were undoubtedly the terrifying beings once suppressed within the realm of Guishu. Yet, what puzzled Tang Yu was the apparent tranquility of the Tianma race in that particular star domain, showing no signs of unrest. Were they perhaps intending to utilize these beings as pawns to gauge the depths of the myriad realms? This possibility could not be dismissed. I cannot defeat it. If I fall, you all shall perish, Tang Yu remarked, exasperated. The lecherous old man was taken aback, then clenched his fists and declared, "Kid, I knew you could handle it. Go forth. I shall cheer you on from the sidelines." The monster grinned menacingly. "You seek death. Let us proceed to the outer realm," Tang Yu stated, leaping into the air towards the vast unknown. He had painstakingly restored the star domain and had no desire to see it shattered once more due to a conflict. "Since you wish for death, I shall oblige." The creature followed suit. Meng Qingqing was filled with trepidation. Could he truly emerge victorious? The lecherous old man blinked rapidly, suddenly anxious. "Quickly, we must hide." Facing Meng Qingqing's confused gaze, he continued, "You hail from the Chaos Clan, and I, cough cough, have many enemies across the myriad realms. With that young man absent, they may seize this opportunity to strike at us. We must find a place to conceal ourselves. By the way, as a member of the Chaos Clan, does your ancestral land have any hidden chambers?" The old man spoke with urgency, while Meng Qingqing was left at a loss for words, preoccupied with her own safety rather than concerning herself with Tang Yu. The battles of such powerful beings were far beyond their intervention, even if they were to arrive. They might well find that he had already been overwhelmed by a throng of adversaries. Thus, let us wait here for that young man. By the way, does your ancestral land possess any secret chambers or forbidden grounds? I do not inquire for my own sake, but rather for your safety. Should that young man fall in battle, the monsters would undoubtedly turn their attention towards you, so it would be prudent to conceal yourself." The lecherous old man asserted with conviction. "No," Dream Qingqing replied, rolling her eyes, although her gaze drifted toward the outer realm, betraying a hint of concern. "Quickly, we must hide," the old man urged anxiously. "I can sense the approach of others." Noticing Dream Qingqing's feet remain unmoved, he added in desperation, "Rest assured, that young man will not perish. No matter who falls, he will surely survive." Naturally, Dream Qingqing dismissed his words as mere nonsense. The old man then grasped her hand and led her toward the star domain, muttering regretfully, "Had I known, I would have had that young man set up some barriers here." In the outer realm, Tang Yu faced a monstrous creature, an overwhelming stench causing him to grimace in disgust. "Die, wretch!" The monster bellowed, its wings flapping violently, unleashing a force of yin and yang that formed a tremendous whirlwind aimed at Tang Yu. Unfazed, Tang Yu invoked the laws of space, devouring the monstrous wind's terrifying essence. The laws of space? The creature snarled. Is that all you have? Do you truly believe you are my equal? Its dual blades continued to shimmer, while the two horns atop its head glowed ominously, converging into a cataclysmic force. Amidst the raging whirlwind, Tang Yu's spatial laws shattered in an instant, leaving him momentarily stunned. The surrounding winds surged, threatening to tear him apart, when suddenly a brilliant light, as if traversing eons, rushed toward him with lethal intent. However, with a wealth of battle experience and numerous hidden trump cards yet to be revealed, Tang Yu invoked the laws of time, enveloped in a radiant golden aura. Embodying the essence of combat, he unleashed a punch, clashing against the overwhelming force of light. Both combatants were taken aback by the sight before them. Blood trickled from Tang Yu's fist. His physical form was remarkably resilient, seemingly superior even against those of the Chaos realm, yet he now found himself wounded. The creature's eyes reflected a flicker of surprise, evidently unprepared for Tang Yu's ability to withstand such a blow. Are you not a saint of the great Tao? The monster rasped. How could a saint possess such terrifying strength? A gathering of individuals had sensed the immense power emanating from this clash. It was Tang Yu, engaged in combat with a formidable entity. This time, Tang Yu is surely doomed, some murmured through clenched teeth, seething with resentment. How dare he provoke such a terrifying monster? He deserves his fate. Young friend, your words are somewhat misguided, another countered. Though Tang Yu may be an adversary to many, he does not indiscriminately slay, nor has he committed acts that would incite the wrath of the heavens. In contrast, that monstrous being wreaks havoc across the realms, leaving chaos in its wake. At this moment, I find myself fervently wishing for Tang Yu's victory. Tang Yu appeared oblivious, fixated on the terrifying entity before him. He had faced formidable beings of chaos, even managing to vanquish some. Yet, in the presence of this monstrous figure, a weight of solemnity enveloped him. I am of the Tao realm, Tang Yu declared. Should he unleash all his hidden cards, it seemed he could indeed slay this creature. However, should the celestial phenomena manifest, certain individuals would undoubtedly detect the myriad souls lying dormant within him. Of the Tao realm? The monster gazed at him, exclaiming, to possess such formidable power. A sinister grin spread across its face. You are igniting a thrill within me. Your flesh must be a delectable feast. Tang Yu regarded him calmly, regrettably. You cannot kill me. With that, Tang Yu's figure flickered, the laws of time unveiling themselves. He took a step forward, seemingly preparing to flee. The monster, momentarily stunned, bellowed in furious outrage. Where do you think you're going? Its two horns radiated a terrifying magical aura, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it surged forward. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind, wielding a broken blade that descended with force. A torrential spray of foul, viscous blood erupted forth, accompanied by the monster's anguished cry. In the river of time, Tang Yu also turned abruptly, delivering a punch that shattered the fabric of time itself, fragments scattering like stars. Locking eyes on the blade, the monster's expression shifted, a deep-seated fear igniting within it. Chapter 916. The stirring of souls. This terrifying entity had been grievously wounded by Tang Yu. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, aware of Tang Yu's might, capable of slaying beings of chaos, yet astonished by how effortlessly he had injured this monster. Several members of sects harboring grudges against Tang Yu felt a pang of resentment. How could he be this powerful? Why could even such a fearsome creature not bring him down? Conversely, some breathed a sigh of relief, hoping for Tang Yu's triumph in this epic confrontation. After all, compared to this monster, Tang Yu embodied kindness in abundance. Others could not help but defend Tang Yu. He hasn't truly done anything wrong. Even if he is a remnant of the chaotic lineage, does that justify their relentless pursuit? He has merely defended himself, and his strength has not led to any outrageous deeds. This boy's character is commendable. Fortunately, Tang Yu remained unaware of their musings. Otherwise, he might have embraced them heartily, declaring them true souls. Indeed, Tang Yu had always believed in the integrity of his character. Yet, most of the world could only perceive his irreverent facade, failing to grasp the solitude and uprightness that lay beneath. The monster roared in fury. What manner of blade is this? How could it possibly wound me? It sensed a perilous aura emanating from the broken weapon, instilling a primal fear within. Boom! The river of time trembled, an overwhelming force spreading forth. The Tang Yu within the river descended, merging into his corporeal form, vanishing from sight. Was this an embodiment of his essence? Yet, the terror far surpassed that of the avatar. His incarnation seemed indistinguishable from his true self. What enchantment could this possibly be? Some observers gazed at Tang Yu, lost in contemplation. Tang Yu offered a faint smile, glancing at the blade in his hand, and remarked, "This is a butcher's knife." The creature suddenly bellowed in rage, charging towards Tang Yu, seemingly injured by him. However, it was ultimately caught off guard. Feigning an attempt to flee, he created the illusion that he intended to retreat, thereby striking unexpectedly with a single blow. The monster was now thoroughly enraged, its formidable aura resonating throughout the surroundings, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and emit sounds of collapse. Tang Yu became vigilant, swiftly retreating before launching a punch. A beam of white light erupted between the monster's horns, annihilating his fist's momentum. "Die, you brat!" The creature roared, now mere moments away, its palms sprouting menacing claws several inches long. Boom! A powerful wave of energy emanated from both combatants, radiating outward. Tang Yu's body swayed, while the monster stood its ground, its stance unwavering and rooted. Under the sheer force of raw magical energy, Tang Yu found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, excitement surged within him, his blood boiling at that moment. His fighting spirit soared as he seized the initiative. It had been far too long since he had engaged in such a spirited battle. Boom, boom. The force spread like wildfire, as space itself continued to collapse. Countless blurred rivers of time splashed around them. As the rivers of time faded, Tang Yu radiated a dazzling golden light. The laws of battle manifested. The nine-word fist unleashed a myriad of principles, each executed with utmost precision. Grasping the monster's wings, he ultimately tore them apart. Yet, in the process, his chest was pierced by the creature's claws. In that moment, however, Tang Yu appeared even more exhilarated, his entire being shimmering with golden light, embodying the very essence of a peerless war deity. Boom! The monster's horns were shattered by Tang Yu's relentless strikes. Witnessing this transformation in Tang Yu, the crowd felt a chill of dread. A madman. He was undoubtedly a lunatic, engaging in a mutually destructive style of combat. Aware that his magical prowess was slightly inferior to that of the monster, he resorted to such tactics to wear it down. But if this continues, Tang Yu may not withstand the toll of such consumption, someone remarked. An elder nearby interjected, "My view is quite the opposite. This depletion is trivial for Tang Yu. From the very onset of this battle until now, have you sensed any reduction in his momentum? On the contrary, the monster is now imbued with fear. Thus, in my estimation, it is Tang Yu who shall ultimately slay this beast." Consequently, a heated debate arose regarding who would emerge victorious, with each person articulating their perspective. Meanwhile, the battle intensified, growing increasingly brutal. Even with Tang Yu's remarkable recovery abilities, he began to feel the strain. The monster, too, became increasingly furious, instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers. Under the principles of battle, Tang Yu's fervent martial spirit surged. In a moment, should he succumb to fear, it would inevitably diminish the very potency of the laws of combat. Empowered by these principles, Tang Yu's magical prowess reached the zenith of his physical form. With each resounding strike, his figure trembled, yet the monster before him began to retreat, even harboring a primal instinct to flee. This young man was utterly formidable, defying all conventional reasoning. Initially perceived as merely a saint of the great path, he was thought to be easily vanquished. However, the combat prowess he exhibited seemed to surpass that of an ordinary Chaos Realm powerhouse, especially in the face of Tang Yu's reckless and relentless assault. The creature was increasingly engulfed by dread. The monster let out a piercing roar, as Tang Yu forcibly tore off another wing. "I shall fight you to the end," it bellowed, its brow splitting open like a blooming eye, emanating an endless chaotic aura. Upon a single glance, Tang Yu felt a disorienting wave wash over him, as if he were adrift in the vast, desolate cosmos, utterly lost and without direction. The boundless chaos surrounded him, leaving him in solitude. A sharp, piercing pain suddenly surged from the depths of his soul. The spectral shadow that had integrated with his essence split once more, resembling a blank canvas, until, in that moment, its eyes burst open. Simultaneously, Tang Yu's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, narrowly escaping the monster's spell that had nearly ensnared his spirit. The creature's brow was bleeding, and with a thunderous explosion, its body erupted. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers dumbfounded, including Tang Yu, who stood momentarily stunned. The remnants of the creature's soul fled in haste. After a brief pause, Tang Yu, wielding his blade and stepping through the fabric of time, pursued it, exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going?" The spectators exchanged bewildered glances, all sharing a sense of confusion. In that fleeting moment, Tang Yu's spirit had evidently been lost to the monster's sorcery, only to awaken suddenly, having accomplished nothing. How could the monster's body have disintegrated? Chapter 917. The empty city. The crowd fell silent, collectively yearning for an explanation. Among them, several Chaos Realm beings pondered the enigma. How could the monster's body have unexpectedly exploded? At that instant, Tang Yu's spirit had returned, yet he had done nothing, nor could he have acted in time. Furthermore, the monster had already made its move. Its attack was sufficient to obliterate Tang Yu's physical form. Yet, with the return of Tang Yu's spirit, an invisible force had surged forth. Was it possible that this creature had been concealing its true strength, intentionally suppressing itself to the level of the Great Path, only to collide with a wall? The fact that he had previously vanquished a chaos powerhouse at the Great Path level had already defied expectations, but this occurrence was even more terrifying. He directly defeated a terrifying creature, shattering its corporeal form, and pursued it with relentless determination. Could it be that he is not merely a being of the Great Path? One of the formidable entities from the Chaos Realm remarked, "It is plausible that he has been concealing his true strength all along, toying with us." This seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. "Indeed, I share this sentiment," another from the Chaos Realm added. The formidable aura he unleashed in that instant was unparalleled, leaving us all in a state of astonishment. I believe that even if we stood several miles away, we would have been affected by that overwhelming force, facing instant demise. Thus, it was evident that he possessed absolute strength, merely veiled until now. Instantly, the crowd fell into a profound silence, especially those sects who bore animosity towards Tang Yu, who found themselves pondering even more deeply. At that moment, they had witnessed his fierce battle with the monster, even contemplating using it to eliminate Tang Yu. However, they had not anticipated his terrifying prowess. Some even considered seeking Tang Yu's favor. Yet, as this thought emerged, they could not help but shake their heads. A person like Tang Yu was beyond their control. Moreover, rumors suggested he belonged to the Chaos Clan, even having erected a monument for them, inadvertently becoming an enemy to all. Yet, his formidable strength rendered him indifferent to such matters. If they were to establish any relationship with Tang Yu, would he not turn against them if they failed to contend with him? Thus, the notion of courting Tang Yu was swiftly abandoned. Traversing across hundreds of thousands of miles, the entity's spirit continued to flee at a frantic pace, with Tang Yu relentlessly pursuing from behind. The laws of time manifested, as if he were emerging from different epochs. The skies transformed into myriad reflections of Tang Yu. He swung his blade down, annihilating the creature's spirit into fragments. This was primarily due to the extraordinary weapon in his grasp. Otherwise, he would never have so easily vanquished the creature's essence. Even in slaying, it would have undoubtedly required considerable effort. The broken blade had been mended, its power now elevated. As it descended, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Not far off, he sensed a familiar presence. Wang Yashuan was covered in blood, evidently having endured a fierce battle, her demeanor somewhat disheveled. Nevertheless, she produced a mirror, inspecting her own visage. After a brief hesitation, she retrieved some rouge and began to apply it to her face. Then, with a playful grin directed at the mirror, she transformed into a vision of elegance. Tang Yu, witnessing this spectacle from a distance, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. What absurdity was this? She still cared about her appearance amidst such chaos? This girl was truly a peculiar character. Subsequently, with a wave of her hand, a stream of water flowed from afar, cleansing her of all dirt and restoring her to the dapper appearance of a gentleman. Yet, Tang Yu sensed that this individual was injured, and severely at that. He scanned the surroundings. Had he returned to the infinite star domain? This could not be. The infinite star domain was not so near. But how was Wang Yashuan here? After completing her grooming, Wang Yashuan gazed into the mirror, bestowing upon herself a gentle smile. Convinced that her smile radiated perfection, she still appeared as handsome as ever. Suddenly, a peculiar cry escaped her lips as she stared in astonishment at Tang Yu. Almost immediately, a wave of relief washed over her. It was merely him. Tang Yu seemed to have become even more formidable, his presence unnoticed even at such a close distance. Wang Yashuan speculated that perhaps it was due to his injuries. How had that once charming young man transformed into this state? Tang Yu clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Holding the mirror, Wang Yashuan could not help but scrutinize her face again, finding nothing amiss. She was aware that the concern regarding her handsome visage had certainly been perceived by Tang Yu. Ah, enough of this, Wang Yashuan lamented. I had just intended to travel through the realms, seeking exquisite maidens, yet unexpectedly encountered several terrifying entities. Were it not for the unwavering loyalty of my guards and maidens, who would protect me with their lives, my handsome countenance would surely be at risk. Is it merely your visage at stake? Your very life hangs in the balance, Tang Yu remarked, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This fellow was undoubtedly a peculiar character, valuing his appearance over his life. Losing one's looks was trivial compared to the fear of losing one's life, Tang Yu chuckled. What are you saying? Wang Yashuan touched her face, speaking earnestly. If my beauty were to be marred, I would prefer death. Tang Yu was rendered speechless, ultimately raising a thumb in admiration. Suddenly, a tremendous quaking shook the ground, the sound of collapsing space echoing in their ears. Tang Yu swiftly pulled Wang Yashuan back, retreating dozens of miles. The imposing force spread around them as an ancient city gracefully descended to the ground, landing silently like dust. The air was imbued with the timeless, weathered aura of ages past. At the city gate lay a deceased woman, a spear piercing through her chest, pinning her against the city wall. Yet her features remained strikingly lifelike, as if she had just passed away. Even the blood upon her body appeared freshly spilled, as though ready to drip at any moment. Tang Yu gazed in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the ancient city, while dread filled Wang Yashuan's eyes, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. It's an empty city. An empty city, she stammered. Tang Yu looked at her in confusion. What empty city? How can you not know of the empty city? Wang Yashuan exclaimed, her voice rising in frustration. Before continuing to explain, no one knows when the empty city will arrive. Rumor has it that it has existed for endless ages. Yet it does not belong to this world. It seems to drift between the past and the future, appearing only 9 times throughout the endless river of time. A resonant, crystalline sound echoed, reminiscent of the ancient gates of time opening. Run, run. Wang Yashuan's expression shifted drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu began to invoke the laws of time to flee. However, an immense gravitational force emanated from within the empty city. Upon entering the realm of the temporal laws, Tang Yu found the force of the laws itself irresistibly altered in direction by a peculiar attraction. Alarmed, he realized the gravity of the situation, yet he had already stepped forth through the time law. With a single stride, he crossed into the empty city. This was dire. Beside him, Wang Yashuan's voice echoed, her countenance ashen. Chapter 918. Within the empty city, Wang Yashuan's face was pallid, seemingly at odds with her striking beauty. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she spoke with forced composure. It is said that once one enters the empty city, there is no possibility of exiting alive. Moreover, each time the city manifests, those nearby are inevitably consumed as the gates open. No one can escape. None have ever left the empty city alive. Tang Yu scoffed at her words. He refused to believe that this city could truly ensnare him. Manifesting the power of time, he stepped forward, his magical energy rapidly reversing the flow of time. To his astonishment, he found himself back at the starting point. Undeterred, he attempted this feat twice more, only to meet the same fate at the last moment. The force of the laws was inexorably twisted. The spatial laws emerged, revealing myriad indistinct dimensions. Tang Yu's figure flickered as he seemed to traverse through different realms. In a resounding crash, the power of the spatial laws shattered, yet he undeniably reappeared at his original location, deepening his sense of foreboding. There was no way out. Wang Yashuan sighed heavily and produced a mirror to scrutinize her reflection. Even on this ominous journey, she resolved to maintain an air of elegance and charm. Determined to be a striking specter in death. Could it be an array? Tang Yu pondered, reflecting on the sensation of time's passage and the collapse of space. There was a possibility. Although it appeared to be an empty city, it might be intricately woven with an array, undoubtedly ensnaring them within its confines. Yet, what was the true nature of the empty city's arrival? Wang Yashuan could not elucidate, and thus Tang Yu saw no point in further questioning her. He surveyed his surroundings. The splendor was dazzling, shimmering with golden light. Everything seemed immaculate, resembling a bustling metropolis, yet it was eerily deserted. Flanking the streets were houses, all with tightly shut doors. Tang Yu extended his consciousness, but curiously, it could only penetrate a mere few dozen meters, an extent easily visible to the naked eye. This only heightened his sense of unease. As he walked along the street, Wang Yashuan remained vigilant, scanning the vicinity as if anticipating the sudden emergence of some dreadful creature, her demeanor defensive. Tang Yu observed her quietly, then approached and pushed open a door to one of the houses. The interior suggested recent habitation, meticulously organized. With 2 teacups still emanating warm steam, Tang Yu glanced around, refraining from disturbing anything, sensing the strangeness of the situation. He pressed forward a few more steps, then abruptly turned back. The door that had just been pushed open was now slowly closing, as if someone had shut it from within. Wang Yasun let out a startled cry, as though she had encountered a ghost. What on earth was happening? You ask me, I ask whom? Tang Yu replied irritably. At that moment, an indistinct sound reached their ears. Moments later, 5 figures emerged before them, still cursing, clearly swallowed by the empty city. Upon seeing Tang Yu, they were momentarily taken aback. After all, Tang Yu had gained notoriety across the realms during this time, and they could not possibly be unaware of him. So it is you, one of the middle-aged men across from him remarked with a light chuckle. Could it be that Brother Tang has also been consumed by the empty city? Tang Yu nodded slightly, refraining from elaborating further. 2 of the women scrutinized him closely. This was the individual who had recently stirred the winds of change across the realms. Surprisingly, he was quite handsome. Noticing the presence of outsiders, Wang Yasun produced a folding fan, gently waving it a few times, believing she had struck a rather dashing pose. We hail from Li Qian Palace. It's unexpected to encounter you here, Brother Tang. This must be fate, the speaker continued. I am Qian Sheng, and these are my junior brothers and sisters. Although they held some animosity towards Li Qian Palace, at that moment, they set aside their grudges. After all, escaping this predicament was their immediate concern. Tang Yu nodded with a smile at the group. Ah, so you are from Li Qian Palace. It is an honor to meet you. This was merely a polite expression. Everyone was well aware of its insincerity. Qian Sheng clasped his hands in greeting. May I inquire, Brother Tang, is it possible to exit the empty city? They had heard whispers of Tang Yu's formidable strength. I am here, Tang Yu replied, and naturally, we cannot exit. Qian Sheng offered a wry smile. It appears we may indeed meet our demise here, as rumored, or be eternally trapped. Tang Yu was not convinced of this. He believed they were ensnared within a formation. The group then proceeded together, with Wang Yasun once again adopting the demeanor of a charming young gentleman. Though he was disheartened by the lack of admiration for his looks, they conversed with Tang Yu along the way, particularly the 2 women, who seemed to gaze at him both intentionally and unintentionally. This fellow isn't even as handsome as I am, Tang Yu mused aloud. What are you looking at him for? He casually inquired about the empty city, but it was evident that they knew little about it, relying solely on legends that echoed Wang Yasun's previous claims. No useful information was gleaned. As for the woman nailed to the city wall, none could discern her identity. However, Tang Yu speculated that she was likely pierced through the chest by a battle spear during a fierce confrontation. And when the empty city manifested, it pinned her to the wall, leaving her in a state of eternal stillness, as though she had perished in that initial moment. There are rumors suggesting that the empty city is the homeland of an extraordinarily powerful being. After the demise of his relatives and friends, he found himself utterly alone, leading him to seal the empty city, preserving the memories of his former abode in the hope of one day resurrecting his loved ones. One woman remarked, "This is something my grandfather discovered in an ancient tome. I cannot ascertain its veracity." Song Qianro continued, "But why does the empty city devour nearby life forms each time it appears? It has been said that the empty city possesses an absolute self-awareness, and its consumption of certain beings is an endeavor to augment its own power, seeking to absorb the essence of those it engulfs." Qian Sheng added, "Indeed." Tang Yu remained silent, advancing forward. Suddenly, he halted, gazing ahead, and the others followed suit. Before them stood a colossal stone tablet. Within it, an eerie drop of blood, both enchanting and sinister, seemed to manifest and flow. Tang Yu's heart raced. This marked the 3rd drop of blood he had encountered. Chapter 919, The Peculiar Empty City. This drop of blood must belong to the same individual as the previous 2, even if it were not. A profound connection undoubtedly exists. It is a drop of blood sealed within this place, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. One could scarcely fathom whose blood it might be or how powerful this individual must be. The group was taken aback, while Tang Yu pondered deeper questions. Had this stone tablet always been within the empty city, or was it absorbed later? If it had initially existed within the empty city, it was plausible that someone had escaped from here. They might have sealed this stone tablet, or rather, this drop of blood, within the confines of the empty city. Conversely, if it had been swallowed by the empty city afterward, how could it still remain? The massive stone tablet seemed jarringly out of place. Could it be a force that even the empty city could not contend with? Fixating on the drop of blood, Tang Yu's thoughts drifted to the other two drops. He wondered where they had gone. Could someone be attempting to use them for resurrection? If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. For even a single drop of blood instilled in him a sense of dread. At that moment, a voice resonated once again, undoubtedly another individual swallowed by the empty city. Dozens of people materialized before them. Tang Yu? One tentatively inquired. They lamented their misfortune at encountering this harbinger of doom. Casting a glance at the group, Tang Yu averted his gaze and strode forward, prompting them to part and create a path. Humph, still so arrogant? I doubt you can survive once you enter the empty city, one person scoffed. Suddenly, a blinding flash of a blade sliced through the air before them, causing the crowd to instinctively recoil. They stared in astonishment at Tang Yu and his companions, who had not turned back even once. The individual who had spoken earlier stood frozen in shock, only to find his head suddenly detached from his body. The crowd gasped in horror. The blade struck with unparalleled swiftness, a sheer embodiment of speed. Upon severing the head, there was no immediate realization of the act. Only as Tang Yu and his companions distanced themselves did they exhale a silent sigh of relief, fearing this harbinger of death might unleash fury upon them all. An eerie spectacle suddenly unfolded before them. The lifeless body transformed into a desiccated corpse, which swiftly crumbled into stark white bones, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Even the bloodstains upon the ground evaporated without a trace, as if the individual had never existed at all. The once terrifying desolation of the city now instilled a deeper dread within them, for humanity harbors an innate fear of the unknown. The members of Li Qian Palace stood motionless, evidently deliberating whether to follow Tang Yu or remain with their larger group. In contrast, Wang Yaxuan, without a moment's hesitation, hastened to keep pace with Tang Yu. The others from Li Qian Palace resolved to stick with the main contingent, recognizing the potential peril of trailing behind that malevolent figure. After all, he had just taken a life without warning. Many among them hailed from esteemed sects, and a few casual exchanges fostered a sense of familiarity. Song Qianro furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating whether aligning with Tang Yu might be prudent. After all, in terms of cultivation, he was undeniably the strongest among them, offering the greatest chance of survival. A discussion soon ensued, analyzing their situation in the desolate city from various angles, all while contemplating their escape. Tang Yu, oblivious to the indecision of those from Li Qian Palace, addressed Wang Yaxuan. Why did you not remain behind? Holding a folding fan, she gently waved it, a smile gracing her lips, which she deemed most exquisite. Are you jesting? With them? I fear I would be oblivious to my own demise. Brother Yu, I must follow you. I have admired you greatly since the time in the boundless star domain, especially for your subsequent deeds against the heavens, standing alone against all odds. Tang Yu's expression darkened abruptly. Silence, he commanded, sensing the gravity of the moment, leaving Wang Yaxuan puzzled. She promptly sealed her lips. Have you not perceived the anomaly? Tang Yu inquired suddenly. What do you mean? She asked, bewildered. He pointed skyward, the sun. How long have we been here? Perhaps an hour? Wang Yaxuan replied uncertainly. But observe the sun now, Tang Yu continued. When we first entered, it had just begun to rise, yet now it appears poised to set. Wang Yaxuan was taken aback, finally grasping his implication. You mean time flows differently here, faster than outside? For now, we cannot be certain, Tang Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaxuan grew increasingly anxious. What shall we do? One step at a time, Tang Yu responded, for he too lacked a definite solution, repeatedly invoking the laws of space and time. Yet each time he remained firmly anchored in place. An invisible force rendered his power to exercise these laws utterly ineffective, as if he were bound within this space. A faint buzzing, reminiscent of insects, flitted past his ears. Both Tang Yu and Wang Yaxuan immediately felt a surge of tension, particularly Wang Yaxuan, who instinctively raised her fan to shield her face, seemingly fearful that an unknown presence might mar her exquisite beauty. She delved deep with her spiritual sense, yet found nothing amiss. After a considerable time, The sound finally faded away. Are you truly so reckless in your pursuit of beauty? Tang Yu remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. What do you know? With my unparalleled charm, if my visage were to be tarnished, I would rather perish, Wang Yashuan retorted. But if only my eyes could be a tad larger, I would be even more perfect, more handsome, she sighed with yearning. Suddenly, Wang Yashuan's body shuddered, as if she sensed something entering her being. What is happening? She questioned, puzzled, hastily retrieving a mirror to inspect herself. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Have my eyes truly enlarged? Good heavens, I am even more handsome. Tang Yu, equally astonished, stared at her. What did you say? Your eyes have grown larger? To him, it appeared her eyes had shrunk further. Compared to her initially stunning countenance, they now seemed oddly disproportionate, especially the eyes, which appeared discordant. Indeed, look, Wang Yashuan exclaimed, excitedly presenting the mirror to Tang Yu, eager to showcase her reflection. Yet, to Tang Yu, it was evident that her eyes had indeed diminished. Nevertheless, Wang Yashuan insisted that her eyes had grown larger, even proclaiming her beauty had enhanced. Tang Yu questioned her repeatedly, yet she maintained her assertion of increased attractiveness, akin to a blind person asserting they could see. Was it he who was mistaken, or was she deluding herself? Chapter 920, Reflecting the Heart's Desires. However, Tang Yu was resolute in his belief that he was not the one in error. Surely, Wang Yashuan's eyes had truly become smaller. Yet, why had she failed to notice? And why did she claim her eyes had grown larger and more beautiful? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu scoffed, expressing his disdain. I still think you looked better before. While it is true your eyes have become somewhat larger, they now seem misaligned with your other features, creating a slight flaw upon your otherwise flawless visage. He scrutinized her closely. I believe if your eyes were just a touch smaller, they would be perfect. Wang Yashuan paused, examining herself in the mirror, her fingers tracing her features. Really? I feel this appearance is even more handsome than before. No, I still believe slightly smaller eyes would be more appealing, Tang Yu murmured. How peculiar. You claim your eyes have enlarged, yet they seem diminished to me. At that moment, Wang Yashuan's realization struck her, and she leapt up in excitement. Yes, what on earth is going on? Tang Yu shook his head. I have no idea. However, I believe this is not a favorable phenomenon. I think you should restore your eyes to their original state. Otherwise, no one will know what hidden dangers lie within. That makes sense, Wang Yashuan remarked. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, stepped forward, and gently said, let my eyes revert to their former appearance. As soon as he spoke, he felt something enter his body once again. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Tang Yu's eyes. Indeed, Wang Yashuan's eyes returned to their initial size. Yet his complexion bore a pallid hue, resembling ashes, and even the once handsome features appeared somewhat discordant. Hastily, he grabbed a mirror and looked at himself, chuckling. I have transformed back, he exclaimed with a sense of enlightenment. I seem to grasp what the empty city is. It embodies the ability to fulfill our innermost desires and alter everything. Tang Yu, however, remained silent, for the concept of the empty city instilled a sense of dread within him. He was momentarily unaware of Wang Yashuan's condition, yet he sensed the potential for hidden peril. Perhaps, Tang Yu replied with a smile. The empty city manifests according to one's desires, thoughts, and deepest longings. Naturally, this perception holds true for those involved. Yet outsiders may not share the same view. For instance, initially, Wang Yashuan claimed his eyes had grown larger when they had indeed shrunk. Now, despite his ashen, even gaunt visage, he remained oblivious to the change. Tang Yu remained silent, his mind clear and untroubled. He dared not indulge in wild imaginings. If his suspicions were correct, he even contemplated whether to temporarily seal away his emotions and desires. It was a feat only he could accomplish, as it pertained to his mastery of emotional restraint. Anyone else would find it impossible, as they would undoubtedly harbor some thoughts and desires. If only my maid were here. She carries some of my personal belongings. She would insist I take a proper bath, Wang Yashuan remarked, wrinkling his nose at the odor emanating from himself. Young master. Suddenly, four maidservants emerged ahead. Tang Yu's gaze sharpened, while Wang Yashuan stood in bewilderment. What are you doing here? You're not dead? We are not dead. We suddenly found ourselves here. We do not know how it happened, but we encountered the young master, one maidservant explained. Wonderful, Wang Yashuan exclaimed joyfully. Hurry, I need a shower. Tang Yu swiftly struck him across the face. Why did you hit me? Wang Yashuan inquired, confused. Jealous are you? Jealous of my beauty? Be silent, Tang Yu commanded. Pointing at him, do not entertain any thoughts. Do you not find any of this strange? You initially claimed your eyes had enlarged, only to revert back. And then you wished for your maid to appear, and lo, they suddenly materialized. With my cultivation, their unexpected arrival went unnoticed even by me. Do you not find that peculiar? Tang Yu admonished sternly. Wang Yashuan widened his eyes, staring at the 4 familiar maidens before him, and instinctively took 2 steps back. Young master. The 4 maidens seemed eager to advance. Don't move, none of you. Wang Yashuan's expression turned peculiar, teetering on the brink of tears. What on earth is happening? Consheng, Tang Yu remarked, it must be its doing. Now, you better shut your mouth and refrain from any thoughts. Otherwise, I will harm you. No, I shall mar your face. Upon hearing the threat of having his face scarred, Wang Yashuan quickly covered his face with both hands, nodding fervently. The implication was unmistakable. He would refrain from speaking lightly henceforth. It was terrifying. Whatever was said became reality. Surely, such effects could only manifest here, otherwise. They would have noticed this anomaly upon entering. Tang Yu strode forward, continuing his path, while Wang Yashuan followed closely behind, silent. The 4 maidens knelt on the ground behind them, young master. At the sound of their voices, Wang Yashuan nearly succumbed to compassion and turned back. As they ventured further away, the 4 kneeling maidens vanished without a trace. A chilling, eerie sound echoed. Suddenly, grotesque, terrifying faces emerged, lunging towards Tang Yu and Wang Yashuan. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, cursing, "What are you thinking now?" "I am not thinking anything. I merely believe there are ghosts here," Wang Yashuan grimaced. It was exceedingly difficult to keep one's mind completely vacant. Tang Yu was tempted to knock him unconscious with a single punch. Ghosts, oh ghosts, vanish quickly. Wang Yashuan suddenly began to pray. In an instant, those hideous faces disappeared before their eyes. However, Tang Yu turned his gaze towards Wang Yashuan, whose complexion had grown increasingly pale, devoid of color. Even strands of white hair began to appear at his temples. He appeared gaunt, reminiscent of an elderly man on the brink of withering away. What is wrong? Wang Yashuan took out a mirror to examine himself. Flashing a smile, as if admiring his own handsome visage, Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Nothing. He quickened his pace, eager to escape this eerie locale. Otherwise, he would have to temporarily seal away his emotions and desires. In such a state of clarity, it was indeed challenging. Even a single thought could materialize, leading to unforeseen consequences. Wang Yashuan, in this instance, exemplified that very predicament. He remained oblivious to the changes within his own body, yet Tang Yu sensed it. He was beginning to age, his essence dwindling. Undoubtedly, it was a consequence of indulging in thoughts that should not have been entertained. Chapter 921, Slumbering Kin. Such consequences were terrifying. The inability to recognize them was daunting. At this moment, Tang Yu felt a sliver of relief that Wang Yashuan had followed him, as it illuminated some of the peculiarities of Consheng. Thus, even if Tang Yu exhibited unusual traits, Wang Yashuan would take notice. If it were only himself, the situation would be far more alarming. To change invisibly while remaining unaware was a frightening thought. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the crimson afterglow cast its light upon the desolate city, as if it were drenched in blood. They had not been here for more than 2 hours. They had entered at dawn, and now the sun was setting in the west. The passage of time felt terrifyingly swift. Wang Yashuan grasped Tang Yu's hand, her eyes shut, silently reciting the Heart Sutra, while her fingers traced the ground, inscribing, "If we wish to leave this empty city, will it permit our departure? Do you think it is possible?" Tang Yu replied, "Perhaps you may believe you have escaped and returned home. Yet it is highly likely that all is but an illusion of the empty city." Wang Yashuan pondered carefully, acknowledging the validity of Tang Yu's words. "What shall we do then?" "I do not know," Tang Yu responded. "Let us take one step at a time. However, I believe someone must have escaped from here before. For when we first entered, I observed that drop of blood. Whether it belonged to someone initially sealed here or was consumed by the empty city later, I am convinced that someone has indeed managed to leave. Furthermore, I do not believe the empty city can confine me. After all, through Wang Yashuan, I have come to understand some of its peculiarities." This is perhaps not bad news for Tang Yu, but for Wang Yashuan, it is undoubtedly grim. If he were to realize that his visage, which he held dearer than life itself, had transformed into that of an old man, he might very well despair. As the sun descended, darkness swiftly encroached. An elusive black mist began to spread around them. The houses that once lined the road vanished without a trace, replaced instead by coffins made of celestial crystal. These coffins, crafted from celestial crystal, contained boundless laws, proving immensely valuable to cultivators, and for alchemists, they were treasures of inestimable worth. Even a small shard could incite bloodshed. Here, an unfathomable number of celestial crystal coffins lay before them. Wang Yashuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Celestial crystal, all of it celestial crystal. After a pause, he continued. Then the houses we initially saw were, in fact, such coffins? Tang Yu contemplated for a moment and smiled at Wang Yashuan. I believe your eyes would be more appealing if they were slightly larger. Or perhaps if your lips were a touch smaller, you would embody a beauty unparalleled, a veritable paragon, unmatched by any before or after. He wished to experiment further. Tang Yu speculated that the manifestation of thoughts might depend on a certain time or location. Hence, he endeavored to enhance Wang Yashuan's beauty. After all, his current appearance resembled that of an old man, utterly unpleasing to behold. Wang Yashuan, not lacking in wits, understood Tang Yu's intentions. No, do not gaze at me like that, or I shall begin to question your sexual orientation. Though I am undeniably handsome, inciting envy among both men and women, I have no interest in the male gender. This declaration, uttered from his aged visage, was particularly amusing as he waved his fan with a flourish. This misdeed nearly made Tang Yu retch. No, I genuinely believe your face has some flaws, Tang Yu stated solemnly. Then why don't you consider changing it yourself? Young Master Wang Yashuan retorted, I have never thought my face was flawed. Rather, yours is riddled with imperfections. Your nose is too small, your mouth too large, and your eyes are unappealing. Tang Yu resisted the urge to slap him, smiling as he replied, I do not deny that my intentions may be somewhat self-serving. But your face truly has flaws. Is it wrong to wish for you to be a little more perfect? Moreover, consider this. There are no lingering side effects, right? We should experiment first. The more we understand this empty city, the better chance we have of escaping. Don't you wish to leave? Tang Yu spoke calmly. Once we truly escape, you will have no opportunity to alter your flaws. Such an opportunity is rare. But if you are unwilling, I will not force you. It is merely a pity to miss out on witnessing the handsome figures of both ancient and modern times. Wang Yashuan frowned in contemplation, unconsciously touching his face. Did he truly possess flaws? He believed his visage was already remarkably perfect. There was no one as handsome as he in the entire universe, at least. That was his own belief. Wang Yashuan was indeed handsome, a fact Tang Yu acknowledged, yet he exuded a somewhat effeminate aura. Just look at the Demon King, Meng Wuya. He is also quite handsome, even strikingly beautiful. This beauty is typically a term reserved for women, yet it can equally apply to Meng Wuya. Observe his demeanor. Even when dressed in pink, he does not appear effeminate. Instead, he possesses a fierce and majestic aura. Do I truly have flaws? Wang Yashuan questioned, touching his face. At present, your face is full of flaws. You have become quite aged, Tang Yu replied earnestly, nodding. Wang Yashuan pondered for a moment, then resolved, very well. You are right. Since there are no side effects and such an opportunity is rare, I shall strive to be even more perfect. He took a deep breath and shouted to the surroundings, empty city, make my mouth smaller. Yet, there was no change whatsoever. Wang Yashuan remained in his elderly state. It appeared the speculation was indeed correct. The transformation should depend on time or a specific location, reflecting a part of one's heart. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Tang Yu watched in astonishment as Wang Yashuan's mouth grew larger, stretching nearly to his ears. Wang Yashuan touched his face and hurriedly pulled out a mirror, exclaiming, You were right. My mouth has indeed shrunk, adding to my beauty. Tang Yu smiled faintly, yet internally felt a pang of bitterness, especially as Wang Yashuan appeared even older. His hair now largely gray, he silently surveyed the surroundings. The once familiar buildings had transformed into coffins crafted from heavenly crystal, each containing a lifeless figure. Suddenly, Tang Yu halted in his tracks, disbelief flooding his expression as his eyes widened. Before him lay a coffin, inside which rested the ancient mother of Li Qian. Tang Yu stood motionless, as if struck by lightning. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain composure, and turned his gaze towards the crystalline coffin nearby. There, he beheld the familiar figures of Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Shao Wujing, the Heavenly Maiden, Nuwa, and Hutu. To his shock, he found himself pointing incredulously at the adjacent coffin, where his own body lay. Chapter 922. The experiment ignoring Wang Yashuan's astonished cries, Tang Yu gazed in disbelief at the familiar silhouettes within the crystalline coffin. Each one was in a deep slumber, as though sealed by some arcane magic. Yet, their essence struggled to awaken. It was evident that this was a form of sleep, a gathering of their original souls. Tang Yu inhaled deeply. This was all an illusion. It could not possibly be true. For the souls of the mother of Li Qian and the others were embedded within him. How could they be sleeping here? This had to be a trick of an empty city, a mere farce. Just as the houses he initially saw transformed into coffins as the sun set. He resolutely refused to believe the reality before him. Ghosts. Nonsense. It's all a fabrication, Tang Yu declared, though his voice quivered slightly. Wang Yashuan, too, emerged from his stupor, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the figure of himself lying in the coffin. The Wang Yashuan within the coffin was a stark contrast to the present one. His body was drenched in blood, revealing grim, white bones in places. You're right. It must be false. How could this young master have ended up in such a wretched state? Especially with this filthy visage. If I were truly like this, I would rather perish, he asserted. Your current appearance is far more terrifying than mere filth, Tang Yu retorted, noting that he had aged considerably, his hair graying as if time was stealthily creeping upon him. Tang Yu grasped Wang Yashuan's hand, channeling his energy into him in an attempt to stave off his aging, even wishing to restore him to his former self. Yet, an inexplicable force barred his energy from entering Wang Yashuan's body. Tang Yu hesitated to exert his powers further, fearing a backlash from the mysterious force within him, which could lead to Wang Yashuan's demise. What are you doing? This young master has no interest in men, Wang Yashuan protested, pulling his hand away and disdainfully wiping it with a silk handkerchief. Do you not sense any changes within yourself? Tang Yu inquired. What changes? Wang Yashuan replied, touching his face. Could it be that I have become more handsome? Quite the contrary, Tang Yu remarked, stating an undeniable truth. However, Wang Yashuan shot him a disdainful glance. Clearly envious of his appearance, Tang Yu dared not glance at the surrounding coffins again. He instinctively perceived everything as a mere illusion. Yet, upon witnessing those familiar figures lying within, his heart stirred with an unsettling thrill. A shrouded black mist enveloped the city, and despite Tang Yu's formidable cultivation, his visibility scarcely extended beyond 100 meters. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. He felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Wang Yashuan, seated on the ground, stifled a yawn and began to breathe heavily. In that moment, he resembled an aged and weary elder, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if he might dissolve into dust at any moment. The thoughts swirling in his mind manifested vividly before him. Surely, this must be a lingering after effect. Tang Yu, in a sudden motion, struck Wang Yashuan on the head, rendering him unconscious, before casting him into his celestial realm. At that instant, an inexplicable force erupted from Wang Yashuan's body. A wave of dizziness washed over Tang Yu, nearly causing his celestial realm to shatter. A formidable aura radiated from him, expanding outward with palpable intensity. The physical form of Tang Yu began to exhibit a rhythm, as blood seeped from various wounds on his body. That terrifying power continued to surge chaotically within the celestial realm. Tang Yu hastily centered himself, transforming into a vessel to compress that force. With a thunderous crash, the vessel shattered, causing the celestial realm to tremble once more. The mysterious force dissipated, scattering throughout the empty city. Wang Yashuan visibly rejuvenated, gradually regaining his original appearance. Though his complexion remained somewhat pallid, his innate vanity had reached its zenith, as if he had been unknowingly devoured by something. Tang Yu sighed, still haunted by the near collapse of his celestial realm due to that enigmatic force. Had it persisted even a moment longer, he would have been utterly unable to resist. Yet, even so, a faint crack had appeared in his realm, through which that force had escaped. Ghosts. There were ghosts. Where exactly were we? Had we returned? Were we back in our Li Qian palace? Disturbing voices echoed nearby, filled with terror and doubt. Tang Yu glanced sideways, spotting the very group he had encountered not long ago, now aged beyond recognition. Only two individuals of the chaos realm appeared relatively unchanged, their expressions impassive as they regarded the frantic crowd before them, clearly viewing them as mere subjects of experimentation. Upon noticing Tang Yu, the two paused momentarily, while those surrounding them remained oblivious, entranced in their own illusions. The scenery within the empty city shifted incessantly, undoubtedly molded by the thoughts of its inhabitants. One of the Chaos Realm experts, cupping his hands in greeting, introduced himself. I am Ma Wei, and this is my junior disciple, Zhang Xiaoyan. After a brief pause, he continued, you must have noticed the peculiarities of this empty city, have you not? Although Tang Yu appeared merely as a sage of the Great Path, even these two Chaos Realm experts dared not act recklessly before him. It is essential to recognize that Tang Yu's combat prowess far exceeds his current realm. He remained silent, allowing Ma Wei to continue. The higher one's cultivation, the more adept one becomes at perceiving the peculiar transformations around them. Yet, they are oblivious to their own changes. For the moment, only the three of us can comprehend this. In my humble opinion, only through our combined efforts do we stand a chance of escaping this desolate city. He sighed, confessing his fear of the city's strangeness. All around, rows of coffins lay in solemn display. Tang Yu's thoughts drifted to the loved ones he had seen, causing his heart to race. The others around them continued to scream in terror, questioning the reality of their experiences. Their time was running out, Tang Yu remarked. The more they pondered, the more that strange force permeated their bodies, voraciously consuming their very essence until they unknowingly perished. Indeed, I have also noticed this, Ma Wei replied. What does Brother Tang believe this empty city to be? Tang Yu inquired, what insights do you possess? Chapter 923, The Illusion of the Heavens. All becomes void. After a brief contemplation, Ma Wei spoke. It resembles a formation, yet it feels more akin to a grave. Time here flows differently than in the outside world, as if it possesses an independent temporal and spatial existence. As for the rest, I am unfortunately blind to it. Do you have any thoughts, Brother Tang? None, Tang Yu replied. Your observations align with my own understanding. Some of the people around them had already collapsed onto the ground, motionless, resembling the dead. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yu unleashed his magical power. Everyone fell into a deep slumber upon the ground, and the manifestations brought forth by their thoughts vanished without a trace. Only the swirling black mist remained, accompanied by countless coffins crafted from heavenly crystal stones. Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. They did not expect Brother Tang to be so compassionate and benevolent. The legends within the heavens had painted him as a remorseless fiend. Tang Yu spoke coldly. The unknown dangers ahead may require more pathfinding stones. He was not so altruistic in his motives. His actions stemmed from a recognition of the eerie transformations occurring here. Perhaps there lay even greater unknown perils ahead, necessitating an ample supply of pathfinding stones. I see, Brother Tang speaks wisely, Ma Wei acknowledged. Now that we are aware of the bizarre changes here, these individuals are not immediately needed. After a pause, he continued. However, putting them into a magical slumber can only last so long. Many are on the brink of aging and death. Tang Yu was acutely aware of this. Yet to save them, he lacked the inclination, and similarly, his celestial phenomenon seemed unable to withstand such an abundance of strange forces. Should so many individuals enter his celestial realm, it could very well lead to its collapse. Tang Yu would certainly not allow that to happen. With a swift motion, he pulled the crowd along. Their figures raced forward. The empty city before them spanned merely a few dozen square meters. Yet at this moment, no matter how Tang Yu flew, there seemed to be no end in sight. As if immersed in an endless expanse of chaos. It is futile. It appears we may truly be trapped here, Zhang Xiaoyan remarked. Tang Yu cast a glance around, still confronted by rows of coffins. Among them lay the lecherous old man, resting within one of the sarcophagi. This could very well be a grave, sealed away, which allows so many souls to linger, Ma Wei suggested. Tang Yu spoke coldly. It is all a deception. He had no faith in the authenticity of these visions, for the familiar faces lingered within his celestial perception. As for the lecherous old man, despite possessing merely the cultivation of a saint, he emanated an aura that eluded Tang Yu's understanding. Thus, given the old man's unscrupulous nature, he could very well be wandering elsewhere. Ma Wei, somewhat puzzled, countered. They exhibit signs of life. How can they be false? After a moment's pause, he continued. Moreover, many of these individuals are unknown to us. The empty city reflects the desires of the heart. Naturally, no one would envision these coffins, so I believe they must be real. It could be an illusion. Tang Yu replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. For instance, when we first entered, we saw houses lining both sides, yet now they have vanished, transformed into coffins. Hence, these must also be illusions. Ma Wei nodded subtly. Your reasoning holds merit. Yet, I sense they are indeed real. Buried here, and perhaps bound by a formation or magical force that seeks to reunite their essence. He paused before continuing. If it is indeed a formation, does it not consume the essence of others to maintain itself? Or does it allow these slumbering souls to absorb that essence, hastening their awakening? Tang Yu remained silent. Advancing forward, fear gripped him as he cast wary glances at the coffins, apprehensive of encountering familiar faces. If this were true, if they truly slumbered here, then whose essence resided within him? Thus, it must all be false, mere illusions. But could just a handful of individuals sustain such a formation? Moreover, I have heard that the empty city has manifested only 9 times. If that were the case, it could have long since dominated the heavens, with its gates wide open, devouring all. Would that not be preferable? Tang Yu mused. Ma Wei pondered for a moment. You speak truth. Yet why did the empty city suddenly engulf us? What is its purpose? And with its various temporal and spatial dimensions, revealing the innermost thoughts of others, what is it truly? Before them materialized a grand palace, shrouded in ominous mist, lending it an unsettling aura. If I am not mistaken, this must be the heart of the city. They roused the slumbering individuals. The moment they awakened, they screamed in terror, "We are out. We have escaped the empty city." How wonderful! Gazing at the imposing hall ahead, they believed they had emerged from the confines of the empty city. Yet they were, in truth, steeped in the depths of their own vanity. Yet they remained utterly oblivious. After a few words were uttered, one collapsed to the ground, and moments later, life had entirely departed from him. As they perished, the cries of the others grew increasingly harrowing. In the face of life and death, behind the merciless path, Tang Yu beheld their lamentable fear of mortality, akin to mere mortals. Regarding the subsequent events, there was no need for Tang Yu to speak. Ma Wei stepped forward and bellowed, "You shall push open the door, or I shall slay you." In such dire moments, the true nature of humanity unveiled its most terrifying visage. A flicker of disdain crossed Tang Yu's lips. It was easy to speak of collaboration as a means to escape this predicament, yet Tang Yu was not naive. He would naturally guard against them. In similar fashion, Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan remained wary of Tang Yu. The trembling figures cautiously advanced, gradually pushing open the hall's door. Inside, it was pristine, as though someone frequently tended to its cleanliness. At the center stood a chair, crafted entirely from celestial jade, radiating an ethereal glow. It seemed as if someone had once occupied it, gazing down upon the myriad realms of existence. After a brief investigation, confirming the absence of danger, Tang Yu stepped inside. Behind the chair hung a scroll, depicting the silhouette of a man in black garb, yet his face eluded clarity, as if obscured by some unseen veil. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that his visage had not been rendered at all. Beneath the scroll were inscribed several characters: 9 cycles of reincarnation, great dreams turned to void, all realms annihilated, all things rendered naught, manifested within a dream. Could the convergence of past, present, and future be reversed? Gazing upon the script, a wave of dizziness washed over Tang Yu. The words bore an insatiable power of consumption, as though his very soul was being drawn into the scroll. Simultaneously, the face depicted within the scroll became distinctly clear, transforming into that of Tang Yu himself. Within the scroll, he appeared entirely at ease. Chapter 924. What is the essence of the empty city? It was as if the scroll had been crafted with Tang Yu in mind. Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan gazed in disbelief as Tang Yu's visage emerged within the painting. Yet the Tang Yu portrayed therein exuded a different aura from the present one. He radiated an overwhelming power, yet his eyes reflected profound solitude. It was as though he stood alone in the boundless cosmos, having witnessed the endless cycles of reincarnation and the transformations of time. Tang Yu felt no connection to the figure in the painting. His entire essence was ensnared by the allure of the words. The characters conveyed a deep sense of reluctance. Yet each stroke bore a unique resonance, revealing the essence of the Tao. With his mind cleared, Tang Yu found himself irresistibly drawn to the brushstrokes. Is this painting truly of Tang Yu? Ma Wei inquired, frowning. Zhang Xiaoyan shook his head. Not necessarily. Perhaps it is the work of the empty city. The empty city has existed for countless ages. It is said to have manifested across the realms 9 times, including this instance. If the figure in the painting is indeed Tang Yu, could he be the master of the empty city? How long has he truly existed? This notion is undoubtedly implausible. Ma Wei pondered for a moment and replied, "You are correct. Take, for instance, the coffins we have seen. Many belong to individuals we are familiar with. who seemed to be thriving in the outside world. How could they possibly lie here? He surveyed the surroundings and solemnly remarked, "The terror of an empty city lies in one's inability to discern the truth of time itself, leaving us hesitant to entertain certain thoughts for fear of their manifestation." He offered a wry smile, adding, "Even the sights before us now have led me to question their authenticity. Indeed, this is the most dreadful aspect, doubting the veracity of everything we witness, to the point of questioning our very selves repeatedly." Zhang Xiaoyan interjected, "This bizarre situation is something I have never encountered in my lifetime." Nearby, individuals continued to age and pass away in succession. Yet Ma Wei and Zhang appeared oblivious to this grim reality. If I am not mistaken, we must be at the very center of this empty city. However, the means of escape eludes us entirely. The inscription before them seemed utterly nonsensical, devoid of any clues. Strangely, Tang Yu remained fixated on that line of text. They too gazed at it for a while, only to find themselves dizzy and disoriented. It seemed that the words contained a certain magical essence that ensnared them. Observing Tang Yu, who stood motionless, it was evident he had succumbed to its allure. Ma Wei exchanged a glance with Zhang, a fleeting emotion passing between them. Nevertheless, Ma Wei gently shook his head. Following the words, Tang Yu was drawn into an immense, boundless chaos. A vague figure stood solitary at the end of eternity's river, amidst a realm of destruction. The heavens lay in ruin, a landscape marred by devastation, drenched in crimson blood. Flames raged, and countless souls fell. Ultimately, only one figure remained, charging through the chaos, bloodied and struggling, collapsing at the edge of the universe. The worlds had crumbled, leaving only himself. He vowed to reverse fate and alter the course of destiny. In the face of decay and demise, he proclaimed he would return, reuniting with them once more. "I shall not perish. One day, I will defy the heavens and return, stronger than before, destined to vanquish you all." With that, the man vanished, and at that moment, the infinite heavens shattered. Blood splattered before them, swirling with countless, dissipating essences. Tang Yu's spirit stirred, a potent aura emanating from within him. As the visage depicted in the imagery faded with his spirit's return, Ma Wei and Zhang were momentarily taken aback. Ma Wei then said, "Congratulations, Brother Tang, on your remarkable advancement in cultivation. This is indeed a cause for celebration." After a brief pause, he continued, "At your age, possessing such prowess is truly humbling for us. Perhaps Brother Tang is an unparalleled genius in the annals of the heavens. As far as I am aware, the once celebrated prodigy of the celestial realms was none other than the illustrious Ling Yunxiao, who, after a millennium and a half, ascended to the pinnacle of the saintly path. However, in the presence of Brother Tang, he appears to fall markedly short." The tumultuous aura emanating from Tang Yu could not escape his keen perception. Having made further advancements in his original realm, Tang Yu now seems to have faintly brushed against the threshold of the chaotic realm. These few words, imbued with the essence of the Tao, have proven immensely beneficial to him. Casting a glance at the two individuals, Tang Yu remarked with a semblance of a smile, "I must extend my gratitude to both of you for refraining from resorting to underhanded tactics against me." Pausing momentarily, he offered a slight bow. "It was indeed hasty of me to harbor suspicions towards esteemed elders such as yourselves." Ma Wei burst into hearty laughter. "Brother Tang, let us not concern ourselves with titles. We have merely lived a bit longer than you. If we were to measure by cultivation, it is likely that you have already surpassed both my senior brother and me. As for any intentions of harming you, rest assured, we would never entertain such thoughts. After all, in this enigmatic, empty city, it is only through our collaboration that we stand a chance of escaping, regardless of whether we could match you in strength. Any sudden aggression towards you would amount to digging our own graves." Naturally, Tang Yu remained skeptical of his words. Although his spirit was drawn to those few words, it did not imply he lacked defensive measures. Should they decide to strike suddenly, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Surrounding them, individuals continued to age and perish, their forms vanishing without a trace. The numbers were dwindling. "We must urgently devise a means to locate an exit," Ma Wei asserted with seriousness. "We are unaware of when the empty city might vanish again, and at that point, we could be thrust into an unknown realm. Let alone whether we can survive within the empty city. Even if we manage to escape, we may never return." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu could not help but feel a surge of urgency. He was correct. One could not predict when the empty city might abruptly embark toward an uncharted destination. Yet, At present, we are utterly at a loss, knowing only that the empty city manifests our innermost desires, while remaining ignorant of its true nature, Zhang Xiaoyan noted. The group pondered for a brief moment, each articulating their conjectures regarding the empty city. Ultimately, they concluded that it was likely a grave, sealed by a powerful being. They had inadvertently been consumed by the empty city, and it was evident that this formidable entity wished to preserve the tranquility of those interred within, resulting in the demise of all who entered. However, why then did the gates of the empty city stand wide open, allowing it to devour nearby beings? Chapter 925, Dream? Reality? In response to their discourse, Tang Yu perceived this merely as a formation, a site where someone had once cultivated countless ages ago. Perhaps the former abode of that powerful being. It was an essential location, hence sealed away. Wang Yasun had also remarked that the empty city transcended the boundaries of past, present, and future. It is highly likely that a formidable being has sealed everything away, embedding it within the river of time through immense magical power. As for the tomb, it is not altogether impossible. One can only hope that one day they may awaken and return. Yet, the mere thought of the tomb and the familiar faces within the coffins instinctively prompts Tang Yu to evade such notions. He believes that all of this is merely a ruse, an illusion woven within the empty city. Ultimately, they all surmise that a powerful entity has indeed sealed this place. However, the reason behind the opening of the city gates remains a mystery beyond their comprehension. After surveying the grand hall, several individuals stepped outside. At this moment, the black mist gradually began to dissipate, revealing a bright moon in the high sky. Yet, from that moon emanated a faint power that seeped into the numerous coffins below. It seems that the old man's conjecture was not mistaken. This is undoubtedly a tomb, Ma Wei remarked. It is astonishing that there are familiar faces among the deceased. This defies all logic. Thus, it stands to reason that those resting within these graves are but mere phantoms. Why do you not consider that these coffins might also be illusions? Tang Yu replied. Initially, upon our entrance, we encountered mere houses, yet as the sun set, they transformed into coffins. I believe all of this is an illusion. What you assert about this being a tomb is not necessarily true. It is, however, indisputable that this place has been sealed by someone through some means, Tang Yu continued. Ma Wei, choosing silence, began to wander to the side, surveying the surroundings once again. The coffins remained elusive to the eye, with so many heavenly crystal stones surrounding them. Even taking a single piece would grant them immense fortune, not to mention great benefits to their cultivation. Yet, without understanding the true nature of the empty city, Ma Wei dared not act recklessly. Indeed, whether they could survive this ordeal was an uncertainty. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyan yawned, revealing signs of fatigue. It was peculiar that a being of his caliber could feel tired. Not only him, Ma Wei shared the same sensation. Brother Tang, do you not feel somewhat weary? Ma Wei suddenly inquired, his voice tinged with drowsiness. In truth, Tang Yu felt no fatigue at all. However, observing the appearance of the two, he remarked, I do feel a bit tired. Perhaps we should rest here for a while. Zhang Xiaoyan suggested, I believe this city is uniform in nature. Our blind search will yield no results. In my opinion, it would be wiser to wait for dawn and see if the surrounding coffins vanish and revert to houses. Ma Wei nodded in agreement. That makes sense. If so, let us rest for a moment. Tang Yu did not oppose this idea, yet his mind grew increasingly perplexed. How could such powerful beings experience fatigue? Their apparent exhaustion was clearly genuine, yet he himself felt none of it. Closing his eyes, Tang Yu extended his consciousness outward, setting up several barriers before himself. Nevertheless, his primary focus remained on Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan. They were oblivious to each other's transformations, yet Tang Yu perceived the truth. Compared to when they first entered the empty city, they had aged somewhat. If not for the initial stirring of their thoughts, then it was inevitable that, whether or not they engaged their minds, they would succumb to the passage of time. However, refraining from using their thoughts rendered the empty city incapable of manifesting their inner desires, leading to a slower aging process. The most terrifying aspect was their inability to discern their own conditions. Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan soon fell into slumber. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted. Tang Yu opened his eyes, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. Here, in the realm of dreams, their innermost thoughts were laid bare. Within the sect, the crowd below stood in orderly fashion. Ma Wei gradually ascended towards the chair at the front, his face adorned with a broad smile. Tang Yu stood beside him. Yet the gathered crowd appeared oblivious to his presence. Salute the sectmaster. They bowed in unison to Ma Wei. The scene shifted to reveal a multitude of captivating and enchanting women, with Zhang Xiaoyan at the forefront, surrounded by them, laughing heartily. Tang Yu gasped in disbelief, astonished to discover that this fellow was also a man of the same ilk. No, rather, a shameless libertine. The imagery around them morphed continuously, influenced by the two men's dreams. Simultaneously, Wang Yashuan awakened within the celestial realm. Where am I? He wondered, rubbing his head and curiously surveying his surroundings. He had been released from the celestial illusion. Suddenly, Wang Yashuan gasped, eyeing Tang Yu with suspicion. Are you real? He inquired, beginning to doubt his own sanity. What do you think? Tang Yu replied tersely. If it weren't for my benevolence, you would already be dead. Wang Yashuan was perplexed. Tang Yu offered a brief explanation. Instantaneously, Wang Yashuan leaped 3 feet high. What did you say? I just turned into an old man. He hastily produced a mirror to inspect himself. Am I still an old man now? No, Tang Yu replied. That's good, Wang Yashuan exclaimed. Don't let anyone know about my transformation into an old man. He then glanced around. The surrounding imagery continued to unfold. Meanwhile, Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan remained lost in their dreams, a hint of a smile gracing their lips. If they were to remain indefinitely ensconced in slumber, could it be that their dreams manifested all they desired? Or perhaps, the selves outside the dream had perished, while their true essence lingered, continuing the life they yearned for within the dream? Thus, was everything within the dream genuine, while the reality they currently experienced was but a facade? The cycle of reincarnation. The grand dream dissipating, celestial illusions vanishing into nothingness. Was it possible to transcend the convergence of past, present, and future? Tang Yu recalled the words he had seen, manifest in dreams. If I were to tell you that the myriad realms are but illusions presented by others within dreams, would you believe it? In that chaotic star domain, upon seeing that drop of blood, his spirit merged with it, allowing him to witness the words spoken by that man. Was it a dream? Or reality? Suddenly, Tang Yu sprang to his feet and made his way towards the side where the heavenly crystal coffin lay. Within this coffin rested the venerable mother of Li Qian. What are you planning to do? Wang Yashuan inquired. This place is too bizarre. Do not act recklessly. Primarily, if you bring about your own demise, do not drag me down with you. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu took 2 steps to the side, approaching Wang Yashuan's coffin. Chapter 926. Without a clue at this moment, Tang Yu's mind was a tumultuous sea of confusion, utterly at a loss. Could it be that this place was indeed real, while everything within himself was merely a facade, a mere illusion? This was absolutely inconceivable. Thus, Tang Yu concluded that everything here was but a deceptive mirage conjured by an empty city. However, curiously, he could sense the slumbering figure within the coffin, the primal fluctuations emanating from them, as if they were truly living beings. Everything appeared so strikingly authentic. Staring intently at the coffin, Tang Yu hesitated for a long while, ultimately remaining motionless. In truth, he yearned to shatter one of them, to ascertain whether it would impact the current, that is, the real world. Yet, he feared the potential consequences and thus abandoned that thought. Tang Yu turned and retraced his steps. Wang Yashuan wore a perplexed expression but nonetheless followed Tang Yu. After all, the empty city was overwhelmingly strange, and being near Tang Yu provided at least a semblance of security. The surroundings continued to morph in accordance with the dreams of Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan, and the two appeared increasingly aged. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Yu swung his hand, striking the faces of the two. However, there was no sign of them awakening. Reluctantly, Tang Yu resorted to employing his magic, penetrating their bodies in a bid to forcibly rouse them. Indeed, that peculiar power had unknowingly infiltrated their beings. As the two forces clashed, Tang Yu let out a muffled groan. Simultaneously, Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan regained consciousness. Instinctively, they both launched an attack on Tang Yu. With a swift flicker, he evaded their strike. Tang Yu, Zhang Xiaoyan exclaimed, you despicable wretch, taking advantage of my slumber to attempt a sneak attack on us. Tang Yu scoffed. Take a good look at each other and see your own states. If I had truly intended to strike, would you still be alive? At the moment they were asleep. The instant his magic entered their bodies, taking their lives would have been a trivial task. Of course, Tang Yu harbored no altruistic intentions to save them. After all, within the empty city, the greater the number, the greater the power. Moreover, Observing the aged corpses around them foretold the fate awaiting the two if they did not hasten their escape. Despite being in the chaotic realm, they too could perish here. For that peculiar power had subtly seeped into their very essence. Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan exchanged a glance, momentarily stunned, before their eyes widened in shock. To them, it was evident that they had both grown old. Yet, they remained utterly oblivious to their own predicament. How could this be? At that moment, both individuals were engulfed in profound anxiety. Could it be that their slumber had precipitated this situation? It seemed entirely plausible, considering their overwhelming fatigue had lulled them into unconsciousness. If they continued to languish in this dreamlike state, would they ultimately wither away into old age? A sense of dread began to creep over them. They soon realized that Tang Yu had forcibly awakened them with his magical prowess. So it was, I had misjudged Brother Tang. I hope he bears no ill will. Zhang Xiaoyan bowed respectfully to Tang Yu, though his heart was laden with trepidation, vividly recalling those who had perished from old age just moments before. If this continued, would they too meet the same fate? Ma Wei glanced at Tang Yu and inquired, did Brother Tang not fall asleep? From his words, Tang Yu discerned that he had not undergone any transformation, which brought him a measure of relief. Although Wang Yashuan had also experienced a change, Tang Yu worried about the possibility of being unaware of his own alterations. Yet Ma Wei was undeniably entrenched in the chaos realm. I too feel the weight of fatigue, but I resist the urge to succumb to slumber. How could beings of our caliber be so wearied? Tang Yu, naturally, refrained from revealing the truth. I soon detected your unusual state and awakened you. Noticing the swelling on their faces, Wang Yashuan stifled a laugh. She couldn't help but retrieve a mirror to scrutinize her reflection, then anxiously asked Tang Yu, I haven't aged, have I? Upon Tang Yu's reassuring shake of the head, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, Wang Yashuan had been accompanied by Tang Yu, so Ma Wei and the others were well aware of her presence. However, when she vanished from view, they feared she had become a subject of Tang Yu's experiments, aging and perishing in the process. Yet now it appeared she had suffered no ill effects. Seemingly reading their thoughts, Tang Yu spoke directly. I inadvertently discovered the peculiar ability of the empty city, which prompted me to incapacitate him, preventing his aging. As they glanced at the aged figures nearby, Wang Yashuan gasped in shock, subsequently admiring her own cleverness. Indeed, she had chosen the right companion. Had she followed the larger group, she would likely have met the same grim fate. The thought of an aged visage sent shivers down her spine. It was far more frightening than death itself. So it is, Ma Wei remarked. The pressing concern now is how to alleviate our aging predicament or escape this empty city. At this, a heavy silence fell among them. They had no inkling of how to extricate themselves from this place. The protracted night, shrouded in ominous mist, seemed to stretch endlessly. Logically, dawn should have arrived by now, yet it stubbornly lingered. The high heavens bore a full moon, casting its ethereal glow upon the numerous coffins below. Tang Yu cast a glance at the resplendent moon, and Ma Wei seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly, all of them sprang into action, moving towards the moon, only to discover that it was not a moon at all. It can even be said to have been conjured forth by some form of sorcery. It appears highly plausible that this is indeed a formation. The moon we perceive below serves as a conduit for the transmission of power, channeling the surrounding energies into the bodies of those who slumber within the coffin. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth, sending Tang Yu hurtling backward, as if propelled for dozens of miles before he regained his footing. Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan experienced a similar fate, unable to approach any closer. The magnitude of this powerful magical fluctuation rendered their combined efforts futile. Who could it be? The individual who orchestrated such a formation possesses such formidable power? Ma Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Could it possibly be the essence of the empty city itself? Zhang Xiaoyan speculated. Does the empty city possess an absolute self-awareness? Absolutely not. We have just witnessed the Grand Hall, which clearly bore the marks of a being who once sat upon its throne, surveying the ages, and that painting is testament enough. The empty city undoubtedly served as a dwelling place for a powerful entity of yore. Tang Yu asserted with conviction. The seals here are likely the work of that very individual. What we have seen, those coffins and such, must be mere illusions conjured by this formation. They cannot possibly be real. Chapter 927. You are not Wang Yashuan. He instinctively regarded all of this as false. After all, the old mother of Li Qian and others lay dormant within him. How could they possibly be sleeping here? Furthermore, Wang Yashuan was right beside him, making it impossible for her to be lying in a coffin. Indeed, that reasoning holds merit, Ma Wei acknowledged. Accompanied by those in slumber, the group continued to explore the empty city. As for why they carried these individuals, it was because none could predict what dreadful dangers lay ahead. It was always prudent to have additional scouts. Yet, it seemed as though this place stretched infinitely, with no means of escape. The surroundings exhibited no semblance of change, remaining a continuous array of coffins. Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan appeared increasingly aged. Recognizing this, their anxiety intensified. Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to lose control, unleashing his magical power in all directions, attempting to force open a breach. However, before his power could even touch the city walls, it vanished without a trace. Above, the cunning moon shone ever brighter. Junior brother, Ma Wei called out sharply, the terrors of the empty city surpass our imagination. Do you not fear that your reckless actions may provoke unimaginable consequences? But what are we to do? If no solution presents itself, shall we not perish here? Zhang Xiaoyan retorted in a hushed tone. Tang Yu paid little heed to their quarrel, continuing his measured advance, meticulously observing his surroundings and committing every detail to memory. Why do I feel an eerie chill? Are we destined to die here? If so, it would be a tragic waste of my handsome visage, Wang Yashuan lamented. Silence, and refrain from entertaining such nonsensical thoughts. Otherwise, I may not even be able to save you, Tang Yu replied tersely. After taking a couple more steps, Tang Yu halted abruptly. What is it? Wang Yashuan inquired. Tang Yu sighed. Do you see anything around you? Everything appears the same. Wang Yashuan had not noticed any anomalies. Pointing towards the coffin beside them, Tang Yu indicated its presence. Wang Yashuan glanced over and gasped. How can this be me again? Am I seeing double? Or have we returned to the same place? It is highly probable we have retraced our steps, Tang Yu replied, quickening his pace as they continued forward. Indeed, the palace re-emerged not far ahead. Defying fate, Tang Yu soared forward using his magical powers. In an instant, he found himself once more beside Wang Yashuan. They were caught in a perpetual loop. If this were the case, they might never escape. The moon vanished, and as the sun's light flickered, the dark mist dissipated, along with the coffins, transforming back into houses, just as they had appeared when first entering. As time elapsed, a few individuals aged and perished, turning to ash in their place. Ma Wei also recognized this as an apparent deadlock, while the two continued to grow older. The more anxious they became, the more lost they felt. Despite forcing himself to remain calm, the thought of aging and the prospect of death made it impossible to achieve serenity. Zhang Xiaoyan could not help but curse under his breath, clearly on the brink of despair. Not only they, but even Tang Yu felt a sense of irritation. The monotonous cycle seemed devoid of meaning, with no focal point in sight. Surely we won't die here? Zhang Xiaoyan expressed his dwindling confidence in surviving the empty city. We have been here for a day and night. Who knows if the city has reset, thrusting us into an unknown realm? If that is the case, even if we manage to escape, we may never return. Approaching a nearby room, Tang Yu pushed open the door, sensing no abnormalities. It was immaculate, as if someone resided there. Yet, in the night, such rooms transformed into coffins. Tang Yu surveyed with his spiritual awareness, but found nothing unusual. Ma Wei sighed heavily, his expression tinged with a pallid despair. As a master of the chaotic realm, how could he have succumbed to such frailty? Do not speak nonsense. There must be a way to escape, Ma Wei remarked, uncertain whether he was comforting Tang Yu or himself. Yet, the true nature of the empty city remained a mystery. With no records to elucidate its essence, only whispers of its terrifying reputation. Legend spoke of it as a realm that transcends time, past, present, and future. As the sun rose, a delicate mist began to rise. Tang Yu, Wang Yashuan's voice echoed in his ears. Tang Yu stood still, scanning his surroundings, unable to discern Wang Yashuan's figure. Even his spiritual awareness could not reveal her location. Where have you been? I thought you had vanished, Wang Yashuan exclaimed, clutching her chest in a state of mild panic. I just discovered something peculiar. You must come with me, she suddenly declared. Tang Yu, perplexed, nonetheless followed suit. An unpleasant odor suddenly wafted through the air, causing him to furrow his brow in distaste. Wang Yashuan maintained her composure, leading Tang Yu steadily forward. Observing her, Tang Yu frowned and abruptly inquired, "Why have you transformed into an old man again?" "Have I?" Wang Yashuan replied, touching her face. "I don't feel any different." After a brief pause, she continued, "Come. I just discovered something unusual. Tang Yu halted, remaining motionless. What's the matter? Wang Yashuan asked, puzzled. Nothing, Tang Yu said. I just find this peculiar. What exactly is this place? How can we escape? After a moment, he added, by the way, when I visit your Wang family, you won't turn me away. Will you? How are things in the Wujian star domain? Has the Qin family settled down? What are you saying? How could I possibly not welcome you? Once we escape from here, you are always welcome at the Wang family, Wang Yashuan replied. But I lack confidence in our ability to flee. Perhaps what I just saw might lead to some discovery. Who knows? We might find a way out of here. Really? What did you see? Tang Yu asked casually, though his wariness deepened. You'll find out when you come with me. Tang Yu remained still, merely gazing at Wang Yashuan and stating, You are not Wang Yashuan. Wang Yashuan chuckled. How could I not be Wang Yashuan? You refer to me, yet Wang Yashuan would call himself this young master. Furthermore, when I mentioned your transformation into an old man, despite your touching your face, if you were indeed Wang Yashuan, you would have already taken out a mirror to examine yourself closely. Besides, your face shows no signs of anxiety. Tang Yu continued, and that foul smell, I found it unbearable. Someone like Wang Yashuan would have long since covered their mouth and nose, yet you appear completely unfazed. Chapter 928. A game of chess. From the very moment of Wang Yashuan's unexpected appearance, Tang Yu felt a sense of strangeness. At that moment, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Where had Wang Yashuan gone? And then, she suddenly appeared. This series of events had already set off alarm bells in Tang Yu's mind. Moreover, you keep insisting that you have discovered something strange and are eager to take me to see it. You are far too hasty, Tang Yu remarked. Wang Yashuan seems to possess decent cultivation, yet he appears somewhat timid. If it were truly him, he would likely have to persuade me to go and take a look. Suddenly, a mist enveloped Wang Yashuan's face, causing her to vanish in an instant. Tang Yu felt an inexplicable force entering his body. Instinctively, his celestial powers activated, absorbing that force within. Subsequently, that energy emerged from his celestial realm. Just moments ago, Tang Yu had worried whether he too would age. It seems that concern was unnecessary. The peculiar energy that entered him was adequately countered by his celestial powers. The only lingering question was the whereabouts of Wang Yashuan and Ma Wei. They had just been nearby. Although he had distanced himself from the false Wang Ya, in Tang Yu's perspective, he had merely returned to where he had started. The mist enveloping the surroundings rendered visibility to a mere few dozen meters, even with his cultivation. Eerie sounds echoed in his ears, yet Tang Yu remained remarkably calm. The rhythmic patter of raindrops soon escalated into a torrential downpour. He formed multiple layers of barriers around his body. For the peculiar green hue permeating the air raised questions about the potential strangeness of this rain. Before him, the palace re-emerged. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. The transition between day and night transformed the surrounding structures into coffins, yet this palace stood unwavering, unchanged by the passage of time. Inside, nothing appeared amiss, except for a painting that drew Tang Yu's attention once more. Who was the figure depicted? Why did it lack a face? Though he could not discern its true visage, an overwhelming aura of unmatched power emanated from it. Retracting his gaze, he turned towards a chair and, after a brief pause, took a seat. In that instant, the scenery around him shifted rapidly. Countless blurred images flashed by, too swift to discern. You have returned, echoed as if he were engulfed in an endless chaos. Before him stood a stone table, adorned with a chessboard. Tang Yu stared in astonishment, unable to distinguish reality from illusion, a testament to the terror of the empty city. The sights and sounds made him question his own existence, blurring the line between the real and the imagined. On the opposite stone bench, a hazy figure materialized, its true form obscured. Yet, Tang Yu sensed that this was not the person's true essence, but rather a remnant left behind. How had it suddenly appeared here? Was it yet another manifestation of the empty city? Who are you? Tang Yu inquired, even contemplating whether this being was genuine or merely an illusion conjured by the empty city. The figure remained silent, gesturing with a flick of its hand as pieces suddenly appeared on the chessboard. It was a game in a stalemate. The black pieces materialized before Tang Yu, a testament to an endless battle through the ages. Perhaps this time, I will have the opportunity to complete this game. The figure observed him intently. In ancient times, I once faced a duel, yet I lost a piece to him. So I linger here, a fragment of my consciousness to guard this place. Empty city? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Are you guarding the empty city? The figure offered no reply, prompting Tang Yu to continue. What exactly is the empty city? After a prolonged silence, the apparition finally spoke. It is but a failed creation, an attempt to resurrect all that has perished and withered. Tang Yu paused, contemplating the implications. Someone sought to use the empty city to recreate all that had been lost, yet it was clear that this endeavor had faltered. Perhaps it was merely a misstep along that individual's path. Throughout the annals of time, only he and I have reached this juncture. The shadow sighed and remarked, only the two of us have managed to extricate ourselves from the confines of the game, while he seeks to alter the course of play, even attempting to rearrange the pieces to rewrite a fate already sealed. Although Tang Yu could not discern his face, he felt the weight of his gaze upon him. Undoubtedly, he ultimately met with failure, and the cost of that failure was dreadfully steep. The indistinct figure continued, everything has withered and passed away. Hence, he desires to reflect upon all that once was. The empty city stands as a failed attempt to mirror the past. Tang Yu interjected, indeed, it is a failure. Yet, the shadow deftly shifted the conversation, gesturing with an elegant hand. Might we engage in another match? At this moment, Tang Yu found no inclination for a game. Thus, is this also within the empty city? Everything I perceive is but an illusion conjured by the city, Tang Yu inquired. You are indeed real. The shadow replied. As for me, I am merely a lingering remnant here, awaiting a challenger to continue our game. You are the 10th individual to play against me, and the one to conclude this match. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. Does the empty city consume us? Primarily, do you seek a player? I have heard Wang Yu mention that the empty city has manifested a total of 9 times across the realms. It appears that each manifestation is tied to the opponent he engages. A fragment of his consciousness remains here, guarding the empty city. What of those who came before? Tang Yu asked. The spectral figure gazed intently at Tang Yu, taking a long moment to respond. They have perished. Oh, a complex array of emotions stirred within Tang Yu. He wondered if he too would meet such a fate. Taking a deep breath, he looked upon the board. When it came to the intricacies of Go, Tang Yu was utterly unversed. However, Tang Sanzang possessed some knowledge, allowing him to grasp the basics. The black and white stones clashed fiercely, yet the black pieces were evidently at a disadvantage. The shadow across from him did not rush Tang Yu, patiently awaiting his move. This game was a remnant of the past, played by 9 others and myself, leading to the present state. The shadow remarked, I believe you could bring it to a conclusion. After a pause, he continued, if it reaches an end, it would be an ideal outcome. At least the one I hope to witness. Should it remain unresolved, however, you shall face utter defeat, leaving our remnants trapped in the endless passage of time. Across the vast realms, no one remains to challenge me. Chapter 929. Victory. Tang Yu stared at the board, motionless for an extended period. He understood that a single move could lead to a catastrophic misstep, potentially sealing his fate, particularly as the black stones were already on the back foot. Yet, with no prior study of Go, he lamented the predicament he now faced. Had he known of this challenge, he would have surely prepared. Are those who entered with me still alive? Tang Yu suddenly inquired. Some have departed this world, yet in their dreams, they manifest all that they yearned for. Though they have perished, within the realm of dreams, they continue to exist, having attained their desires. So, one might ponder, are they truly dead or alive? The shadow spoke. Tang Yu was taken aback, and after a considerable pause, he replied, I do not know. He too was enveloped in confusion. His corporeal self may have succumbed. Yet he thrived in dreams, where aspirations materialized. In the sanctuary of his own dreams, he acquired everything he wished for. However, one must acknowledge that even the sweetest dreams must eventually awaken, mustn't they? Tang Yu remarked. Perhaps they have fulfilled their innermost desires within their dreams. Yet such dreams may alter the course of causality, leading to unforeseen consequences. The shadow chuckled softly. You speak wisely. Every choice, every dream realized, even those that mend past regrets, may very well give rise to even greater sorrows. Pausing briefly, he continued, and what of you? Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? It is nothing, the shadow replied. I merely recalled some distant memories. He gazed at the chessboard. Should you emerge victorious in this game, perhaps I too shall intervene, altering those fated outcomes. After years of evasion, I find myself weary. You just mentioned that there is no one in the vast realms to challenge you, and you also stated that only you and another can transcend this game. Do you too require concealment? Tang Yu inquired. The shadow smiled lightly. There are far too many matters, at least beyond your current understanding. He couldn't help but think of Xiaoling, who ventured beyond the realms. What was she truly battling against? And what of that woman in white? What formidable foe loomed before them? The shadow before him evidently surpassed all their fears, yet he too remained in hiding. At this moment, Tang Yu felt a wave of concern wash over him. Were Xiaoling and the others still alive? It had been an eternity since he last heard from them. After a long while, Tang Yu withdrew his gaze, resting it upon the chessboard. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped a black piece. The instant he lifted the piece, a stone in the desolate city erupted violently. A drop of enchanting crimson blood burst forth. Simultaneously, the mist within the city dissipated. Wang Ye, Su and Ma Wei, and others lay nearby, seemingly in slumber. Yet their visages had aged remarkably. The once vibrant group had dwindled to a mere few survivors, who had transformed into old men and women. The essence was rapidly depleting, as if the remaining faint traces of vitality were on the brink of vanishing. As he lifted the piece, Tang Yu's mind went blank. With a decisive move, he placed the black piece upon the board. The shadow opposite him regarded him intently, then picked up a white piece and placed it on the board as well. The sound of pieces settling on the board resonated like whispers. Tang Yu instinctively knew where to place his piece, devoid of contemplation. In that moment, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, that drop of blood surged forth, hovering above Tang Yu's head. The enchanting blood emitted a faint glow, enveloping Tang Yu. Upon the chessboard, it transformed into an endless battle, two armies clashing in fierce combat. The two players seemed to engage instinctively, placing their pieces upon the board with a speed that was almost terrifying. After a considerable time, the ethereal figure, holding the white pieces, hesitated. The originally unfavorable position of the black pieces had now completely reversed, while the white pieces appeared to be at a disadvantage. As if defeat were inevitable. Upon placing the piece down, the ethereal figure softly uttered, "I have lost." The droplet of blood that hovered above Tang Yu's head vanished without a trace, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of how victory had come to him. Yet, at the moment he grasped the chess piece, it felt as though an unseen subconscious had guided his moves. In an instant, Tang Yu found himself back within the palace, seated once more in the chair. He was entirely oblivious to whether the preceding events were mere illusions or reality. It was as though he had never left at all. This notion caused Tang Yu to furrow his brow in contemplation. He surveyed his surroundings and gently called out, "Senior." No reply met his ears. Yet, in Tang Yu's mind, it was undoubtedly not a dream. As he departed, the figure continued to gaze intently at the chessboard, seemingly lost in thought. Boom! The river of time split open. A figure emerged from within, its face etched with the weariness of countless lifetimes, as if it had witnessed the endless ebb and flow of existence. Tiansong's expression remained somewhat dazed. The ethereal figure slowly lifted its gaze towards him, a deep sigh escaping its lips. Is it worth it to attempt to alter the fated conclusion through countless cycles of reincarnation? Tiansong stared at him in bewilderment, a glimmer of clarity flickering in his eyes. Beside him lay that drop of beguiling, mysterious blood. Observing the ethereal figure, Tiansong gently shook his head, as if struggling to recall something. Yet, almost immediately, confusion returned to his gaze. With the final 300 years remaining, perhaps I too cannot escape their machinations, nor uncover the whereabouts of my true self, the ethereal figure remarked. Perhaps in this lifetime, I must deliberate carefully. It turned its attention to Tiansong. 9 cycles of reincarnation, with repeated failures and rebirths. In this existence, can the actions of your past, present, and future truly alter everything? It shook its head lightly, chuckling. This is the final opportunity. If it cannot be changed, then it will lead to eternal obliteration. Glancing down at Tang Yu's figure, it continued. In these last 300 years, to what heights will he ultimately ascend? Or do you possess some hidden strategy? Tiansong remained silent, gazing at Tang Yu. A flicker of clarity accompanied by a fleeting touch of sorrow passing through his eyes. You cannot bear the weight of eternity, the unbearable suffering. You have placed all your hopes upon him, which also includes the pain of those lost and withered. The ethereal figure continued, yet, it is fortunate that in this final life, should no change occur, it will signify complete annihilation. As the river of time flows, the heavens tread forward, vanishing without a trace. Beside him, a drop of blood journeys through different epochs, swiftly disappearing into oblivion. Tang Yu surveyed his surroundings, preparing to exit the grand hall. At that moment, the chessboard materialized before him, the very game he had just played against that ethereal figure. Chapter 930. A meeting divided in half. Indeed, everything was not an illusion. But what significance did the sudden appearance of the chessboard hold? He scrutinized it closely, hesitating for a moment before gathering the board and its pieces. The abrupt presence of this game was undoubtedly a deliberate act by that formidable entity. He offered a slight bow to the void before stepping out of the grand hall. Wang Yashuan and the others lay nearby, while the desolate scenery of the empty city transformed continuously with their dreams. Undoubtedly, within Wang Yashuan's dream, he aspired to become the most handsome man in the world. Even Tang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the initial state of the chess game, where no pieces had yet been placed, vividly resurfaced in his mind. He looked around, noticing that the arrangement of the houses mirrored the configuration of that unfinished game, resembling it closely. The tiles beneath his feet appeared to form a chessboard. Thus, Tang Yu comprehended the situation. With a wave of his hand, a nearby house soared down and landed on the ground, all in accordance with the flow of the chess game. The moment the last house settled into its designated position, a thunderous roar erupted. The scenery before him rapidly transformed into a multitude of coffins. In the midst of his astonishment, a powerful force enveloped him, and in an instant, he found himself outside the empty city. Wang Yashuan, Ma Wei, and the others emerged as well, still ensconced in slumber. Among them were a few remnants of the initial group, including the woman named Song Qianro, who appeared aged. The peculiar power of the empty city still lingered within their bodies. However, Tang Yu had no inclination to benevolently resolve their plight, save for Wang Yashuan. This individual, despite his narcissism, had displayed merit on multiple occasions when Tang Yu had been subjected to experimentation. Out of both sentiment and reason, Tang Yu felt compelled to save him. With a great rumble, the empty city soared once more into the distance, uncertain of its next destination or where it might alight. A once powerful entity's failed attempt to reflect the past? The thought sent shivers down Tang Yu's spine. This being's methods were nothing short of celestial. He led Wang Yashuan away, determined to dissipate the power of the empty city within him. However, this time, that strange force remained ensconced within the celestial phenomena, failing to break free. This revelation startled Tang Yu, and he harbored concerns about potential safety hazards, employing the strength of celestial phenomena to drive it away. Yet that force remained utterly unmoved. As for the desire to obliterate it, that proved futile. Tang Yu experimented with various methods, but ultimately found himself unable to dispel it. Resigning himself to the situation, at least, for the moment, there seemed to be no imminent danger. Even if there were some underlying issues, Tang Yu believed that his celestial powers were sufficient to maintain control. With a soft murmur, Wang Yashuan awakened. She glanced around, her eyes widening with joy, only to be followed by a shadow of sorrow as she sighed heavily. It was evident that she still believed she was within the empty city, perceiving everything as mere illusions conjured by the void. Awake? Tang Yu inquired. Wang Yashuan leapt 3 feet into the air, staring at Tang Yu with incredulity. Are you real or an apparition? Speak again, and I shall mar your visage, she retorted playfully. At her words, Tang Yu smirked, and Wang Yashuan relaxed, scanning her surroundings before tentatively asking, We haven't emerged, have we? Doubts clouded her mind. Tang Yu nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, Wang Yashuan broke into laughter. I knew it. With my handsome visage, how could fate conspire against such beauty? To have emerged alive from the empty city is yet another splendid chapter in my illustrious life. Observing her demeanor, Tang Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. How did we escape? Wang Yashuan inquired. I know not, Tang Yu replied. I too was asleep. And when I awoke, here we were. His gaze shifted to the others still ensconced in slumber, their appearances remarkably aged. Wang Yashuan gasped again. After a brief search, she produced a small vial, examining it closely, then asked with concern, I haven't aged, have I? Not at all, Tang Yu assured her. You ought to be grateful. Had it not been for me, you would share their fate. Feel free to produce a few treasures in thanks, but do not overdo it, lest I become embarrassed. Wang Yashuan hesitated, a pained expression crossing her face. Seeing her like this, Tang Yu straightened up, half expecting her to present him with some fine treasures in gratitude for saving her life. She handed him a small bottle. However, to Tang Yu's eyes, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary container. What is this? Upon opening the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Wang Yashuan explained. This is a skincare product concocted by the elders of my family using rare herbs. Tang Yu's smile faltered. Look at your complexion, this won't suffice. My own formula is for whitening and hydration, particularly essential in this windy season when skin tends to dry. What I possess is truly top tier. If it were anyone else, I would never consider sharing it. Wang Yashuan, with a pained expression, remarked, you truly need to take better care of yourself to ensure your skin radiates with luster. Of course, it is impossible for you to be as handsome as this young master. After all, there is no one in the entire realm who surpasses my charm. Why are you leaving? Do you not want this? In response to Wang Yashuan's bewildered gaze, Tang Yu approached Ma Wei and others, collecting all the Cheng Yukun bags from them, successfully bringing them out of the empty city alive. One must, to some extent, receive compensation. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, is there? Truly. As expected of one from the chaos realm, their depth is remarkable. Such a multitude of divine weapons. Excellent, indeed. Tang Yu did not spare even the others, gathering everything. Within the bags, he discovered several manuals. While they held no use for him, they might prove beneficial to others in the future, such as Wukong and Air Days. So he decided to keep them. Wang Yashuan's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment, he said with admiration, impressive, impressive. Pausing briefly, he continued, but have you ever heard the saying, when we meet, we share half? What do you mean? Tang Yu inquired, perplexed. Wang Yashuan, holding his folding fan, resumed his elegant demeanor. Chapter 931. The handsome Wang. Tang Yu smiled warmly at Wang Yashuan, causing him to flinch and hastily wave his hands. I'm just joking. With my status, how could I possibly covet such trifles? In truth, he was quite interested, yet felt too timid to claim them. I offer them to you. Would you dare accept? Upon awakening, they would discover their treasures missing, and at that moment, they would hear rumors that Tang Yu possessed them. This could very well bring disaster upon your Wang family. I am merely considering your safety, Tang Yu sighed. Thus, I must endure this burden alone. Wang Yashuan's lips twitched slightly, and after a long pause, he said, how can you utter such shameless words? He collected all their Cheng Yukun bags. Tang Yu prepared to depart, intending to return to the Chaos Star Domain. Wait for me. Wang Yashuan called out, following him. The realm was fraught with danger, with various monsters lurking about. Particularly since his own guards and maidservants had perished, he concluded that it was safer to remain near Tang Yu for the time being. I am a sinner of the realm, and they falsely accuse me of being a descendant of the Chaos clan. Walking too closely with me could bring about misfortune. Even if you are unafraid, what of your Wang family? Tang Yu's voice echoed softly, tinged with an undercurrent of solitude and sorrow. Wang Yashuan halted, taken aback, and solemnly declared, Tang Yu, I owe you a life. If you ever find yourself in peril, our Wang family will surely lend our utmost support. Not hearing Tang Yu's response, it was clear he had already distanced himself. Yet Wang Yashuan was certain that Tang Yu had heard him. As the news of Tang Yu being consumed by the empty city spread throughout the realms, many rejoiced. After all, he was a descendant of the Chaos clan and had mercilessly slain many within the realms. Thus, his entry into the empty city could be seen as poetic justice. Although she felt a sense of joy, it was swiftly overshadowed by a multitude of problems. Terrifying entities began to rampage across various star domains. The celestial realms attempted to resist, yet they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of these formidable beings, each possessing immense power. However, the most pressing concern remained the unmoving celestial demon army. Should they choose to act, the repercussions for the celestial realms would be catastrophic. Presently, these monsters had already placed the celestial realms in a precarious situation. The thought of the celestial demons joining the fray was too dreadful to fathom. The only viable solution now was for the various star domains to unite their strengths against the external threat. Yet, achieving a complete alliance was far from simple, as each faction harbored its own ulterior motives. Some individuals even sought to exploit the power of these terrifying entities to eliminate their rivals. One could not help but admire their audacity. Even in such dire times, they were focused on eliminating dissenters to bolster their own power. Feng Xinyan furrowed her delicate brows. Had Tang Yu truly entered the empty city? The mere mention of the empty city instilled fear in everyone, as no soul had ever returned alive from its depths. However, there were whispers of Tian Song having ventured into the empty city in the past, though the truth of that tale remained shrouded in mystery. If it were indeed true, then only Tian Song had emerged alive from the Forsaken Realm. But could it be that Tang Yu would perish within its confines? Feng Xinyan found herself questioning this deeply. She had always harbored a sense of curiosity about Tang Yu, wondering what manner of person he truly was, to garner such regard from the woman in red. Not long after, a servant arrived with news that Wang Yashuan had returned. He had entered the empty city and emerged unscathed. Instantly, the star domain trembled with excitement. It was utterly astonishing that someone had survived the empty city. The Wang family was abuzz with activity, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within that enigmatic place. If Wang Yashuan had survived, then surely Tang Yu would not meet the same fate. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Xinyan instructed, "Bring Wang Yashuan to me." The servant acknowledged her command and hurried off to the Wang residence. After a considerable time, Wang Yashuan entered, accompanied by 4 maidens. The maidens hastily approached, meticulously wiping down a chair and even scattering some fragrant powder. Only then did Wang Yashuan contentedly take his seat. However, upon meeting Feng Xinyan's icy gaze, he instinctively stood, forcing a nervous laugh as he greeted, "I pay my respects to the city lord." "You returned alive from the empty city?" Feng Xinyan asked directly. "What transpired within? Tell me how you managed to emerge." Other than knowing that the empty city could reflect one's innermost thoughts, Wang Yashuan had little else to offer. He was oblivious to how he had exited. Even Tang Yu claimed to have lost consciousness. Yet, Wang Yashuan found that hard to believe. Were they to assume they merely took a nap inside, only to be released by the empty city? Such a notion was utterly implausible. It must have been Tang Yu who discovered the way out. Wang Yashuan briefly recounted his experiences, revealing the thoughts that echoed within his heart. He spoke of coffins crafted from celestial crystal, within which he glimpsed his own form, and even that of Feng Xinyan. Yet, these were mere illusions of the empty city, designed to ensnare them. Ultimately, he could not articulate how he emerged from this state, merely stating that he had fallen asleep and awoken naturally thereafter. It must be noted that Wang Yashuan was quite discerning, refraining from uttering a single word about Tang Yu. Upon hearing this, Feng Xinyan furrowed her delicate brows. She discerned that Wang Yashuan had offered nothing of value, for he knew so little. He simply stated that he had slept within and emerged thereafter. The matter of aging was also omitted. He was acutely aware that his unchanged appearance was undoubtedly due to Tang Yu's influence, hence he chose not to mention it. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yashuan continued, "The empty city is peculiar, reflecting one's innermost thoughts, causing an imperceptible aging, a phenomenon one cannot detect in themselves. Once Ma Wei and the others return to their respective sects or families, the truth of their aging will be impossible to conceal. I only realized it later, as I fainted shortly after entering the empty city." Wang Yashuan admitted, slightly shifting uncomfortably. "You only found out later?" Feng Xinyan inquired, a beguiling smile gracing her lips as she chuckled. "Is it Tang Yu who informed you? Surely your survival is also attributed to him?" Her tone, though seemingly questioning, carried an air of certainty. Wang Yashuan replied, "I cannot say for certain. I fainted not long after entering. According to your words, the empty city reflects one's thoughts, even from dreams, so your fainting must surely be connected to it, no? You mentioned that some would age, yet you did not." Feng Xinyan laughed softly. "Dear Wang, what exactly is the truth behind this?" She fixed her gaze upon his face, adding playfully, "By the way, I have found your face rather displeasing for quite some time." Chapter 932. The appearance of the old man of heavenly secrets. Wang Yashuan was taken aback, instinctively covering his face. He knew well that such a thing was within her capacity. His eyes darted about, contemplating how to convince Feng Xinyan of his innocence. Her enchanting smile only heightened his unease, bringing a chill to his heart. "I genuinely do not know. I lost consciousness upon entry," he grimaced. "I cannot elucidate how we escaped, as we were both unconscious." As the conversation progressed, Feng Xinyan appeared slightly dazed. She remained silent, a captivating smile lingering on her face. As she produced a slender blade, delicately tending to her nails, cold sweat trickled down Wang Yashuan's back, as he realized that a single misstep could cost him his handsome visage. "I truly know nothing," he lamented, on the verge of tears. Feng Xinyan chuckled softly, sheathed her blade, and regarded Wang Yashuan with a knowing look. "Thus, it seems Tang Yu did not perish, It has come to my attention that there are indeed several individuals who managed to emerge from the desolate city, albeit aged and weary. Among them, Wang Yashuan recognizes but a few, including Song Qianro from the Ling Tian Palace, as well as Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan. a revelation she later gleaned from Tang Yu. Thus, Wang Yashuan felt no need for concealment and openly shared this information. Feng Xinyan nodded in understanding, saying, "I comprehend now. You may take your leave." Feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, Wang Yashuan hastily exited the palace, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to having narrowly escaped death. She instinctively retrieved a mirror to examine her visage, realizing how close she had come to losing her striking appearance. Upon returning to her family, an incessant stream of visitors continued to arrive at the Wang residence, all undoubtedly eager to inquire about the enigmatic desolate city. In an instant, Wang Yashuan had become a notable figure within this star domain. Everyone was aware that the young Wang from the old Wang family had survived the desolate city. This realization filled Wang Yashuan with a deep sigh. Indeed, the allure of certain individuals cannot remain concealed, much like fireflies illuminating the dark night. Once they emerge, they capture the gaze of all. Undoubtedly, Wang Yashuan is such a person. Despite his desire for modesty, his striking appearance and formidable strength rendered such a wish impossible. Feng Xinyan had anticipated that Tang Yu would not succumb easily. Yet, that individual had managed to restore the chaotic star domain. What, one might wonder, was his true intention? They were certain that Tang Yu did not belong to their chaotic lineage, yet he must have significant connections to it, as evidenced by the high regard in which the red-clad woman held him. Within the desolate city, news of a few survivors began to circulate across the realms. Consequently, several sects, including the Li Qian Palace, received a steady influx of visitors. Even emissaries from the Yutian Gate arrived, all seeking answers regarding the desolate city. However, as Song Qianro and others awakened, they discovered the harsh reality of their newfound age and the absence of their Qiankuan bags. Yet, the loss of their Qiankuan bags paled in comparison to the gravity of their aging. Thus, they hurried back to their sects to implore the palace master or elders for a remedy to their predicament. Unfortunately, they found themselves utterly powerless against this inexplicable force, helplessly watching as their vitality waned. Even the most precious elixirs proved ineffective. Under normal circumstances, such rare potions would never be squandered on ordinary disciples. Yet the present situation was different. They were survivors of the desolate city and had thus attained a certain notoriety, warranting the need for salvation. However, the lack of viable solutions rendered the elders of the Li Qian Palace at a loss, ultimately leading to resigned sighs among them. Some began to deliberate on the matter of hosting a banquet, as the Li Qian Palace had a respectable standing and could likely garner substantial gifts. Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan found themselves in similar circumstances. They are formidable beings within the realm of chaos. Yet they are powerless to resist the relentless march of aging brought forth by this mysterious force. The sight of those who perished in the desolate city, their lives extinguished by the passage of time, fills them with an unmistakable sense of dread upon reflection. "Master, do we truly have no recourse?" Ma Wei inquired. Kneeling upon the ground, a middle-aged man, around 40 years of age, shook his head solemnly. "This force is peculiar. I find myself unable to dispel it." Instantly, the two men's faces turned ashen. The middle-aged man continued, "Relate to me once more everything you witnessed in the desolate city." "Yes," they replied. Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan spoke candidly, divulging every detail of their experiences within the city. The middle-aged man, lost in contemplation, remarked, "Did that individual named Tang Yu also return from the desolate city?" "We are uncertain. Since we have emerged alive, it stands to reason that he too must have survived." Ma Wei responded, "In fact, our survival from the desolate city is likely intertwined with his presence," the middle-aged man noted. "If that is the case, then inquiring with him should yield answers. Moreover, you mentioned that only Tang Yu remains unchanged by age, which suggests he may possess knowledge of the city's secrets." With a sardonic chuckle, the middle-aged man mused. "Master, do you intend to emerge from seclusion?" Ma Wei asked, astonished. The master had dwelled in this hidden place for countless ages. It was unexpected that he would venture forth in this lifetime. Could it be due to Tang Yu? He pondered. That seems improbable. While Tang Yu appears formidable, he hardly warrants my direct intervention. The young man added, "This era is rife with chaos. A great calamity is imminent. Having been stalled at this bottleneck for many years, it is time for me to venture out and seek potential opportunities." Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan felt a surge of joy with their master's emergence. The only entities capable of contending with him across the cosmos would be a mere handful. This suggested that they could navigate the heavens with ease. However, Upon recalling their own aging, the two men's spirits once again dampened. Sensing their thoughts, the young man reassured them, since Tang Yu has not aged. He surely possesses a means to remedy this situation. There is no need for your concern. Thank you, Master, they said, as they set forth towards the realm of chaos. Tang Yu, meanwhile, was acutely aware that news of his entry into the desolate city would likely reach the wider cosmos, prompting certain individuals to take action against the chaotic star domain. Of course, their intentions were to eliminate Meng Qingqing and the lecherous old man. Yet, Tang Yu harbored no worries for their safety, for the lecherous old man was present. Despite appearing deceptively benign, this elder was anything but ordinary. Had he been less capable, he would have perished long ago. Suddenly, an elder with hair as white as snow materialized before him, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Or perhaps he had always been there. A formidable adversary. Tang Yu's demeanor grew grave. Chapter 933. The order of cause and effect. Tang Yu found himself unable to discern the true cultivation level of this individual. In truth, he could not sense any of his power. The figure appeared as an ordinary person, yet exuded an ineffable aura of authority. This aura he had only sensed from a handful of individuals such as Weak Water and Dreamless Sea. Thus, even if this person were not a match for Weak Water and the others, he likely would not be significantly weaker. Tang Yu contemplated rapidly. If this individual truly intended to kill him, what means could he employ to escape? This should not be construed as cowardice. Rather, it stemmed from an inability to contend. To engage without the capacity to win would be sheer folly. Are you Tang Yu? The elder of heavenly mechanisms inquired. His prowess in divination could be deemed unparalleled across the realms. Anyone and anything could be presumed to be fully calculable by him. Yet, upon gazing at Tang Yu, the elder found himself momentarily taken aback. For, from Tang Yu, he could derive nothing through his divination. Standing before the elder, Tang Yu exuded a blankness that was utterly inscrutable. It was as if he were non-existent. Yet, paradoxically, he bore an immense power of causality in relation to this realm. What on earth was happening? The elder of heavenly mechanisms, too, found himself perplexed. A figure devoid of clarity, yet intricately intertwined with the vast tapestry of the cosmos. Greetings, esteemed elder, Tang Yu said, offering a slight bow. The elder's demeanor suggested he was not there to harm him, as Tang Yu sensed no malice. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. The power of the laws shimmered faintly, and the surging force within his meridians was poised to erupt at any moment. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he was prepared to flee immediately. What brings you to seek out a junior like myself? Tang Yu inquired, as the elder continued to scrutinize him. The elder replied coldly, You need not be wary of me. I harbor no ill intentions, only curiosity. Moreover, even if I did possess malice, do you truly believe you could escape? Tang Yu felt a flicker of defiance at those words, yet he replied, Naturally, should an elder with your power wish to do harm, my demise would be inevitable. There is no need for flattery. You are indeed an enigma, the elder remarked. Your apparent mastery of the great path belies a power that surpasses your realm. I dare say even a master of the chaos realm would fall before you. Yet, what intrigues me most is your utter inscrutability, coupled with your profound connection to this realm. Strange, indeed, the elder concluded. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted dramatically. Tang Yu found himself amidst an expanse of endless stars. Before he could voice his inquiry, the stars began to flicker ominously. From 7 celestial bodies emanated a tremendous force, encroaching upon Tang Yu without hesitation. He promptly invoked the laws of time, readying himself to flee. Yet, regardless of his attempts to reverse time, the oppressive power of the stars continued to envelop him. Forced into a corner, Tang Yu had no choice but to withstand it with his own strength. In his estimation, sustaining injuries from this strike was inevitable. After all, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Yet, the unfolding events were utterly unexpected. With a single punch, the surrounding stars were shattered. In his astonished gaze, the fragmented stars began to coalesce once more, transforming into 49, exuding a more formidable aura. Tang Yu's complexion drastically changed as he swiftly retreated. Nevertheless, those stars continued to orbit around him, maintaining their original distance. Not far from Tang Yu, the Elder of Destiny seemed to be calculating something. His own magical prowess was insufficient to fully comprehend Tang Yu. Hence he sought to employ this stellar formation to re-evaluate Tang Yu and discern his true identity. Observing the rotating stars, Tang Yu struck again, and indeed the stars shattered once more. They reformed into 81. Tang Yu regained his composure and pondered deeply. Suddenly, he found himself questioning the elder's true intentions. If the elder wished to kill him, would it not be far simpler to act directly? This was clearly a formation. Tang Yu was not particularly adept at breaking formations, especially one laid down by such a powerful entity. Yet, he understood that the more dire the situation, the calmer he needed to remain. As he gazed at the surrounding stars, he felt a fleeting sense of familiarity with their arrangement. Reflecting carefully, he suddenly had a revelation. Indeed, the layout of the houses in the empty city he had recently escaped bore a striking resemblance to the arrangement of these stars. Could there be a connection? Summoning the distant stars with his own magical energy, he rearranged them according to the circumstances he had encountered in the empty city. The Elder of Destiny watched in astonishment. With Tang Yu's rearrangement of the stars, a brilliant light surged forth, transforming them into orderly chains that ensnared him. Tang Yu's figure flickered as he desperately evaded the encroaching chains, but they seemed to weave into an immense net, intent on ensnaring him like a fish. How much causality did he possess to yield such an abundance of causal order? The Elder of Destiny was baffled. In the past, the King of Men, Li Qian, had ventured deep into this formation, weaving chains of causal order, yet nowhere near as many as Tang Yu had now. Who on earth was this young man? Why did he possess such an abundance of causal order, even surpassing that of Li Qian? Amidst the endless chains, Tang Yu was taken aback, contemplating his next move. Such chains were beyond his capacity to destroy. The celestial phenomena reflected upon him, enveloping his entire being. Soon, a chain materialized. Since breaking through was not an option, he decided to temporarily merge with it. The countless chains, formed from intersecting orders, halted at that moment. Suddenly, Tang Yu's figure manifested, revealing three distinct forms. Simultaneously, they struck, weaving through the infinite order. Ultimately, the causal order was entangled together and, with a singular blow, it was shattered. In that instant, Tang Yu had extricated himself from the grand formation. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets observed him from a distance, astonishment evident in his gaze. The greater the burden of causality one bears, the more difficult it ought to be to break free. Yet, this young man managed to dissolve the very fabric of order with an almost seamless integration. What appeared to be an empty expanse was, in truth, intricately woven with boundless threads of causal order. He possessed the ability to merge and obliterate. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets was utterly confounded, his inner turmoil deepening. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired. This question momentarily startled Tang Yu. "Did you not already know my name is Tang Yu? Why ask?" He replied. "I am the junior Tang Yu," he stated. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets fixed his unblinking gaze upon him. "You cannot possibly be as simple as you seem." Chapter 934. Ancient Peak. Tang Yu was bewildered by the Elder's words, uncertain how to respond, and thus fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, the Elder queried, "How did you come to understand the arrangement of the Heavenly Secrets star formation?" This formation had been derived from a stone carving he had stumbled upon years ago, which he meticulously studied and integrated with his own deductive techniques, leading to the comprehension of the Heavenly Secrets star formation. Logically, a person of Tang Yu's caliber should have easily discerned it upon entering. Yet, that was not the case. Tang Yu effortlessly dismantled the formation, employing a direct method of arrangement to do so. In the past, Li Qian had also delved deep into the Heavenly Secrets star formation, but she had emerged by reversing its effects. In the Elder's view, aside from himself, no one could possibly break the formation in such a manner. Even the chains of causal order that subsequently emerged were shattered by him. This only intensified the Elder's curiosity about Tang Yu. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu candidly confessed, "To be honest, not long ago, I entered the empty city, and the arrangement of your formation seems strikingly similar to certain elements within the empty city. Thus, I dared to speak the truth, not anticipating its veracity." He even harbored suspicions that this old man might have ventured into the empty city as well, emerging alive with insights into such a formation. Hence, Tang Yu relayed the entirety of his experience. The Elder was taken aback, so it is. Yet, he felt a jolt of shock within, filled with curiosity about the empty city. He had not expected that the stone carving he obtained years ago was connected to the empty city. Eagerly, he inquired about the nature of the empty city. Tang Yu, however, withheld certain details, particularly regarding the confrontation with that ethereal figure. As for how he escaped, He simply stated that he had lost consciousness and awoke to find himself free. These revelations proved immensely beneficial to the elder, who had long contemplated how to advance his heavenly secret star formation. If the reflections within the empty city that resonated with one's innermost thoughts could be integrated into the formation, then what ensnared them might very well be their own desires. The path to liberation would not be so simple. The mere thought of this sent tremors of excitement coursing through the elder. He felt like a true genius. However, my admiration is primarily directed towards the master of the empty city. I remain in the dark regarding who crafted this enigmatic realm or the purpose behind its creation. Observing the old man lost in thought, Tang Yu offered a slight bow, stating, "If the senior has no further matters, I shall take my leave." Suddenly, a familiar aura enveloped him. It was Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan, though both appeared to have aged considerably. Had it not been for the unmistakable fluctuations of their original essence, even Tang Yu might have struggled to recognize them. Before the two stood a young man in his 40s. Surely he wasn't here to reclaim the stolen Cheng Yukun bag, was he? That would be unacceptable, for it now rightfully belonged to him. "You are Tang Yu?" the young man inquired. Ma Wei interjected, "Brother Tang, this is my master, Gu Feng." After a brief pause, he continued, "May I ask, Brother Tang, how we managed to escape from the empty city? Moreover, why have we aged while you remain unchanged?" Tang Yu sighed. "As for how we emerged, I too am perplexed, as I had fallen into a deep slumber." He forced a bitter smile, and regarding my unchanged appearance, "I am equally bewildered." Gu Feng scoffed, a subtle yet palpable aura of authority emanating from him. It was evident he doubted the veracity of Tang Yu's words, especially since his two disciples, both masters of the chaotic realm, had aged, while Tang Yu, a being of the great Tao, had not. Clearly, he must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity within the empty city. Furthermore, Ma Wei had mentioned that before that particular scene, Tang Yu seemed to have grasped something profound, achieving the pinnacle of the great Tao, with the chaotic realm merely a step away. Thus, it was obvious that Tang Yu had seized some opportunities and likely uncovered certain secrets of the empty city. "If you continue to withhold the truth, do not blame me for being impolite," Gu Feng warned, his aura intensifying, indicative of his readiness to take action. Tang Yu turned to Ma Wei and said, "While you were lost in dreams within the empty city, I was the one who awakened you. I did not expect gratitude. Yet now you bring your master to coerce me. Is that not excessive? Humph, do you truly think you are so benevolent, Tang Yu? Do you believe I am unaware of your intentions?" Zhang Xiaoyan retorted, "You awakened us out of necessity, as you were unable to escape the empty city without our strength." Tang Yu did not dispute this assertion, for it was indeed true. However, even after escaping the empty city, he had not turned against them. In hindsight, he regretted not eliminating them then and there. He had genuinely contemplated their demise, but ultimately chose compassion. Such inherent nature is not easily altered. Clearly, he must remain vigilant. While he possesses a kind heart, he must not allow it to lead him astray. After all, they showed no gratitude, instead approaching with ill intent. Nonetheless, this Gu Feng appeared formidable. Tang Yu surmised he was slightly weaker than him, just as he was about to speak when a cold voice echoed from beside him. "What kind of being are you? Leave at once," the elder of heavenly secrets suddenly interjected. He had been contemplating how to further advance his heavenly secret star formation based on Tang Yu's description. Regardless of the circumstances, the elder felt indebted to Tang Yu. Gu Feng's gaze sharpened, and he scoffed, "I am Gu Feng." With that, he slightly raised his chin, placing one hand behind his back. "What manner of person are you? I have never heard of you," the elder of heavenly secrets remarked. Gu Feng was taken aback, and anger flickered across his face. Once, he had been a prominent figure across the realms, but he had later retreated to seek enlightenment, striving for further advancement from his original foundation. However, he had not anticipated encountering such an ungrateful individual upon his return. He recalled that on his way here, many had greeted him with the utmost respect upon recognizing him as Gu Feng. Yet, Gu Feng was not foolish. Upon scrutinizing the elder of heavenly secrets, he found him inscrutable. The audacity of the elder to command him to leave, especially in front of his two disciples, was a slight he could not endure. Moreover, Gu Feng did not believe this old man was superior to him. "I have traversed the realms for thousands of years. Perhaps your youth has shielded you from my reputation," Gu Feng declared. Tang Yu inhaled sharply. Gu Feng appeared to be in his 40s, whereas the elder's hair was entirely white. Nevertheless, Gu Feng spoke with an air of condescension. Chapter 935. The Immortal Pavilion. Tang Yu cast a sympathetic glance at Gu Feng. Although this man was stronger than him, he was certainly not a match for the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. I care not who you are. Leave this instant. The Elder's expression turned cold. Gu Feng snorted. You seek death. He struck out his palm towards the Elder and Tang Yu. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, and even Tang Yu felt himself rendered immobile. The power of that strike was overwhelming. Humph! The Elder of Heavenly Secrets emitted a soft snort. Taking a step forward, the previously immobilizing space shattered. Gu Feng's complexion changed dramatically. However, with a gentle wave of the Elder's hand, Gu Feng found himself frozen in place, staring in astonishment at the Elder. Who are you? I am the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, the Elder replied. Impossible. You have vanished for countless ages. Some say you have long since perished. Gu Feng's expression grew peculiar, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Despite his words, he was beginning to accept that this was indeed the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. A strange expression flitted across Gu Feng's face, as though he were both weeping and laughing. Had he known earlier that this was the Elder, he would never have dared to speak so boldly. The Elder had once roamed the realms with unparalleled prowess and mastery of divination, unmatched by any. Though Gu Feng harbored some arrogance, he was not ignorant of the vastness of the world. Had he known the Elder's true identity, he likely would have turned and fled long ago. In the astonished gazes of Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan, Gu Feng vanished without a trace. In an instant, both men trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear. Their only desire to kneel and plead for mercy. Tang Yu, your words have greatly enlightened me. I shall rid you of this individual, thus repaying your kindness. With that, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets gradually vanished from sight. He was filled with curiosity regarding Tang Yu, as if the latter harbored boundless mysteries. The Elder had never encountered someone like him before. Could he possibly bring the last glimmer of hope to the myriad realms? He shook his head in disbelief. After all, he was merely a sage of the great Tao. With only 300 years remaining, no matter how exceptional his talents, what could he achieve in such a brief span? It was evidently impossible. Yet, what was that faint hope he sensed? As the Elder departed, Ma Wei and Zhang Xiaoyan remained frozen in place, apprehensive that Tang Yu might dispose of them. They glanced towards the spot where Gu Feng had been reduced to ashes. This elder brother, who had intended to traverse the realms, had unexpectedly disintegrated on the spot. For the two of them, whether Tang Yu chose to kill or spare them was inconsequential, as they would soon age and perish entirely. Thus, Tang Yu merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction before turning away and making his way toward the Chaos Star Domain. In a palace not far away, a woman clad in purple, upon hearing the report that Tang Yu had returned alive from the empty city, was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. I understand. Palace Master, the denizens of the Immortal Pavilion have emerged. It has been foretold that this age of turmoil would yield a sliver of hope, and Mu Qing Feng, though only a millennium old, has now reached the pinnacle of chaos, just a step away from the primordial realm. Many believe that should chaos reign in the heavens, this individual may very well be Mu Qing Feng of the Immortal Pavilion. Moreover, the strength of the Immortal Pavilion itself is formidable, despite their long absence. Their return still commands the respect of the myriad realms, as numerous terrifying entities wreak havoc across the star domains, causing widespread disorder. Many sects have already pledged their allegiance to the Immortal Pavilion. It is rumored that the pavilion will soon host a grand event, announcing their return to the world. The individual below glanced at the woman in purple and remarked, many sect masters and leaders have already received invitations from the Immortal Pavilion. After a brief pause, he continued, the sudden emergence of the Immortal Pavilion in this era undoubtedly signifies that momentous events are on the horizon, with monsters rampaging in various regions. Can this still be considered a trivial matter? The woman in purple replied softly, as for the predictions of an impending great chaos with a hint of hope. Whether this individual truly is Mu Qing Feng remains to be seen. Palace Master, I believe that once the Immortal Pavilion reestablishes itself, they will strive for absolute dominance over the heavens. I am well aware of this, the woman in purple responded. However, do they still perceive the heavens as they once did? With the current state of affairs, it is unlikely that any faction genuinely desires to submit. She let out a cold laugh. In the past, the denizens of the Immortal Pavilion united the entire realm to annihilate the Chaos Clan, branding them as the sinners of the heavens. As she spoke, the woman in purple shook her head. Report. An individual entered the room. I report to you, Palace Master, that someone from the Immortal Pavilion seeks an audience. The woman in purple instructed, allow him to enter. A figure clad in white garments entered the room. A golden character for immortal inscribed upon his attire. He bowed slightly, neither servile nor overbearing, and addressed the master of the Moon's Spirit Palace. Guan Yin of the Immortal Pavilion pays his respects. Before the woman in purple could utter a word, Guan Yin produced an invitation, exuding a soft glow imbued with the essence of the Tao, which gracefully fell before her. On the 15th of this month, the Immortal Pavilion shall convene its grand assembly, Guan Yin stated calmly. The expression of the veiled woman remained inscrutable, though her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she replied. This sovereign is aware. Guan Yin performed a courteous gesture and turned to leave. His demeanor might have appeared audacious, yet the Immortal Pavilion possessed ample justification for such bravado. The woman in purple pondered for a moment before speaking with a light laugh. In that case, it would be prudent to attend. Upon returning to the chaotic star domain, she immediately recognized the remnants of a fierce battle. However, with the presence of a cunning old man, there seemed to be little cause for concern. Though he appeared to possess the cultivation of a sage, Tang Yu sensed that he was far from simple. Noticing several individuals nearby, Tang Yu's figure flickered. The onlookers froze in shock. It's Tang Yu, he is alive. Run, run. It's Tang Yu. Before he could inquire further, the crowd hastily scattered, leaving Tang Yu feeling somewhat disheartened. What was this? Had his reputation deteriorated so drastically? He had always been righteous and honorable, a man of integrity. Stop right there. If anyone dares to move another step, I shall strike you down, he declared, his voice firm. The few who had not managed to flee paused in their tracks. Their faces contorted into expressions more painful than tears. Tell me, who are you? And where is that cunning old man? Tang Yu demanded. We don't know. We just wanted to rest here, one of the youths stammered. Lies. A brilliant flash of blade light erupted, and the youth collapsed instantly. Gasps filled the air as the others instinctively retreated. In chapter 936, The Invitation of the Immortal Pavilion, Tang Yu found the notion of resting here utterly absurd. The man's evasive words betrayed him as untrustworthy. Nevertheless, he surmised that these individuals were likely searching for the cunning old man, which somewhat eased his worries, confirming that the old rogue had not been captured. Indeed, that old fellow was far from ordinary. Even without considering the fleeing figures, dozens of sages were present, and it seemed excessive to surround an old man of merely sage-level cultivation. Yet, despite this overwhelming force, they had evidently not located the cunning old man, indicating that he harbored many secrets. What do you intend to do? One of the trembling individuals asked. Fear radiated from them toward Tang Yu, primarily due to the notorious reputation he had garnered across the realms. Originally, it was presumed that he had perished within the desolate city. However, to one's astonishment, he managed to escape alive. Who are you? Tang Yu continued to inquire, his broken blade manifesting in his hand, exuding an almost imperceptible aura that pressed down upon the crowd. A palpable sense of murderous intent enveloped them, instilling such fear that they dared not resist. The slightest movement would invite the wrath of the surrounding blade aura, ready to shatter them into oblivion. We know not of that old wretch, one individual stammered. And from his fragmented words, Tang Yu gleaned the unfolding events. He recalled his fierce battle with that terrifying entity. Those who had been outside the Chaos Star domain had deemed his demise inevitable. Initially, they had harbored trepidation in his presence, reluctant to act rashly. With all convinced of his impending doom, they felt no hesitance and directly sought to eliminate the lecherous old man and Meng Qingqing. Yet even so, the old man had managed to escape, disappearing without a trace. Clearly, these individuals intended to lie in wait, believing the old man might stealthily return. Little did they expect. Instead of the rabbit, it was the tiger, Tang Yu, who arrived. As Tang Yu furrowed his brow, the onlookers felt a jolt of fear, acutely aware that their lives hung in the balance of his whims. Especially this demon king, known for his propensity to kill at a moment's notice. Tell me, to which sect do you belong? Tang Yu demanded. Wuji sect. San Yu Tower, the apprehensive group replied. Addressing the individuals before him, Tang Yu declared, this time, I permit your departure. Should you dare to recklessly enter this star domain again, I shall annihilate your sect. Begone. The crowd fled rapidly into the distance, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. To survive the grasp of this demon king would surely provide ample fodder for boasting. Yet, Some understood that Tang Yu's leniency was primarily aimed at ensuring they reported back to their respective sects within the Chaos Star domain, should they return. He would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. Within the Chaos Star domain, Tang Yu conducted a meticulous search, pondering the whereabouts of the lecherous old man and Meng Qingqing. Yet, he felt no apprehension. The old man was inscrutable, and Meng Qingqing had grown adept at evading pursuers since childhood, making her survival a trivial matter. After surveying the Chaos Star domain, he found that most areas had been restored. He even contemplated whether to project his findings to the others. However, the current turmoil among the heavens, with various terrifying entities encroaching upon the star domain, and the celestial demons lurking with sinister intent, posed a significant threat. Tang Yu believed he could withstand a lone or two adversaries, but what if they came in numbers? Such a scenario could lead to considerable casualties. At that moment, the space around him seemed to freeze. An ethereal figure began to step forth, transitioning from the void into reality, gradually taking on a corporeal form. Clad in pristine white garments, untainted by dust, a golden character signifying immortal was embroidered upon his chest. He regarded Tang Yu with an air of condescension, inquiring, "Are you Tang Yu?" This tone irked Tang Yu, as though the speaker presumed it was a privilege to converse with him. Who was the third brother? Once a mere cultivator, he had stirred the winds of the heavenly path, commanding profound respect from the entire Buddhist sect and even the celestial court. Now, with his formidable cultivation, he was in a league of his own. Tang Yu cast a fleeting glance at him before dismissively averting his gaze, choosing to ignore him. This incited a flicker of irritation in the newcomer, who then laughed lightly, saying, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, possessing the audacity of arrogance." After a brief pause, he continued, "Yet, is it not somewhat disrespectful to disregard one's elders?" An almost palpable aura began to rise around him, enveloping Tang Yu. However, Tang Yu remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the overwhelming presence, exuding an air of nonchalance. Through his insights gained within the desolate city, he inadvertently advanced in his understanding. Now merely a step away from the chaotic realm, the insights gleaned from a few words had been profoundly enlightening. Despite the man's impressive aura, it still fell short in comparison to Tang Yu. With a soft huff, the white-clad man intensified his presence. In that moment, Tang Yu suddenly unleashed a punch, causing the surrounding aura to dissipate instantaneously. His gaze turned icy as he warned, "Do not force my hand to slay you." The white-clad man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, seemingly amused by such a proclamation. After all, few dared to speak thus to those of the immortal pavilion. Although angered by the boy's audacity and tempted to teach him a lesson, he reconsidered, suppressing his dissatisfaction due to the task at hand. As his aura receded, a pristine white invitation floated gracefully before Tang Yu. "I am an envoy of the immortal pavilion," he announced. "I have come bearing an invitation for the grand assembly of the immortal pavilion on the 15th of this month, and I hope to see you there." The immortal pavilion? Tang Yu, possessing a modicum of knowledge regarding the celestial powers, was aware of its existence. Yet, it was rumored that the immortal pavilion had long secluded itself from the world. There were whispers that the downfall of the chaotic clan was intricately linked to the immortal pavilion, which had retreated into seclusion following that monumental battle. Nevertheless, this only served to amplify the awe surrounding the immortal pavilion, which had started as an immensely powerful entity, now fortified by the legacy of the chaotic clan. As Tang Yu contemplated the invitation in his hand, he felt an urge to discard it contemptuously. After a brief silence, he inquired, "The assembly of the immortal pavilion? I do not believe I have any prior connections with it. The assembly gathers countless leaders and talented youths, and given your recent upheavals across the realms, you are indeed deserving of an invitation from our immortal pavilion," the white-clad man replied, lifting his chin slightly. Chapter 937. I am a distinguished guest. It seems that all notable figures across the realms have been included in their invitations. Tang Yu was unaware of the grandiose ambitions of the celestial pavilion and what they intended to accomplish. Was this not an effort to ensnare all the forces of the heavens in one fell swoop? It seemed that the emergence of the celestial pavilion this time was decidedly not a simple affair. It was quite possible that they harbored aspirations of unifying the realms. After all, the heavens were in turmoil, and the timing of the celestial pavilion's appearance, coupled with their invitation to all factions, raised suspicions about their true motives. With a wry smile, Tang Yu remarked, "Alas, I have made numerous enemies among the realms. If I were to recklessly venture to the celestial pavilion, I might very well find myself beset by a throng of adversaries. Therefore, considering my own safety, I believe it best to refrain from attending an assembly where only refined individuals gather to discuss matters, for a crude person such as myself might disrupt the decorum, or worse, lead to some unpleasantness. He declined gracefully, primarily because he wished to distance himself from such affairs. At present, his sole ambition was to illuminate the souls of the multitudes and to grow stronger, so he could seek out Xiao Ling and accompany her in battles beyond the realms. Rest assured, as long as you are invited by the celestial pavilion, we guarantee the safety of our guests, the man in white stated, his voice tinged with a hint of arrogance, as if the entirety of the heavens lay beneath their dominion. Tang Yu replied, "Yet I am a mere boor. Impulsive in nature, should a conflict arise, it might disrupt the gathering of the celestial pavilion." After a brief pause, he continued, "I am grateful for your kind invitation, esteemed elder, but I must decline in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for the celestial pavilion. My status is humble, lacking connections or power, and I fear I would only bring disturbance to the assembly." The man in white halted, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "Tang Yu, our celestial pavilion extends this opportunity to you, and yet you do not recognize your good fortune?" Anger flared within him. He had expected Tang Yu to show some gratitude, yet he perceived his repeated refusals as a sign of ingratitude. Moreover, Tang Yu's words seemed to be framed from the perspective of the celestial pavilion. Once, the celestial pavilion had traversed the heavens, and all who encountered it bowed in submission. Yet now, they faced such a presumptuous youth. How many sought entrance to the celestial pavilion's assembly, only to find the doors closed to them? And here was Tang Yu, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, failing to appreciate the opportunity before him. Tang Yu, however, remained unfazed and retorted, "It is not a matter of my lack of appreciation, but rather, as a messenger of the celestial pavilion, how dare you treat me, a distinguished guest of the pavilion, with such disrespect? You, a mere envoy, presume to wield the authority of the pavilion to intimidate its esteemed guests? What are you truly?" he demanded, his voice rising in defiance. The man in white was taken aback, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. In comparison, Tang Yu was indeed a guest of high standing, while he was merely a messenger, unable to rival Tang Yu in stature. Yet he had long relied on the might of the celestial pavilion to assert his position. Most would feel honored upon receiving an invitation from the pavilion, yet Tang Yu was not adhering to the expected decorum. His pointed retort rendered the envoy speechless. The man in white stammered, struggling to respond. "What do you mean?" Tang Yu pointed at him and proclaimed, "Is this how you treat the esteemed guests of the celestial pavilion? Do you represent the pavilion?" This single statement left the man in white utterly speechless. Uncertain of how to respond, he pondered rapidly before offering a faint smile. "Young Master Tang, I apologize for any offense. It is indeed my fault. However, I implore you to take the invitation from the immortal pavilion seriously." After a brief pause, he continued, "After all, the immortal pavilion invites only distinguished individuals. As for your solitary status, it is unnecessary to fret. The pavilion will ensure the safety of every esteemed guest." Tang Yu let out a scoff, nonchalantly seated to the side, waving the invitation in his hand. "I will consider it. If there is nothing else, be on your way." How dare a mere messenger act so audaciously? Tang Yu showed no leniency, for the messenger was not his son, and thus did not deserve any. The man in white suppressed his dissatisfaction, forcing down his anger as he spoke. "In that case, I shall await your esteemed presence at the immortal pavilion." Tang Yu, twirling his finger around his ear, replied indifferently, "I might go, I might not." A hint of a smile graced the white-clad man's face. "I shall be at the immortal pavilion, eagerly awaiting your arrival." Deep within, however, he harbored intense resentment towards Tang Yu. Should Tang Yu actually arrive at the pavilion, he would undoubtedly make things difficult for him. "Begone." Tang Yu could see through his thoughts clearly, waving his hand dismissively, showing his impatience for him to leave. What did the immortal pavilion have to do with him? He would rather sleep. He had no intention of attending. What could they possibly do about it? The man in white forced a laugh. "Farewell, I shall await your esteemed presence at the immortal pavilion." With that, he departed, fearing that he might lose control and confront Tang Yu. How infuriating! What manner of person was this? He had traversed numerous factions, delivering invitations, and everyone treated him like an honored guest. Yet here, with Tang Yu, he was met with disdain. Tang Yu showed him no mercy. However, If it came to a confrontation, he doubted he could match Tang Yu's strength. Tang Yu's prowess far surpassed his own realm, and he had heard tales of Tang Yu effortlessly slaying those of the Wanton realm. In fact, throughout all encounters, Tang Yu had never truly exerted himself in battle. No one truly knew the extent of his combat abilities. Yet, this time, the white-clad man felt a twinge of fear. Tang Yu's might seemed to far exceed the rumors. He departed, feeling dejected and troubled. What a farce! Tang Yu tossed the invitation from the immortal pavilion onto the ground, spat, and stomped on it twice. What a nuisance! What did the immortal pavilion have to do with him? Even if they aspired to dominate this realm, it was of no concern to him. As long as they did not harm him or those he cherished, he remained indifferent. He was selfish, devoid of any affection for the realm. He only cared for those dear to him. With Xiaoling's life uncertain, he strove to follow in her footsteps, to fight alongside her. Because of Li Qian's matron, and for the sake of his beloved, he could embrace everything. Yet, all stemmed from his own affections. He was indeed selfish, caring only for those he held dear. For reasons unknown, Tang Yu felt weary and lonely. Leaning against the wall, he drifted off into a hazy slumber. In the realm of dreams, time unfurls like an endless river, manifesting one face after another. He beheld the figure of the venerable mother of Mount Li, along with Wukong, Beiji, and brother Lai. Ultimately, a hazy silhouette materialized before him, elusive and indistinct. Who could it be? It seemed to emerge from the depths of time, appearing in his slumber. Those eyes gazed intently at him. Was it loneliness? Was it worth it? Time and again, the predetermined conclusion was altered. Chapter 938. The gentle breeze, the figure parted its lips, seemingly on the verge of uttering something profound. Yet, Tang Yu suddenly awoke with a start from his dream. Having attained such a level of cultivation, he instinctively recognized that this dream likely symbolized some portent. But what could it signify? After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Days passed, and Tang Yu emerged from the empty city. Sensing that the turmoil had subsided, a celestial pavilion had emerged, prompting some to question their intentions. Various sect leaders and esteemed elders received invitations from the celestial pavilion. Many, although reluctant to attend, felt compelled by the pavilion's formidable power. To abstain from participation would essentially mean aligning themselves against the celestial pavilion. Meanwhile, others pondered how to cultivate a favorable relationship with the pavilion, for if they could successfully attach themselves to such a powerful entity, their sects would undoubtedly be safeguarded in this tumultuous realm. The sudden emergence of the celestial pavilion was perceived by many as a boon. In a time when chaos reigned across the realms, if the pavilion could assume control and eliminate these terrifying presences, it would indeed be a positive development. I believe that the emergence of the celestial pavilion may not be without merit. After all, its strength is formidable. In a world rife with disorder, the presence of the celestial pavilion could only enhance the situation. Yet, one must ponder the implications of its high-profile arrival. Clearly, it seeks to unify the realms, and there exists a possibility of that happening. Regardless, for those like us, such contemplations bear little significance. Whispers of the celestial pavilion's emergence echoed throughout, as discussions flourished. Within the celestial pavilion, as the grand assembly approached, many began to busy themselves. A striking young man strolled through, and those around him bowed in reverence. The women gazed at him with starry eyes, clearly enamored. He was Mu Qingfeng, the young master of the celestial pavilion, whose innate talent for cultivation was astonishing. Radiating powerful waves of energy. Casting his gaze into the distance, Mu Qingfeng remarked, "It has been far too long since I ventured outside. I wonder what the realms have become." In a fleeting moment, he vanished from sight. After a brief hesitation, he set his course for the chaotic star domain. Yet, as he approached, he paused, sensing a strangely familiar aura. Accelerating towards the chaotic star domain, he arrived at the boundary surrounding a tombstone, where the familiarity of this presence intensified. To establish such a formidable barrier, one must possess extraordinary power. Could it be that a formidable entity still resided within the Chaos Clan? After all, this monument must have been erected by the Chaos Clan. If such a formidable entity truly exists within the Chaos Clan, it would be prudent to report this matter to the elders of the clan. With the appearance of Mu Qingfeng, Tang Yu instinctively sensed something amiss. Mu Qingfeng turned to glance at Tang Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You must be Tang Yu, the one rumored to have established the monument of the Chaos Clan." However, Mu Qingfeng soon realized that such a barrier could not possibly have been set up by Tang Yu. As for the rumors labeling him as a remnant of the Chaos Clan, they were utterly unfounded. Some were aware of Tang Yu's origins. He had entered from the outside world, yet he carried an enigmatic aura that was difficult to discern. Tang Yu nodded in silence, pondering over this stranger's background. Should a confrontation arise, despite Mu Qingfeng's formidable cultivation, Tang Yu was no pushover. Even if he were to falter, an escape was still within reach. He felt an inexplicable disdain for this individual, a sensation that was quite peculiar. Indeed, heroes often emerge in youth. Mu Qingfeng smiled lightly. May I inquire as to who erected this monument? I do not know, replied Tang Yu. Mu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow slightly. I have heard that Brother Tang has been diligently restoring this starfield. Could it be that you have some connection to the Chaos Clan? Not at all. I simply find this starfield to be a tranquil place that I enjoy, Tang Yu replied. The sight of this young man's smile only intensified Tang Yu's irritation. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Yet, contemplating the possibility of being outmatched tempered his impulse. Mu Qingfeng chuckled softly, fully aware that Tang Yu's words held little truth. Gazing at the monument before them, Mu Qingfeng sighed. Once, the Chaos Clan was immensely powerful. Yet they ultimately became nothing but a field of bones, now reduced to dust drifting through the endless river of time, leaving only infamy behind. Tang Yu smirked disdainfully. It is said that the downfall of the Chaos Clan was intricately linked to your immortal pavilion, is it not? Pausing for a moment, he continued. If those ancestors had spirits, they would surely not wish to see their former enemies disturb their resting place. Noticing Mu Qingfeng's distinctive white robes adorned with the character for immortal, Tang Yu recognized him as someone from the immortal pavilion. He found it curious that another envoy from the immortal pavilion had arrived so soon after the last one had departed. Mu Qingfeng chuckled. That was an eternity ago. As for spirits, do individuals of our cultivation level still believe that those who have turned to ashes possess any essence? Everything has long since faded away. The demise of the Chaos Clan was a consequence of the entire realm, although we of the immortal pavilion had a hand in it. The greater truth is that by then, the chaos had become an enemy to all. Thus, even if we had not intervened, their downfall was inevitable. Tang Yu grinned. I have heard that much of the Chaos Clan's legacy fell into your hands, including various secret arts. The end of the Chaos Clan. In the realm where the mighty reigned supreme, what objection could there be? Mu Qingfeng remarked, in ancient times. Who truly knows the origins of the initial scriptures and legends of the Chaos Clan? Perhaps they were seized from others? To articulate the actions of a thief with such nonchalance is truly admirable, Tang Yu sighed, shaking his head. Mu Qingfeng, unfazed, wore a subtle smile. How could this be deemed the cultivation of a thief? Take you, Brother Tang, for instance, having pilfered from the treasures of the Li clan, even rendering the Cheng clan a subject of ridicule. One might argue that you too are a thief. The distinction between a thief and not is merely a matter of strength. Mu Qingfeng continued. It remains a truth that in this world, the strong prevail. This statement bore a semblance of reason, leaving Tang Yu somewhat at a loss for a counterargument. I found myself speechless, Tang Yu mused. For my words were but a reflection of reality. Mu Qingfeng stated. In this world of myriad treasures, as long as our immortal pavilion desires, we can gather them all, including that very blade of yours, Brother Tang. Chapter 939, The Immortal Pavilion Conference. A smirk played upon Mu Qingfeng's lips, his intent clear. Given the formidable strength of the immortal pavilion, should they wish, it is likely that other sects would willingly present their treasures at their doorstep. Indeed, in his view, even Tang Yu's broken blade could be obtained should he desire it. This was all due to the might of the immortal pavilion and his own prowess. Tang Yu scoffed. If you wish, come and test it. What of the chaos realm? It is not without its own slayers. Certainly, the person before him was remarkably powerful, stronger than any chaos beings he had previously encountered. Yet, even so, Tang Yu felt no fear. If he could not win, he would simply flee. What was there to fear? Surely, he could not be outrun. Brother Tang has misunderstood. I harbor no particular interest in your blade. I merely offered it as an example. Mu Qingfeng replied coolly. Who was the original owner of the broken blade many years ago? Initially, to whom did it belong? Now it rests in your hands. Yet who can say who its ultimate master will be? He cast a glance at Tang Yu. Thus, the actions you described as thievery are fundamentally misplaced. It is merely a reflection of inherent strength, akin to certain earthly emperors. To us, The earthly realm is but an illusion, a fleeting moment. A century passes in the blink of an eye. Yet, within this span, as an emperor, all within his territory is his, should he so desire. You speak the truth. Tang Yu acknowledged. The annihilation of the Chaos Clan and the subsequent acquisition of their foundations is indeed justified. Mu Qingfeng asserted, for we, the immortal pavilion, possess absolute strength. Were it otherwise, such treasures could invite calamity upon others. Mu Qingfeng gazed into the distance. I hope you will grace the upcoming Immortal Pavilion Conference with your presence. With that, he vanished, as if the fabric of space had opened a rift, allowing him to step through and disappear. Truly arrogant, Tang Yu silently scoffed. What nonsense is this? Do the residents of the Celestial Pavilion often find themselves in such predicaments? As for the Celestial Pavilion Conference, he truly harbored no desire to attend. With the restoration of the chaotic star domain, spiritual energy had surged abundantly. Initially, some visitors, intimidated by Tang Yu's formidable reputation, were rather timid. However, after several interactions, they discovered that Tang Yu was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested. Even some children found joy in playing with him, which brought a sense of warmth to the lonely Tang Yu. Of course, the parents were initially quite apprehensive, warning their children against offending him. Yet, Tang Yu was indifferent to such matters, which gradually alleviated the concerns of the onlookers. They even began to greet him occasionally. In truth, this star domain was home to many individuals, many of whom had fled here to escape relentless pursuers. Others were gravely injured, seeking solace in this place. Nevertheless, the presence of Tang Yu instilled a profound sense of safety among those being hunted. After all, Tang Yu had proclaimed that anyone daring to cause trouble in the chaotic star domain would meet their end at his hands. While some factions were undeterred by Tang Yu, they saw little reason to provoke him. Those without any affiliations were even more cautious. In fact, some individuals with enemies sought refuge here, drawn by the promise of safety. Thus, the population of the chaotic star domain inadvertently grew. The emergence of the Celestial Pavilion, accompanied by an invitation for you, suggests that you should attend. Otherwise, would you not be slapping the pavilion's face? Remarked a middle-aged man nearby. Honestly, I have little interest in such gatherings, Tang Yu shrugged. Yi Junhai replied. To publicly insult them might easily incite the pavilion's ire. Their recent emergence has been marked by a conspicuous display of grandeur. If you were to offend them, it could provoke them into taking action against you, perhaps to set an example for others. They would have ample legitimate reasons to do so in this chaotic star domain. Yi Junhai had resided here for several decades, seeking seclusion. Initially, he held some trepidation towards Tang Yu, as the tales circulating in the realms painted him as a veritable demon king. Yet, as he grew familiar with him, he realized the truth was far from those accounts. I am aware of your formidable cultivation and exceptional combat prowess. That is largely due to the absence of certain ancient recluses taking action. The foundation of the Celestial Pavilion is truly formidable, should they choose to strike against you to set an example. How many chances do you believe you would have to escape? It is likely that some elders of the pavilion would act directly, Yi Junhai cautioned. Tang Yu nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. Overall, I still feel inadequately prepared. At your age, possessing such cultivation is perhaps unprecedented. However, as the saying goes, a tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. Sometimes, exceptional talent can be a double-edged sword, Yi Junhai said with a smile, rising to his feet and waving goodbye to Tang Yu as he walked away into the distance. Soon, the 15th of this month would arrive. The entire realm has become lively. The Celestial Pavilion's Grand Assembly is convened today. The leaders of various sects, along with prominent figures, have all received invitations from the Celestial Pavilion. Even the Li tribe and others have received their invitations, yet Fire Phoenix City has been overlooked. After all, it is known that Feng Xinyan is a descendant of the Chaos Clan. Even if she had received an invitation, she would not attend. She despises her own lack of strength, unable to confront the Celestial Pavilion. Moreover, Feng Xinyan must consider whether the Celestial Pavilion might make an example of her and her kin, an outcome that is not beyond the realm of possibility. Even the Wang family has received an invitation, but Wang Tian finds himself in a difficult position as they are allied with Fire Phoenix City. However, he fears offending the Celestial Pavilion by not attending. Ultimately, he decides to inform Feng Xinyan of the situation. To this, Feng Xinyan takes little heed, advising them to attend. After all, it is an invitation from the Celestial Pavilion, and they cannot afford to embarrass themselves. At Tianqing Mountain, the celestial pavilion is situated amidst swirling mists and soaring cranes, enveloping the area in a serene and sacred aura. Most individuals gather at the mountain gate, undoubtedly the leaders of various sections. In their everyday lives, they hold positions of great power, yet now they find themselves waiting at the gate, anticipating the emergence of the celestial pavilion's representatives, not daring to utter a word. The humiliation from the celestial pavilion is palpable. Some harbor dissatisfaction, yet they can only suppress their feelings. As a lecherous old man appears, a chorus of curses erupts. Chapter 940. Outside the celestial pavilion. The presence of this man incites such treatment and ire from the crowd, who glare at him with a desire to devour him whole. It is easy to surmise that this lecherous old man is the sole instigator of such animosity. The expressions of some sect leaders darken considerably. Were it not for the gathering at the celestial pavilion, they would likely have rushed to confront him. Of course, if not for this circumstance, the old man would not dare to appear so brazenly. Ning Fengyu's lips twitched slightly, recalling how one of his concubines was sold to a brothel by this lecherous old man, leaving him ashamed to face others for a time. Fortunately for him, the old man has also ensnared many others. Indeed, many sect leaders present have fallen victim to his schemes. Despite the old man's only possessing the cultivation of a sage, he has mastered the art of escape. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. The lecherous old man grins at the crowd, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained with remnants of green vegetables, causing many to feel nauseated. What do you want? Do you intend to take action against this old man? He brandishes the invitation from the celestial pavilion, blowing on it and casually wiping it clean. To ensure everyone can see it clearly, he raises it high above his head, stretching lazily while wearing an expression of lewd amusement, embodying all that is detestable. In the hearts of the crowd, there was a palpable effort to suppress their rage, biding their time until the gathering concluded to exact vengeance upon the loathsome old man. Yet, why would such a refined assembly as the Immortal Pavilion Conference invite this repugnant figure? What merit does he possess? What is amiss? Why do you all regard me with such disdain? The lecherous elder squinted, baring his teeth in a grin, and remarked, it is better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. I owe you an apology. It was wrong of me to auction your wife and concubines to a brothel. Ning Fengyu's expression darkened ominously. And you, I should not have trespassed upon your ancestral grave, nor taken any of the burial offerings. I sincerely apologize. The elder's voice boomed, his countenance reflecting earnestness. Indeed, and you, I assure you, my relationship with your third aunt was innocent. Though she may have tempted me, I dared not succumb. As for you, I ought not to have rendered your son a eunuch. But how could I have foreseen the potency of that elixir you concocted? I heard it caused such havoc that for a month, the bed was trampled, and a deep pit was left in the ground. Alas, I bear guilt for harming innocent women, leading them to such a fate. Of course, I feel most regret for your son. I never anticipated he would be so thoroughly incapacitated. However, you have other sons, do you not? The continuation of your lineage should not be a concern. Besides, did you not recently take another wife? If they prove inadequate, surely you will suffice. If you do not, one must ponder the implications for your son's bloodline. Oh, and you, what did I do to you? The elder scratched his head, recognizing the individual, but unable to recall the specifics of their encounter. You did nothing at all. The man hastily interjected. Those previously exposed by the elder trembled uncontrollably, while others gasped in disbelief, astonished by the extent of the elder's unscrupulous deeds, especially against notable factions. Yet, here he stood, thriving, which perplexed many. You old wretch. Ning Fengyu was on the verge of eruption, his aura fluctuating, barely contained. This despicable elder had sold his woman to a brothel, and now, after so long, the wound was reopened. Was this not a deliberate humiliation? Though he feigned an apology, it was in truth a public exposure of their secrets, an unabashed slap in their faces. What are you doing? What do you intend? Will you kill me? The elder exclaimed. Do you dare? He produced the invitation to the Immortal Pavilion once more. Ning Fengyu trembled, pointing at him. The heavenly gate, and you are bound for confrontation. Have we not already begun? The elder retorted with a toothy grin. But you cannot slay me. Infuriating. Isn't it? You would do well to keep a watchful eye on your wife. Otherwise, I might find myself in need of funds once more. With a heavy snort, Ning Fengyu fell silent. Though he ceased speaking, the lecherous elder continued to regale the audience with tales of his illustrious exploits. Those who stood beside him evaded him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Nevertheless, the lecherous old man showed no restraint, engaging anyone he could in conversation. Meanwhile, the woman in purple, veiled yet with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, observed the scene. It was rumored that the Moonlight Palace had long secluded itself from the world, and it was unexpected to discover that its princess was, indeed, a woman. One individual gazed at the woman in purple, remarking that such hidden forces were beyond the comprehension of those from the Witch Spirit Valley. Another interjected, noting that for years the Witch Spirit Valley had remained confined to its own territory. Had it not been for this sudden encounter, he would have assumed they had all perished. Naturally, this included you, Mo Yuxing. I never would have imagined you were faring so well. It was evident that some grievances lingered between them. Mo Yuxing, momentarily taken aback, responded with a light laugh. Acknowledging that the Witch Spirit Valley was indeed insignificant compared to your Brahma Gate, Lu Yoyu from the Brahma Gate turned his attention to the woman in purple, stating, I have long heard that the leader of the Moonlight Palace is a woman of unparalleled beauty. I wonder if fate will allow me to behold her true visage. Upon hearing this, the woman in purple slightly furrowed her brows, then, with a soft laugh, responded, If Master Lu wishes to see me, I shall comply. However, those who have gazed upon my face have met their demise, and many of their sects I have annihilated. So, Master Lu, do you still wish to proceed? Lu Yoyu's smile faltered, shaking his head. Compared to certain forces, the Brahma Gate is indeed respectable. However, in comparison to the Moonlight Palace, I humbly concede my inferiority. He bowed respectfully to the woman. I hope the leader will not take offense at my earlier frivolous remarks. The woman in purple snickered derisively, choosing silence. Ning Fengyu cast a glance at her, suggesting, though the Moonlight Palace wields formidable power, there is no need for Brother Lu to be so apprehensive. Casting a discreet glance at the woman in purple, Lu Yuyu sighed, Perhaps for you, Brother Ning, such fears are unfounded. However, our Brahma Gate stands solitary and vulnerable. After a pause, he continued, I am acutely aware of what is feasible and what is not. My life is inconsequential, but if the lives of my disciples are jeopardized, then even in death, I would bear the guilt. Lu Yoyu was not naive. He discerned Ning Fengyu's subtle machinations. Suddenly, a series of chimes resonated from the mountaintop. Chapter 941, The Appearance of Tang Yu. Instantly, the surrounding celestial mist slowly dissipated, revealing a magnificent palace nestled within the mountains. Thousands of celestial cranes simultaneously took flight, gracefully descending toward the entrance. At the forefront, a middle-aged man clad in white stood atop one of the cranes. Surveying the assembly below, he gently clasped his hands together, addressing the crowd. Elder Cheng Yukun of the Celestial Pavilion welcomes you all. It is a privilege to have you here and to grace the Celestial Pavilion with your presence. Not at all, Elder Chen is being modest. It is indeed our honor to receive an invitation from the Celestial Pavilion. The crowd bowed in response to the elder. However, the woman in purple, the lecherous old man, and a few others, including Ning Fengyu, remained unmoved. Despite the Celestial Pavilion's formidable strength, it was implausible for a mere elder to command the submission of all. You are too kind, they replied. Cheng Yukun remarked, the master has sent me to welcome you all to the immortal pavilion. No sooner had he spoken than a flock of celestial cranes descended gracefully. However, the cranes varied in size. The stature of these ethereal creatures was determined by the cultivation level of their riders. Those of superior prowess were accompanied by larger cranes, while the opposite held true for the weaker ones. This revelation caused a subtle shift in the expressions of the crowd. It implied that their own cultivation levels were laid bare for the immortal pavilion to discern through these cranes. Some individuals wore bitter expressions, glancing at the crane beside them, which was scarcely larger than a chicken, with trepidation over whether it could bear their weight without the risk of a fall. Yet, amidst their concerns, there was a prevailing sense of embarrassment, as it starkly highlighted their own inadequacies in cultivation. Observing others nearby, some were accompanied by cranes that resembled vast edifices, their wings unfurling to blot out the sun. A furtive glance at the crane beside them raised the question, was it truly a crane, or merely a large fowl? In the midst of this awkwardness, one individual clasped their hands in salute towards Cheng Yukun and said, we are but feeble in our cultivation. Is it the intention of the immortal pavilion to humiliate us in this manner? Such words are unwarranted, Cheng Yukun replied with composure. This is but the tradition of the immortal pavilion. a custom upheld for many years and not to be disregarded. Despite his words, who among them would dare to depart? The one who had spoken hesitated, their mouth agape, ultimately succumbing to silence. All that is required is for you to present your invitation and mount the cranes. Cheng Yukun instructed. The crane shall transport you into the immortal pavilion. One by one, the crowd mounted the cranes, though some appeared to be riding what resembled oversized chickens, creating a rather peculiar sight. With a sudden surge, the cranes took flight. At that moment, the fabric of space seemed to rend, and through the haze, a figure emerged, Tang Yu. The unexpected appearance of Tang Yu momentarily startled the assembly. What a lively scene. What peculiar creatures are you riding? Chickens? Are they delicious? Tang Yu exclaimed, his tone teasing. The countenance of the individual riding the chicken instantly soured. An eccentric old man, brimming with excitement, waved vigorously at Tang Yu. Hey there. Come here, come here. So, you are indeed here. It became evident that this old fellow was no ordinary character. You are Tang Yu? Cheng Yukun inquired. To ride a crane into the pavilion is a matter of one's energy resonance. You have arrived late, and thus, no cranes remain for your use. His implication was clear. There were no cranes available, and entry was barred. In that moment, under the scrutiny of many eyes, Tang Yu found himself effectively denied access. A scenario that elicited a sense of satisfaction among some onlookers who secretly relished the spectacle. They even hoped for a confrontation between Tang Yu and the pavilion's representatives. Tang Yu had previously expressed his discontent with the envoy's return, and Cheng Yukun happened to be the uncle of that very envoy, suggesting a deliberate attempt to complicate matters for Tang Yu. Had it been anyone else, it was likely that additional cranes would have been summoned for a warm welcome. A woman clad in purple, with slightly furrowed brows, regarded Tang Yu with keen interest, while the eccentric old man, believing he understood Tang Yu well, anticipated that he would not remain at a disadvantage for long. Thus, he looked forward to the unfolding drama. I merely hope that this young man will temper his demeanor. For after all, this is the celestial pavilion, and it would be ill-advised to provoke significant discord. Tang Yu chuckled lightly. Is that so? It's of no concern. Suddenly, an individual lost control and plummeted from the celestial crane, while Tang Yu had already descended upon it. The crane, which had initially resembled a mere fowl, surged in stature dramatically upon Tang Yu's arrival. It emitted a series of piercing cries. The man who had fallen from the crane gritted his teeth and muttered angrily. Tang Yu, without casting a glance in his direction, turned to Cheng Yukun and remarked, Now I possess what I sought. To slap his face in front of all these onlookers? What a jest! When has my third brother ever been at a disadvantage? If he hadn't come, he would have been better off. But since he is here, to be humiliated so thoroughly and then depart without consequence would be utterly unacceptable. Cheng Yukun bellowed. You are all esteemed guests of the celestial pavilion, yet you so recklessly harm another? Do you not regard our pavilion with respect? Tang Yu chuckled. Senior, what are you saying? Who would dare to dismiss the celestial pavilion? With but a light word from you, countless esteemed figures have gathered. As a mere lone wanderer, I would not presume to disregard the pavilion. He sighed deeply. The celestial pavilion stands exalted, safeguarding the realms, eradicating malevolent influences, and maintaining peace among the heavens. In bygone days, the chaotic clan, deemed the scourge of the realms, was vanquished through the united efforts called forth by the celestial pavilion. Overall, the pavilion's labor and merit are unparalleled, earning it eternal renown. I hold nothing but admiration and reverence for it. Although I have never directly interacted with the pavilion, its deeds are etched in the memories of all, instilling awe in the younger generations. I believe the entire realm feels the same. See, as soon as the pavilion emerged, everyone has come to offer their congratulations. Tang Yu continued. Now, with the heavens in disarray and terrifying entities wreaking havoc across the star domains, I believe the esteemed elders of the celestial pavilion are here for this very reason. The turmoil has caused great unrest, and many are filled with anxiety. However, now that the pavilion has emerged, we can rest easy. He gestured to the crowd. With the celestial pavilion present, we have no reason to fear. What terrifying entities! Those so-called demons of the heavens are nothing before the pavilion. I have faith that the pavilion will uphold peace among the realms, just as it did when it obliterated the chaotic clan. Dealing with these demons will surely be a trivial task. The features of the woman in the purple attire were obscured by her veil, yet a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, the disheveled old man erupted into hearty laughter. I believe this occasion merits applause, Tang Yu proclaimed, initiating applause himself. He looked around at the still crowd and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Are you doubting the strength of the celestial pavilion? Do you hold it in contempt? Or do you simply not believe in the pavilion?" Chapter 942, The Three Trials. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Regardless of the validity of Tang Yu's words, they were compelled to applaud. It was evident that he had cornered them. Despite their internal resentment, the crowd began to clap. "Excellent." Tang Yu smiled contentedly and turned to Cheng Yukun, continuing, "As for what you just mentioned about me bullying esteemed guests, I find myself at a loss for words. I only know that the 15th of this month marks the Immortal Pavilion gathering, yet I am unaware of the specific timing. Alas, it is indeed my oversight for not inquiring with the messenger at that moment." With a heavy sigh, Tang Yu remarked, "However, I did not anticipate that the Immortal Pavilion would be so modest. That was not my intention. Rather, I meant to discuss the costs of cultivation. The initial investment is indeed substantial, and it is reasonable to speak of raising the immortal cranes in this context. My words may have been somewhat impolite. I simply did not expect there would be no cranes available for riding." Tang Yu leaped down from the crane, acknowledging, "This matter is truly my fault, as I failed to consider the economic situation of the Immortal Pavilion. Nevertheless, hosting such a large gathering undoubtedly incurs significant expenses, which I fully comprehend." He continued, "I did not manage my own aura properly, resulting in the crane's agitation and causing this brother to be thrown off. That is indeed my misstep." With a respectful gesture towards Cheng Yukun, he added, "I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. It is a great honor to be invited to the Immortal Pavilion. However, in light of these events, I find myself too ashamed to attend such a banquet." Cheng Yuan's expression darkened to the utmost degree. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to voice a retort, only to find himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Tang Yu would be so sharp-tongued. Initially, it was he who had wronged the esteemed guest by seizing the crane for riding, yet here he stood, being lectured on the virtues of the Immortal Pavilion and inciting applause from the crowd. Following this, Tang Yu went so far as to imply that the Immortal Pavilion was lacking. Such cranes, he claimed, were abundant in their establishment. The onlookers were equally astonished, their gazes filled with admiration for Tang Yu. He had deftly chastised the Immortal Pavilion and then declared his embarrassment at attending the banquet, preparing to leave. Though it was Cheng Yukun who had erred, he was portrayed as the victim. The woman in purple could not help but smile broadly at this turn of events, watching Tang Yu with keen interest, while the lecherous old man laughed heartily, knowing that Tang Yu would not easily be bested. Yet this incident had indeed struck a blow to the Immortal Pavilion's reputation, which could easily lead to lasting resentment. Tang Yu was already contending with many formidable adversaries across the realms. He was still too young and impulsive. "I shall take my leave," he said, bowing slightly before turning to depart, as if he truly valued attending such a gathering. "Wait," Cheng Yukun called out, taking a deep breath to halt him. All along, he had merely intended to challenge Tang Yu, but he did not possess the authority to completely dismiss him. "It was my oversight. I hope you will not take offense." "Young Master Tang." Cheng Yuan's face bore a smile as another crane soared into the air. "I trust that you are all familiar with the customs of the Immortal Pavilion. I shall await your esteemed presence within." With that, Cheng Yukun mounted the crane and vanished without a trace. Customs? What customs? Tang Yu felt somewhat bewildered. At this moment, the crane had taken flight, and the surrounding celestial mist began to rise. Moments later, the celestial crane beneath his feet gradually vanished, leaving Tang Yu amidst a dense thicket. Is this the Celestial Pavilion? Is this perhaps the restroom of the Celestial Pavilion? A woman clad in purple appeared beside him, explaining, "This is the rule of the Celestial Pavilion. There are 3 trials. Those who can successfully navigate through these trials will be granted a month's residency in the Burial Immortal Cave, and may also present a condition to the Celestial Pavilion. This is the first trial, the Soul Burial Forest." Tang Yu scrutinized the purple-clad woman, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity from their first encounter. Yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. "What if one cannot succeed?" he inquired. "Will they be cast out by the Celestial Pavilion?" With a hint of amusement in her eyes, the woman replied, "Regardless of whether one overcomes the trials, all are permitted to attend the Celestial Pavilion assembly. Should any danger arise, or if one feels ill-equipped to handle the situation, they may withdraw at their discretion." "How do you know all this so well?" Tang Yu asked. "Many years ago, the Celestial Pavilion hosted an assembly," she responded, Yet no one has ever completely conquered the three trials. A cacophony of complaints erupted nearby. It was the lecherous old man, who seized Tang Yu's hand. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Tang Yu shot him a glare. What about Qingqing? You shamelessly abandoned me in pursuit of beauty without a thought? The old man let out a strange cry. Why should I worry? You seem to be faring better than I am. Tang Yu retorted, what a relief. The old man sighed. As for that girl, I do not know. Shortly after you left, we were pursued and subsequently scattered. However, she has grown up amidst danger. I believe she will be fine. Tang Yu nodded thoughtfully, then surveyed the surrounding forest. Mist enveloped the thicket, accompanied by the distant roars of wild beasts. According to the purple-clad woman, the first trial involved finding a way out of this place, thus achieving success in the trial. The lecherous old man sat on the ground, casually chewing on a blade of grass, seemingly indifferent. Suddenly, radiant beams of light burst forth from the sky, enveloping the gathered individuals before them vanished. They are the ones who withdrew, the woman explained. Have so many already exited within such a short time? It seems they may have encountered some peril, Tang Yu mused. What a grand display, using such a method to assert the celestial pavilion's supremacy. With a cold smirk, he remarked, a seemingly casual assembly of the celestial pavilion has managed to invite all the notable figures from across the realms. Does this not imply that while the celestial pavilion remains reclusive, it is still keenly aware of the movements of the world? They may be sequestered, but that does not mean no one ventures into the world on their behalf, the purple-clad woman elucidated. In fact, some sects have individuals affiliated with the celestial pavilion behind them, although they belong to the periphery of its influence. With the celestial pavilion's ostentatious emergence into the world, coupled with the support of certain sects it had secretly fostered, it is likely that the realms will come to regard the celestial pavilion with utmost reverence. Tang Yu remarked, yet I fail to comprehend. In this chaotic realm, despite the presence of terrifying entities wreaking havoc, the heavenly demon remains unmoved. Could it be that the immortal pavilion has sensed impending danger and seeks to counteract the heavenly demon? Chapter 943. Seeking an exit. The woman in purple shook her head. While your conjecture is not without merit, it is more likely that someone has foretold a significant event looming on the horizon. Tang Yu gazed at her in confusion as she continued. It is highly probable that we are on the brink of the eternal catastrophe, which could lead to the obliteration of the realms. Goodness! Tang Yu nearly leaped in surprise, feeling an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Having entered the Taoist world, he now found himself amidst the chaos of the great cataclysm, with the Tao and the souls of all beings dormant within him. After only a brief time in the myriad realms, he now learned of yet another impending disaster. Many had spoken of this. The truth of it remained uncertain. Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, there might exist a glimmer of hope. The woman in purple stated, some have predicted that this hope could very well lie within the immortal pavilion, or perhaps among its members. Tang Yu scoffed with a cynical smile. Who can say? Suddenly, radiant beams of light flickered across the sky, enveloping the crowd and leaving them without a trace. Undoubtedly, another individual had exited. Was this place ensnared in some form of array? Upon entering, even the extent of deep thought's probing was severely limited. Only within the span of a single incense stick could they discover the exit. Failure to do so would result in their demise. Observing Tang Yu's nonchalant demeanor, the woman in purple could not help but offer a reminder. Tang Yu shrugged, appearing utterly unconcerned. A scruffy old man leaned against a tree, chewing on a stalk of grass, seemingly in slumber. Are you not anxious as well? Tang Yu retorted, do you possess a method to escape? If so, would you take me with you? The woman in purple chuckled softly. If even someone as formidable as young Master Tang cannot find a way, what chance does a humble girl like me have? Humble girl? You are hardly that, Tang Yu replied, his gaze drifting over her form. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the branches to tremble and leaves to scatter. A massive black bear appeared before them, charging wildly and toppling everything in its path. The onlookers hastened their pace. A broken blade emerged, and a flash of light flickered. Blood from the bear sprayed high into the air, its colossal head rolling to the side. However, the bear paused, moving towards the severed head. Remarkably, the head that Tang Yu had severed reattached itself. It was indeed not so simple. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the woman in purple, while Tang Yu maintained a cold smirk, remaining motionless. The bear roared in fury, seemingly enraged. Tang Yu leaped forward, delivering two powerful punches to its skull. To his surprise, aside from hearing 2 pained cries from the bear, it seemed entirely unaffected. With Tang Yu's current cultivation, even those of the chaos realm would hesitate to withstand such pure force. I refuse to believe it. I will not be defeated by you. Tang Yu, too, was engulfed in anger. As the broken sword materialized once more, he dismembered the black bear. Yet, moments later, the creature astonishingly reformed, appearing even more formidable than before. At this juncture, Tang Yu experienced a sudden realization. Engaging in combat with the black bear was utterly futile. With this thought, he swiftly retreated, intentionally provoking the bear as he did so. The black bear relentlessly pursued him, emitting a series of furious roars. Ahead, a group of individuals seemed to be diligently searching for an exit. Upon hearing the bear's roar, the crowd instinctively froze, their vigilance heightened. The massive black bear abruptly materialized before them. In the blink of an eye, a flash of steel illuminated the air as Tang Yu wielded his sword, cleaving the bear. He then addressed the crowd, assuring them, "Rest easy, I have vanquished it. I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell." Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Yu had vanished without a trace. Beside him, the woman in purple attire wore a broad smile. The lecherous old man let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Young man, I find myself increasingly fond of you." He descended gracefully. Tang Yu surveyed his surroundings, and not far ahead, a small river appeared, its waters crystal clear, revealing fish swimming gracefully beneath the surface. He cast his mind's eye around the area. "Have you discovered anything?" the woman in purple suddenly inquired. Plucking a violet flower from the ground and inhaling its fragrance, Tang Yu shook his head, momentarily at a loss for direction. The woman waved the flower in front of him, remarking, "Though I am a sovereign of a palace, there are times when one is not truly free." She gazed at Tang Yu with profound meaning, stating, "This flower thrives here, perhaps destined to never witness the outside world. I have plucked it, granting it a glimpse beyond. Yet it will soon wither. What do you think? Does it yearn for stability, or does it long to experience the wonders of the world?" Before Tang Yu could respond, the purple flower suddenly soared from her grasp, transforming into a doorway that engulfed her within. Moments later, the door vanished without a trace. In that fleeting instant, Tang Yu pursued her, only to be met with an overwhelming force that halted his advance. "What is happening?" he pondered. The woman in purple had found the exit. But how did she achieve this? She merely took a flower and uttered some nonsensical words. After some contemplation, Tang Yu also picked a flower, mimicking the woman's actions by inhaling its scent before turning to the lecherous old man, asking, "Have you discovered anything?" Instantly, the old man jolted. "You need to behave normally." After a moment, he continued, "Have you not noticed anything amiss?" Tang Yu regarded him with confusion. "The imprisonment of the heart," the old man stated with seriousness. "This place compels us to confront our innermost selves, to comprehend our desires. Only by understanding our hearts can we find the way out." Tang Yu listened, perplexed, grasping fragments of understanding while remaining utterly bewildered. In the place where he urinated, a door suddenly materialized. The lecherous old man waved at Tang Yu with an air of mischief before vanishing in an instant. Did he comprehend his own heart? It seemed that Tang Yu grasped something profound. Each individual possesses their own exit. Rather than stating that they have discovered the exit, it would be more accurate to say that they have come to understand their own hearts. Tang Yu fell into a daze, lost in contemplation as he moved forward. Some individuals continued to search for an exit with great effort, nearly digging 3 feet into the ground. Meanwhile, others cursed Tang Yu, undoubtedly blaming him for attracting the black bear, an indestructible monster. Consequently, some were compelled to withdraw for their own safety. Ning Fengyu wielded a long sword, wildly brandishing it around, exuding an intimidating presence, seemingly on the verge of obliterating the forest. However, a door suddenly appeared in the midst of this chaos, and he stepped through it, disappearing from view. Wang Yashuan fought fiercely with a wolf, holding a mirror in one hand. Clearly, she was at a disadvantage, as the wolf's claws grazed her face. Yet, the mirror in her grasp radiated an imposing aura, enveloping the wolf within its confines, causing it to disintegrate into nothingness. At that moment, Wang Yashuan's facial wounds healed, and upon noticing the suddenly appearing door, she instinctively touched her face, checked her reflection, and then entered the doorway. Chapter 944. The exit lies within the heart. Observing the various ways in which they departed, Tang Yu appeared to gain insight. It was not the forest that imprisoned them, but rather their own hearts. Only by understanding their hearts could they find a way out. The woman in purple used flowers to accentuate her sorrow and loneliness. Although she seemed to hold a position of power, she was, in reality, shackled by circumstances beyond her control. Yet, how many can truly follow their own paths? She yearned to escape this place and to be herself, even if it ultimately led to her demise. Like a flower rooted in place, she could not detach from her stem. To sever from the stem would signify death. Yet it would also provide a glimpse of a broader world. However, due to the harvesting by others or other species, she remained bound. Yet she had witnessed a more expansive realm. The lecherous old man traversed the heavens with a perspective that treated life as a game. Perhaps to him, everything was merely a trivial matter. Simple in his lewdness, he believed that complex problems could be simplified to unveil their answers. This was his heart, navigating whimsically with an attitude of indifference. Tang Yu moved forward at a measured pace. If this place represented his heart, he sought answers through this means. Answers pertaining to his own heart. In truth, most people remain oblivious to their own hearts. Ningfengyu swept through the forest with overwhelming force, embodying an invincible aura as if he aimed to conquer the world. This was his aspiration, and thus, he discovered his own path. Wang Yashuan battled the wolf, even at the cost of sacrificing her most cherished beauty, ultimately slaying the beast. She emerged from the confines of her heart. In the moment of life and death, he became indifferent to his own appearance. Thus, he discovered his own path. This event even elevated his cultivation to a higher realm. The vastness of the universe contrasted with the confines of the heart. Life is, after all, a manifestation of freedom. The so-called shackles that bind the heart are but external factors: emotion, wealth, power, women, or even the Tao. These are all chains that imprison the heart. Tang Yu's inner tranquility reached its zenith as he stepped forward. The distance remained unchanged, still infinitely long. Yet he pressed on, knowing that as long as he continued down this protracted road, he would eventually reach his destination. However, sometimes the endpoint is not of paramount importance. On the contrary, the scenery along the way is far more captivating, evoking nostalgia. For instance, the life of a mortal culminates in mere extinction. What truly matters is the remarkable journey from birth to death, encompassing both anguish and sorrow. Ultimately, these experiences form a unique tapestry of one's life. The distance seemed to stretch even further, akin to the unchanging expanse of the woods around him. No matter how he advanced, the path beneath his feet appeared to grow in tandem with his steps, extending to match his stride. It seemed limitless, yet it was but a single point: his heart. He bore too much weight, carrying the souls of countless beings and the hopes embodied by the little spirit in the boundless realm beyond. Perhaps the little spirit was fighting valiantly, yearning for the day they could stand side by side in battle. The celestial phenomena began to unfold. Simultaneously, the earth moved in response. Humanity coalesced into an endless reservoir of faith. It felt as though he was reliving the path of all sentient beings, experiencing the journeys and tribulations of each individual. His heart was devoid of fissures, yet it was filled with them. The only prisoner here was himself, unable to confine the essence of his own heart or the collective existence of all beings. He was both the many and the singular. The many were also him. There was no need for answers, nor were there any. This was his path, to simply continue onward, regardless of the distance that may stretch before him. As long as he persists, hope remains, unwavering and resolutely flowing forward. This is the life's innate urge to ascend, the primal drive that propels one from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, the path beneath him became mundane, and the surrounding woods vanished from sight. A door appeared, enveloping Tang Yu and then dissipating without a trace. Ahead, hundreds of figures materialized. Undoubtedly, these individuals were those who had successfully passed the first trial. As Tang Yu emerged, their gazes turned toward him. "You truly are something else." Managing to appear at the last moment, a rascally old man remarked. "Did you do that on purpose, hoping to hit a wall?" Wang Ya, noticing Tang Yu, felt a surge of joy and contemplated rushing over to exchange pleasantries. Back at the mountain gate, he had wanted to greet Tang Yu. Yet, considering that Tang Yu was now deemed an adversary of the heavens, he hesitated. While he himself was indifferent to the proximity to Tang Yu, he feared that entangling his own family in this could render him a sinner. To offend the heavens in such a manner is an act even the Fire Phoenix City would dare not undertake. Thus, after careful consideration, Wang Ya's steps came to a sudden halt, and she could not help but smile at Tang Yu. With a folding fan in hand, she elegantly fluttered it. embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman, even pausing to adjust her somewhat disheveled hair before a mirror. This behavior sent a chill down Tang Yu's spine. At that moment, a stick of incense extinguished nearby. Gazing ahead, one could see an endless sea of clouds, above which arched a resplendent rainbow bridge. As if a rainbow had coalesced into a span. Beneath the bridge lay a staircase comprising 99 steps. Opposite the bridge stood 3 doors. The woman in purple seemed to perceive Tang Yu's bewilderment and explained, "This is the second trial, the Sea of Clouds and Rainbow Bridge. However, only 3 may pass through this challenge." The bridge possessed an air of mystery. It appeared to exist, yet upon closer inspection, it felt as though it were an illusion. Several individuals stood upon the bridge, their magical powers surging, as if engaged in a fierce battle against some unseen foe. "Have you discerned anything, lad?" The lecherous old man inquired, his fingers tapping against his teeth. Tang Yu cast a glance his way and replied, "It seems to be some forbidden technique. Only by truly stepping onto this bridge can one ascertain its true nature." The onlookers remained patient, their gazes fixed on the few individuals on the bridge, evidently attempting to unravel the bridge's enigma. "I sense it carries the essence of time and spatial laws. If that is the case, your chances of crossing increase significantly," the woman in purple remarked with a light chuckle. It was already well known that Tang Yu possessed various laws of power, a truth he himself could feel, as there were indeed fluctuations of time and spatial laws present. Yet upon deeper contemplation, it felt as if it were something else entirely. "No wonder it's the immortal pavilion," Tang Yu mused with a soft laugh, from his initial entrance on a crane to the current trial. Each step showcased the immortal pavilion's formidable prowess. The woman in purple replied, "Indeed, the immortal pavilion possesses absolute strength." She glanced at Tang Yu and added, "Aren't you going to attempt the bridge? Bear in mind, there are only 3 spots available." "No rush," Tang Yu calmly responded. "So many have yet to ascend." Just then, one of the figures on the bridge was suddenly swept away by a powerful force. A celestial crane emerged from the sea of clouds, catching the fallen individual and soaring into the distance. There was no doubt, he had failed. The lecherous old man scoffed. "Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he swaggered forward. Could it be that this old fellow truly has a way to cross the bridge? The enigmatic nature of this ancient man piqued curiosity, especially for Ning Fengyu, who had witnessed this old rogue evade capture by the Yutian sect time and again. Tang Yu couldn't help but cast a glance at the lecherous old man, sensing an unfathomable depth to him. Consequently, under the gaze of the crowd, the old man stretched his limbs in a rather indecorous manner. Then, amid the eager anticipation of the onlookers, he leapt directly into the sea of clouds. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, initially believing he had a method to cross the bridge. However, to their surprise, he simply leaped off, exiting the scene. A crane soared into the sky, and the old immortal waved farewell to the onlookers. "Goodbye." In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Was this old immortal playing tricks on us? They had thought he would provide a way to cross the bridge. Indeed, I had suspected all along that this old immortal did not play by the rules. Murmurs of curses arose from the surroundings. Those who had initially ventured onto the bridge began to fall one after another. Lu Yoyu snorted softly, landing on the steps, and swiftly advanced forward. Yet, after merely ascending a dozen steps, he halted, his expression grave as he unleashed various spells, as if engaged in a fierce battle. He managed to ascend another step, but stumbled and fell. Ning Fengyu suddenly made a leap, but his foot landed beside the step, seemingly missing his footing. Yet, he firmly steadied himself and continued, swiftly climbing over 20 steps in no time. He paused briefly before ascending once more. Indeed, as the leader of the Yutian sect, his strength was truly unfathomable. If I am not mistaken, the second challenge surely includes sect leader Ning. Observations and exclamations arose among the crowd. Following Ning Fengyu, many people trailed closely behind. The woman in purple glanced at Tang Yu, her garments fluttering as she ascended the staircase. She continued her rapid ascent, her purple attire billowing like a butterfly in flight. Those behind her gazed at her figure, momentarily entranced, only to be swiftly cast down. The speed of the woman in purple was remarkable. She quickly surpassed the others, now only 8 steps away from Ning Fengyu. How could she be so effortlessly agile? Could she be stronger than Ning Fengyu? The Moonlight Palace had not emerged for many years, especially this woman. Her true strength remained a mystery. Perhaps she was indeed slightly more powerful than Ning Fengyu. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Tang Yu shook his head slightly. Although the woman in purple appeared to ascend gracefully, she was constantly suppressing the forbidden techniques on the bridge with her own magical prowess and aura. As she moved forward, the sense of prohibition intensified. In contrast, Ningfengyu seemed to be conserving his strength. Though he appeared unsteady and faced numerous dangers, he navigated through each challenge without peril. Shall we proceed? With few companions left, Wang Yashuan approached, noting that no one was paying attention to them. A smile crept across Tang Yu's lips. Wang, you are becoming increasingly handsome. Really? Is that true? Wang Yashuan's heart brimmed with joy as he hurriedly retrieved a mirror to inspect his reflection. I do feel I am becoming more attractive. What about your father? Tang Yu, uninterested in discussing the matter of handsomeness any further, recalled the slightly plump man he had seen standing with Wang Yashuan outside the mountain gate. Regarding the appearance of his father, it is indeed somewhat remarkable. It is unexpected that he would father such a handsome son as Wang Yashuan. Suddenly, Tang Yu inhaled sharply, scrutinizing Wang Yashuan closely, and then recalled the plump young man with small eyes he had seen at the foot of the mountain. There appeared to be no resemblance between the two. Wang Yashuan, still holding the mirror, casually remarked, he dropped out in the first round. In truth, I let him. The old man has hidden injuries, and it would be better to withdraw directly, as he wouldn't surpass the 3 trials anyway. This statement seemed to carry some weight. It should be noted that the woman in the purple attire had mentioned that no one had ever passed all 3 trials. However, the current invitations were extended to the leaders of various sects, individuals of notable status. Yet, some of the most formidable experts were conspicuously absent, likely beyond the control of their celestial pavilion. If the likes of Weakwater or Luo Qingyan were present, Tang Yu believed they could easily surpass the trials. Of course, it was also highly probable that the 2 of them could simply shatter this place with a single strike, a more likely scenario. As he put away the mirror, sensing Tang Yu's peculiar gaze, Wang Yashuan inquired, "What are you staring at? What do you desire from this young master?" After a brief pause, he continued, "I have stated before that I have no interest in men." Tang Yu suppressed the urge to deliver a blow to him. Below, only a handful of them remained. Most had ascended the bridge, yet some were continuously falling from it. At the 50th step, the woman in purple halted, motionless. Meanwhile, at the 63rd step, Ningfengyu also came to a stop. It appeared that these 2 steps held some hidden significance, for it was unlikely that both would exhibit such seriousness otherwise. Earlier, when individuals fell, Tang Yu had intended to observe precisely from which step they had plummeted in order to take precautions. However, to his dismay, people were falling from every single step, rendering his calculations futile. "If you won't ascend, I shall," Wang Yashuan declared, as a glimmer of light flashed in his hand, revealing a small, exquisite mirror that was evidently extraordinary. This fellow even possessed a magical artifact in the form of a mirror. Wang Yashuan's figure landed on the first step, momentarily swaying before quickly stabilizing as he continued his ascent. He glanced at those around him. They seemed disinclined to proceed, appearing prepared to withdraw. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu took a step forward. As his foot made contact with the step, a tremendous force enveloped him. Yet, to Tang Yu, such pressure was negligible. With his foot barely touching the step, the essence of the soul that had merged with his spirit seemed to emit a faint sigh, leaving Tang Yu somewhat perplexed. However, there was no time for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended more than 10 steps. Ahead, Wang Yashuan waved his mirror incessantly, emanating radiant hues. As Tang Yu stepped upward, he felt his foot slip, nearly causing him to tumble directly downwards. Roar! A roar resonated in his ears, as countless tendrils entwined around Tang Yu. Chapter 946, Another Drop of Blood. With a swift motion, Tang Yu conjured flames that flickered across the sky, incinerating the vines. A pained sound seemed to emanate from the tendrils, which gradually twisted together, forming a grotesque and terrifying visage. As it opened its gaping maw, it appeared poised to devour him. Humph! Tang Yu silently scoffed, unleashing a punch imbued with the power of spatial laws. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to coalesce at that moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang Yu advanced, with Wang Yashuan closely trailing behind. "I must follow you," Wang Yashuan remarked. "To be honest, had I not seen you, I might have exited at the first hurdle." Tang Yu was taken aback. "What is the matter? Didn't I provide you some sense of security? What kind of bond do we share, if not one of life and death?" Wang Yashuan said with a smile. No, we are not that deeply bonded." Tang Yu hastily waved his hands. The steps felt as though they were cushioned by cotton, soft and yielding. The swirling clouds obscured the surroundings, rendering them almost indistinct. Yet, for Tang Yu, this was still trivial. He pressed onward, his pace unrelenting. Wang Yashuan remained steadfastly behind him. And at times, when Tang Yu forged through an opening, she would be the first to charge ahead without needing a word of encouragement. This left Tang Yu somewhat speechless. This girl truly did not hold back. With relentless momentum, Tang Yu ascended the 30 steps in the blink of an eye. What once felt effortless now bore down on him with increasing pressure. Each step harbored its own arcane prohibitions, and as they climbed higher, the fearsome nature of these restrictions intensified. Wang Yashuan was panting, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. She retrieved a pristine towel, wiped her brow meticulously, and then discarded it. The moment one moves, there's an illusion of space, as if one could plummet at any instant, Wang Yashuan commented, still clutching that peculiar mirror. This mirror was indeed extraordinary, stirring Tang Yu's curiosity. Though he appeared to be the primary force on this journey, Wang Yashuan had proven to be quite helpful at critical moments, largely due to the mirror in her possession. Ahead, Ning Fengyu was in motion. Suddenly, a trident appeared in his grasp, which he swung forcefully, seemingly shattering some forbidden barrier, allowing him to ascend quickly. Simultaneously, the woman in purple also moved. Her flowing violet garments swept past the onlookers as she ascended another step. Yet, her body swayed precariously, as though she might topple at any moment. Throughout her journey, she exerted her own magical power to forcibly suppress the terrifying prohibitions of the stairs, an effort that must have been unimaginably taxing. At first glance, she seemed to advance with ease, even more so than Ning Fengyu. However, as she climbed higher, the pressure became increasingly palpable. In Tang Yu's eyes, it appeared that the woman in purple would face considerable difficulty in overcoming this trial, unless she possessed some hidden card up her sleeve. No wonder it was said that no one had ever passed through the 3 trials. The second challenge proved to be exceedingly arduous. Thus, one can only imagine the trials that await in the third. Tang Yu averted his gaze and cast a glance at Wang Yashuan, stating, "Allow me to assist you." He grasped Wang Yashuan firmly, and in that instant, Wang Yashuan experienced a disorienting sensation as the surrounding space seemed to warp. Once he regained his footing, he realized they had ascended another step. Wang Yashuan was elated. Indeed, he had anticipated that following Tang Yu would yield unforeseen delights. Tang Yu, without a doubt, you have secured your place as my friend. Get lost, Tang Yu retorted, wishing he could give him a swift kick. Ahead stood a young man, appearing to be in his 30s, who captured Tang Yu's attention. This individual was as gaunt as a skeleton, yet emanated an aura of profound mystery. Though he appeared to tremble with each step, as if on the verge of collapse, he maintained his balance with remarkable poise. Surrounding him, wisps of clouds coalesced into a bridge that lay over the staircase. Interesting, Tang Yu mused, narrowing his eyes. Who is he? How should I know? This immortal pavilion gathering has invited an array of peculiar beings. However, one can be certain that they are all formidable, otherwise, they would not have made it this far. Wang Yashuan replied. Tang Yu regarded him with a smirk, saying, "If someone like you can attend, I have serious doubts about the caliber of this so-called gathering." "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me?" "I am, after all, a renowned prodigy in the Wujian star domain," Wang Yashuan exclaimed with a sigh. "Of course, I cannot compare with a monster such as yourself." In the Wujian star domain, Wang Yashuan considered himself an unparalleled genius. Yet, upon witnessing Tang Yu, he realized what true genius entailed. In comparison to Tang Yu, he felt insignificant. "Do not despair. You cannot measure yourself against me," Tang Yu offered as a form of solace. "You are right. In terms of cultivation and your audacity, I am indeed no match for you," Wang Yashuan admitted. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu paused to gather his breath. Wang Yashuan then stated earnestly, "We must hasten. There are far too many people ahead." To Tang Yu, despite the crowd, he believed that only a scant few would reach the summit. Even Ning Fengyu, who had been leading the way, might not succeed. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu revealed his true power, interweaving various laws, manifesting the unparalleled 9-character fist, and sweeping through obstacles with ease. The prohibitions on the staircase posed no hindrance to him. Indeed, several individuals were swept away in the wake of his might. Wang Yashuan watched in astonishment. "Kid, you are rather ruthless. Do you not fear they will seek revenge? With enough enemies already, an increase in their numbers is inconsequential," Tang Yu replied calmly. As the imperial flames dispersed, the creatures conjured upon the staircase lamented before vanishing from sight. Tang Yu did not glance back as he ascended, swiftly surpassing dozens of others. Ahead, there were barely 10 remaining, while Ningfengyu maintained his position at the forefront, standing steadfastly on the 80th step, seemingly frozen in place. Following closely behind was the woman in purple, her entire being enveloped in a formidable aura as she skillfully channeled her powers to counter the terrifying forbidden arts of the staircase. As Tang Yu ascended yet another step, it felt as though he had crossed into an entirely different realm. A single drop of blood materialized before him, exuding an otherworldly essence, suffused with an overwhelming sense of dread. This singular droplet seemed capable of suppressing the ages at any moment. It was not the first time Tang Yu had encountered such blood. In fact, it was the fourth. The first had been within the broken blade, the second within a stone in the Chaos Star domain, and the third in the empty city. Now he beheld this fourth drop. How could it suddenly appear here? Was it sealed within this step, or had it always lingered in this place? The blood writhed and spread, emanating a seductive aura. Chapter 947. A Glimmer of Hope. For reasons unknown, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable connection to these droplets of blood. The blood from the broken blade had surged forth due to his influence, as had the blood from the stone in the Chaos Star domain. And even the blood from the empty city, which had originally been sealed, had vanished alongside him. He even harbored doubts about whether this was merely one drop of blood, coalescing in different locations. Yet, that could not be the case, for the terror of this drop transcended his comprehension. Even the oppressive feelings from Xiao Ling and Ruo Shui paled in comparison to the dread exuded by this blood. If it was but a single drop, having already broken free from its original seal, who could possibly contain it? The sheer ferocity of this blood raised questions about the strength of the being it belonged to. Suddenly, Tang Yu recalled the figure in black from the Chaos Star domain, the one associated with that drop of blood. Could it be that all these were his? Regaining his scattered thoughts, Tang Yu surveyed his surroundings. He was undoubtedly on the staircase. How had he ended up here? And why could he see this drop of blood? Was this an alternate space within the staircase, where the blood was also sealed? Yet, why did no one else sense it? Even Wang Yu was nowhere to be found. Tang Yu felt a sense of confusion, uncertain whether he had become trapped in this place, or if it was merely his spirit that had ventured here. Sensing the presence of the blood, perhaps it was his spirit that had entered this realm, drawn to the existence of the drop. Taking a step back, Tang Yu hesitated, daunted by the perilous aura of the blood. Even from a distance, he felt a shiver coursing through his soul, a power that was insurmountable and inescapable. The blood flowed slowly, and amidst the haze, a silhouette emerged, standing alone in a shattered world of endless chaos and void. I refuse to accept this. I shall reverse everything and bring you back. A voice whispered in Tang Yu's ear, imbued with an essence of reluctance, steeped in unending bitterness and weariness. The figure before him vanished from sight, while a droplet of blood began to quiver violently. In a heartbeat, that droplet disappeared entirely. Simultaneously, the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge trembled, and fissures appeared on the steps where Tang Yu and Wang Yashuan stood. Wang Yashuan, wielding a mirror, waved it vigorously to fend off the terrifying force emanating from the staircase. What are you staring at? Are you dazed? Hurry and lend a hand. I cannot handle this alone. Suddenly, Tang Yu regained his senses. As the steps fractured, the forbidden power that had lingered there dissipated without a trace. To be precise, the overall strength of the entire Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge seemed to weaken. Within the immortal pavilion, two elders abruptly opened their eyes. Is it that droplet of blood? What has caused its sudden upheaval? One questioned. No, it has vanished, breaking the seal and affecting the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge. But what prompted this sudden turmoil? 9 cycles of reincarnation, 9 bloods converging, upending the universe, and disrupting the balance of yin and yang, an elder mused. Years ago, he had discovered the existence of that droplet of blood alongside a certain young man. It was evident that someone had left a drop of their own blood here, presumably seeking some form of transformation or wishing to rewrite fate. This droplet had indeed benefited many within the immortal pavilion, although they could never fully approach it, for its power was formidable. Yet, the might it exuded granted them profound insights. Could chaos truly be imminent? The heavens were in disarray, terrifying entities loomed. Yet the celestial demons remained unmoved, suggesting an even more dreadful turmoil was forthcoming. One elder furrowed his brow and paused before speaking. Is that change truly the clear wind? Years ago, when Mu Qingfeng was born, he exhibited extraordinary signs. Radiant light filled the skies, and celestial cranes sang in harmony. Everyone recognized the child's exceptional nature, and the immortal pavilion held boundless hope for him. They had even sought to divine his future, predicting his potential for unparalleled achievements, though the specifics remained elusive. The seer was a disciple of the elder of heavenly secrets, who later met his demise at the hands of enemies. For many years, the immortal pavilion had been discreetly investigating the whereabouts of the elder of heavenly secrets, hoping to ascertain Mu Qingfeng's future. Many believed that if chaos erupted across the heavens, a glimmer of hope would undoubtedly rest upon Mu Qingfeng. Another elder scoffed, "While there is some merit to these predictions, I place greater faith in the notion that hope lies within our own hands. The infinite possibilities of the future are ours to create." After a moment, he continued, "If others deem Qingfeng to be that glimmer of hope for the heavens, then so be it. As long as we in the immortal pavilion believe it to be so, who dares to disagree? Moreover, this information is not disseminated by our pavilion." Pausing for reflection, the old man added, "Now that this droplet of blood has suddenly erupted and flown elsewhere, is it not a consequence of Qingfeng's influence?" Another elderly gentleman was momentarily taken aback. "What my senior brother has said is evidently true. The formidable aura emanating from that drop of blood could not remain concealed from the onlookers. Thus, they decided to attribute all of this to Mu Qingfeng, thereby enhancing his enigmatic presence and leading others to believe that amidst the chaos of the heavens, he might indeed be the solitary beacon of hope." The potency of that drop of blood left the entire immortal pavilion in awe. Those who had not attended the grand assembly of the immortal pavilion, particularly those who had failed the trials, gazed in bewilderment at the drop of blood. The sheer might of it invoked a profound sense of trepidation within them. The lecherous old man retained a sly grin on his face as he fixated on the blood, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his features. Could it be altered? Ultimately altered? The crowd on the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge was equally stunned, gazing in disbelief as the drop of blood soared past them. Was there truly a drop of blood sealed within this place? Could it have been the doing of the immortal pavilion? Unthinkable. The terrifying might of this blood was certainly beyond the capacity of the immortal pavilion to seal. However, as the drop of blood broke free, everyone felt an immense alleviation of pressure, prompting a frantic surge forward. "Hurry up! What are you waiting for?" Wang Yashuan called out to Tang Yu, who stood in a daze. Seizing the moment, Tang Yu and Wang Yashuan ascended 2 more steps. Before them stood only 5 individuals, among whom were naturally Ning Fengyu and the woman clad in purple. Though it appeared that Ning Fengyu had ascended to the 86th step, his entire being trembled slightly, as if he were enduring some dreadful strain. The woman in purple lagged 5 steps behind him, visibly hesitant to advance further. A resonant sound echoed, reminiscent of a bell tolling. Suddenly, a golden bell materialized above Ning Fengyu's head. The chimes reverberated continuously, as if each toll resonated deep within the souls of those present. Chapter 948. Celestial Phenomenon Devouring. Indeed, it is the spirit domain bell. Someone recognized this bell. Legend has it that it was wielded by a peerless powerhouse from countless ages past. Little did they expect it to appear in Ning Fengyu's possession. However, upon closer inspection, the bell was already severely damaged, with several parts missing. One could only imagine that it had shattered during a cataclysmic battle, and its master had likely perished long ago in the endless expanse of time, with this bell momentarily suppressing the formidable aura of the staircase. Ning Fengyu stepped forward once more, soaring upward and directly ascending to the 90th step, leaving only 9 steps to the final destination. The woman in purple followed closely behind him. Trailing them was a peculiar young man, emaciated and resembling a mere skeleton. Following closely were Tang Yu and Wang Yashuan. Yet, Wang Yashuan, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow, felt his magical energy depleting continuously. Such expenditure was becoming unbearable even for him. "Kid, I can no longer play this game," Wang Yashuan gasped, collapsing onto the ground, and waved at Tang Yu. "Go on, you can do it, I believe in you. Do not regard me with such disdain. I merely seek to alleviate my boredom," Wang Yashuan remarked. "To have ascended to this point merely for amusement is, I believe, enough to earn my family's patriarch's admiration. Yet, I sense a hint of bitterness emanating from you, Tang Yu. How can we ascertain our limits without attempting to ascend?" Wang Yashuan shrugged dismissively, To attempt an ascent knowing the futility is the act of a fool, and I am clearly not one of them. However, trust me. You possess potential. He gestured impatiently. Hasten, ascend. I still have a modicum of power to temporarily suppress the prohibitions upon the steps. Conserve your strength and do not squander your energy. An aura of authority radiated from Wang Yashuan, his mirror shimmering in the light. Do you intend for me to owe you a favor? I am not so foolish, Tang Yu declared, delivering a powerful strike that quelled the prohibitions upon the steps. Grasping Wang Yashuan with one hand, he resolutely stepped forward, onward. Wang Yashuan was taken aback. Are you mad? My energy reserves are nearly depleted. I cannot ascend. Pausing, he gazed down at the sea of clouds. Why burden yourself with a liability? You will not succeed. From the gentleness of his voice, Tang Yu discerned a trace of hidden sorrow, much like the seemingly pure, yet shadowy depths of the endless floating clouds below. Less chatter. Silence yourself, Tang Yu retorted sharply. With a fluid motion, he transitioned through his 9-character fist, the blade of his strikes flickering with intensity. An overwhelming force emanated from him, his presence reminiscent of a formidable war deity, unparalleled in might. With each punch he unleashed, the entire cloud bridge trembled. Wang Yashuan gasped in horror. Have you lost your mind? You will destroy this bridge. Yet, Tang Yu was not targeting the prohibitions on the steps, but rather the bridge itself. Following the flight of a droplet of blood, the prohibitions upon the bridge appeared to weaken considerably. Indeed, Tang Yu harbored a desire to obliterate the bridge, for he understood that even Ning Fengyu had only reached the 90th step. He believed himself slightly inferior to Ning Fengyu. As for demolishing the bridge, he recognized the impossibility of such an act. With each strike, he realized that the prohibitive power from the bridge was assimilating into his own celestial phenomena. This revelation sent his heart racing. Thus, he recklessly pounded away, provoking the prohibitions on the steps to facilitate the absorption into his celestial phenomena. As his celestial phenomena continuously absorbed the prohibitive forces from the Rainbow Bridge, it might even propel him towards the chaotic realm. However, to onlookers, he appeared utterly deranged, seemingly intent on destroying the Rainbow Bridge. What is he doing? Has he gone mad? Does he truly wish to obliterate the Cloud Bridge? Conversations swirled around him, with many marveling at Tang Yu's audacity. To the onlookers, it seemed utterly impossible for Tang Yu to destroy the Rainbow Bridge. This lad likely could not even set foot upon it, which only fueled his frustration. What on earth are you doing? Wang Yashuan's complexion paled. The world of martial arts was treacherous. If we cannot ascend, let us withdraw. Many have failed to reach it, so there is no shame in retreating. Boom, boom. Tang Yu's fist struck like the wind, pummeling the Rainbow Bridge, causing it to tremble with each blow. As his relentless assault continued, it triggered forbidden techniques, making the very heavens swirl in response. It resembled a vortex, ravenously consuming the forbidden power residing on the bridge. The woman in purple glanced back at Tang Yu. Strangely, with each of his strikes, she sensed the forbidden techniques on the steps gradually diminishing. Though it was but a slight reduction, for individuals of their caliber, it was sufficient to allow them to ascend once more. Ning Fengyu sensed it too, his mind filled with curiosity. What was happening? Why did this lad's punches seem to decrease the forbidden techniques of the Rainbow Bridge? Initially, he had unleashed his own magic to strike, but it had proven ineffective, even provoking more terrifying forbidden techniques. Boom, boom. Tang Yu exerted all his strength with each punch. As he stepped onto another rung of the staircase, the previous step showed faint cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Only Wang Yashuan noticed this detail. His lips twitched slightly as he stared at Tang Yu, astonished, as if gazing upon a monster. How could he annihilate a step with his own cultivation? As Tang Yu ascended once more, he struck again. Wang Yashuan's eyes bulged in disbelief. Initially, he thought it impossible for Tang Yu to inflict any damage upon such a staircase. Yet now, witnessing it with his own eyes, he was utterly shocked. If Tang Yu continued his relentless assault, it truly seemed plausible that he could destroy the Rainbow Bridge. Did he not fear attracting severe repercussions? The Rainbow Bridge was a treasure of the Immortal Pavilion. Brother Yu, remain calm, Wang Yashuan stammered. Yet Tang Yu appeared oblivious, continuing his barrage. The heavens incessantly consumed the original forbidden power, and he had begun to faintly touch the threshold of the chaotic realm. Having already reached the pinnacle of the great path, he was but a step away from chaos. However, this step eluded many, trapping them for a lifetime. Chapter 949, Entering the Chaotic Realm. Especially for Tang Yu. His celestial phenomena housed the souls of countless beings, and these souls drew sustenance from the power of his celestial phenomena. It could be said that his celestial phenomena were continuously siphoning power from the souls of the living. This also rendered his breakthroughs exceptionally arduous. Unexpectedly, attending such a gathering brought forth an unforeseen delight. As for this so-called rainbow bridge, a treasure of the immortal pavilion, Tang Yu paid it no heed. As long as it served his purpose, he cared not for its nature. If he could absorb all these forbidden techniques, Tang Yu was absolutely confident that he could enter the realm of chaos. His combat prowess was already exceptional, allowing him to defy the odds. Should he step into the chaotic realm, he could even engage in battle with beings from the primordial chaos, even if he were to falter. Retreating unscathed would undoubtedly be within his capabilities. With a series of resounding strikes, Tang Yu sensed that the power upon this staircase was nearly depleted. He and Wang Yashuan ascended effortlessly, as if traversing a mere ordinary step. Ning Fengyu and the woman in purple observed with a hint of curiosity, for they were all too aware of the terrifying taboos associated with the staircase. Even they had barely managed to cope. Yet here was Tang Yu, a cultivator of the great Tao, accompanied by Wang Yashuan, ascending with such ease. Surely, fortune favors the worthy. Meeting their gazes, Tang Yu remarked nonchalantly, a statement that stirred a flicker of indignation among the onlookers. What did he imply? Was he questioning their character? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Tang Yu struck again. Wang Yashuan stood by, head bowed and motionless, consumed by regret. Had he known better, he would not have followed this madman. Now, the path they traversed was littered with scars. If the celestial pavilion were to pursue this matter, Wang Yashuan felt his head spinning, nearly collapsing under the weight of his thoughts. Undoubtedly, with each of Tang Yu's strikes, the staircase became increasingly marred with cracks. The celestial phenomenon resembled a colossal vortex, insatiable in its hunger. Yet, Tang Yu understood that this was intrinsically linked to his own path. His combat strength was unparalleled. Yet the journey to breakthrough was not without its formidable challenges, far exceeding those faced by others. Nevertheless, it mattered little. There were still over 30 steps to ascend. He firmly believed that the celestial phenomenon would eventually reach saturation. Once it did, he would fully enter the chaotic realm. With each relentless strike, the staircase became riddled with fractures. At that moment, Wang Yashuan felt an ominous sensation. If he were to step down carelessly, the staircase might shatter into a myriad of pieces, reduced to dust. Tang Yu was indeed intent on utterly destroying the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge. The celestial phenomenon began to whirl with increasing speed, gradually coalescing into a singular point, infinitely vast, yet infinitely minute. Suddenly, the celestial phenomenon erupted. A terrifying force emanated from Tang Yu, sweeping through the surroundings. Wang Yashuan nearly lost his footing. In an instant, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, thick with the might of the heavens. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. He had broken through. Tang Yu had, at that moment, ascended into the chaotic realm. What was happening? Had someone truly achieved a breakthrough? The entire immortal pavilion trembled. It was Tang Yu. Astonishingly, he had broken through at this moment, and to make matters worse, he had attracted the heavenly tribulation. Why was the force of this tribulation so immense? Would it not destroy the immortal pavilion? Some individuals began to express their concerns. Not far away, Mu Qingfeng gazed at Tang Yu, his eyes subtly shifting. The lecherous old man chuckled, his formerly indecent grin replaced by a hint of satisfaction. It seemed he sensed something. Unconsciously, the old man retreated a few steps, vanishing from sight. Nearby, the elder of heavenly secrets suddenly stiffened, instinctively taking 2 steps back, his face marked by shock. It was you. You truly did not perish. Beside Tang Yu stood Wang Yashuan, whose calves trembled uncontrollably. It was not his fault. The overwhelming power of the heavens was simply terrifying. Remaining here could easily overwhelm him. Under such a dreadful celestial force, Wang Yashuan believed that his handsome visage would surely be lost. Considering his appearance, he declared, "I shall retreat first. You focus on overcoming the tribulation." However, Ning Fengyu and the others remained unmoved. Should they also retreat, this heavenly tribulation would similarly engulf them, amplifying its might. Yet, they were more inclined to harness the tribulation's power to counteract the forbidden techniques on the staircase, striving for ascendance. A beam of light flickered, and an elder from the immortal pavilion emerged. "Pause the second round," he commanded. If he did not intervene, The immortal pavilion would likely suffer collateral damage under such a tribulation. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this, that it could be so fearsome? After much deliberation, they resolved to temporarily halt the second round, allowing Tang Yu to face the tribulation in peace. Tang Yu, you must leave this place at once. Do you wish to involve so many in your tribulation? Given the might of this tribulation, do you truly have the confidence to withstand it? If more individuals are present, the power of the tribulation will only strengthen, sealing your fate, the elder warned. Tang Yu pondered for a moment before stepping forward. In an instant, he soared tens of thousands of miles away. Some members of the Immortal Pavilion, as well as those attending the Immortal Pavilion assembly, followed him. Clearly, they wished to witness whether Tang Yu could transcend the tribulation. Rumbling, the oppressive dark clouds churned, rendering it difficult to breathe. Thunder crashed down, striking just beside Tang Yu. His expression remained composed, a picture of tranquility. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this? Having just entered the chaotic realm, how could such a terrifying tribulation be summoned? This unprecedented celestial phenomenon was beyond anything I had ever witnessed. The onlookers began to murmur, most concluding that Tang Yu would surely fail to overcome it. The lecherous old man appeared nearby, shouting, "Come, come, place your bets. Will this lad succeed in overcoming the tribulation? I'll take the wager. Anyone care to join?" Even amidst such turmoil, he sought to gamble. While many were inclined to bet against Tang Yu's success, they were, after all, leaders of their respective sects and prominent figures, and could not afford to engage in such wagering before the public eye. A series of piercing lightning bolts cleaved through the darkened clouds, flickering with an ominous glow that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. The deep, rumbling thunder resonated relentlessly in the air. Yet, amidst the ceaseless roar of thunder, a voice faintly reached Tang Yu's ears. "I have said, within the myriad realms, we shall meet again." Chapter 950. The Manifestation of the Great Tao. This voice reverberated in Tang Yu's mind, a sound he found profoundly familiar, the voice of the Great Tao. The dense clouds churned ominously, akin to surging waves, bearing down upon him. The thunder continued to crash around him, each strike narrowly missing his form. "Tao brother, we are old acquaintances after all. For the sake of our friendship, might you dispel this lightning tribulation?" Tang Yu chuckled nervously, genuinely feeling a sense of dread. The intensity of this tribulation instilled fear even in him, prompting him to appeal to their shared history. In his view, given their familiarity, a small favor should not be too much to ask. Yet, the sudden appearance of the Great Tao left him wondering what its intentions might be. "I thought entering the myriad realms would lead to some transformation. It seems you remain as shameless as ever," came the voice of the Great Tao. Tang Yu shrugged, replying candidly, "To be honest, Tao brother, I missed you. I long for the days when the system was by my side, a truly invincible artifact. Had I that system now, I wouldn't need to toil so hard in my cultivation." Casting a glance at the ominous clouds above, Tang Yu inquired, "Tao brother, what brings you here?" The crowd looked on anxiously at Tang Yu, enveloped by the storm clouds. The thunder crashed, echoing in their hearts. Yet curiously, Tang Yu appeared unfazed, as though the impending tribulation bore no weight on his mind. Little did they know, at that moment, Tang Yu engaged in dialogue with the supreme consciousness of the myriad realms. Had they been aware, their collective shock would have been palpable. What is this lightning tribulation? Though it descends, it seems to strike only beside Tang Yu. What could this mean? Some wondered, perplexed. The tribulation seemed to be brewing, waiting. Before long, it would unleash a formidable force. "Such a heavenly tribulation. I have never witnessed anything so grand," remarked the lecherous old man, still calling out for spectators to place their bets. However, the crowd paid him little mind, their attention primarily fixed on Tang Yu. Some factions with grievances against him even hoped for his demise by lightning. The woman clad in purple furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of concern crossing her features. "As an old acquaintance, cannot I reveal myself upon sensing your presence?" The voice of the Great Tao whispered softly to Tang Yu. He chuckled dismissively, retorting, "Old acquaintance? Aren't all beings in the myriad realms your acquaintances? Of course, we share a more intimate familiarity." Pausing, he continued, "Your appearance this time. Does it imply you wish to usurp my essence? I have no opportunity left." The Great Tao spoke. "You need not harbor any concerns. I merely sensed your presence and manifested to meet you. As you mentioned, we are indeed somewhat familiar with each other. However, I perceive a lingering hostility from you." The Great Tao continued, "Humph. Were it anyone else who dared to treat me with such disrespect, I would likely annihilate them without hesitation. Tang Yu firmly believed this to be true. For the great Tao, it would be a trivial matter. I bear you no malice, only caution, Tang Yu replied candidly. Furthermore, I sense that you may not be the strongest. At least in my estimation, there are others who surpass you. Xiaoling should be no weaker than the great Tao. As for that figure in black, he is undoubtedly more formidable, capable of destroying the great Tao, perhaps. I suspect Xiaoling is not inferior to you. Tang Yu chuckled lightly before becoming serious. Yet, what terrifying entities do they confront in their battles beyond this realm? I have always been unaware of the nature of their formidable foes, but I can only assume they are extraordinarily fearsome, possibly even stronger than the great Tao itself. The great Tao merely serves to maintain the balance of the myriad realms. If the heavenly Tao is a creation, might the great Tao not also be one? The great Tao remarked, the great Tao is not the ultimate. There exist beings of absolute strength beyond it. Whether you know of these matters or not bears little relevance to you, for you are inherently weak. Why do they venture into battles beyond this realm while you do not? Tang Yu inquired. I am but a part of this realm and cannot fully detach myself from it. Thus, even when I entered the world of the heavenly Tao, it was merely a fragment of my essence, the great Tao explained. Moreover, there are some terrifying adversaries that even I cannot confront. All I can do is strive to maintain the tranquility of this realm. Yet it seems I cannot uphold it for much longer. Chaos is rampant. The celestial demons lie in wait, and formidable enemies from beyond loom. The great Tao continued, some even scheme against me. However, in my view, they are but frogs at the bottom of a well. Even those like myself, like the azure sky or the red-clad woman, are not our true selves. Each person bears their own burdens. When the day comes that you are strong enough to alter everything, you will naturally understand. As thunder roared all around, it never drew near Tang Yu's form, instead striking the ground beside him. Tang Yu seemed to grasp something. In years past, when he and the great Tao's souls intertwined, he unknowingly absorbed the essence of the great Tao. Though the heavenly tribulation descended upon him, it was a natural law. Yet it could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Tang Yu. In fact, it seemed to retreat from him. If you find yourself bored or wish to converse, feel free to visit me at the great Tao's palace, the great Tao offered. Now I realize that what appears to be high above, governing all, having witnessed the tides of time and the cycles of existence, is merely an isolating solitude, for through you, I perceive the joys and sorrows of humanity. Though I regard all of this as fundamentally illusory, such feelings evoke a sense of nostalgia within me. From the exuberance you have experienced, one cannot help but feel a tinge of solitude. Tang Yu, you are the first person to capture my attention in such a manner. The sound of the great Tao gradually faded away, while the cacophony surrounding us persisted. Aware that the heavenly tribulation posed no threat to him, Tang Yu became utterly indifferent, harboring no worries whatsoever. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he waved his hand and conjured a bed, reclining upon it in preparation for rest. After all, there was still a second trial to endure, and the exertion of continuously unleashing spells could be quite exhausting. A brief respite was warranted. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Amidst the thunderous roars of lightning, Tang Yu lay on the bed, eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. What could this possibly mean? Was the heavenly tribulation still brewing? This period of brewing seemed excessively prolonged. Was Tang Yu truly asleep? Chapter 951. Approaching the summit, the crowd was astonished. The sky was alive with the resounding thunder of lightning, yet Tang Yu reclined within it, unaffected. As each bolt struck nearby, while the concept of heavenly tribulation was familiar to them, such an unusual manifestation had never been witnessed before. What was even more astonishing was Tang Yu's nonchalance as he lay there, peacefully asleep. The lecherous old man chuckled heartily. This lad certainly knows how to show off. I quite like him. Hearing his words, some individuals couldn't help but twitch their lips. This old rascal had wreaked havoc across the realms, employing deceit and trickery. Even the heavenly gate had fallen victim to his schemes on several occasions. It was said that Tang Yu was equally shameless, having unearthed the ancestral graves of the Cheng clan, compelling their sons to refer to their fathers as brother. An old scoundrel paired with a young scamp, if that were the case. It was indeed terrifying. The primary concern was that both of these miscreants possessed formidable abilities, particularly this old rascal, who had offended the entire universe yet remained alive. Was perplexing. Boom. The thunder continued to reverberate. Yet, within the tempest of lightning, Tang Yu remained in blissful slumber. The crowd collectively fell silent, utterly at a loss for words. Eventually, the storm clouds dissipated. Tang Yu yawned, stretched lazily, and sat up. The surrounding onlookers regarded him as though he were a creature of myth. When they faced their tribulations, they suffered grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Yet here was Tang Yu, who had napped through his tribulation and emerged unscathed, without even a wrinkle upon his garments. What could possibly explain this? Was it truly feasible to approach tribulation in such a manner? The lightning had simply vanished. The crowd remained bewildered, feeling that comparison was utterly disheartening. Even the elders of the celestial pavilion regarded Tang Yu with newfound curiosity. Seemingly sensing the crowd's bewilderment, Tang Yu remarked, "What is there to be astonished about? This is simply a matter of personal virtue. When one possesses good character, heaven will naturally show favor." The crowd took his words as mere nonsense. Among them, Wang Yi could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. The elder was rendered utterly speechless. After a considerable interval, everyone returned to the celestial pavilion, where the second trial continued unabated. Each individual resumed their original positions, persisting in their ascent. However, some keen observers noticed the emergence of fissures along the steps traversed by Tang Yu, as if they could shatter at any moment. Could it truly be that Tang Yu's strength had shattered the steps? Unthinkable. Not to mention him, even Ningfeng Yu would be incapable of such an act. The elders of the pavilion also recognized the anomaly. The steps exhibiting cracks had lost their forbidden enchantments. What could be the cause of this? The elder, perplexed, resolved to report the matter to the pavilion master. This scene did not escape the notice of Wang Yashuan, who, with concern, remarked, "Are we in trouble?" Tang Yu chuckled. "Why would we be? This has nothing to do with us. Such steps could not possibly be damaged by our innate powers. Am I correct?" Wang Yashuan nodded. "You are right. Wait, no, what do you mean by we? This is solely your affair. I have no connection to this matter." In an apparent attempt to distance herself from any potential blame from the celestial pavilion, Wang Yashuan hurriedly sought to absolve herself of any association. All right, it was me. But how does that concern me? I merely ascended, and the steps transformed like this." Tang Yu shrugged. "What is happening? I do not know." With a resounding crash, he struck the steps once more. Wang Yashuan's complexion paled. "You go. Must we continue like this? You are on the brink of utterly destroying this cloud sea rainbow bridge." If Tang Yu persisted in this manner, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle, but upon doing so, it seemed the entire cloud sea rainbow bridge would be irrevocably ruined. It remained a mystery how Tang Yu managed to dismantle the original forbidden enchantments. With each powerful strike, Tang Yu continued his assault, and the celestial phenomena began to shift once more, voraciously devouring the forbidden energies of the steps. Ningfeng Yu was nearing the summit, prompting an astonished exclamation from the crowd. He had ascended to the 98th step, mere inches from the final tier. Yet, his form wavered, resembling a fragile boat amidst a tempest. The onlookers held their breath. For should Ningfeng Yu falter at this critical juncture, he would surely be left despondent. The woman in purple managed to precariously reach the 90th step, now hesitant to advance further. The terrifying forces surrounding her surged, threatening to cast her down at any moment. Her violet garments fluttered eerily without wind. Countless spectators below were momentarily entranced by the spectacle. Nearby, a lecherous old man sat, having procured a flask of wine from unknown origins, sipping and occasionally smacking his lips in delight, seemingly savoring the wine's fragrance. "This girl is promising. She could bear sons," he muttered. Casting a glance at the woman in purple, the surrounding crowd kept their distance from him, as if evading a plague. For offending this ancient wretch could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Tang Yu relentlessly continued to bombard the steps. Wang Yashuan lowered his head in silence, overwhelmed by regret. Had he known, he would have withdrawn at once. Why had he become entangled with this madman? Tang Yu, already formidable in his own right, could face any threat from the immortal pavilion without much difficulty. But Wang Yashuan was not in the same position. With family and responsibilities, he could easily drag his clan into peril. Yet, having ascended to this point, he was reluctant to give up. The primary relief came from following Tang Yu, where he was required to exert no effort. In contrast, he observed others laboring intensely, seemingly exhausting themselves with every step. However, under Tang Yu's momentum, Wang Yashuan felt as if he were merely ascending a common staircase, expending no energy at all. The sight of the steps, marred by cracks, caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the staircase, only to be caught by a transformed crane below. It was the skeletal-looking middle-aged man who had ascended to the 86th step. Although he had fallen, his strength remained unquestionable. What was Tang Yu up to? Why did it seem as though he was effortlessly gliding through this ordeal? Confusion spread among the onlookers. A commanding presence surged forth as Ning Fengyu bellowed and forcefully lifted his foot, intent on climbing higher. Ning Fengyu is reaching for the summit, someone exclaimed, and all eyes were riveted upon him. Yet, his foot landed back where it began. Ning Fengyu staggered, nearly losing his balance and plummeting. With Wang Yashuan in tow, Tang Yu surged upward with relentless vigor, quickly reaching the 90th step, standing alongside the woman in purple. This particular step was peculiar. Even the slightest movement summoned an overwhelming aura, making it nearly impossible to ascend. The purple-clad woman remarked. Chapter 952. Preparing to strike. Tang Yu sensed this as well. However, for him, the greater the forbidden power on the staircase, the better. Thus, amidst the astonished gaze of the woman in purple, he continued to unleash a barrage of punches. Meanwhile, Wang Yashuan had cast his eyes downward, even furtively glancing back at the stairs behind him, now unrecognizable. He wondered if the immortal pavilion would come to collect debts later. The thought brought an almost overwhelming urge to weep. This brother, reckless and solitary, possessed great strength, but he was different. If the immortal pavilion sought retribution, Wang Yashuan could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences. Its futile, forcibly channeling power. The voice of the woman in purple abruptly halted, as she sensed that with each of Tang Yu's punches, the forbidden power upon the staircase seemed to diminish. At that moment, she also noticed something peculiar. The steps Tang Yu had traversed were riddled with cracks, as if they might shatter at any moment. Initially, she had looked down upon Tang Yu's efforts. After all, if she could not achieve such feats, how could he? Yet, the vivid scene unfolding before her was undeniable. The woman in purple gasped in astonishment. The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge was thus damaged by Tang Yu, eliciting a gaze of curiosity from those around him. What secrets might he possess? As Tang Yu continued to unleash his powerful fists, several individuals advanced once more, easily overcoming the obstacles. Meanwhile, Ning Fengyu remained steadfast upon the 98th step, seemingly unable to ascend any further. He was merely a step away, yet that final stride appeared insurmountable. Now, only 4 of them remained upon the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge. In stark contrast, Tang Yu surged forward with unwavering momentum, ascending with the grace of a soaring eagle. Ning Fengyu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had initially believed that Tang Yu's ascent to the 80th step would be his limit. Yet now, Tang Yu was steadily drawing nearer, with just 4 steps remaining to reach the 98th tier. The shock in the purple-clad woman's eyes intensified. Are you not afraid of retribution from the Celestial Pavilion for damaging the Cloud Sea steps? She asked, her concern palpable. Tang Yu responded with a light chuckle. Damage? I lack the ability to ruin this place. As for how it came to be in this state, I do not know. Hearing such shameless words, a hint of amusement flickered in the purple-clad woman's eyes. Meanwhile, Wang Yashuan maintained an air of serene composure. It is as it is. Whatever will be, he thought, recognizing that he was no longer needed in this situation. Thus, he retrieved a mirror to inspect his reflection, followed by several boxes of cosmetics. Determined to enhance his appearance and present himself in the most exquisite manner before the onlookers, he wished to demonstrate that there were indeed striking individuals among the celestial beings. Several women cast their gazes upon the group, yet in Wang Yashuan's perspective, all eyes were solely on him. He was accustomed to drawing attention wherever he went. Although at times, it could be quite exhausting. No one truly understood the burdens that accompanied being handsome. With a heavy sigh, Wang Yashuan even shook his head at some of the women below, conveying a clear message. Do not be enamored with me. I am merely a legend. Love me not, for it leads to no outcome. Nevertheless, the women remained undeterred, continuing to observe the group intently. You are correct. The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge cannot be damaged by your strength, the purple-clad woman remarked with a light laugh. Glancing at Ning Fengyu, she continued. There are only 3 spots available for this challenge, and it is evident that Ning Fengyu is trapped there, hesitant to make a bold move. Due to her association with Tang Yu, the purple-clad woman brimmed with confidence in their ascent. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. What realm is he in? How much weaker are you compared to him? I do not know, only that he is unfathomable. He must be in the primordial realm. Given that he has reached this height, she replied, casting a glance at Tang Yu. You cannot possibly be thinking. Wang Yashuan shivered involuntarily, shifting to the side, seemingly striving to feign ignorance of the two individuals. He continued to gaze into the mirror, though his eyes darted occasionally towards them. We three are quite perfect together. Are we not? Little Wang, what do you think? Tang Yu asked, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Wang Yashuan. Upon hearing this title, Wang Yashuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he stated emphatically, do not refer to me as Little Wang. It sounds rather unpleasant. After a pause, he sighed in frustration, adding, in truth, I have never found the surname Wang to be melodious. I have even contemplated changing it to something more appealing, discussing this notion with my father. Tang Yu, contemplating for a moment, remarked, that makes sense. Why not adopt my surname instead? The woman in purple looked at the two with exasperation. What time is it? Can we focus on something of importance? At such a critical juncture, the two appeared to be engaged in frivolity, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of their situation. Was this arrogance or apathy? Xiaoshuan, shall we proceed together into the third challenge? Tang Yu suggested, feeling somewhat acquainted with him. Wang Yashuan's demeanor grew serious, and with a hint of caution in his voice, he inquired, what do you mean by that? Look, Tang Yu gestured towards Ningfengyu ahead, who was trapped yet possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to break free. I do not wish to grant any advantage to Ningfengyu. Tang Yu turned to Wang Yashuan and continued, so, do you comprehend my intent? I do not. Wang Yashuan shook his head. I do not grasp your meaning. Nor do I wish to. What you choose to do is your affair. It does not concern me. Wang Yashuan's voice trembled slightly as he addressed them. Brother, sister, I recognize your formidable strength, undaunted by anyone. However, I have family and responsibilities. This is Ningfengyu we are discussing, the master of Yutian Gate. Do you wish for our Wang family to become extinct? But do you not dislike this surname? Tang Yu countered. You can consider it a change. Wang Yashuan inhaled deeply and stated earnestly, although I yearn to reach the pinnacle, I prioritize the safety of my family. Once Yutian Gate seeks retribution, I assure you, even if we were to shelter beneath the Phoenix City, we would still face annihilation. Thus, how you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. Please do not involve me. It bears no relevance to me. As he spoke, Wang Yashuan produced a folding fan, gently waving it, his gaze drifting elsewhere, signifying his unwillingness to engage further. He was well aware of Tang Yu's intentions. It was evident that before reaching the summit, Tang Yu aimed to eliminate Ningfengyu. Chapter 953. A young woman will naturally obey. One could not help but admire Tang Yu's audacity. After all, he was up against the entire Yutian Gate. Even those who had merely heard of Ningfengyu's name bowed in reverence. The thought of confronting him was utterly daunting. Yet, this brother of theirs intended to take down Ningfengyu. However, upon reflecting on Tang Yu's actions, which had already made him a foe of the heavens, Wang Yashuan felt a sense of acceptance. After all, Tang Yu had many enemies, and Yutian Gate had also taken action against him from the outset. Thus, for Tang Yu, it was of little consequence. What a disaster, Tang Yu scoffed. It is difficult to achieve great things. Tang Yu suddenly recalled the great achievers of yore. It was not that achieving greatness was difficult, but rather that he had to contemplate other matters. If it were just himself, he would have no fear. As he spoke, Wang Yu brushed his fingers across his own face, remarking that even if he had to sacrifice his handsome visage, it would be of little consequence. What use is your face? Tang Yu retorted with a hint of annoyance. However, there was some truth in this fellow's musings. After all, one must consider the family. He then turned his gaze to the woman in purple. You cannot tell me that you, too, fear the Yutian Gate? The woman in purple, her veil fluttering, smiled gently as she tidied a few errant strands of hair by her ear. Though the Mingyue Palace may possess limited strength, it should not be underestimated. Since young Master Tang possesses such refined interests, why not indulge in a little madness together? Her words bore an ambiguous tone, easily misconstrued by those unaware of the context. Wang Yu glanced sympathetically at Ningfengyu above. You're done for. Yet, a flicker of anticipation sparked within him, curious how these two would maneuver around Ningfengyu. However, he suspected the outcome would not be favorable. Contemplating this, Wang Yu felt a surge of admiration for his own cleverness. Fortunately, he had not encountered much conflict with Tang Yu from the start. Otherwise, his situation might have been dire. Truly, the palace master of Mingyue Palace was impressive. Tang Yu gave her a thumbs up. Yet, her every smile and frown struck him as familiar. He was certain he had met this woman in purple before, though logically, someone of her stature would be unforgettable. This uncertainty gnawed at him. The young lady felt somewhat uncomfortable at his words. The woman in purple chuckled lightly, saying, "If you are willing to reside in Mingyue Palace, I would gladly relinquish the position of palace master." Tang Yu hastily waved his hands. "Do not jest about such matters." The woman in purple replied, "I would never jest in such a manner. If it pleases you, it can be granted." He found it difficult to discern the truth in her words. Moreover, Tang Yu had little interest in such powers. Laughing lightly, he suggested, "Let us first focus on the matters at hand." The woman in purple playfully shot him a glance. "I am but a woman. Whatever grand matters you wish to discuss, I shall heed without question." Her words sent a shiver down Tang Yu's spine. He could not fathom why this woman in purple seemed to regard him with such elevated esteem. "Palace master, please refrain from speaking this way. It makes me feel quite uncomfortable." He feigned a shiver, subtly clarifying their relationship. "What is there to worry about? What I speak of is merely what resides in my heart," the woman in purple softly replied. "If you desire, all that belongs to Mingyue Palace shall be yours, including myself." The term myself quickened Tang Yu's heartbeat. Maintaining his composure, he continued to assess her with a measured gaze. "Alas, I am but a solitary figure, laden with numerous enemies. I am unworthy of the palace master's favor. Why should it matter? If the young master is willing, what harm is there in facing the myriad heavens?" The woman in purple chuckled softly. Tang Yu shook his head, saying, "Let us focus on the matter at hand." He cast a glance at Ning Fengyu, who remained motionless on the 98th step, seemingly enveloped by an invisible aura. Yet at this moment, Ning Fengyu dared not make a rash move. The terrifying atmosphere around him continued to surge. More alarming was the final step right before his eyes, appearing so vividly real. Yet he felt a disorienting sense of spatial distortion. Taking that step was far from a trivial endeavor. "The young master may decide how to proceed, and I shall comply," the woman in purple remarked with a gentle smile. "As long as the young master is willing, even if it means contending against the entire heavens, what does it matter?" Tang Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "No. How did we come back to this? What I meant to say is that we should find a solution to the current situation." Wang Yisun held a mirror, her eyes darting about. Sensing Tang Yu's gaze upon her, she quickly composed herself, touching her face as if to massage her skin. "The young master may decide these matters," the woman in purple reiterated. Tang Yu was left speechless, taking a deep breath. "I don't need either of you. I will handle this myself." One was unwilling to interfere, while the other insisted on making all the decisions. How could this be resolved? The woman in purple laughed lightly. "What the young master desires is merely to push Ning Fengyu off the step. However, Ning Fengyu's depths are unfathomable, and coupled with the power of the step itself, any hasty action may even affect us, though the young master would be exempt." Tang Yu had surged forward, and the taboo techniques of the steps could not restrain him. "I see that Ning Fengyu does not dare to act recklessly," the woman in purple stated. "While I may not be his match, I possess the absolute strength to bring him down with me." "That won't do," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head in refusal. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly smiled. "Do you think Ning Fengyu is currently using his own power to resist the force of the steps? Isn't that obvious?" came the reply. "Otherwise, he would have fallen long ago." Noting the silence from the two, Tang Yu grew disinterested in further explanation and swung his fist toward the air. He made his way directly to the 97th step, where the taboo power was consumed by the celestial phenomenon. Tang Yu boldly sat down on the step. "Aren't you tired? Let's take a moment to rest." Above, Ning Fengyu's lips twitched slightly. He exerted all his strength to resist the force, not daring to move. While these three individuals seemed to nonchalantly settle down for a respite, it was infuriating. What was going on? He had felt the terrifying power on the steps. Yet these people appeared utterly composed, as if sitting on an ordinary staircase. Ning Fengyu found himself somewhat bewildered. Chapter 954. They remained motionless. Observing Tang Yu's sly grin, Wang Yashuan shivered. It became evident to him that Tang Yu intended to prolong the situation, dragging Ning Fengyu to the brink of endurance, only to strike when they were most vulnerable. One had to admire Tang Yu's cunning. He neither wished to afford Ning Fengyu an advantage nor possessed a definitive method to confront him. Thus, the strategy was to prolong the contest, to see who could endure the longest. Their power on the staircase had been shattered by Tang Yu, while Ning Fengyu was constantly compelled to resist the terrifying force of the staircase with his own magical energy, daring not to act recklessly. As time passed, it was clear that Ningfeng Yu would not be able to sustain this strain indefinitely. Surrounding onlookers were in a state of astonishment. What was happening? Why was everyone frozen in place? Moreover, the demeanor of Tang Yu and his companions suggested they were at ease, even indulging in food and wine, casually enjoying themselves on the steps. Wang Yashuan, conscious of her image, refrained from eating in such a public setting. The veiled woman in purple evidently wished to conceal her appearance, thus remained motionless as well. Only Tang Yu feasted heartily, occasionally taking swigs of wine. Gazing at the roasted leg of lamb in his hands, Tang Yu was abruptly reminded of his past with Li Qian. The memories of their raucous drinking sessions brought a fleeting smile to his face. Regardless of sorrow or joy, in the end, reminiscing only evokes nostalgia and longing. What was occurring? Why was no one moving? How much longer must they wait? Some began to feel anxious. The standoff left little for them to observe. The excitement had dwindled. In the context of the Immortal Pavilion Conference, their inaction seemed to stall the proceedings. The lecherous old man lay nearby, snoring soundly, indifferent to the chaos around him. Wang Tian, Wang Yashuan's father, felt weary, managing the crowd that surrounded him, who undeniably praised Wang Yashuan. This filled him with immense joy. His son had grown up, bringing pride to his father. The last time he had returned alive from the empty city, it had caused quite a stir. Now, having ascended the 97th step of the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge, Wang Tian felt gratified even if his son were to fall. With such a son, what more could a father desire? The elder of the Immortal Pavilion could no longer watch in silence and spoke up. There is but one incense stick's worth of time remaining. Should you remain idle, it shall be deemed a failure. The Immortal Pavilion Conference has yet to commence, and with everyone present, we cannot afford to endure this drawn-out stalemate. The crowd nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to take action. If they remained stagnant for 3 to 5 years, would the conference ever take place? No one had the luxury of time to waste in this manner. Wang Yashuan cast a glance at Tang Yu, regarding him as an inconsequential figure, indifferent to the developments. The woman in purple glanced at Tang Yu, who appeared to be in a deep slumber with his eyes closed, yet a faint smile lingered in her gaze. Their calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to Ningfeng Yu, who found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Having come so close to the pinnacle, he was resolute in his determination to ascend. It was akin to a friend sharing a colorful film that loaded to 99% only to suddenly lose connection. If it had only loaded a mere 1%, it would have been of little consequence. However, being merely one step away from success, only to falter at the last moment, was utterly disheartening. Ningfeng Yu focused his mind, allowing a subtle surge of energy to flow through him. The ethereal bell above resonated with a series of clear, ringing sounds, thud, thud, each echoing within the hearts of the onlookers. They understood that Ningfeng Yu was preparing for a decisive gamble to reach the summit. The outcome hinged upon this singular moment, and the crowd grew tense with anticipation. Observing Tang Yu and his companions, they seemed utterly unfazed. Had they resigned themselves to defeat, or had they reached their limits? Too apprehensive to take further action on this precarious ladder? Yet, that seemed improbable. They had just settled down nonchalantly, appearing entirely devoid of pressure. Perhaps it was the forbidden arts at play that compelled them to sit. Tang Yu looked as though he might drift into slumber, a clear indication of the forbidden spell's influence. Otherwise, how could one possibly sleep amidst such tension? Moreover, he was a master of the chaotic realm. Was it conceivable that he could fall into such a reckless slumber? Absolutely not. Thus, many surmised that Tang Yu had been ensnared by the forbidden arts, leading to his exhaustion and subsequent sleep. In essence, it seemed that hope had all but evaporated for Tang Yu and his party. If my conjecture held any merit, he had likely succumbed to the spell's allure, hence his current state of repose. Indeed, this appeared to be the case. A peculiar sound escaped the woman in purple as she hastily lowered her head. The leader of the Mingyue Palace was also on the verge of slumber. Initially, one might have considered her a rival to Ningfeng Yu, but now it seemed those around her were speaking of nonsense. Wang Yashuan rolled her eyes in silent exasperation. Sleep? What nonsense? What are the forbidden arts? Gazing at the cracked steps below, Wang Yashuan felt a twinge of concern. Could they withstand the weight of their group? Would they suddenly shatter and send them plummeting? What was happening with Wang Yashuan? Why was he unaffected? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the unfolding events. Even as the woman in purple and Tang Yu succumbed to sleep, Wang Yashuan maintained an impressive stance, rhythmically fanning himself with his folding fan. Perhaps those of differing cultivation levels experience the forbidden arts in distinct ways. Upon hearing your words, it is indeed reasonable. It is said that within the sea of suffering, ordinary individuals can traverse it with ease, while those of higher magical prowess find it increasingly arduous. It appears that the forbidden arts on this ladder may also follow suit, with their potency intensifying against those of greater magical capability. How enlightening! This indeed seems plausible. The crowd around them wore expressions of sudden comprehension. In truth, many among them were utterly clueless, even unaware of the sea of suffering's location. Yet, as others spoke, they nodded in agreement, some unable to restrain their own false displays of enlightenment. They were, in fact, completely oblivious. For instance, at this moment, Tang Yu and his companions felt no pressure of thought, yet some insisted on offering forced explanations. Even if Tang Yu were to later declare that he had genuinely fallen asleep, oblivious to any forbidden arts, it is likely that no one would believe him. Upon hearing the crowd's interpretations below, the woman in purple seemed to struggle to suppress her laughter, while Wang Yashuan silently rolled her eyes once more, maintaining her striking demeanor. In the 955th chapter, Descending the Ladder, Wang Yashuan consistently presented her unparalleled grace before the audience. She did not wish to be so captivating. Yet fate had other plans. At times, being handsome was quite exhausting, much like now, with numerous women fixated upon him. Alas, he could only wound the hearts of some fair maidens. It was indeed a misfortune. Reflecting on this, Wang Yashuan could not help but sigh. A terrifying wave emanated from Ning Fengyun, accompanied by a thunderous resonance. The sound reverberated, echoing with a deep tone that radiated waves, cascading towards the ladder. He channeled his entire magical essence, striving to forcibly carve a breach. In truth, this segment of the ladder was within his capability to breach. Yet the subsequent segment remained shrouded in mystery, elusive and impossible to navigate with certainty. Regardless, Ning Fengyun was resolute in his ascent. He had decided to gamble everything. The surrounding forbidden power of the ladder surged ominously as Ning Fengyun stepped forward. At that moment, Tang Yu suddenly rose. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Fengyun was captivated by the ladder, with his defenses lowered, Tang Yu unleashed a powerful punch. The timing was impeccably precise. Just as Ning Fengyun broke through the breach of the ladder, intending to ascend, his focus was entirely consumed by the ascent, leaving him defenseless. What was Tang Yu planning? Did he intend to eliminate Ning Fengyun at this juncture? Such a notion seemed implausible. His strength could hardly rival Ning Fengyun's, and moreover, the Celestial Pavilion Assembly prohibited any acts of murder. Who had just mentioned that Tang Yu was ensnared by the forbidden arts of the ladder, falling into slumber. What then was unfolding now? This youth was evidently attentive to Ning Fengyun's every move. Otherwise, how could he have so aptly seized the moment? As the storm of conflict subsided, Ning Fengyu resolutely sought to ascend the steps before him. Who could have anticipated that Tang Yu would suddenly strike from behind with a powerful punch? Even if he managed to ascend the 99 steps, that single blow from Tang Yu would send him tumbling down, and he found himself utterly incapable of advancing. Should he attempt to turn and absorb Tang Yu's punch, it was likely he would be unable to withstand the forbidden techniques of the stairs, resulting in his inevitable descent. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Some regarded Tang Yu's sudden ambush with disdain, while others expressed understanding. Recognizing that Tang Yu had become the enemy of all realms and bore a long-standing grudge against their Yutian sect, regardless of the outcome, it seemed evident to all that Ning Fengyu's fall from grace was assured. His best course of action would be to turn and meet Tang Yu's punch, hoping to bring them both down together in a clash of power. Ning Fengyu, acutely aware of the impending blow, abruptly turned to face Tang Yu. In that moment, Tang Yu perceived the hatred burning in his eyes, a sensation that felt as cold as ice. Even Ning Fengyu himself had not anticipated Tang Yu's sudden aggression. Indeed, as others had remarked, he found himself bereft of any viable response. No matter what, his descent down the steps appeared inescapable. Should he endure Tang Yu's strike, he would undoubtedly be sent reeling. Conversely, if he attempted to absorb the blow, the forbidden techniques of the stairs would similarly cast him down. In the meantime, a flicker of shock passed through the eyes of the woman in the purple robe. Though she had sensed that Tang Yu was plotting something, she had not expected him to unleash such a fierce direct attack on Ning Fengyu. Wang Yashuan gaped in awe, her gaze filled with admiration for Tang Yu. This brother was risking everything. It was inevitable that the Yu Tian sect would seek retribution. After all, if Ning Fengyu were to reach the pinnacle, his prestige would undoubtedly soar. Surmounting all trials would bring immense benefits, both to his own path and to the Yu Tian sect. Yet with Tang Yu's punch, all of that was obliterated. He might even suffer an irreparable loss of face, teetering on the brink of failure as Tang Yu's strike sent him crashing down the steps. Was this not a cruel jest? Ning Fengyun suddenly pivoted, unleashing a formidable aura from the Lin Yu bell. It was evident he intended to drag Tang Yu down with him. His animosity toward Tang Yu was palpable. He vowed that the Yu Tian sect would never let him go. A thunderous surge of power erupted. Simultaneously, as Ning Fengyun braced himself against Tang Yu's punch, he too was swept away by the forbidden techniques of the stairs. With a fierce glare, he bellowed, "Tang Yu, the Yu Tian sect will not rest until we settle this." Below, a white crane materialized, cradling Ning Fengyu's body as he joined the throng below. His countenance a mask of terror. Tang Yu staggered, and under the weight of this force, Wang Yashuan found herself uncontrollably plummeting downward. Tang Yu's arm transformed into a chain, binding itself around his waist, while an overwhelming aura continued to emanate from him. This was a strike delivered with all his might. And Ning Fengyu's hasty counterattack was largely bolstered by the power of the Lin Yu bell. His body seemed to retreat uncontrollably, and Tang Yu offered a bitter smile. It was over. Suddenly, a pink ribbon, almost like gossamer, entwined around his waist. The woman in purple exerted force, pulling him up along with Wang Yashuan. The onlookers watched with bated breath, and only when Tang Yu and Wang Yashuan stabilized themselves on the steps did they awaken from their stupor. Turning their gazes towards Ning Fengyu, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Ning Fengyu's mouth, revealing his unmasked anger and resentment. He had initially believed he could bring Tang Yu down, but he had not anticipated that Tang Yu would regain his footing once more. However, what did it matter? The terrifying force on the 98th step required him to exert all his strength to manage. He could not fathom how Tang Yu and the others could possibly surpass this threshold. What a disgrace! The lecherous old man scoffed. Look at your conduct. How can you not accept defeat? With such behavior, how can you even be the leader of a sect? Frankly, I hold you in contempt. Your face is as red as liver from rage, yet you dare to threaten others. TSK, do you think that because you belong to the Yu Tian sect, you can run rampant across the realms? Indeed, the Yu Tian sect does act with impunity, wielding their power shamelessly. I feel embarrassed for you on some occasions. And look at your demeanor. If you fall, it is due to your own inadequacies, yet you still wish to take revenge? TSK. It's south not my place to say, but little Ning, your grace and composure are lacking. You should learn from the elders of the immortal pavilion, who remain tranquil and detached, exuding an aura of refinement. And you? Presumptuous as the leader of a sect, I hardly wish to comment further. Ning Fengyu's mouth twitched again. If he could, he would have relished the opportunity to slap this old fool into silence. The crowd's gaze towards Ning Fengyu shifted slightly, as it was indeed unbecoming for a sect leader to display such demeanor. Of course, Tang Yu's actions were similarly questionable. However, to directly threaten Tang Yu in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. At the very least, one should not exhibit such behavior regardless of their dissatisfaction. Sensing the scrutiny of others, Ning Fengyu's expression grew even colder, prompting the crowd to lower their heads or direct their attention to Tang Yu and the others on the steps. Now, only the three of them remained. Wang Tian clenched his fists nervously, his eyes filled with concern for Wang Yashuan. Whether it was fear or excitement, his body trembled slightly. Regardless of the outcome, Wang Yashuan had already brought honor to their name. Countless experts and sect leaders had fallen, yet Wang Yashuan had risen to the occasion. Even if she were to fall now, Wang Tian would feel a sense of pride. He had made his decision. As soon as the conference concludes and we return to our family, we shall pay our respects to our ancestors, expressing gratitude for their blessings upon our descendants. At last, we have proven ourselves worthy. On the staircase, Tang Yu steadied himself, feeling a lingering unease as he cast a glance at the woman in purple. She smiled faintly, saying, "Without you, we would not have ascended, so there is no need for thanks." After a pause, she continued, "However, for the sake of the young master, I am willing to do anything." Even she did not anticipate Tang Yu's audacity in suddenly attacking Ning Fengyu. Yet, she could not help but admire his meticulousness. He had seized the moment with remarkable precision. While he may have appeared somewhat disheveled, he was, in fact, calculating every move. Even when standing still, He remained in control of the situation. He understood that the people from the immortal pavilion would not allow them to remain idle for long, as doing so would hinder the proceedings of the conference. Moreover, even if they were to expend their energies, it would ultimately be Ning Fengyu who would bear the brunt of it. Sure enough, the elder from the immortal pavilion soon emerged to announce the time limit. Though Tang Yu seemed unmoving, he secretly rejoiced, for only one step remained. Ning Fengyu, regardless of the circumstances, would have to ascend and could not easily concede. From that moment on, he was likely watching Ning Fengyu closely, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The woman in purple cast a sympathetic glance at Ning Fengyu. While Tang Yu displayed a seemingly carefree demeanor, he had meticulously planned every detail. One could say Ning Fengyu's fall was not unjust, for no one would expect Tang Yu to act so suddenly, especially under the watchful eyes of the immortal pavilion elders. However, the conference had merely stated that no one would be harmed fatally and guaranteed personal safety, without prohibiting combat. The immortal pavilion would surely be displeased by Tang Yu's abrupt actions, yet they would find themselves powerless to intervene. Would they confront him? He would likely respond with fervent justification, perhaps even portraying himself as the victim. Given Tang Yu's past behavior, this seemed quite plausible. Wang Yashuan broke into a cold sweat, realizing how narrowly he had avoided falling. He cast a grateful glance at Tang Yu. No need for thanks, but perhaps you could offer something more tangible. Like a magical artifact, Tang Yu suggested. For instance, that mirror of yours looks rather appealing. Upon hearing this, Wang Yashuan hastily tucked the mirror away, declaring, "You can forget about my mirror. Although the Mingyue Palace may not be prestigious, it possesses its fair share of magical treasures. If the young master desires." Tang Yu waved his hand, quickly interrupting the woman in purple. "I was merely speaking casually. For someone at my level of cultivation, such artifacts hold little significance. Even the most extraordinary treasures would be of no use against my invincible fist." This proclamation left the two in utter bewilderment. His words were imbued with righteousness and unparalleled bravado, yet when they reflected on his previous actions, they found themselves speechless. They glanced up at the 98th step of the staircase. Tang Yu boldly stepped forward, and in a turn of events that Wang Yashuan and the others had anticipated, he struck again. All eyes were on Tang Yu. At that moment, Ning Fengyu dared not act rashly on the staircase. How could Tang Yu still strike? Was it conceivable that he surpassed Ning Fengyu? Such a notion was utterly implausible. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ning Fengyu's eyes. No one understood the terrifying force upon the staircase better than he did. Even the slightest movement could summon a tempest of power from all directions, sufficient to send anyone tumbling down. Yet, what was the meaning of Tang Yu's actions? Did he possess some hidden trump card? Even the elders of the immortal pavilion regarded Tang Yu with a glimmer of curiosity. The Yunhai Hongqiao was their pavilion's most treasured artifact, and they were acutely aware of the formidable energies it harbored. However, here was Tang Yu, a mere being of the chaos realm, who could still unleash his might. Moreover, he appeared to do so with remarkable ease. This young man was indeed peculiar. The most distinguished genius of the sect, Mu Qingfeng, had only ascended to the 95th step, causing an uproar within the entire immortal pavilion. Yet Tang Yu, who was a realm below Mu Qingfeng, had already reached the 98th step, and from his demeanor, it seemed he genuinely stood a chance of reaching the pinnacle. Mu Qingfeng was already regarded as an exceedingly rare prodigy across the realms. Some even claimed that during the chaos of the realms, he alone embodied hope, having been born under auspicious omens that reverberated throughout the universe. However, in comparison to Tang Yu, it appeared that Mu Qingfeng was somewhat lacking. Tang Yu might very well become Mu Qingfeng's greatest rival in life. The elders of the immortal pavilion gazed intently at Tang Yu's figure, their expressions deepening in contemplation. Not far off, Mu Qingfeng and several members of the immortal pavilion observed this scene, turning their heads towards him. Yet Mu Qingfeng maintained a faint smile. "Young master, how does this Tang Yu compare to you?" Someone ventured to inquire. Mu Qingfeng replied with a calm smile. "Given his current strength, I could defeat him in 3 moves. Considering he is a realm below me." He paused thoughtfully. "If we were of the same realm, I would still possess enough confidence to overcome him." News of Tang Yu's exploits had spread throughout the realms, and naturally, the immortal pavilion was well aware. The notion of transcending the boundaries of the Tao was something Mu Qingfeng believed he could also achieve, especially since he was a realm above Tang Yu. This single realm represented an insurmountable chasm. Though Tang Yu was undeniably formidable, even astonishing at this moment, Mu Qingfeng perceived him as still insignificant. Yet how had he managed to ascend so high? Mu Qingfeng scrutinized Tang Yu closely and shook his head, saying, I do not know. Perhaps he possesses some artifact that temporarily suppresses the prohibitions of the staircase, allowing him to surge upward with such momentum. Chapter 957, The Final Step. This was perhaps the only plausible explanation. Tang Yu must possess other artifacts that contain the staircase's power. Otherwise, how could he have reached such heights? When even Ningfengyu dared not act recklessly. Yet here was Tang Yu, seemingly unperturbed, launching his fists against the staircase's force. The power on the staircase seemed to be devoured by an invisible force, leading Mu Qingfeng to suspect that there were other treasures in Tang Yu's possession. Yet, he was unaware that this was indeed Tang Yu's essence. The power on the staircase had been consumed by the celestial phenomena. It could be said that this ascent to the rainbow bridge of the cloud sea had brought immense gains to Tang Yu. Not only did he break through to the chaotic realm, but even the celestial phenomena grew stronger, undergoing a transformation once more. As Tang Yu came to a halt, he cast a glance at the woman in purple and Wang Yaxuan. The two had effortlessly ascended. Wang Yaxuan, in particular, made a grand leap, causing the onlookers' eyes to nearly bulge in disbelief. Was it truly this simple, this effortless? Why did everything feel so surreal? Master Ning, are the 98 steps truly this easy? Someone could not help but inquire. Ningfengyu's lips twitched involuntarily. What did that imply? Did they think the master possessed weak cultivation? Humph. I too am baffled by their ease. Yet the terrifying power on the staircase dares not be trifled with. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fall. Ningfengyu remarked with a snort. It was indeed peculiar. Why did Tang Yu appear so relaxed, as if it were a jest? The woman in purple glanced downward. Chuckling softly, it seems they are looking at us as if we are monsters. Brother Yu, no need for words, just gratitude, Wang Yaxuan exclaimed with palpable excitement. He was on the verge of reaching the summit. Indeed, he was a being of both wisdom and beauty. Following Tang Yu meant sharing in the spoils. He was determined to maintain a good relationship with Tang Yu. Wang Yaxuan believed he understood him somewhat. Though he could be unscrupulous towards enemies, he was quite amiable towards friends. For instance, it was Tang Yu who had saved him from nearly falling just moments ago. This man was reliable, someone worth befriending. Get lost. I've already said, if you wish to express gratitude, material treasures would be far more practical. Tang Yu cursed under his breath. Gazing at the final step of the staircase, he too found it difficult to discern. He dared not step forward recklessly, as the endless distortion of time and space left one dizzy. It was impossible to distinguish where the staircase lay or where his feet would land. Such relations we share. Discussing this is rather formal. Wang Yaxuan fanned himself again, filled with confidence. After all, he had ascended so many steps. Only the last remained, which Tang Yu could easily shatter. Go for it, smash it. Seeing Tang Yu remain still, Wang Yaxuan urged him in confusion. The woman in purple huffed. Just look for yourself. Upon merely glancing, Wang Yaxuan felt a dizzying sensation and nearly fell. No wonder Tang Yu had hesitated to ascend. It was because there was no way to step forward, unable to grasp the exact position of the final step. As long as he could find the footing to step up, it would be a matter of continuing the assault. The power of space and time. The woman in purple suddenly remarked. Tang Yu, harboring the strength of multiple laws, sensed it as well, yet he felt a vague confusion. It appears to be the force of space-time, yet it seems different, resembling the power of another realm. What, then, are time and space? Tang Yu muttered to himself in bewilderment. You possess these laws, yet you question us? Nevertheless, the woman clad in purple responded, since ancient times, you represent space, while Zhou signifies time. After a brief pause, she continued, when the universe and time intertwine and coexist, a balance is achieved, giving rise to the time and space of the realms we inhabit. Should they fail to merge, or if conflict arises, the very fabric of space would shatter, and without space, time cannot be perceived. She cast a glance at Tang Yu. The definition of Zhou is our sensation, or perhaps it is defined by our perception of time. Wang Yaxuan appeared somewhat perplexed. He struggled to comprehend her words, but ventured, it must pertain to natural laws, right? The sunrise and sunset, the changing of the seasons. Aren't these manifestations of time? Like many mortals, is it time that ages them? I believe it is their inherent functions that evolve, leading to aging, akin to a flower. The seed takes root, sprouts, blossoms, bears fruit, and ultimately withers. I perceive time as a sensation of the self rather than an absolute definition. Wang Yashuan shook his head. Such profound inquiries delve into the realms of my ignorance. Please refrain from questioning me further. As he gazed at the final step, Tang Yu stood still, lost in contemplation. If time were to freeze, a flower would no longer age, the woman in purple remarked. Yet, what is frozen is merely that moment. They can all achieve this, allowing a flower to bloom perpetually. But does this truly equate to the stasis of time? Perhaps for a flower, yes. However, being fixed in that moment means it possesses neither a future nor infinite possibilities. Ultimately, all await aging and decay. Yet the experiences along the way differ. Time, the future, infinite possibilities. Tang Yu's eyes brightened. It is precisely because of the passage of time and the uncertainties of the future that boundless possibilities arise. What's going on? Can't we ascend? Observing their expressions, it was evident they were unable to proceed further. They had anticipated reaching the pinnacle. The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge truly lives up to its name, someone muttered softly. I heard the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge once belonged to the Chaos Clan, but after their annihilation, it was perceived by the Immortal Pavilion. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, the individual quickly fell silent. Even the elder from the Immortal Pavilion cast a cold glance his way, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He regretted his impulsiveness, realizing he had spoken too openly about matters that were generally known. Was he not akin to a dung beetle seeking its demise? Indeed, it was formerly of the Chaos Clan. An incongruous voice suddenly interjected. To dare speak so brazenly about these matters, only a lecherous old man would do so. The elderly figure, clutching a wine bottle, spoke with bleary eyes. This is common knowledge. What of it? Are you unaware? If you are, come forth, and I shall enlighten you for free. Those who were once closer to him instinctively stepped aside, as if to distance themselves. What are you doing? Why are you standing so far from me? Do you think I would devour you? The lecherous old man belched and fished for his teeth with his hand, revealing a mouth full of yellowed molars, eliciting a sense of revulsion among the onlookers. Come, let me tell you a tale, for I am bored, and I shall entertain you at no cost. Chapter 958, The Conflict of Time and Space. Despite his words, who would dare listen? Did they still value their lives? The chaotic clan's demise had naturally led to some treasures falling into the hands of the Celestial Pavilion. While everyone was aware of this, none dared to speak out, for no one was as fearless as this lecherous old man. An elder from the Celestial Pavilion cast a cold glance at him, yet the old man feigned ignorance. Taking a sip of his drink, smacking his lips, and wiping his mouth, as though he were preparing to divulge secrets, the crowd instinctively moved even farther away. As if avoiding a plague, they gazed upward at Tang Yu and the others. Tang Yu remained motionless, seemingly lost in thought. However, to the onlookers, it was evident that he could not ascend any further, effectively blocked at this final step of the staircase. A sense of regret washed over the crowd, and they shook their heads. Yet, given Tang Yu's achievement in reaching this point, it was a source of pride. Surely, after this incident, Tang Yu would again make his name resonate across the realms. It was just that final step that was truly unfortunate. Nevertheless, having arrived at this stage was already commendable. Indeed, with his cultivation level reaching this height, even I could not help but feel admiration. They believed there was no hope for that last step. Even so, he had already surpassed countless others. Throughout history, only a handful had reached this level in the Celestial Pavilion's reporting conference. The woman in the purple attire remained composed, her gaze fixed upon Tang Yu, clearly awaiting his decision. As for Wang Ya, she had merely tagged along. Thus, he maintained his handsome demeanor, appearing contemplative, yet in reality, he was merely posing. Tang Yu stood motionless before the staircase, contemplating the disarray of time and the distortion of space. He dared not recklessly take that step, for a misstep could lead to his downfall. In truth, Tang Yu was not overly concerned about these matters. However, having come this far, with only the final step remaining, he would feel a sense of regret should he abandon it. More importantly, he yearned to discover what the third challenge entailed. The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge had brought him such wonder. Perhaps the third challenge would also hold unexpected surprises. Before him, the staircase appeared chaotic, with endless time and space flickering and alternating in a manner so swift that it was difficult to grasp. Is there no way? The woman in purple remarked. I cannot see through it. I am utterly unable to comprehend this part of the staircase. A single misstep could likely lead to a fall. After a brief pause, she continued, moreover, the terror of this final step far surpasses that of the previous ones. With a deep sigh, she remarked, The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge truly lives up to its name. It is no wonder that throughout history, only a handful have succeeded in reaching its summit. Suddenly, Tang Yu fixated his gaze unwaveringly upon the last step. Below, a stick of incense had already burned for a significant duration. Once the incense had fully extinguished, whether Tang Yu moved or remained still, it would signify his failure. To the onlookers, hope seemed utterly extinguished. Ningfengyu let out a subtle scoff. He had anticipated this outcome. Given his own struggle with the last step, how could he expect Tang Yu to fare any better? To ambush him with such underhanded tactics, believing oneself capable of reaching the pinnacle, was indeed a delusion. For Ningfengyu, there was no way he would let Tang Yu off the hook. If he were to endure this sneak attack without retaliation, he would become the laughingstock of the realms. How could he continue to exist in such a world? As time drew near, the sense of hopelessness became palpable, and someone began to shake their head in resignation. Indeed, it was evident that Tang Yu and his companions were at a loss. The lecherous old man cast a furtive glance at Tang Yu before closing his eyes. At that moment, a voice whispered in Tang Yu's ear. Can time's flow not be halted? Can the chaos of space not be grasped? This voice startled Tang Yu, prompting him to scan his surroundings, puzzled by the source of this communication. As you ascend the staircase, did you not realize that all taboos carry an ethereal power of time and space, and that the last step is the origin? The blood seal was bound by the forces of time and space. Its rupture diminished the might of the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge. However, this final step emanated the most formidable power, as each stair was a consequence of this source, making the ascent increasingly arduous. Tang Yu surveyed the area, inquiring, "Who are you?" Yet, the voice continued, seemingly oblivious to his question, "Since you possess the power of time and space, do you not understand that everything can be dictated by you?" The voice did not respond directly but continued, "If time flows, then let it be fixed. Can the distortions of space not be controlled? You claim to comprehend the essence of time and space, yet you still lack understanding." Gazing at the staircase before him, Tang Yu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He comprehended that the so-called distortions were mere illusions. The discrepancies in time and the lack of intersections in space had led to this scenario, just as the purple-clad woman had stated. The interplay of time and space birthed the realms in which they existed. If time and space were in conflict, it would inevitably lead to the disintegration of the very fabric of space. The staircase, seemingly dazzling and elusive, was actually a trick of time, its fluidity unmerged with space, resulting in this perplexity. With this realization, Tang Yu felt a profound enlightenment wash over him. He had already grasped some insights, yet had not fully articulated them until now. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Tang Yu bowed to his surroundings, fully aware that the person in question could undoubtedly hear him. He cast a glance at the incense below, now nearly extinguished. Yet for Tang Yu it sufficed. Wang Yashuan maintained a pose she deemed quite dashing. In his eyes, hope seemed lost. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for his ascent to this point had far exceeded everyone's expectations, including his own. The woman in purple exhibited a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of urgency. "Let us ascend." Tang Yu's sudden proclamation took the two by surprise, prompting them to turn their gazes toward him. Clearly, he had devised a solution. "You have a method?" The purple-clad woman inquired with a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Tang Yu nodded. "We can certainly ascend. It is, in fact, a rather straightforward issue. I merely had not considered it before." He turned to the woman in purple. "As you mentioned, the intertwining of time and space has shaped the realm we inhabit." The woman paused, then responded, "Are you suggesting that the conflict between time and space is the cause of this sensation, obscuring the traces of the steps?" Chapter 959. The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge shattered. Tang Yu nodded. "Indeed, it is precisely this conflict that renders it challenging for us to discern." Then, according to your theory, those who once reach the summit must possess an understanding of the laws of time and space. The woman in purple posited. "Not necessarily, but they must certainly grasp the laws of time," Tang Yu replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. He glanced at the two, extending his hand, and the essence of the time law surged forth. The atmosphere thickened with the breath of countless ages, palpable to all present. Some instinctively took a few steps back. This was the force of time, shifting and reversing. For those of lesser cultivation, merely brushing against this force could spell doom, crushing them beneath the weight of time's dominion. It was the mightiest of powers, unparalleled in its strength. Time's might may seem elusive, perhaps a mere construct of perception or human definition. Yet, it was vividly manifest in all who stood there. What was this? The power of the time law? What was Tang Yu attempting? Had he truly found a way? The lecherous old man languidly surveyed his surroundings, took a swig of wine, and sighed contentedly. He wiped his mouth, then, with a finger, dug at his yellowed teeth, dislodging a piece of tartar, which he curiously brought to his nose. The onlookers recoiled in disgust, some women feeling a wave of nausea rise within them, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit as they discreetly stepped back. Time enveloped them, shrouding the final step of the staircase. Tang Yu intertwined his understanding of the time law with the spatial transitions of the steps, rendering them vividly apparent. He glanced at the woman in purple and Wang Yashuan. Still not ascending? The two stepped forward in unison, climbing upward. The crowd gaped, disbelief etched across their faces as they witnessed this unprecedented ascent. They had reached the pinnacle. Wang Yashuan and the woman in purple have reached the summit. How is this possible? This is something that even Ning Fengyu could not achieve. What on earth is going on? The elders of the immortal pavilion looked on in astonishment, their expressions shifting as they resumed their stoic stances, gazing intently at the group from a distance. Nearby, Mu Qingfeng's expression sharpened, his aura trembling involuntarily. The others around him were equally taken aback. Turning their eyes towards Mu Qingfeng, young master, they have indeed reached the summit. Mu Qingfeng scrutinized Tang Yu closely and chuckled softly. So that is how it is. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Tang Yu, you are indeed extraordinary. The reason they could ascend was that Tang Yu had suppressed the power of the staircase. Otherwise, how could Wang Yashuan possibly have made it this far? It was evident to all that it was due to Tang Yu's influence. Wang Tian trembled with excitement, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His son had truly made him proud. Initially, he had thought Wang Yashuan was a hopeless case, merely preoccupied with trivial pursuits such as skincare to enhance her beauty. Yet now, she had reached the summit. His son had exceeded all expectations. He felt grateful for the immortal pavilion's gathering and for the blessings of their ancestors. You believe all of this is due to Tang Yu? Mu Qingfeng replied with a faint smile. Do you think Wang Yashuan could have reached the summit solely on her own strength? It is Tang Yu who facilitated this ascent. Although the woman in purple possesses slightly higher cultivation than Tang Yu, it is still thanks to him that they reached this height. Mu Qingfeng sighed leisurely. Perhaps he possesses some formidable treasure capable of rivaling the rainbow bridge of the Cloud Sea. Yet, in this final stretch, he utilized the laws of time to impose suppression. How precisely he accomplished this remains a mystery, even to me. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Yu slowly stepped forward, playfully waving his hand to the onlookers below. Approaching the doors ahead, he entered the central one, while the woman in purple and Wang Yashuan moved towards the left and right doors, respectively. The three doors began to rotate and gradually faded from view, leaving no doubt that they had passed the second trial. However, those below remained in a state of shock, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Ning Fengyu had initially believed that Tang Yu had no hope of success. Yet, witnessing his vanishing figure and triumphant wave was akin to a slap in the face. Simultaneously, his resentment towards Tang Yu grew ever more intense. If someone of Tang Yu's caliber could reach the summit, he felt confident he could have done so too, had it not been for Tang Yu's reckless sneak attack that had thwarted him. Contemplating this, Ning Fengyu's aura fluctuated violently, causing those around him to instinctively take a step back. Some could surmise the reason for his agitation. It was undoubtedly due to his unwillingness to accept defeat. Just one step away, he had fallen due to Tang Yu's ambush. Such a reality was unbearable for anyone to accept. The fact that he did not vomit blood on the spot was a testament to his composure. Truly, he was the leader of the Yutian sect, possessing remarkable resilience and fortitude. The lecherous old man yawned, chuckling as he remarked, I never expected Tang Yu to reach the pinnacle. Alas, my foresight was not misplaced. This lad is indeed extraordinary, far superior to certain others. Despite Ning Fengyu's cultivated demeanor, his gaze turned icy upon hearing these words, directing a glare at the lecherous elder. The insinuation was unmistakable, subtly suggesting that Ning Fengyu fell short compared to Tang Yu. Were it not for Tang Yu's ambush, Ning Fengyu was confident he would have ascended himself. What nonsense are you spouting, you old fool? Ning Fengyu retorted sharply, his aura shifting ominously. The lecherous old man yelped, leaping 3 feet into the air and scurrying behind the elders of the immortal pavilion, pointing at Ning Fengyu and exclaiming, he is going to kill me. Didn't he you promise to ensure the safety of every guest? I feel my personal safety is under threat, and I demand protection from the immortal pavilion. Pausing, the old man continued, do you not regard the immortal pavilion? You truly disregard its authority. After all, it was stated at the beginning of the grand gathering, and you are clearly in violation of that. This is a blatant affront to the immortal pavilion. He clasped his hands in front of the elders, pleading, for the sake of the immortal pavilion's event, for the honor of the pavilion, and for my own safety, I urge that Ningfengyu be stripped of his status as a guest. What absurdity! Yet, indeed, Ningfengyu was at fault. The immortal pavilion had laid down clear regulations, and it was only natural for Ningfengyu to struggle with his composure under such provocation. However, the old man's words unmistakably struck a blow to the pavilion's dignity. Just as the elders of the immortal pavilion were about to respond, a series of sharp, resonant sounds erupted. Crack. Bang. The crowd stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Before their eyes, the entire Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge began to collapse and disintegrate. Chapter 960. The Master of the Immortal Pavilion. The onlookers were utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Even the elders of the immortal pavilion wore expressions of utter astonishment. The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge had crumbled. How could this happen? This was the pavilion's treasured artifact, from which they had gleaned profound insights. Yet, it was now unmistakably fracturing before their eyes, crumbling into dust and scattering in the wind. The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge has collapsed, someone remarked, as if awakening from a dream. The crowd widened their eyes in shock, watching helplessly as the bridge turned to ash and slowly vanished. The elder of the immortal pavilion regained his composure, his figure flickering before disappearing from sight. The destruction of the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge was a grave matter. He needed to report this to the pavilion master. Not far away, Mu Qingfeng and others were equally stunned. Could it be that Tang Yu had damaged the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge? That thought flickered through Mu Qingfeng's mind, only to be dismissed with a shake of his head. Impossible. How could Tang Yu, with his cultivation, possibly harm the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge? Even his master, the pavilion master, could not achieve that, let alone Tang Yu. Yet, the Rainbow Bridge lay before them, shattered and vividly dissipating. What is the true nature of this situation? Could it be attributed to that single drop of blood? This seems to be the only plausible explanation. Even the members of the Celestial Pavilion are unaware of how this drop of blood became sealed here. However, it is certain that it is a remnant from a peerless powerhouse of ancient times. Although it has been sealed away, it still harbors unfathomable and terrifying power. The drop of blood has shattered its confines, consequently diminishing the strength of the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge. It is precisely for this reason that Tang Yu and his companions ascended the steps. Yet, the force of the seal also impacted the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge, leading to its collapse and destruction. This appears to be the sole explanation. Mu Qingfeng fell into contemplation, convinced that his analysis was sound. Not only he, but even the members of the Celestial Pavilion concurred. After all, the power of this drop of blood must be sufficient to damage the Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge. As for Tang Yu, they held no doubts. In their eyes, he still seemed quite feeble, incapable of wielding such strength. Thus, they naturally did not suspect him. Master, a grave situation has arisen. The Cloud Sea Rainbow Bridge has shattered, reported an elder of the Celestial Pavilion. Seated in front of him was a man who appeared to be around 50 years old, his skin rosy and his eyes glimmering with the essence of chaos and void, akin to twinkling stars. He was the pavilion master, Lung Tianqing. Lung Tianqing furrowed his brow before relaxing it, saying, I understand. His voice was calm, as if all events were anticipated by him. The elder cast a glance at him and continued, 3 individuals have reached the summit, Tang Yu, Wang Yashuan, and Yin Sixian. They have entered the 3rd trial. Without uttering a word, Lung Tianqing merely gestured for him to leave. The elder gave a slight bow and retreated. Upon reaching the doorway, he heard Lung Tianqing remark, Tang Yu? He is indeed quite unexpected. This young man possesses remarkable talent. The elder added, if he truly matures, he may contend with Qingfeng. The potential of Tang Yu was not lost on the elder. After all, he had ascended to the peak even at the chaotic realm. As for Wang Yashuan, he was certainly not deemed a serious contender. It was evident to all that he was merely a filler. Even if he accompanied Tang Yu to this stage, there was no hope for him in the next trial. Competing with Qingfeng? Lung Tianqing chuckled softly. He truly is an intriguing individual. He waved his hand, signaling the elder to withdraw, then instructed, bring Qingfeng to see me. After the elder exited, a moment later, Mu Qingfeng entered with measured steps. a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding a refreshing presence. "Greetings, Master," Mu Qingfeng offered with a slight bow. Lung Tianxing directly inquired, "What is your opinion of Tang Yu?" Mu Qingfeng paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. "He is formidable. At least among those I know, none have reached his level of cultivation. Yet none can unleash such terrifying combat prowess as he does." After casting a glance at Lung Tianxing, he continued, stating that his combat prowess transcended his original realm. "It is my belief that his ascension to the pinnacle is likely attributed to a hidden treasure within him, a force that counteracts the power of the Yunhai Rainbow Bridge. Otherwise, he would never have reached such heights." Lung Tianxing fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, regarding Tang Yu's sudden rise to prominence, that although he was inherently weaker than you, he still managed to ascend. "Surely, this must stir some discontent within you, does it not?" "My disciple does not feel that way," Mu Qingfeng replied calmly. "In my view, he merely relies on external forces and treasures, which are not to be feared. In a true battle, killing him would be exceedingly simple." His words seemed to dismiss Tang Yu entirely. If Tang Yu were aware of such disdain, he would undoubtedly take pride in his achievements, ensuring that he left an indelible mark on the immortal pavilion. "Indeed, I share your perspective," Lung Tianxing affirmed. "I am well aware of Tang Yu's potential and the terror he embodies. If you were of equal standing, would you truly be his rival?" Mu Qingfeng pondered for a moment before responding. "Though I may not be able to kill him, he would also be unable to kill me. In a contest of equal realms, we would be evenly matched, perhaps with me holding a slight advantage." Convinced of his understanding of Tang Yu, he felt equally confident in his own capabilities. Tang Yu was undeniably formidable, capable of turning the tide against stronger foes. However, Mu Qingfeng believed he too could achieve similar feats. Thus, he considered himself no weaker than Tang Yu, perhaps even superior. A faint smile appeared on Lung Tianxing's lips. "If you perceive a threat, then simply eliminate it." Mu Qingfeng was taken aback, lowering his gaze in silence. Lung Tianxing continued, "If you believe there is a threat, then it should be eradicated once and for all. Is that not the simplest and most direct solution? Otherwise, should you allow him to remain, once he truly grows in power, he will forever be a menace." Lung Tianxing added, "Moreover, this individual seems to have some connection to the chaotic clan, a significant adversary of the heavens. Removing him would serve to rid the cosmos of a scourge, benefiting both the celestial realm and alleviating your own threat. Does that not sound prudent?" Mu Qingfeng's expression grew conflicted, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Does Master truly believe I am inferior to Tang Yu?" "No, you are indeed stronger than him. Even at the same level, I regard you as superior. However, this man remains an enigma," Lung Tianxing replied. "From the moment I first heard of him, I had the Elder of Heavenly Secrets at the Immortal Pavilion conduct a divination to unveil his true nature. Yet, those who attempted to divine Tang Yu suffered a backlash, falling victim to the forces of karma. This revelation instilled a sense of dread in me. Even when divining you, Mu Qingfeng, many elders found themselves unable to penetrate your depths without facing repercussions. Thus, the formidable nature of Tang Yu cannot be dismissed lightly, particularly now that he has ascended. Should he continue to grow, he may indeed become a grave threat. Therefore, it would be far more prudent to address him directly and decisively. This is the simplest course of action." The elders of the celestial mechanism met their demise, victims of karmic retribution. Cold Tianxing sighed, remarking that there seemed to be something hidden within the individual, an unfathomable power of endless causality. Even the elders of the celestial mechanism could not perceive it. Thus, such a person demanded the attention of my master. Mu Qingfeng remained silent for a moment before responding. "Yet we have explicitly stated that at the Celestial Pavilion Conference, we shall guarantee the safety of every esteemed guest." Cold Tianxing chuckled heartily, asserting that rules are ours to establish and can be altered at any time. Who would dare to voice dissent? Pausing briefly, he continued, suggesting that it may not be necessary to act immediately. He turned to Mu Qingfeng, adding that after years in the Celestial Pavilion, some experience would be beneficial, would it not? Mu Qingfeng did not reply, his expression reflecting inner turmoil, as if he were still mulling over something profound. After a moment, Cold Tianxing waved his hand, instructing him to leave, indicating that he would ponder the matter further. With a slight bow, Mu Qingfeng exited. As Tang Yu and the others reached the summit, they entered the third trial. The crowd continued to chatter animatedly, undoubtedly speculating on how Tang Yu managed to ascend. Questions arose regarding the sudden shattering of the Yuhai Rainbow Bridge, with some even pondering whether they would successfully navigate the third trial. Meanwhile, the lecherous old man set up his platform, beckoning the crowd to place their bets. Yet, no one paid him any heed. After all, they were all individuals of stature. Even if they wished to gamble, they could not do so in such a public setting, lest it tarnish their own reputations. This was the Celestial Pavilion, after all, and gambling in broad daylight was simply unacceptable. Thus, after a prolonged call to action, the old man found himself utterly ignored, leaving him rather disheartened. Shaking his head with a sigh, he lamented, "I merely wished to offer you some funds to indulge in. Yet it seems you all refuse. Naturally, you are all affluent. Such trivial amounts are of no concern to you. However, for an old solitary soul like me, wealth is my greatest scarcity." He glanced at several individuals nearby, musing about the opportunity to visit their respective sects or families. Upon hearing this, a few could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. If this old wretch truly made such visits, it would surely spell trouble for them, as he had a notorious track record. After all, even the wives and concubines of Ning Fengyu had fallen prey to his dubious dealings, rendering Ning Fengyu and the Li Qian sect the subject of ridicule among the realms. Of course, no one dared to speak too freely about such matters. But could one guarantee that these tales would not become fodder for jest during casual conversations? Consequently, some began to feel uneasy, even contemplating whether to activate protective formations upon returning to their sects or families to guard against this old scoundrel. It seemed as if a significant amount of time had passed, or perhaps it was merely an instant, when Tang Yu suddenly emerged. Following closely were the purple-clad woman and Wang Ya. They surveyed their surroundings, which consisted of a desolate expanse of desert, with only a vast river flowing gracefully ahead. The river was crystal clear, revealing its bed without the slightest ripple, calm as a mirror. The third trial, the Sea of Suffering? The woman in purple spoke. This is the legendary third trial, the Sea of Suffering. Boundless is the Sea of Suffering. Turning back is the shore. Tang Yu suddenly recalled a saying from the gang he once belonged to, wondering if this Sea of Suffering bore any resemblance to their notion of it. As long as we surpass this place, we shall have triumphed in the third trial, the woman in purple declared. Wang Yashuan gently waved a folding fan, maintaining a pose he considered to be quite striking. In his eyes, he harbored little hope, so he chose to accompany them. If they succeeded, that would be splendid. And if not, he felt no regret. After all, amidst so many, only the three of them had reached the pinnacle and conquered the third trial, which was sufficient cause for pride. Tang Yu observed closely, crouching down to scoop a handful of flowing water, which trickled slowly through his fingers. In that moment, he beheld countless blurred, yet familiar faces flash before him. It seemed that what flowed from his fingers was not water, but rather the passage of time. The echoes of people and events from the past. Boundless is the Sea of Suffering. Turning back is the shore. Tang Yu uttered the term familiar to his former companions. How do we get through? Wang Yashuan inquired. How would I know? Tang Yu replied tersely. No, brother Yu, please don't be upset. I merely sought your thoughts. Wang Yashuan said. Perhaps I should let a younger brother scout the way to see how we might traverse this expanse. Saying this, he leapt into the air. After a considerable time, Wang Yashuan returned, his face bearing an expression of astonishment. At my speed, and given the duration, I should have flown out of this star domain. However, this vast sea is endless, and no matter how I fly, I see no end in sight, Wang Yashuan remarked. It truly is not so simple. The woman in purple stated. It seems that soaring through the air will not suffice to cross this expanse. Must we wade through the sea? Yet, with no visible end. Even if we were to walk indefinitely, it is unlikely we would reach the opposite shore. She glanced at Tang Yu and continued. I shall venture forth to discern the profound mysteries that lie within. With that, she slowly stepped into the water. The sea lay still and tranquil. Yet it resembled a ferocious beast, its gaping maw instilling a sense of dread. As she advanced, the woman in purple momentarily faltered, then closed her eyes and stepped forward once more. It was evident that her progress was laborious. Her body trembled slightly, as if each step required immense effort. Concerned for her safety, Tang Yu waved his hand, and the woman in purple appeared beside him on the shore. It was then that she seemed to awaken from a dream, opening her eyes, though her expression remained grave. What happened? Tang Yu asked. After a brief pause, she replied. Scenes from my past unfolded before me, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Even more terrifying was the sensation that my soul had delved into another realm, merging with the self I once was. The woman in the purple attire spoke. Had you not intervened so unexpectedly, I might have succumbed to it, finding it difficult to extricate myself. Chapter 962, Another Tang Yu. The woman recalled the lingering sense of dread, a sensation both terrifying and disorienting, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. It felt as though her present self and her former self were intertwined, evoking a nostalgic yearning for the past. Upon hearing her words, Tang Yu was taken aback. Indeed, the situation was far from simple. Surveying their surroundings, he noted the desolation. Only a vast sea surrounded them, enveloping the very spot where they stood, akin to a solitary island lost in the wilderness. Just then, Wang Yu exclaimed in alarm, "The tide is rising." The water slowly surged, creeping toward the shore, its eerie calm reminiscent of a mirror. If one did not observe closely, they would hardly perceive the water's gradual advance. It seemed that crossing was their only option. The woman in purple offered a wry smile. It appeared to be the only course of action. Tang Yu remarked, "It seems we are in a separate space." The woman turned her gaze toward him, inquiring, "What do you sense?" "A faint sense of spatial laws," Tang Yu replied uncertainly. "This appears to be an independent realm." He chuckled, shaking his head. "Indeed, it is the immortal pavilion, showcasing grand designs. The creation of such an isolated space must have consumed considerable effort." The woman in purple commented, somewhat pointedly, "The immortal pavilion has long remained reclusive. Yet this time they have made such a conspicuous entrance into the world. Who knows how many hidden cards they possess, though seemingly casual." Her words served as a reminder to Tang Yu of the depths of the immortal pavilion's mystery. He was well aware of this. Otherwise, why would the leaders of various sects gather here in such numbers, including those who typically shun the world? It was, after all, out of respect for the immortal pavilion. Of course, many were eager to uncover its secrets, to grasp the extent of its profound heritage. However, Tang Yu found the situation somewhat amusing. Not to mention, the 3 trials they had set up suggested that the immortal pavilion must possess a fair understanding of the strengths of those present. While it seemed that overcoming the trials would yield undeniable rewards, the majority still aspired to achieve fame across the realms. After all, countless individuals yearned for a moment of glory. Yet, little did they realize, this was merely a game orchestrated by the immortal pavilion, which had a comprehensive grasp of everyone's capabilities. Tang Yu casually remarked, "Indeed, otherwise, how could the leaders of most sects gather here? Yet, we remain unaware of the true strength of the immortal pavilion in times past, second only to the Chaos clan." The woman in purple responded, her brow slightly furrowing. She had long suspected that the immortal pavilion was extraordinary, but this revelation took her by surprise. Second only to the Chaos clan? Tang Yu's mind raced. He had a general understanding of the formidable powers of figures like Tian Cong and Ruo Shui, who belonged to the Chaos clan. Did this imply that there were equally powerful beings within the Chaos clan? If so, the depths of the Chaos clan were indeed unfathomable. Casting a glance at Tang Yu, the woman in purple continued, "However, the demise of the Chaos clan was primarily due to the absence of many of its members, which allowed the immortal pavilion to wield the power of the heavens and obliterate the entire clan. Had some of the stronger members remained, such an outcome would have been inconceivable." Others claim that the Chaos clan are the sinners of the heavens, having summoned forth a terrifying existence that nearly led to the annihilation of all realms. Tang Yu responded, "Indeed." The woman in purple scoffed. "Who can truly discern the truth from falsehood? In this world, power reigns supreme, and altering certain realities is rather simple." "You seem to possess some knowledge about the Chaos clan," Tang Yu inquired. Unlike others who spoke of the clan with gritted teeth, her tone hinted at a semblance of sympathy for them. With a light chuckle, she replied, "Surely, you must know more than I do, esteemed sir. Having resided in the Chaos Star domain for an extended period, I trust you have gleaned much without requiring further elaboration from me." Tang Yu shook his head in resignation. It proved quite challenging to extract any insights from this woman. The sea water continuously surged toward the shore, leaving only the ground beneath the 3 of them. Tang Yu glanced at the 2 others and declared, "I shall descend first." As the woman in purple had stated, the only way was to cross the river. This must be the trial of the 3rd challenge. Moreover, from her words, he had gleaned some understanding. It was simply the sea of suffering, revealing hidden anguish within the heart, or perhaps a juxtaposition with the past. For Tang Yu, It seemed trivial. At worst, he could temporarily seal away his emotions. As he stepped into the water, familiar voices suddenly echoed from behind him. Master! A smirk of disdain crept onto his lips as he pressed forward. The scenery shifted before him, and he found himself back at Wuzhishan, witnessing the monkey trapped beneath the mountain, calling out, Master! Master! Yet he turned his back, walking away. In that moment, Tang Yu's spirit felt as though it melded with his former self, returning to those days. However, he was acutely aware that all of this was an illusion. Unmoved, he continued onward. Master! Third brother! Tang Sanzang! Big brother! The familiar calls echoed incessantly in his ears, as if they awaited his glance back at them. Illusions? Tang Yu recognized the falsehood of it all. Yet, at that moment, he slowly turned his head to gaze upon the familiar figures. Knowing they were mere phantoms, he yearned for their presence. The familiar faces watched him with an endearing gaze. Suddenly, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically, a terrifying aura emanating from each of them as they launched an attack against Tang Yu. Boom! Tang Yu's aura surged. The visage of Sun Wukong appeared before him. Master, do you wish to kill me? Are you going to slay me, Tang Sanzang? The sorrowful visage of the Lady of Mount Li materialized. Big brother, do you no longer care for Shuer? Ling Shui pouted, her voice laced with a sense of grievance. She was acutely aware that it was all a fabrication. Nevertheless, Tang Yu's actions faltered momentarily. In that instant, an overwhelming force, potent enough to obliterate the heavens and the earth, converged upon him. With a resounding roar, Tang Yu unleashed a punch, only to witness the familiar faces before him dissipate into nothingness. Master, how could you intend to kill me? Why? Sun Wukong questioned. What is happening, third brother? Came Ji's voice. Why is this happening? Echoed the voice of the mother of Lishan. Tang Yu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to step forward, resolute in ignoring the voices and refraining from looking back. Why do you wish to slay them? Suddenly, a face, strikingly familiar, appeared before him. It was his own visage. The Tang Yu before him glared with fury, gritting his teeth as he declared, They are the ones I cherish. If you slay them, I will take your life. Chapter 963. Unable to defeat him, an illusion? A deception? This entire scenario was a mere fabrication. Tang Yu incessantly reminded himself. At that moment, the other Tang Yu charged towards him, throwing a punch. The Linzi fist, a technique of his own invention, no one else could wield it. The sea of suffering had indeed proven formidable, manifesting an alternate version of himself in this manner. Tang Yu retaliated with his own Linzi fist. The other figure swayed slightly. Yet Tang Yu found himself staggering back 2 steps, his vitality surging tumultuously. How could this be? If it were a mere illusion or a trick of the mind, their powers should have been equal. Why, then, did the counterfeit gain the upper hand under the strain of their respective abilities? Tang Yu declared, If I must emerge from here to defeat you, then let it be so. He, unyielding, unleashed a barrage of spells. Boom. Bang. Tang Yu was astonished. Whatever spell he cast, the other Tang Yu mirrored perfectly and with greater potency. In no time, Tang Yu found himself grievously wounded, while the counterfeit remained unscathed. A broken blade materialized in Tang Yu's hand. Undoubtedly, the other Tang Yu also wielded a broken blade. No matter the spell he conjured, the figure opposite him could replicate it, often surpassing him in skill. Even the broken blade was present. But how could he possibly escape this place? It seemed an insurmountable task for Tang Yu to vanquish his counterpart with his own power. Although he had only exerted about 80% of his strength overall, he sensed that even with his utmost effort, the other would still overpower him. From the onset of their battle, he had only utilized 50% of his abilities, convinced that a slight increase in strength would ensure his victory. Yet, the other Tang Yu's power surged, exceeding his own significantly. Tang Yu abruptly halted his onslaught. The opposing Tang Yu regarded him with a cold smirk, his expression inscrutable. I am you. All that you can do, I can as well, and I am stronger. How do you intend to overcome me? Tang Yu remained silent, fixated on him, rapidly contemplating countermeasures. In this scenario, the likelihood of overcoming the adversary seemed exceedingly slim. You are me? Merely an illusion, Tang Yu remarked. The counterfeit opposite him slightly bowed his head, smirking as he replied. But if I were to kill you and exit this place, then I would indeed become real, would I not? Moreover, everything you possess, I possess as well, including all your memories. Is that not so? Then why do you not strike? Tang Yu inquired. The doppelganger remained silent. You materialized based on my essence. Hence, when I strike, You also respond, employing the very same spells as I do? Tang Yu continued. The first time you attacked with your Lin fist took me by surprise, as I expected you to be more proactive. However, I now realize my error. Your execution of the Lin fist was a result of my destruction of the initial illusions, which you subsequently learned from. Tang Yu smiled confidently. Thus, for every spell I cast, you shall replicate it as well. So what? I am stronger than you. You will never defeat me, the counterfeit declared. Conversing with a being that bore his exact likeness, yet spoke in an unfamiliar tone, felt profoundly strange to Tang Yu. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch. The doppelganger mirrored his action. Following this, Tang Yu forcibly reversed the momentum of his punch, retracting it. The counterfeit did the same. Both emitted muffled groans simultaneously. The forced reversal of their magical energies inflicted some backlash on Tang Yu, and the doppelganger appeared to suffer even more severely. A smile suddenly broke across Tang Yu's face. He punched again, swiftly reversing the force once more. Undoubtedly, the doppelganger followed suit. Tang Yu's complexion paled, and even his meridians showed signs of cracking. You think to exhaust me in this manner? Futile, the counterfeit scoffed. Tang Yu's gaze flickered as he stood motionless, seemingly in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Wang Yashuan and the woman in purple were in a far more dire predicament than Tang Yu. Wang Yashuan, in particular, did not last long and was quickly carried out. More accurately, he was lifted by a celestial crane. This naturally indicated that the illustrious Wang had failed this round. As Wang Yashuan descended among the crowd, Wang Tian stepped forward, trembling as he reached out to embrace his son's shoulders. He then knelt, bowing 3 times in the direction of the southwest, seemingly offering thanks to their ancestors for blessing the descendants. Although Wang Yashuan had failed the third trial, he had indeed triumphed in the second. It was likely that once the Celestial Pavilion Conference concluded and word spread, his name would resound throughout the heavens. What transpired in the third trial? What was it? Some inquired, curiosity piqued. While a few had some understanding of the bitter sea, none had experienced it firsthand, leading to a collective intrigue, including Ning Fengyu. It seemed that only then did Wang Yashuan regain his senses. He yawned and rubbed his eyes, which appeared slightly reddened, as if he had been weeping. This has only intensified the curiosity of the crowd. What could have transpired to frighten even the children to tears? Wang Yashuan remained silent, casting her gaze towards the elder of the immortal pavilion. The experiences of the third trial were such that she was uncertain whether they should be spoken of. Yet, she thought it would not matter. The elder of the immortal pavilion spoke up. Wang Yashuan collected her thoughts and replied, "It is a manifestation of all that has passed. I can scarcely discern between reality and illusion." As she spoke, a shiver ran through her, revealing a sense of lingering fear. More so, the regrets buried deep within her heart. Lowering her head, she discreetly rubbed her eyes. Wang Tian, standing nearby, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, letting out a heavy sigh. I cannot articulate it precisely. I experienced a convergence of past moments, as if I had been transported back in time. Wang Yashuan continued. Revisiting past regrets and pains, does it truly matter? After years of cultivation, they have long grown indifferent to matters of love and regret. Perhaps Wang Yashuan, being young and lacking in profound understanding, should not have been so frightened. Yet, it was as if those who had transformed into beings intent on my demise suddenly reverted to their original forms, pleading and questioning me. Wang Yashuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. In truth, I know they are mere phantoms, yet I find myself unable to strike them down. After a moment's pause, she added, then, inexplicably, I found myself upon the back of a celestial crane, and suddenly here I am. This hardly seems challenging, does it? It appears simpler than the second trial. Ning Fengyu's animosity towards Tang Yu had only intensified. According to Wang Yashuan, should he enter the third trial, he believed he could navigate it with ease. Chapter 964, The Sudden Emergence of Light Mist. The more he contemplated his hatred for Tang Yu, the stronger it grew. Were it not for Tang Yu, Ning Fengyu was convinced he could have reached the pinnacle and overcome the third trial. Little did he realize that even in the absence of Tang Yu, he would have struggled with the second trial. Yet, at times, humans require an excuse, a scapegoat to mask their failures. In summary, it is quite daunting. Wang Yashuan sighed. Recalling it still evoked a sense of dread. He was acutely aware of the disdainful gazes from those around him. However, to Wang Yashuan, these individuals were woefully ignorant, having never truly experienced the horrors of suffering. The uncertainty lingered. Would Tang Yu and his companion manage to traverse this final trial? The lecherous old man, eyes closed and cradling a wine jug, appeared to be asleep. Some glanced at him with a knowing look in their eyes, clearly harboring malicious intent. Under normal circumstances, if this old wretch were to sleep so brazenly, many would have seized the opportunity to assail him. Yet, this was the immortal pavilion. Even those with deep-seated grudges against him dared not act recklessly at this moment. What is happening? The lecherous old man suddenly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, mumbling, "Why do I feel a bit cold? Could it be that someone intends to launch a surprise attack on the elder?" The elder of the celestial pavilion gazed at him, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. The fact that this lecherous old man still existed astonished them greatly. It is worth noting that long before the endless ages, when the Chaos clan still thrived, this old immortal had already been witnessed. He remained as lecherous and aimless as ever, traversing through the heavens. His very presence stirred a deep-seated resentment, yet this old immortal possessed an uncanny ability to escape. Time and again, he had weathered assaults without a scratch. Was there something peculiar about this? What you say is quite absurd. Who would dare to ambush you? Someone scoffed, their disdain unmistakable. The implication was clear. With your mere saint-level cultivation, it would be a trivial task to eliminate you without the need for a sneak attack. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles. Having interpreted the underlying meaning of the remark, the lecherous old man, absent-mindedly scratching his ear, mused, "Indeed, who would dare to ambush me? I am unmatched across the heavens. Traversing through multiple epochs, I endure through the ages, eternal and indestructible." Some in the crowd were tempted to take action and teach him a lesson, for his words were too boastful. Unmatched across the heavens, eternal? Among those present, any one of them possessed a cultivation level higher than his. What is the meaning of your dubious gazes upon me? Do you not know? Anyone who dares to bully me, humph, I shall ensure they remember the encounter vividly. Take Ning Fengyu, for instance, he added, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Fengyu, whose gaze was as piercing as daggers. I merely use this as an analogy. Just an analogy, no need to delve further, you understand. The old man's body trembled slightly, exuding an air of authority, yet to others, he appeared exceedingly ridiculous. As he spoke, his gaze wandered to a few women nearby. My very existence is a testament to my unparalleled prowess. That I am still alive proves that I am invincible, and the heavenly gate cannot do anything to me. With a heavy sigh, the old man lamented. In the ancient battle, countless powerful beings perished, yet I alone possess profound cultivation. Are you even listening to my words? The crowd averted their gazes, remaining silent. This old immortal was far too boastful. Were it not for the celestial pavilion, they might have been compelled to take action to witness how this old man considered himself invincible. Noticing that no one was paying him any heed, the lecherous old man shook his head, clicking his tongue twice, and took a few hearty swigs from his wine. A white crane soared into the sky. Upon its back stood a woman clad in purple, Yen Sixian. Had she failed? It was evident that she had not succeeded in the third challenge. The purple-clad woman gracefully descended from the crane. Many were not well acquainted with the Moonlight Palace, having not emerged for many years. However, in that moment, the crowd gathered around, inquiring about the depths of the bitter sea, eager to glean insights into the celestial pavilion's profound heritage. Yet, even the first two challenges had already revealed the unfathomable depth of the celestial pavilion. While it appeared to be convening a grand assembly, the ostentatious manner of their entrance unmistakably signaled their intentions to all sects and factions. We have emerged from the celestial pavilion, and you all are but younger brothers in comparison. Those present here are nothing but refuse. Behold our celestial pavilion, where a grand gathering convenes, drawing together all the powers of the heavens. Across the vast expanse of the realms, who dares to challenge our celestial pavilion? I fear some matters you may have gleaned from Wang Yashuan. Our experiences are largely akin. The woman in purple spoke. The crowd exchanged glances, evidently reluctant to elaborate further. Even if the experiences are similar, is it not permissible to share a few words? After uttering this, the woman in purple stepped aside, her face obscured by a veil. Only her autumn-like eyes gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in contemplation. We have no fortune with the third trial, only hearing whispers of the sea of suffering. And thus curiosity is only natural. We hope that the palace master can elucidate this for us, to broaden our horizons. Indeed, we merely wish to satisfy our curiosity. What exactly is the sea of suffering? We have long heard tales of the celestial pavilion's sea of suffering, yet we have never experienced it firsthand. Some began to chatter among themselves. Meanwhile, the woman in purple remained motionless, her expression slightly displeased as she furrowed her brow. In ages long past, there was one who sought to transcend the cycle of reincarnation, striving to reflect all that he had lost. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, resonated clearly in the ears of the assembly. In time, he became the mirror, creating a river uniquely his own, allowing the past to resurface, granting him the companionship of those he cherished for eternity. This place is also one where regrets can be mended, immersing oneself in the past to reconcile those bygone sorrows. The voice sighed softly. Undoubtedly, he met with failure. Every person carries their regrets, yet in attempting to fill those voids, new regrets often arise. The river of life flows ceaselessly onward, and even if one could traverse different currents of time to amend their fate, regrets and remorse will ultimately remain. A figure clad in pristine white appeared against the horizon. Her expression was serene, yet a powerful aura emanated from her being, evoking an irresistible urge to kneel in reverence. Many succumbed to this impulse, prostrating themselves and declaring, "We pay our respects to the King of Humanity." Chapter 965. Escaping the illusion. Falling light smoke cast a glance around, offering a gentle smile before continuing. Thus, that individual came to understand that merely reflecting upon the past through oneself was impossible. He could not fully reunite with them. Hence, he conceived a means. Falling light smoke's voice paused momentarily. The lecherous old man opened his eyes to glance at her, a fleeting sorrow crossing his features. He then closed his eyes once more, rhythmic snores escaping his nostrils as if he had drifted into slumber. What means? Who is that person? Someone inquired. Transformation, reincarnation, falling light smoke responded. Speaking of a metamorphosis leading to self-reincarnation. Self-reincarnation? Some were puzzled. What does it truly mean? And who is this person? Regardless of their identity, they likely represent an unparalleled force from times long past. Even from the words of Luo Qingyan, one can sense a deep admiration for them. In the cycle of self-reincarnation, Luo Qingyan remarked, through countless transformations and repetitions, one experiences the very cycles once traversed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Thus, he could both transform and reunite with those dear to him from bygone days. Although on many occasions he could not alter the outcomes, he continued to undergo this cycle. Luo Qingyan stated, embracing a completely new persona, a blank self, to engage in yet another reincarnation. Each cycle signifies the obliteration of all beings, leaving only him. And thus he could scarcely endure the ceaseless solitude. More importantly, he was undergoing a metamorphosis, yearning for the day he might escape the path that seemed preordained. Who is this individual? Has he succeeded? Someone inquired. Luo Qingyan smiled faintly. I do not know. You claim ignorance, yet have articulated so much. How can you possibly be unaware? So, is the sea of suffering his creation? Indeed, the sea of suffering was of his making. He recognized the missteps on his path and abandoned it to seek a new way. The sea of suffering was claimed by another formidable being, who reinterpreted its essence, ultimately crafting a place that ensnares the spirit. Nevertheless, the original sea of suffering was partially shattered, leaving remnants behind. Eons ago, the Chaos Clan acquired the Sea of Suffering. Following the fall of the Chaos Clan, it naturally fell into the hands of the Celestial Pavilion, thus heralding the arrival of the Sea of Suffering. As Luo Qingyan calmly elucidated, a figure of an elderly man materialized not far off, gazing intently at Luo Qingyan. She turned to him, smiling lightly. Am I correct in my assertions? Zhang Wuhan grunted softly. Indeed. After a pause, he continued, Yet, I wonder what brings the King of Humanity to our celestial pavilion. There is no need for such tension, merely passing through, and if I truly wish to act, could you possibly stop me? Luo Qingyan's voice resonated with formidable confidence, as if she could annihilate all of existence with a mere flick of her wrist. The exalted celestial pavilion seemed insignificant in her eyes. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, some even moved to tears. This is the King of Humanity, Luo Qingyan. Her past dominance remains unchanged. Zhang Wuhan remarked, You have recovered? It seems your information is quite well informed. Luo Qingyan responded, Regardless of my state of recovery, you cannot thwart my intentions. For instance, should I wish to annihilate your celestial pavilion? You are excessively confident. Luo Qingyan replied, Feel free to test that. You may summon the others to join you. Zhang Wuhan snorted. The Celestial Pavilion Conference is underway. Should the King of Humanity have an interest, we would naturally treat you as our esteemed guest. Unfortunately, I am not interested. Luo Qingyan smiled lightly. There is no need for alarm. I am merely passing through. You, old bone, should exercise caution in the future. Should I find myself in a foul mood, and you speak to me in such a manner, beware, I may strike you down with a single palm. You have freed yourself, stepping out of the void? Zhang Wuhan suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. You speak of matters long past. Having already transcended them, remarked Luo Qingyan. Her words cast a shadow upon Zhang Wuhan's countenance, as if he felt a tinge of disdain directed towards him. And what of your present self? Inquired Zhang Wuhan. With a faint smile, Luo Qingyan replied, I remain unchanged, though I possess a greater repository of memories than before. To escape the realm of illusion is now a trivial endeavor for me. Suddenly, she shook her head and sighed wistfully. Yet for now, I dare not. Zhang Wuhan pressed further. Just how formidable have you become? Strong enough to surpass you, Luo Qingyan stated calmly. This elicited a suppressed scoff from Zhang Wuhan, who found himself powerless against the truth of her assertion. A palpable aura of dread emanated from her, barely perceptible yet unmistakably menacing. Zhang Wuhan opened his mouth, intending to inquire further, but the silence of those around him quelled his curiosity. If the King of Men is unoccupied, I wish to request an audience with him, Zhang Wuhan announced. Luo Qingyan smiled faintly, her gaze fixed upon him. It seems you have gleaned some truths, she observed. After a moment's pause, she sighed, indeed. As the time of his return approaches, the myriad blurred memories of the past inevitably overlap, leading to disparities. Perhaps it is for this reason that more individuals are emerging from the realm of illusion into reality. This life indeed differs from the last. Perhaps it is possible to alter that which was once deemed fated. Luo Qingyan turned her gaze towards the distant horizon, as if peering into the endless expanses beyond. Zhang Wuhan acknowledged, indeed, in bygone years, some have attempted to calculate certain outcomes, yet verification remains elusive. Calculation? Luo Qingyan chuckled softly, shaking her head. What appears to be accurate may well be erroneous. If it were otherwise, how could you so easily deduce it? The interplay between reality and illusion has birthed various fissures, perceptible to others. It seems the final great era is upon us, Luo Qingyan remarked. Some break free from illusion, transitioning into reality, while others perish, returning to the realm of illusion. Her raven hair fluttered gently, her figure exuding an unparalleled, solitary grace, tinged with sorrow. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the meaning behind her words. Illusion? Reality? Zhang Wuhan's body quivered with excitement. He appeared to grasp something profound. How do we discern truth from falsehood? The real from the illusory? Luo Qingyan interrupted him, her demeanor shifting as she shook her head and chuckled lightly. Since you have come to understand this, I hope you can emerge from illusion and grasp some truths. Though, I must admit, my hopes are modest. A flicker passed through Luo Qingyan's eyes, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon those surrounding her. With your dispositions, will you discern friend from foe, or remain in uncertainty? Luo Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly. Should I eliminate you now? Chapter 966, The Celestial in the Sea of Suffering. Her words left the crowd in confusion, unable to comprehend their implications. Yet, the formidable aura radiating from Luo Qingyan suggested a latent intent to kill. Why had her demeanor suddenly become so tumultuous? Zhang Wuhan stated resolutely. The line between truth and illusion blurs. My current existence is the embodiment of truth. Gazing at Luo Qingyan, he continued, is it possible that one day, should we shatter the illusions, the King of Humans would also harbor trepidation towards us? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan's aura diminished, and with a faint smile, she calmly replied, You speak truthfully. You shall never stir up significant turmoil. To me, you are but a flicker easily extinguished. Zhang Wuhan's countenance darkened, and he suppressed a scoff, choosing silence. He feared that should he speak rashly, he might offend Luo Qingyan, and if angered, her temperament could indeed lead her to strike him down. Although he did not truly believe in her overwhelming strength, he recognized that even if their celestial pavilion could contend with her, there was no necessity, as they could neither kill her nor avoid severe losses. Thus, he deemed it unwise to provoke her over a mere verbal dispute. The interplay of dreams and reality. The lines between truth and illusion blurred, creating a fleeting mirage that could, if permitted, transform the illusory into the tangible. With a sigh, Luo Qingyan shook her head, then turned her gaze towards Tang Yu, who was not far away within the sea of suffering. She regarded Zhang Wuhan deeply, a fleeting smile gracing her lips. Yet, Zhang Wuhan felt an immense pressure, as if a mere gesture from Luo Qingyan could effortlessly shatter him. The surrounding tension dissipated abruptly, and Luo Qingyan's presence vanished without a trace. Zhang Wuhan could not help but feel a sense of survival after a calamity. Is this truly Luo Qingyan? She is astonishingly powerful. The name of the king of humans is known to all, yet many remain unaware of her true capabilities. Initially, the celestial pavilion brimmed with confidence, believing that even if they could not defeat her, they could withstand her. However, with the manifestation of Luo Qingyan's might, Zhang Wuhan realized his naivety. The onlookers exchanged glances, curiosity piqued by the exchange between the two. What illusions and realities were they discussing? Some opened their mouths, seemingly eager to inquire, but upon seeing Zhang Wuhan's stern expression, they fell silent, daunted by the thought of questioning. While Luo Qingyan might disregard the celestial pavilion, they did not have that luxury. Zhang Wuhan disappeared from the crowd, returning to the celestial pavilion to confer with others, further solidifying their suspicions about Luo Qingyan's prowess. If this were indeed the case, the implications were terrifying. Within the sea of suffering, Tang Yu stared intently at the impostor before him. He harbored a bold thought, yet hesitated to take the risk. It is futile. You cannot escape this place, for you cannot defeat me. The impostor spoke, his voice laced with mockery. Tang Yu maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly smiling. How would you know if you do not try? He slowly raised his fist, an overwhelming surge of mana coalescing around it, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. Undoubtedly, the impostor mirrored his actions, lifting his own fist. A frenzied light erupted in Tang Yu's eyes. To the astonishment of all, rather than striking outward, he violently struck himself. Instantly, Tang Yu's form shattered, countless fissures appearing upon him. The impostor experienced the same fate, though astonishment flickered in his eyes. Boom! Another fist collided with his own body, as mana surged wildly through his meridians, racing towards his soul. In Tang Yu's eyes, a frenzy unfolded. Boom! At that moment, he felt as though he had perished, yet the manner of his demise was a trifle suffocating, akin to suicide. Throughout the annals of time, how many masters of the chaotic realm could claim to have met their end in such a disheartening fashion? A self-deprecating smile escaped him. The sound of the wind brushed past his ears, stirring his hair and grazing his cheek, creating a ticklish sensation. As if awakening from a dream, he opened his eyes. Tang Yu found himself still ensnared in the boundless sea of suffering. Remarkably, his injuries had healed unbeknownst to him, as if they had never existed. He had gambled correctly. By slaying his former self, he had transcended that illusion. He theorized that perhaps it was merely his consciousness that had sunk into the mirage. Everything manifested was a product of the sea of suffering, yet his consciousness remained undeniably real. Thus, the spells he had conjured might have been mere figments of imagination. In retrospect, this theory seemed plausible. No wonder the woman in purple had proclaimed that overcoming the third trial was as arduous as ascending to the heavens, with only a scant few succeeding. Such a terrifying illusion of the sea of suffering was insurmountable for the average person. Even the mere realization of this fact daunted most, as it was indeed a wager of life and death. Even now, Tang Yu felt a shiver of trepidation at the thought, surveying his surroundings. He remained engulfed in the vast ocean. This indicated that he had yet to completely escape the sea of suffering. The woman in purple and Wang Ye had vanished, signaling their defeat. Tang Yu's heart was tranquil as he stepped forward. With each stride, it felt as though he traversed the endless river of countless years. Familiar faces emerged from the depths of each current. Tang Yu shook his head and smiled, unmoved. He regarded all these figures as strangers. A terrifying beast loomed, devouring Sun Wukong. Blood splattered before Tang Yu's eyes as Sun Wukong emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Master! Yet, Tang Yu remained deaf to the call, blind to the sight. He pressed onward, his pace unrelenting. Here, the expanse was boundless, endless, infinite. The path lay within his heart, and the road was beneath his feet. The path beneath him was also a way, a journey toward the Tao. Boom! Everything vanished into oblivion. Ultimately, only a familiar silhouette remained before him. Though merely a figure from behind, Tang Yu recognized it at once. It was Tian Song. His stature was tall, his silhouette resolute, exuding an overwhelming might. He unleashed a punch that sent tremors through the entire sea of suffering. Was this a remnant of the past, or merely an illusion reflected by the sea? Tang Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. As Tian Song's fist struck, the entire sea of suffering quaked, ultimately splitting into two, revealing a gaping chasm in between. At that moment, Tian Song appeared unparalleled, as if he could pluck stars from the sky with a mere gesture, shattering the cosmos. Boom! Everything before him vanished, leaving only a faint essence of fist intent slowly coalescing, suspended before his eyes. In bygone years, Tian Song once graced this place, and he even engaged in battles here, leaving behind a mark of his martial prowess. The scene that just unfolded must be a remnant of Tian Song's legacy, indelibly etched by the trials of the bitter sea. Now re-emerging before our eyes, it is evident that Tian Song has traversed this very ground and endured the tribulations of the bitter sea. In an instant, Tang Yu's confidence surged. If Tian Song could emerge victorious, then he too could surely conquer the bitter sea. Chapter 967, Dreams and Reality? As the figure of Tian Song materialized, he left behind a profound imprint of his martial intent, instilling an unwavering faith in Tang Yu. Yet, he gazed intently at the lingering essence of that martial intent, silently measuring it against his own capabilities. This martial intent was unparalleled, dominating the heavens and the earth. Even with Tang Yu's current strength, he feared that he would be utterly crushed by such a blow. This illustrates the formidable nature of Tian Song, who unleashed such power with a mere flick of his hand. Though now, Tian Song drifts aimlessly in the river of time, akin to a solitary specter, Tang Yu, through their repeated encounters, perceives that Tian Song undoubtedly surpasses all others. Nevertheless, Tang Yu remains steadfast in his belief that one day he too will achieve such greatness. He resolutely continued his journey forward, while the martial intent behind him slowly transformed into a silhouette, gazing at his retreating figure. Soon, that silhouette vanished, solidifying into an eternal martial essence that stood unwavering. The onlookers began to grow somewhat bored, as only Tang Yu remained in this endeavor. From their perspective, the hope for Tang Yu's success seemed dim. Consequently, there appeared to be little purpose in their lingering presence, yet none dared to speak out. Wang Yashuan approached the woman in purple and inquired, "Do you believe he has a chance?" "Certainly," the woman in purple replied without hesitation. "We have been out for quite some time, yet he persists. Just this alone demonstrates that he is stronger than both of us. Thus, he undeniably possesses an opportunity." Wang Yashuan nodded in agreement. "You are right." He too was filled with confidence in Tang Yu, for this individual continually defied expectations. Even the esteemed master Yin had faltered. Could she overcome the bitter sea? Ning Fengyu scoffed, still unable to let go of the memory of Tang Yu defeating him and casting him from the Rainbow Bridge. The woman in purple remarked, "I am not his equal." She turned to Ning Fengyu and said, "In the vast expanse of the multiverse, few match his caliber. Master Yin certainly holds him in high regard." Ning Fengyu retorted, "He is merely a being of the chaotic realm. I could dispatch him with ease. Since Master Yin sees such potential in him, I wonder if he would stand a chance should I choose to intervene?" The woman in purple scoffed, "Ning Fengyu, why not give it a try? Is it possible that Master Yin has taken a liking to Tang Yu? It is true that Tang Yu is a rare individual among the multitudes. Should Master Yin truly favor him, then out of respect for her, I would naturally refrain from any harm," Ning Fengyu stated, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet clearly audible to those nearby. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, for they had never heard of any connection between the woman in purple and Tang Yu. However, it is evident to anyone that their relationship is profound, particularly the extent of the care the woman in purple attire extends towards Tang Yu. Could it truly be, as Ning Fengyu suggested, that she has taken a fancy to him? Some individuals covertly scrutinized the woman in purple, unable to discern the exact features concealed beneath her veil. Yet, her unmatched elegance and the autumn-like brilliance of her eyes stirred the hearts of many. Undoubtedly, the beauty hidden behind the veil could rival that of a celestial being. Moreover, she belongs to the Mingyue Palace. Alas, why has she not set her sights on me? A few could not help but sigh inwardly. The woman in purple chuckled lightly. Alas, he does not fancy me. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ning Fengyu's eyes. He had not anticipated her candid acknowledgement. After all, this pertains to her reputation and the entire Mingyue Palace, yet she so openly admitted it. Furthermore, She claimed that Tang Yu did not have an interest in her. Such shameless and disgraceful words seemed inconceivable. Ning Fengyu snorted. With the enchanting beauty of the palace master and the backing of the Mingyue Palace, surely, if she desired, countless talented youths from across the realms would come seeking her affection. Indeed, they are not Tang Yu. A group of worthless individuals could never capture the attention of this palace master. The woman in purple replied with a light laugh. Although Tang Yu is undeniably handsome and possesses profound cultivation, there are countless exceptional talents surpassing him, such as Mu Qingfeng from the Xian Pavilion, an extraordinarily rare genius. Ning Fengyu continued, I believe he is certainly not considered worthless in the eyes of the palace master. Equally so, the woman in purple stated without a hint of hesitation. Instantly, the crowd was taken aback. Has this woman lost her mind? To utter such words in the Xian Pavilion is audacious. One must understand that the Xian Pavilion regards Mu Qingfeng as their hope. By saying this, the woman not only belittled Mu Qingfeng, but inadvertently slighted the Xian Pavilion as well. Ning Fengyu, with a half-smile, remarked, Does the palace master look down upon Mu Qingfeng? Or does she disdain our Xian Pavilion? Or perhaps she questions our discernment. The woman in purple's tone grew slightly frigid. Have I ever stated that I look down upon your Xian Pavilion? Besides, this is a matter of my own, is it not? Pausing for a moment, she continued, However, the Yutian Gate is indeed beneath my notice. Although the Mingyue Palace is weak and cannot be compared to the Yutian Gate, some of their actions, even those of you, Ning Fengyu, have elicited my disdain. The lecherous old man erupted into laughter, clapping his hands as he chuckled. I always thought it was just me who looked down upon the Yutian Gate. I didn't expect you, my dear girl, to share such sentiments. Well done, well done. I am honored by your praise, esteemed elder, the woman in purple replied. Ning Fengyu's expression darkened. The lecherous old man continued, Yet, do exercise caution. Who does not know that the Yutian Gate is composed of petty individuals? Did you not hear Ning Fengyu say that he is at odds with that young man? The Mingyue Palace may be weak, but it is not a place anyone can easily provoke. The woman in purple spoke softly. The lecherous old man wore a face of admiration, but soon expressed his disappointment, lamenting, Alas, I am getting old. Yet, he acknowledged, your judgment is indeed commendable. That young lad is certainly extraordinary. He snorted a couple of times, declaring, What are the Immortal Pavilion and the Imperial Heaven Gate? They pale in comparison to him. As he spoke, he lowered his head, seemingly concealing something. Tang Yu remained unhurried and composed. Eventually, he found himself utterly bewildered, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. As if he were caught in a dream. Now awakened from this dream, he found himself transported back to a time long past, yet he continued to wander in confusion, instinctively moving forward while telling himself that it was all a fabrication, ignoring sight and sound. If he had returned to the past, then he would walk anew through it. Everything felt achingly familiar. It was as if he were reliving different experiences, unable to discern whether reality was dreamlike or if the present was merely a dream. The interplay of dreams and reality, their overlapping, left him questioning. Which version of himself was authentic, the present or the past? Suddenly, a voice resonated, snapping Tang Yu back to the moment, where he found himself on an island, drinking with Li Qian. Chapter 968. Surpassing the sea of suffering, Tang Yu had sunk into a profound confusion, struggling to discern whether the past was a dream. Having traversed the river of time and foreseen the future, or if he was now dreaming, having awakened back here in the past. However, with the sudden emergence of that voice, he seemed to awaken from his stupor. Li Qian sat opposite him, sipping erguo and puffing on a cigarette, occasionally belching and engaging in nonsensical banter with Tang Yu. Before Tang Yu lay a roasted whole lamb, while Li Qian had only some cucumbers and large peppers before him. Nevertheless, Li Qian savored his meal, occasionally taking a swig of liquor. It's all an illusion, Tang Yu suddenly chuckled, stating, The river of time cannot be reversed. Everything destined has already transpired and cannot be undone. Of course, one can look back to the past, but only as an observer, witnessing all that has occurred without the power to alter it. Tang Yu reflected on the timeless laws he now possessed, allowing him to traverse the endless river of time. Although he could return to the past, it was merely to observe, to witness without the ability to change anything. At that moment, he recalled the words of a great scholar from a previous life. To surpass the speed of light is to return to the past. Indeed, one could go back, but only to witness the events that were fated to happen, unable to change them. Tang Yu gazed at Li Qian, suddenly chuckling as he stood and stepped into the distance. With a roar, everything around him vanished. He remained adrift in the sea of suffering. Regarding this sea, Tang Yu began to grasp its essence, finding it somewhat akin to an empty city. If he was not mistaken, the sea of suffering must surely be a remnant left by that figure from the past. The sea of sorrow, in comparison to the empty city, seems somewhat lacking. The empty city reflects all that lies within the heart, while the sea of sorrow presents a different passage of time, allowing one to step into the past and overlap with their former self. At first glance, the sea of sorrow appears to be more enigmatic. However, it is merely a fundamental time principle that can ensnare the mind. In contrast, the empty city simply manifests what the human heart desires. Thus, the empty city is more terrifying than the sea of sorrow. Regarding that voice, if Tang Yu is not mistaken, it belongs to a once great formidable being, the same individual who created the empty city. Tang Yu called out several times, yet the voice sank into oblivion. As he pressed onward, countless blurred moments from the river of time re-emerged around him. He recognized many familiar faces, witnessed the collapse of the heavens, and beheld a solitary figure standing alone upon the river of time, gazing back through the ages. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as disbelief washed over him at the sight before his eyes. The empty city, that figure coalesced into multiple silhouettes, entombing them within coffins. Among them were the mother of Li Qian, son Wukong, and even Wang Yashuan. Tang Yu's breath grew heavy as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. He shook his head vigorously, trying to expel such notions. It cannot be so. Absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure and continued to move forward, instinctively sensing fear. He quickened his pace in an attempt to escape the sea of sorrow. Suddenly, the water beneath his feet vanished without a trace, accompanied by the resounding toll of a bell emanating from within the celestial pavilion. Yet, Tang Yu remained cautious, fearing this might also be a form of entrapment. A red crane soared overhead, its wings casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The celestial crane landed before Tang Yu, emitting a cry before bowing its head. As if in reverence, had he truly emerged? Was it that simple? Tang Yu was taken aback. What appeared simple was, in fact, anything but. To consider ending one's own life was a gamble few would dare to take. This was indeed a matter of life and death. The sound of the bell resonated throughout the celestial pavilion, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Amidst the haze, a figure gradually materialized upon the back of the giant red crane. Tang Yu had indeed passed the third trial. Lung Tianxing's gaze flickered with a hint of apprehension. As a member of the celestial pavilion, he was well acquainted with the trials of the Cloud Sea and the bridge of cranes over the Sea of Sorrow. If passing through the Cloud Sea was due to some treasure within Tang Yu that countered the forbidden techniques, then the Sea of Sorrow was simply traversed by virtue of his own character. Not far away, Mu Qingfeng's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment, for he had not succeeded, nor had he reached the pinnacle of the Cloud Sea Bridge. Yet, Tang Yu had accomplished what he could not, even though his cultivation was a level beneath Mu Qingfeng's. Such a feat was indeed formidable. Mu Qingfeng began to regard Tang Yu with a newfound wariness, contemplating Lung Tianxing's words. As Lung Tianxing pondered, he reflected on the loss that would ensue if such a prodigious talent were to perish. Initially, he believed Mu Qingfeng to be among the most distinguished of the youth. Yet in this moment, he appeared somewhat overshadowed by Tang Yu. "You truly exceed my expectations," Lung Tianxing murmured. "Given this, I shall extend to you an opportunity. Should you choose to join the Immortal Pavilion and serve its interests, what could be the harm? However, should you decline, a person of your caliber would pose a threat to me, and I must not be held accountable for my ruthless actions when I feel threatened. If Tang Yu were to join the Immortal Pavilion, he could be meticulously nurtured. Conversely, if he refused, such a formidable individual could not be allowed to flourish." The assembly was momentarily stunned. He had successfully navigated the third trial. Historically, only a handful had achieved this feat in the grand gatherings of the Immortal Pavilion. And now Tang Yu had joined their ranks. His name would undoubtedly shine brightly in the annals of the pavilion and the chronicles of the realms. Some gazed at the figure descending from the crimson crane above, their expressions laden with complexity. Undoubtedly, some sought to win Tang Yu over. Yet many more harbored intentions of pursuing him, fearing the potential threat of his growth. In light of this, it might be prudent to eliminate him sooner rather than later. Among these was Ning Fengyu, who had not shied away from pursuing Tang Yu with vigor. Their conflict had escalated to a point of no return, particularly after this recent covert assault that had sent Ning Fengyu tumbling from his pedestal, intensifying his animosity. Wang Yashuan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I knew this young man had it in him. Indeed, I did not misjudge, Tang Yu. While you may not possess the same charm as I, it does not hinder my admiration for you." Wang Tiangong cleared his throat, casting a discreet glance at Wang Yashuan, silently urging her to silence herself. Chapter 969. The Immortal Pavilion Conference commences. Wang Tiangong was well aware of the intentions swirling among the crowd. While some sought to ally with Tang Yu, many others were driven by fear of his potential and wished to eliminate him. Wang Yashuan's remarks could easily be exaggerated by the ambitious, making it seem as though they were in league with Tang Yu, which could invite unwarranted calamities upon their family. As the head of the family, he had to consider their welfare. The woman in the purple attire smiled, though a slight frown soon adorned her features. She too perceived the undercurrents of thought among the assembly. It seemed likely that after the Immortal Pavilion Conference, Tang Yu would encounter incessant troubles. She even speculated whether the pavilion harbored designs in this regard. If so, it would indeed pose a significant complication. The sound of the crane's call resonated throughout the Immortal Pavilion as Tang Yu's figure became increasingly distinct before the assembly. Yet their gazes were filled with a myriad of sentiments. He descended gracefully from the crane. Wang Yashuan shifted her stance, glancing around. Yet her feet remained firmly planted in place. "Congratulations, Tang Yu. You are among the few who have successfully navigated through the 3 trials. I firmly believe that soon you shall become renowned across the heavens. Yet, it seems you are already quite famous. Nonetheless, I am confident this time will be no different." The crowd began to converse, with several individuals approaching Tang Yu to extend their congratulations. However, many remained still, perhaps fearing that you might encounter some troubles in the future. The woman clad in purple suddenly interjected. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, chuckling as he shrugged. "Have I not had my share of troubles already? Your words hold some truth." The purple-clad woman replied, "If there truly arises a need, the Mingyue Palace shall undoubtedly assist you, my lord, as your loyal supporters." Tang Yu laughed heartily. "It is rare for the palace master to hold me in such regard. Yet I am but a solitary wanderer, accustomed to solitude. I wish to avoid entanglements." "My lord may have misunderstood my intention," the purple-clad woman continued. "It is not that the Mingyue Palace seeks you to join, but rather, should you require assistance, we shall stand by you, even if it means opposing the heavens." She spoke with a light-hearted smile. Amidst the conversations, the chime of bells resonated once more. A golden path, illuminated by moonlight, gradually unfolded beneath their feet. Zhang Wuhan stood majestically upon the golden avenue, seemingly surveying the crowd. "I declare that at this Xiangu conference, only Tang Yu has surpassed the 3 trials." His voice thundered, echoing through the 9 heavens. Casting a glance at Tang Yu, he sensed a hint of darkness in that fleeting moment. "Distinguished guests, the Xiangu conference is now officially underway. Please proceed forward." A graceful maiden approached, her silken garments trailing as she walked, taking her place on either side. Countless petals fell upon the golden path, while white cranes appeared, soaring through the skies, their calls resonating across the land. The crowd exchanged glances and ultimately stepped forward. Yet, Tang Yu pondered, "When shall I receive my reward?" It seemed the purple-clad woman discerned his thoughts, a glimmer of amusement crossing her eyes. "Are you concerned that the Xiangu might default on their promises?" "Indeed," Tang Yu nodded. He genuinely feared that the Xiangu might renege. The purple-clad woman cast a playful glare at him. Even the Xiangu, however shameless, would not stoop to owing debts. With that, she could not help but laugh. As the crowd ascended the moonlit path, they ventured onward, reaching a destination that felt like a different realm altogether. Blossoms bloomed. Colorful butterflies danced in the air, and the sound of a babbling brook resonated melodiously. The butterflies transformed into enchanting maidens, standing gracefully by. Tables appeared, and in the distance, a golden chair loomed, seemingly overlooking the assembly. It was evidently the seat of the Xianji's master. This condescending view of the crowd had already sown discontent in their hearts, though they dared not voice it. Each table bore the names of its respective occupants. As the guests settled into their places, a voice resonated from the front. The Xiangu Conference has unveiled countless emerging talents and youthful prodigies, particularly with Tang Yu at the forefront, having traversed the 3 trials while in the realm of chaos, an unparalleled achievement throughout the ages. truly a rare genius among the heavens. Spoke Li Qian softly. This statement appears to flatter Tang Yu, yet it carries a deeper implication. It subtly suggests that many individuals possess greater prowess than he, yet none have ascended. The crowd turned their attention towards Tang Yu, and in an instant, he became the target of scrutiny. Tang Yu chuckled heartily. The esteemed master truly holds me in high regard. Countless heroes and formidable figures surpass me. As for the so-called 3 trials, I attribute my success to mere fortune. After a brief pause, he unexpectedly bowed to cold Tianqing. Thank you, esteemed master. What did this mean? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned upon them. Could it be that the immortal pavilion harbored some secret connection with Tang Yu, allowing him to surpass the 3rd trial? After all, individuals like Ning Fengyu had failed, so why was he able to succeed? Moreover, the specifics of the 3rd trial were only relayed by the purple-clad woman and Wang Ya, and outsiders had no access to them. Initially, this angle had not been considered, but upon reflection, numerous questions arose. The 3rd trial remained unseen by the masses. Even if Tang Yu were merely sipping tea elsewhere, they would remain oblivious. Yet now, the notion that he had triumphed over the 3 trials seemed plausible. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd grew laden with significance. It appeared increasingly likely that there existed some clandestine matter between the immortal pavilion and Tang Yu. Amidst such thoughts, Tang Yu continued, "Thank you for your hospitality, esteemed master." The crowd discreetly cast glances at cold Tianqing and then at Tang Yu, their understanding deepening. Cold Tianqing furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of peculiarity, and suddenly, realization washed over him, transforming his expression dramatically. He erupted in laughter. Tang Yu, indeed, ha. In terms of both temperament and cultivation, you stand unrivaled among the heavens. I never anticipated you possessed such depth. Tang Yu shrugged and replied, "The Immortal Pavilion Conference has commenced. I trust it will not solely revolve around me." He then mischievously winked. "We are somewhat old acquaintances. Perhaps we should converse privately sometime." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the master of the Immortal Pavilion shared countless ties with Tang Yu? This possibility was not entirely far-fetched. They recalled how Tang Yu had eluded death on numerous occasions during the pursuit, even wreaking havoc upon their sects, instilling fear within them. This left them perplexed. How could someone of merely the great Tao realm be so formidable? If the Immortal Pavilion supported him from the shadows, it began to make sense. Furthermore, Tang Yu's overwhelming strength seemed to suggest that only individuals from the Immortal Pavilion could nurture such talent. Cold Tianqing's lips twitched, and an uncontrollable surge of energy emanated from him. Chapter 970. The intentions of the Immortal Pavilion. Tang Yu's words inevitably led to speculation regarding his relationship with the Immortal Pavilion. Cold Tianqing understood this well, and murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Cold Tianqing laughed heartily. The 3 trials are fair and just, rest assured. The Immortal Pavilion would never resort to any despicable means. Indeed, it was exceedingly just. Tang Yu nodded vigorously, rising to his feet as he declared, "Rest assured, I, Tang Yu, guarantee with my life that there are no ulterior motives involved." The woman in purple lowered her head, seemingly struggling to suppress a smile, while the lecherous old man erupted into hearty laughter. Li Qian maintained his composure and gazed at the crowd below, remarking, "The Immortal Pavilion has been dormant for many years. Yet I never anticipated the emergence of so many talented youths." With a sigh, he continued, "The hopes of the myriad realms now rest upon your shoulders." Silence enveloped the assembly, for they all understood that Li Qian was about to broach a topic laden with significance. This, perhaps, was the primary reason for convening the Immortal Pavilion Conference, to gather the prominent figures from the myriad realms. Initially, it was thought that the Immortal Pavilion would remain aloof from worldly affairs. However, with chaos erupting across the realms and terrifying entities launching assaults on the star domains, not to mention the ever-watchful gaze of the celestial tiger, Li Qian asserted, as one of the forces within the myriad realms, the Immortal Pavilion cannot idly stand by while these malevolent entities wreak havoc. Thus, the Immortal Pavilion had no choice but to emerge from obscurity. Yet, despite its seemingly formidable strength, confronting such terrifying beings would still prove to be a daunting challenge. Therefore, the collaboration of all present was essential. While there may exist animosities among you, the current turmoil demands that such grievances be set aside, for the greater good of the realms must take precedence. No one spoke. as they had all surmised that the immortal pavilion's intentions leaned toward this very notion. However, speculation does not guarantee reality. Humans often harbor a sense of hope against the odds. Now, with Lung Tianxing articulating such sentiments, it was evident that he sought to unite the forces of the myriad realms to collectively resist the threats posed by the celestial demons and other dreadful entities. More importantly, he aimed to bring all these forces under the banner of the immortal pavilion. Most of those present were leaders of their respective sects, and the prospect of submitting to the authority of the immortal pavilion was an untenable proposition. Nevertheless, given the formidable prowess of the immortal pavilion, refusal was not a viable option, leading to a palpable silence among them. In these tumultuous times, the immortal pavilion alone could not ensure the safety of the myriad realms. Lung Tianxing remarked, if the various sects remain fragmented, it is entirely possible that they could be systematically dismantled by the celestial demons and other terrifying forces. Unity is essential, not only for the stability of the realms, but also for the welfare of your own sections. Lung Tianxing offered a faint smile, of course. If any of you believe you possess the means to safeguard yourselves against the celestial demons, then the immortal pavilion would not impose its will. He urged them to contemplate this matter, for it is for the sake of the realms, not for personal gain. Were it not for these dire circumstances, the immortal pavilion would have remained in seclusion, even in the face of such terrifying threats, as it possesses sufficient strength for self-preservation. Regrettably, the chaos in the realms has resulted in countless lives lost at the hands of these dreadful entities, compelling the immortal pavilion to take action. With a sigh, Lung Tianxing added, I believe some are aware that many have predicted the occurrence of an unprecedented and terrifying upheaval in this era. Even the elder of heavenly mechanisms has made such calculations, albeit with a glimmer of hope emerging. The identity of the one who embodies this hope has long been a subject of my contemplation. On a cold day, Lung Tianxing remarked, however, when you all ascended the Yunhai Rainbow Bridge, a drop of blood suddenly shot forth. This drop must be the remnant of an ancient powerhouse, and the reason for its abrupt emergence, if I am not mistaken, is likely tied to a certain individual of great significance. This individual might very well be the hope amidst the chaos. Of course, it may be premature to speak of such matters now. Yet, the realms are already in turmoil, and I believe it is imperative that we prepare in advance. Only in doing so might we evade the impending chaos. Silence enveloped the assembly. At that moment, a figure rose and inquired, who might this sliver of hope be? The speaker was Lu Yoyu from the Fanning Valley. The woman in the purple attire cast a glance in his direction. Although the immortal pavilion appeared to seclude itself from the world, its influence could be felt behind various factions, perhaps even having nurtured them. It seemed that Fanning Valley was likely a creation of the immortal pavilion, and Lu Yoyu could potentially be one of their own. The crowd murmured the name of the junior disciple, Mu Qingfeng. Lung Tianxing continued, I have harbored my doubts regarding this. Although the junior disciple possesses some remarkable qualities, how could he be the hope of the realms? Yet, with the emergence of that drop of blood, there appears to be a connection to the junior disciple, prompting me to ponder deeply. Should it indeed be the junior disciple, then as his master, I would naturally rejoice. For the sake of the realms, our immortal pavilion is duty-bound to act. He added, if the junior disciple truly possesses such capabilities, then even relinquishing leadership to him and entrusting the immortal pavilion into his hands would not be an unwise fortune. This statement incited a stir among the attendees, astonished at Lung Tianxing's high regard for Mu Qingfeng, even contemplating handing over the pavilion to him. Yet, many remained perplexed regarding the notion of hope amidst the chaos, while others, despite understanding, remained skeptical. Chaos. It is already in turmoil. How much worse could it possibly become? Some adopted a nonchalant attitude, believing they had the means to safeguard themselves, thus questioning the relevance of such matters to them. Mu Qingfeng, Lu Yoyu praised, is indeed a rare and exceptional talent of the ages. If, as the pavilion master asserts, he were to lead us, it could indeed be a blessing for the realms. This sentiment drew the attention of the crowd toward him. The woman in purple let out a silent huff. Tang Yu, indulging in the celestial nectar before him, did so solely because the woman in purple had informed him it would enhance his cultivation. He drank incessantly, much to the dismay of the maidservant beside him, who looked on with tears brimming in her eyes. While the nectar was complimentary, such gluttony was hardly appropriate. Indeed, it was a valuable substance that could augment one's spiritual power, and those present were individuals of stature, even in their desire. They ought to maintain a facade of gentlemanly decorum. Such shamelessness was a rarity in the realms. The lecherous elder shared similar sentiments, concerned for the maidservant's well-being, recognizing that her continuous pouring must be quite exhausting. Thus, I directly instructed someone to bring the kettle over.